This young man was once a jobless homebody in the 21st century, spending his days eating lollipops and browsing the web for jobs. It was just another ordinary day like any other. By accident, he clicked on a spam advertisement. Suddenly, as if by design, the page pulled him into a strange, entirely new interface. No matter how loudly he screamed, it was useless. He was now on Earth in the year 2696 at the prestigious Star Academy. Alien creatures had invaded Earth, bringing near total destruction before a global federation was finally established. They used nuclear weapons to wipe out the alien threat, but the invaders left behind a deadly virus, mutating the entire planet. As zombies and beasts ran wild, survivors evolved, unlocking the path of martial artists. From then on, these warriors ruled as kings. Lin Xiu woke up in this new world completely dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just happened to him. Suddenly, his roommate Ma Qiang, a martial artist student from class 29, started beating him up without mercy. Lacking any talent for training, he was treated as a worthless servant, forced to do laundry and deliver meals for his peers. Bruised and in deep pain from their cruel treatment, Lin Xiu finally began to realize the harsh reality of his situation. He had truly traveled to another world. He could not help but wonder why his luck had to be this terrible. A flood of the original host's memories rushed in, filled with endless insults, endless mockery, and brutal, constant beatings. Those dark memories had driven the original boy to give up on life, leaving Lin Xiu to suffer in his place. But Lin Xiu regained his composure. He refused to back down, even if they broke every single bone in his body. He would not bow to a bully. However, the more he talked back, the harder the blows came, fueling his anger. Ma Qiang charged like a wild beast, aiming a final strike, but unfortunately for him, the boy in front of him had changed. This was now a true protagonist, and he would not be bullied anymore. Just in the nick of time, a miracle occurred. The mysterious system that brought him here finally activated. It detected his immense rage and offered to unleash a powerful, fully charged counterattack. With no time to waste, Lin Xiu agreed immediately. Boom! Their fists collided with an incredibly powerful impact. Ma Qiang's hand shattered completely, sending a wave of agonizing pain that made him scream at the top of his lungs. Terrified, his followers quickly carried their leader to the school clinic for urgent surgery after that devastating blow. Lin Xiu was also badly hurt, but at least he remained conscious. Just then, another message popped up from the system. He had earned a free prize spin. Despite his injuries, his eyes lit up as he eagerly spun for a cash reward. Luck was on his side. He won 10,000 credits and then slowly began to crawl toward the medical clinic. Dragging his battered body inside, he met the female doctor, who greeted him with surprisingly warm familiarity. Perhaps he was a frequent visitor. After a quick look, she ordered him to undress and lie on the table. Though he felt a bit embarrassed, the female doctor quickly got to work with professional care. At his request, she used a premium healing liquid costing 9,800 credits, sending him into deep sleep. His recovery would take 5 hours. As he drifted off, Lin Xiu clenched unprecedented confidence. He asked clearly if he could join the mission, leaving the students whispering about how different he seemed. He looked like a completely different person. Hearing his request, the teacher stepped in to advise him against it. He warned Lin Xiu that the training zone was far too dangerous and urged him to focus on basic rank training first. One of Ma Qiang's lackeys mocked him openly, but to everyone's surprise, Lin Xiu instantly challenged him to a duel. His only condition was that if he won, he would be allowed to join the elite combat training. Using the system's analytical eye, he saw his opponent was Su Jun, a low-level martial artist weaker than Ma Qiang. By carefully dodging and waiting for his rage meter to fill up, he could secure an easy victory. He planned to unleash a fully charged strike. With his strategy set, he challenged his opponent after school. They agreed to meet at the arena. Soon, word of the class underdog's challenge spread everywhere. A massive crowd gathered around the stage, eager to witness what promised to be a highly dramatic showdown. A few close friends pleaded with him to think it over, but he confidently marched forward anyway. He assured them not to worry, admitting he had wanted to teach that bully a lesson for a long time. The moment Ma Jun saw Lin Tu, he lunged forward, shouting that a useless loser had no right to be arrogant, promising to teach him a painful lesson. Lin Tu kept dodging. His old wounds had healed, but even a single blocked punch sent a jolt of pain through his body. Ignoring the crowd shouting for him to strike back, he refused to counterattack, choosing instead to stick strictly to his secret battle plan. Watching from the sidelines, the instructor realized these evasions were masterful. He had never seen such determination in the boy's eyes, and now, the perfect moment had finally arrived. His stored rage meter suddenly hit 100%. It was time to unleash years of humiliation, just as Ma Jun lunged with a deadly finishing blow. As the bully charged like a wild beast, Lin Tu stood his ground, casually blocking the devastating strike with just a single hand. Ma Jun let out an agonizing scream as blood splattered onto the cold floor, leaving every single spectator frozen in utter disbelief. Looking down with cool confidence, Lin Tu mocked his fallen opponent, asking how it felt to be beaten by someone he called trash. Realizing the situation was critical, the teacher ordered medics to carry the boy away so it would not disrupt the upcoming combat training. Before they left for Area A20, the instructor praised Lin Tu, admitting the young man had truly proven everyone wrong. By defeating the strongest student in his class, Lin Tu officially secured his spot for the dangerous field training in Area A20, located far north of the city. This wasteland was heavily poisoned by radiation and viruses, crawling with hordes of flesh-eating zombies and massive, terrifying mutant beasts. Though incredibly dangerous, great risks bring great rewards, as the rare body parts of these giant beasts were highly valuable to hunters. Even better, the rare crystals found inside their brains contained a unique form of pure energy. These precious energy cores helped warriors grow stronger, and for this hunt, the Academy provided everyone with special gear. Armed with basic combat knives to fight off the standard monsters, the students were thrown straight into this deadly game. Before they set off, the instructor gave a grave warning, reminding them that unlike safe simulations, they must conquer their deepest inner fears. When facing real monsters, hesitation is fatal. Last year, several terrified students froze up in front of the undead, unable to move. As a result, they were swarmed and torn to pieces. Only real, bloody combat can test a warrior's true limits. Only raw survival could forge a truly unbreakable spirit. After finishing his warning, the instructor explained the rules for the 20 chosen students. They would form groups of 4, with strict orders not to venture too deep into Area A20, where the high-level monsters were far too powerful. Those beasts are far beyond your level. Whether you survive or die out there depends entirely on you. Now, move out. While the other students trembled in fear, Lin Tu remained calm, viewing these deadly monsters as nothing more than precious experience points. To him, they were just keys to leveling up. Soon, the team separated and marched directly into the dangerous Area A20. Lin Tu's squad immediately ran into a level 1 zombie, its sharp fangs dripping with the deadly mutated virus. The beast's power level was 380, 100 points higher than Lin Tu's, but numbers didn't matter. All he cared about was the precious experience. Charging forward, he swung his blade and effortlessly sliced the monster's head in half. With that kill, he successfully reached level 2. But as he celebrated, another horde rushed him, only for Zhang Yi to suddenly step in and slice them to pieces. Lin Tu could only watch in frustration as his precious experience points were stolen. Moving deeper, they suddenly encountered a level 1 zombie leader. This creature was incredibly fast, boasting razor-sharp claws and the ability to summon allies. Overconfident, the purple-haired teammate immediately charged. But he was far too slow, leaving him helpless and facing certain death until Zhang Yi stepped in to save his life. Lin Tu rushed forward to warn them that the leader had to be killed instantly, otherwise it would call for overwhelming reinforcements. But Zhang Yi completely ignored him, finding it deeply humiliating to take advice from someone he still considered a useless loser. He tried a standard slash, but the beast dodged effortlessly and let out a blood-curdling screech, summoning an army of undead to its side. Just as feared, the quiet area was instantly flooded with flesh-eaters, leaving the arrogant duo absolutely terrified and trembling with fear. They immediately turned and fled, while the heavy-set classmate urged Lin Tu to run, but Lin Tu came here to farm experience. Running was not an option. If he wiped out this horde, he would level up multiple times, so he boldly charged headfirst into danger. Shocked by his friend's incredible bravery, which was completely unlike the old Lin Tu, the chubby boy did not hesitate and joined the fight. The two fought like demons, slaying one zombie after another in the heat of battle. Suddenly, the zombie leader blindsided Lin Tu. Just when death seemed certain, he quickly allocated all his saved system points into strength. With an instant surge of power, he grabbed the beast and twisted its head completely around, effortlessly reaching level 6. This unlocked the system's gene lock. From his reading, Lin Tu knew that a vast portion of human genetic potential remains completely dormant. This lock represented the body's ultimate hidden potential, and legend said that unlocking it fully could grant godlike power. They could actually become godlike beings. Driven by youthful curiosity, young Lin Xiu immediately pressed the button to unlock his very first gene lock. He wanted to see how strong he could truly become, but a bright red warning notification popped up, shattering his expectations. Warning. Warning. Level 15 required. Lin Xiu was completely deflated, grumbling to himself, "What on earth is this? Isn't it just level 15? I just need to defeat monsters and level up. I will reach that requirement in no time. Just you wait and see." Once the zombies were completely cleared out, his chubby friend approached him with deep suspicion, asking, Lin Xiu, are you really still the friend I used to know? You suddenly became incredibly powerful just now, completely wiping out the zombie leader. Our young hero obviously could not admit the truth. After all, he had only reincarnated here due to pure bad luck, so he put on a brave face, and the two of them journeyed deeper inside. Before long, they reached the forbidden zone their teacher had warned them about. Lin Xiu felt deeply disappointed because he had not encountered not even a single zombie. With zero chances to gain experience points, he was just about to recklessly sneak inside to explore when his companion began shaking violently, pointing behind them. A snake! There is a massive python by that tree. Lin Xiu reflexively turned to look, only to find a colossal, terrifying third-stage mutated python. Shaking with pure terror, the young man turned and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he yelled, "Why on earth are you chasing me? Go after my chubby friend instead." Meanwhile, his out-of-breath friend paused, only to realize in absolute horror that Lin Xiu had already fled deep into the dangerous, abandoned ruins. Lin Xiu kept running until he finally lost the giant snake, but he knew he could not let his guard down. The beast could easily camouflage itself. Caution was his only hope, but as he searched for a way out, an arrow was suddenly pressed against his head from behind. A harsh voice warned him not to move, demanding to know why he was sneaking around. Our young hero began to tremble with fear. He was in deep trouble. This group was a professional squad of adventurers, out here hunting zombies and deadly mutated beasts. They were all official warriors harvesting crystals and valuable materials, far beyond his level. Still, Lin Xiu forced a bright, polite smile. Pretending nothing was wrong, he kept his answer short and sweet, saying, "Hello, gentlemen, I was just passing through." Recognizing his uniform from the prestigious academy, one of the hunters stepped forward and aggressively snatched away his precious combat blade. "Leave the weapon behind and get lost," he threatened. Lin Xiu immediately tried to plead with them as politely as possible. "Without a weapon in a dangerous place like this, aren't you basically sending me straight to my death, sir? Then go die right now," he snarled. But before he could even finish his threat, the giant python suddenly struck. With a single, swift bite, the hunter was swallowed whole. Panic erupted instantly among the squad, as their leader desperately shouted for everyone to stay calm. "This is a valuable third-stage mutated beast. Its crystal and skin are worth millions." Seizing the chaos, Lin Xiu quietly slipped away to observe, thinking how foolish these level 1 warriors were to provoke a dangerous third-stage monster. Greed truly makes fools out of men. I should stay hidden and wait for the perfect chance to reclaim my combat blade. Constantly bombarded, the furious python lashed its massive tail in a frenzy, leaving several hunters completely broken and torn apart. After a brutal struggle, the surviving adventurers finally managed to slay the beast. But whether anyone was left to enjoy the rewards remained uncertain. The battered leader stood tall and arrogant, commanding Lin Xiu to step forward and skin the giant python. He wanted the crystal harvested immediately, threatening the boy's life. Little did he know, this was the perfect moment for Lin Xiu to shine. The boy agreed to extract it, but claimed the spoils as his own. Enraged, the weakened leader lunged forward, but he was far too exhausted. Unable to even stand properly, he was powerless. Lin Xiu swiftly sent him to the afterlife with a single, clean strike. This incredible victory boosted him straight to level 7, granting him another lucky draw chance. He also gathered a massive hoard of valuable loot from the giant python stuffed inside the hunter's backpacks. Knowing this area was highly dangerous, he knew he could not linger. He packed up quickly and departed, but somehow ended up completely lost in the wilderness. As he debated which path to take, birds suddenly scattered in panic across the sky. Something truly formidable was approaching. Turning around, he came face to face with a 4th-stage lightning leopard, whose power level was too high to analyze. Lin Xiu desperately wanted to turn tail and flee for his life, but one shocking surprise immediately followed another. Chasing close behind the beast was a stunning, blonde warrior named Luo Yue, an incredibly powerful 4th-stage fighter. An intense, earth-shattering battle erupted between them, ending with the mighty beast pinned flat against the ground. It seemed like the battle was finally over, but the clever beast was only playing dead as the young woman approached. It suddenly leaped up, delivering a devastating blow that sent her flying off the cliff, her fate completely unknown. Witnessing this from afar, Lin Xiu felt something was off. The beast was truly dying, not faking. He began to tiptoe closer. His plan was simple: deliver the final blow to steal the kill, harvest the valuable 4th-stage crystal, and make a massive fortune. Grinning wildly, he raised his blade to strike, but before he could swing, another massive shadow loomed right behind him. Only then did Lin Xiu remember a vital fact. Lightning leopards always hunt in pairs, a male and a female together. With no time left to think, Lin Xiu quickly ran for his life, desperately screaming for help from his sister-in-law. "Lightning leopard, I didn't kill your husband," he cried out, but his desperate run led him straight to a dead end. A sheer cliff lay ahead, and the beast was closing in fast. Left with no choice, he prepared for a fatal fall. Anything was better than being electrocuted to death, ending up charred on the outside but a juicy dinner for that monster. So, he closed his eyes and took a blind leap of faith. By some incredible stroke of luck, a deep lake sat directly beneath the cliff, filled with fallen logs that cushioned his violent fall. That miraculous landing saved his life. Even more surprising, the blonde girl from earlier had also fallen into the very same pool. True to a classic adventure story, you and I watch as our young man dragged her out to nurse her back to health. Holding the young woman close, Lin Xiu marveled at her breathtaking beauty. She looked barely 18 years old, yet she was already a formidable fourth-stage martial artist. She had to be a prodigy from a powerful, noble family. Just then, his stomach growled loudly, and fortunately, he spotted fish swimming in the water. It was the perfect opportunity. He immediately gathered firewood, dried his clothes, and began roasting the delicious fish. He took a hearty, satisfying bite, but just as he started to enjoy his meal, the blonde girl suddenly stirred and scrambled to her feet. Pointing her sharp blade right at his face, she demanded, "Why are you dressed like that? What did you do to me?" Lin Xiu froze in complete shock, quickly stammering, "What could I have done? I literally dragged you out of the water. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned down there." After a bit of sensible explanation, her panic began to fade, especially after he offered her a warm, freshly roasted fish. Calming down, she finally introduced herself. "I am Luo Yue. Now, tell me, what do you want? I do not like owing favors. Name your price and we will be even. Otherwise, you face my blade." He had never met anyone so cold to their own savior, so, with a warm, friendly smile, he gave her his answer. He told her he wanted to become powerful, just like her. Luo Yue instantly regretted her offer. Gold and jewels would have been far easier to provide. With his remarkably poor talent, making him strong seemed nearly impossible. That night, Lin Xiu quietly kept watch while she rested. Grinning eagerly, he opened his system to spin the lucky wheel, silently praying for a powerful weapon to help him grow. But the wheel slowed down and stopped on a meager 1,000 alliance coins. Disappointment washed over him. Just then, a sudden breeze nudged the needle slightly forward. The system chime instantly rang in his ears. "Congratulations, Master. You have won the 100 birds facing the Phoenix skill." Lin Xiu beamed with absolute joy, receiving a skill card. These cards can only be crafted by master martial artists above level 6. Ranging from bronze to diamond, a higher tier meant far greater destructive power. Holding the card, his heart raced with pure excitement. He wanted to scream aloud. This was a growing martial skill card. These were rarer than diamond cards, evolving alongside the user's power. Nearby, Luo Yue was suddenly awakened by his foolish, giddy laughter. With senses sharper than a hound, she instantly detected a faint noise echoing through the dark forest. She focused her attention. Could it be the band of hostile adventurers she encountered earlier? No, surely they couldn't have tracked her. He urged Luo Yue to run, but her severe injuries kept her pinned down. Without hesitation, he took matters into his own hands. He hoisted her onto his back, acting like a caring protector as they made their escape. But as you and I are about to see, their peace didn't last long. Examining the warm ashes, the scouts concluded their targets hadn't gone far, swearing to eliminate them on sight. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu carried Luo Yue, finding her heavier with every step. She insisted it was her massive sword, not her weight, but he remained highly skeptical of her excuse. As they bickered, a creature blocked their path. It was a level 2 crimson serpent, a nocturnal predator with very strange habits. Armed with lethal venom and a high combat score of 670, fighting was impossible for the injured Luo Yue. She handed him her sword to slay the beast. Just as she warned, it was incredibly heavy, forcing him to struggle with both hands just to lift it. Working together, an injured girl and a complete rookie somehow managed to take down the dangerous threat. Standing triumphantly over the fallen serpent, Lin Xiu pointed a finger at the beast in playful defiance. "Go ahead, try and bite me. Not only did I defeat you, but I am selling your core for some nice cash. Upset, are we?" But in a horrifying turn of events, the severed head of the serpent lunged forward. It sank its fangs deep into his arm, giving him a massive fright while Luo Yue watched, quietly giggling at his misfortune. Her face clearly said he got exactly what he deserved. But her amusement didn't last long as her companion began to wail in pain. His skin broke out in red rashes as a burning heat consumed him, filling her with sudden deep dread. This particular snake carried a wicked aphrodisiac venom, triggering overwhelming desires. They were in serious, unprecedented trouble. Before she could think, Lin Xiu was completely overcome by the poison, his eyes turning wild and dazed. Losing all control, he lunged forward and pinned her to the ground. Despite her frantic threats, the young man was completely lost to the poison's spell. He leaned in and kissed her passionately. Just as his hands started to wander, she quickly bid him to stop him. That finally stopped him. She immediately sent the boy scrambling toward a nearby pond to cool off, while he ran clutching his bitten lip and yelling apologies. Fortunately, the freezing water brought him back to his senses, but his mind was still completely elsewhere. He could not stop thinking about her soft, sweet lips. But while he relaxed, Lacan Guyette found herself in serious danger. That greedy group of adventurers from earlier had tracked her down, cornering her with shameless smiles. She was simply too exhausted to fight back. Trapped and completely helpless, she fell right into their hands. Fortunately, just as the thugs prepared to make their move, Lam 2 rushed back. Using his special ability to read everyone's stats, the young man stood tall like an absolute god, pointing directly at the first man, Truong Luong, a Tier 2 warrior skilled with sabers, combat power 1540. Then Lai Hone, a Tier 1 swordsman, and so on. The bandits stared in absolute shock at this mysterious young stranger who carried no radar, yet perfectly detailed their precise combat power and secret skills. Terrified by his seemingly godlike knowledge, they turned tail and fled, leaving even Lacan Guyette thoroughly stunned by his incredible gift. Knowing the thugs would soon realize they were bluffed, the two quickly packed their gear and fled to avoid any further trouble. Just as expected, the bandits quickly realized they had been tricked. Furious, the leader ordered his men to seal off the outer boundary. He wanted them captured alive to exact a slow, brutal revenge. Fortunately, Lam 2 was far too clever to walk straight into their trap. Anticipating a blockade, he chose to hide deeper inside the forbidden zone for a few days, letting Lacan Guyette fully regain her strength. The next morning, he woke up with a jolt, completely stunned by the situation he found himself in. He was holding her tightly as she slept peacefully, instantly panicking that she might wake up and castrate him on the spot. Desperate to avoid trouble, he pretended nothing happened and gently woke her up. As her eyes slowly fluttered open, Lacan Guyette calmly announced she smelled an evolved beast nearby and was ready to head out and fight. Her sense of smell put even bloodhounds to shame. Explaining that she needed 2 more days to heal, she handed him her sword to fight in her place. Lam 2 hesitated, knowing the local beasts were at least Tier 2 and he was basically just walking monster bait, but her cold response instantly shut down all of his complaints. She scoffed, asking how he expected to grow if he never fought stronger opponents, leaving him too embarrassed to say another word. Assuring him she would not let him die, the brilliant young warrior took charge. Under her guidance over the next few days, his training truly began. With her deep knowledge of the monster's weaknesses and attack patterns, the young man successfully leveled up to level 9. He could now battle 2 Tier 3 monsters at once. After harvesting several valuable cores, he offered her half, but she flatly refused them. Now fully recovered, she had no reason to remain in hiding. The time had come for them to part ways and go their separate paths. He was reluctant to leave. Not out of romance, but because those dangerous thugs might still be waiting for him outside. Getting caught meant certain death, but Lacan Guyette had other plans. She was determined to track down the lightning leopard once more. Before heading off to challenge the beast, she left him with a stern warning for their next meeting. She warned him that if he had not surpassed her by then, she would end him. Lam 2 broke into a cold sweat, shouting back in confusion. He asked if this was how she repaid her savior, demanding to know where she came from. Only her fading voice echoed back through the forest. She called out the sanctuary, vanishing before he could even blink. A few hours later, the young man was traveling on his own. After a long trek, he finally reached the edge of the forbidden zone, but before he could even look around, trouble found him. He was instantly ambushed by the bandits. Luckily, only one guard had spotted him. If he could defeat this scout before backup arrived, he had a chance. A quick victory was his only hope. He tried to parry and dodge, but the massive power gap made it impossible to counterattack. Charging forward like a lethal bullet, the arrogant guard shouted with absolute confidence, boasting that his very next strike would pierce the young man's heart. He blocked with everything he had, his defense nearly collapsing, when the system finally finished charging his ultimate attack. With no time to waste, the young man channeled all his energy into his leg and launched a brutal kick directly between his opponent's legs. The guard tried to block it, but the devastating blow broke his hand and completely crushed his target, leaving him howling in agony. Showing mercy in his own way, the young man decided a swift end was far better than letting the guard suffer a slow, agonizing death. He delivered one clean strike to finish him, just as the system announced a successful kill. He officially reached level 10, unlocking Rage, an active skill that boosts his strength and physical stats for 10 minutes. However, it would leave him completely exhausted for 5 minutes afterward. But before he could even celebrate this upgrade, more trouble arrived. The rest of the bandit squad arrived. Staring in shock at his dead guard, the furious leader demanded to know why he dared kill his man. The young man calmly replied, asking if he was simply supposed to stand still and let himself be killed. Enraged by the defiance, the leader ordered his men to charge forward, completely ignoring any sense of fair play. As long as he gets his revenge, nothing else matters. But Lin Xiu is cornered by 4 rank 1 martial artists and a rank 2 fighter. With absolutely no guarantee of victory, he has to rely on his newly acquired skill. In an instant, he activates his inner fury. His speed and physical strength skyrocket. Within a heartbeat, the young man vanishes from his enemy's sight, slipping away to a safe spot. But this boost only lasts 5 minutes. Once time runs out, extreme exhaustion will set in, leaving him completely helpless against his foes. He has to finish this fast. Spotting 2 enemies below carrying long spears weapons perfect for his style, Lin Xiu launches a sudden, decisive strike. He swiftly disarms his opponent and takes the spear. Brimming with renewed confidence, the young man swings his new weapon, ready to fight. Using his enhanced 100 birds technique, he quickly sends several enemies to their graves. However, such devastating power drains his energy at an alarming rate. Surrounded and harassed by 3 other fighters, he realizes this is taking too long. Remembering the old wisdom to defeat an army, strike the leader first. He sets his sights directly on him. Meanwhile, his enemies realize that the secret technique the young man is using has a strict time limit and severe side effects. If they simply surround him and block his escape, he will surely be forced to surrender. But before they can celebrate, a sudden surge of furious power erupts from him. Lin Xiu immediately unleashes his 100 birds technique, charging like a demigod to impale the leader. Yet, as fate would have it, luck is rarely on his side. At the absolute worst moment, disaster strikes. The long spear, unable to withstand the immense pressure, shatters into pieces. Combined with the exhausting side effects of his rage skill, the young man no longer has the strength to even draw his sword. Sensing an easy victory, the leader laughs like a madman, raising his blade to finish off the defenseless youth. But the tide is about to turn, and this game is far from over. From behind them, a powerful blast erupts alongside a stern threat. How dare a mere squad of low-ranking hunters lay hands on a student from the prestigious Jingyao Academy? Who gave you the audacity to do this? It is the beautiful Dr. Xiao Ruoshui, a formidable rank 4 martial artist. Thanks to her timely arrival, our young hero narrowly escapes with his life. Lin Xiu is stunned to see her, never imagining that a simple doctor could possess such incredible power. After a moment of playful banter and teasing, while she treats his wounds, Ruo Shui gently but seriously supports him and guides him back to the academy gathering point. The instructor is busy taking roll call and evaluating the spoils brought back by his students. Looking around, he realizes someone is missing, and asking the chubby Yang Tian reveals the truth. Their supposedly useless classmate has accidentally wandered straight into the forbidden zone. Hearing this, the other students mock him, sneering that a weakling like him has surely been eaten alive by zombies, or perhaps swallowed whole by some evolved beast. Hearing his friend insulted, Yang Tian grows furious and steps forward, ready to teach those mockers a lesson. Although the teacher tries to calm everyone down and suggests waiting a little longer, the arrogant troublemakers refuse to let it go. They insist on heading back, claiming Lin Xiu is undoubtedly dead. Yet, the very moment those words leave his mouth, reality delivers a sharp slap. A familiar, confident voice echoes through the clearing, asking who is wishing for his demise. Yes, it is none other than Lin Xiu himself. He returns completely unscathed, walking with a proud and confident stride. While Yang Tian welcomes his friend with pure joy, Xu Jun and his cronies still look on with disdain. They mockingly ask if he spent the entire trip hiding in fear because he was too weak to defeat a single beast. Lin Xiu calmly plays along, asking with a smile if they managed to hunt many beasts themselves. With smug and arrogant expressions, they proudly boast that their impressive classmate, Zhang Yi, has personally slain 8 Tier 1 evolved beasts all by himself. The crowd showers him with praises, causing the class monitor to swell with immense pride. He thinks he is the star of the show, but then, our hero flips his backpack upside down, dumping out a mountain of cores, including 3 rare Tier 3 crystals. Everyone is utterly stunned, especially the envious Zhang Yi. He immediately accuses Lin Xiu of cheating, but the instructor quickly shuts him down, dryly telling him to try pulling off such a cheat himself. A single Tier 3 crystal costs at least 400,000 credits. Who among you could casually spend over 1 million just to fake a school exam? The results of this field exercise have far exceeded my expectations. Let us all head back to the hotel now and get some rest. Since none of them are official martial artists yet, they are barred from selling their crystals on the official Martial Arts Alliance database. Fortunately, the hotel owner buys these materials, allowing them to cash in. This news delights the students, who immediately see dollar signs flashing before their eyes. Tier 1 cores go for 1,000 credits each, but a Tier 3 core commands 500,000. In total, Lin Xiu stands to make well over 2 million credits. He struck gold and is about to be rich. After waiting in line, his turn finally arrives. The owner's eyes gleam with excitement as he looks at the massive haul, urging Lin Xiu to quickly provide his account details for the transfer. Just as things are going smoothly, arrogant troublemakers cut in line, casually tossing down 10 Tier 2 crystals to show off. They flaunt their wealth to mock Class 29. The system identifies one as Sun Chen, a martial artist ranked near the top 108 in the academy. The other is Li Yuan, a novice fighter. These two arrogant troublemakers insult the entire class before targeting Lin Xiu, proving they truly do not know the danger they are in. Fortunately, our main character is standing right in front of them. Unbothered by their reputation, he decides to trade some sharp verbal jabs first. Here stands the very loser you were talking about. Why are you so eager to meet me? Not only do you cut the line, but you also insult my classmates. Apologize right now, or I will show you exactly what happens when a supposed loser decides to fight back. Let's watch as a furious Tantram rushes forward, aiming a heavy punch to teach the young man a lesson. Surprisingly, Lin Xiu blocks it with just one hand, causing him sharp pain. The opponent tries punches and kicks, but none of them work. He even takes a direct knockout blow to the face, leaving him bloodied. Driven completely mad, Tantram explodes in rage and unleashes his full power. The youth easily dodges every attack, frustrating his opponent even further, while the watching classmates cheer and shout with excitement. Zhang Yi feels a bit intimidated, never expecting Lin Xiu to become this incredibly strong in just 3 short days. But elite class students are no pushovers. After a long game of cat and mouse, Tantram gathers all his strength for one final strike. Lin Xiu blocks with one hand and stops the attack with the other, seemingly overwhelmed. Surprisingly, seconds later, the young man flips the script. The system suggests a power attack, but with his current level of skill, he is confident he can win barehanded, making an example of his foe. And so, 1, 2, 3, with a quick twist, Tantram's arm is spun around, shattering the bones inside completely. Seeing the mangled arm look like Play-Doh, the Class 1 students are terrified, though some still want to fight for justice. However, they are far too scared of Lin Xiu's power. As they bicker back and forth, the hotel owner suddenly interrupts them. He informs him that the payment for the 3 Tier 3 Beast Cores has been successfully transferred to his account. The news that this supposedly weak student defeated a Tier 3 evolved beast shocks everyone. No one expected him to be this powerful. The young man plans to defeat them all to enter the top 108 on the leaderboard. But no matter how he taunts, none of them dare to step forward. Just then, teachers from both classes walk in, putting an end to the confrontation. The Class 1 students quickly complain that a student broke Tantram's arm, but luckily, the Class 29 teacher is highly fair. He demands a detailed report of the incident to protect his student, though he still has to play the strict educator. He sternly demands an apology, even though deep down he is thrilled and secretly praises the young man for his victory. He is glad to see those arrogant elite students finally get a lesson in humility. Knowing this, Lin Xiu has no choice but to offer a fake apology to the injured student. He apologizes insincerely, saying he shouldn't have been so rough, but promises to take care of all the medical bills. After all, he has plenty of money now. But this apology feels off. The physical damage is low, but the emotional insult is severe. It is a highly humiliating gesture, forcing the surrounding classmates to hold back their laughter as the injured boy is carried away. Before leaving, Tantram glares back with a look of pure hatred, challenging Lin Xiu to a rematch during the final exams. The teacher wastes no time, immediately gathering all the Class 29 students to test their combat power and see if their hard training led to any significant improvements. One by one, they step up. Zhang Yi achieves the rank of Standard Warrior with an impressive score of 675, surprising everyone. The teacher praises him highly and tells him he can begin practicing advanced cultivation methods starting tomorrow. By ranking standards, a score of 300 to 600 is a novice, while 600 to 800 marks a Standard Warrior. Becoming an official warrior is a massive leap forward because cosmic cultivation methods allow humans to tap into highly beneficial cosmic energy. This powerful energy is absorbed directly from the atmosphere through dedicated practice and specialized cultivation techniques. It strengthens cells, muscles, and even bones to fully reinforce the human body. Soon, almost the entire class has finished testing. Only Lin Xiu is left. Even though some saw him break Tun Tram's arm, they still sneer and mock him as he steps forward. However, seconds later, the display screen shuts them up instantly. Lin Xiu is a standard warrior with a score of 676. This is even higher than Zhang Yi's score. That night, the teacher calls both of them in. As you and I can guess, they now need to carefully consider choosing the perfect weapon for their future development. According to the teacher, evolved beasts above Tier 3 have developed incredibly tough, highly mutated hides. Normal bullets and even advanced laser cutters cannot pierce them. Fortunately, humans managed to harvest a rare special metal from another planet. Weapons crafted from these metals are the only things that can harm evolved beasts, making the choice of martial arts and matching weapons essential. This is how a warrior unleashes their true strength. Hearing this explanation, Lin Xiu quickly raises his hand. He states he has already made up his mind, choosing the spear as his weapon, and brings up the global top 10. There is still a spot open for a master spear user, and he intends to take it. With that, he quickly dashes off before the teacher can reply. He has acquired the basic spear technique cultivation card, but he is still missing the actual physical weapon. Since he is not yet an official warrior, he cannot buy weapons online, forcing him to visit the school martial arts shop instead. He goes to try his luck there. The shop seems very quiet, and the owner enthusiastically welcomes his rare customer. The owner showcases every spear in stock, but as we will see, Lin Xiu remains completely unimpressed with every single option. Way too light! Is there nothing better in this shop? Annoyed by the young man's teasing, the old shopkeeper pulls out a massive 65-kilogram spear. Ever since its creation, nobody has bought this weapon, leaving it to gather dust in a dark corner. The old man explains it was forged from cosmic star crystal ore. It is not just incredibly heavy, but its sharpness and durability far surpass any ordinary weapon forged from standard materials. Known as the Silver Soul, the moment the young man grips the spear, he feels a deep connection. This weapon was truly destined for him. However, the price is staggering, 1.2 million. His heart freezes instantly upon hearing it, remembering how hard he worked to earn just over 2 million from selling rare crystals. Spending half his fortune on a single spear proves that the path of cultivation is incredibly expensive. Yet, he knows there is absolutely no other way. With a heavy heart, the young man hands over his savings. But now, as an official martial artist, he can finally begin his true cultivation journey. At every moment, Earth is filled with a mysterious energy that martial artists call origin. Sadly, ordinary people cannot feel its presence at all. Only true martial artists can sense and absorb this power to temper their bodies, having practiced for just a brief moment. Curious to see if his body has changed, the young man summons his status system to investigate. As he studies the screen, a sudden notification pops up. A lucky draw opportunity has been refreshed. Would he like to spin? It seems that besides regular rewards, he gets one free draw every single month. It happens to be midnight on August 1st. Lin Tu spins the wheel, praying silently that he does not get another weapon, which would be a total waste. To his surprise, the wheel lands on a rapid growth suit. Following the system's prompt, he puts it on immediately, only to find it is unbelievably heavy. The entire suit weighs 130 kilograms. Annoyed, he tries to tear it off, but the training is not yet finished. Instead, the system issues a sharp warning beep, forbidding him from removing it and advising him to adapt to the weight tonight. Otherwise, he will be crawling to school tomorrow. Fortunately, completing this intense training will award him 25 valuable potential points. Hearing about the points, Lin Tu's eyes light up. If crawling is what it takes, he is determined to do it all night long. He barely manages to stand up and struggle through 19 laps, but his progress is still far from the goal. With only 1,000 out of 10,000 points completed, he drags his exhausted body toward school, when someone suddenly slaps him from behind. Slamming onto the ground, he turns around ready to yell, only to see his lovely next-door neighbor standing there. It is Ye Song-yi, his childhood friend. Letting his anger melt away, he grins at the girl, who is preparing for college. Her teacher is showing the students around the campus today. The young man secretly hopes she wants to attend his school. He fondly imagines she wants to join Jingyao Academy just to be near him. As they chat, one of her admirers suddenly approaches to mock him. He sneers, asking Song-ni if this is the neighbor she mentioned, mocking that the most useless student at Jingyao Academy shares the exact same name. Hearing the insult, the protective young girl immediately steps forward, ready to teach this arrogant bully a proper lesson. But the bully ignores her, focusing solely on humiliating the young man. Little does he know, his target is no longer helpless. With newfound strength, the young man fears no one. If this fool is begging for a beating, he is happy to oblige. Even though his body is currently exhausted under the crushing weight of over 100 kilograms, he will fulfill this punk's wish. Dealing with an arrogant amateur is still easy. Duangping confidently rushes forward, launching a rapid flurry of strikes at the young man. Under normal circumstances, dodging would be simple, but his weighted suit makes it impossible. Yet, the tide quickly turns. He swiftly grabs his opponent's wrist, crushing his grip, and unleashes a powerful upward kick straight to the bully's face. The strike sends the bully flying 3 meters away, howling in pain. Just when it seems over, the coward calls for backup. His older brother, Duong Tian, is a formidable quasi-martial artist with a combat rating of 752. He attacks from behind. He ranks in the top 100 elite students and serves as the Boxing Association's vice president. Caught off guard, the young man cannot dodge the sudden strike. Driven by anger for his brother, Duong Tian relentlessly treats Lin Xiu like a punching bag. Seeing her dear friend getting battered, Song Ni steps in to stop the violence, but the ruthless fighter shows her absolutely no respect. He throws a devastating punch, but Lin Xiu quickly shoves the girl out of harm's way, saving her from a brutal injury. Taking the full force of the blow, the young man collapses to the ground in pain. Yet, Duong Tian is still not satisfied. Determined to permanently cripple the boy, the bully prepares another strike. Fortunately, the teacher of Class 29 rushes over to intervene, but the attacker pretends. He hears nothing, continuing his brutal assault. The situation quickly escalates to a dangerous level. Just in time, Teacher Luo steps in and halts the match. Despite the obvious truth, Duong Tian stubbornly blames the young man for starting the fight. He claims he was only seeking justice for his beaten brother, but the wise teacher knows exactly what happened. He declares that the academy will handle this matter. Before leaving, Lin Tu boldly issues a challenge for a duel in 3 days, ignoring everyone's protests. News of the school's underdog challenging a top 100 fighter quickly spreads, becoming the most talked about event on campus. While everyone expects the young man to be absolutely crushed in the arena, he calmly heads to the clinic to nurse his wounds. In this scene, Xiao Ruoshui applies a special medicine to heal his broken arm rapidly. As she explains, this miracle ointment is a secret healing remedy passed down through the prestigious Xiao family. It quickly regenerates shattered bones and torn muscles, making it incredibly expensive on the open market. Ruoshui also warns the young man. She advises him not to cross the mighty Tang family because of their immense influence. However, when the enemy brings the fight directly to his doorstep, fighting back is the only logical choice. Seeing Lin Xiu's fierce determination, she decides not to hold him back anymore. Instead, she surprises the young warrior with a rare gift, a bronze martial arts card for the explosive force punch, a highly valuable technique. Once mastered, it creates devastating shockwaves that shatter the air, making it the most ruthless technique in close-quarters combat. But if the practitioner's body is too weak, the sheer recoil will shatter their own bones. Severe muscle damage is guaranteed, which is why most cultivators completely avoid it. Yet, determined to help him succeed and master it quickly, Ruo Shui generously throws in a bottle of healing elixir, ensuring that any bone or muscle damage won't hold him back. Armed with his new technique, Lin Xiu trains relentlessly day and night. However, at his current stage, he can only inflict superficial external damage. Through this grueling training, he successfully reaches level 11, but his rapid growth system progress is still not quite fully completed, operating at only 80% capacity. Finally, the day of the grand arena battle against Tang Tian arrives amidst heavy insults toward Lin Xiu. Even Teacher La is openly mocked in the stands by the rival class instructor. Yet, the loyal mentor remains steadfast, holding absolute faith in his student. As the duel officially begins, Tang Tian charges forward with his signature arrogance, wielding a massive, imposing sword. Closing the distance instantly, he unleashes a lightning-fast strike aimed directly at the throat, seeking a swift end. Fortunately, Lin Xiu manages to block the deadly throat strike with his spear, though he still takes a minor wound in the process. Channeling powerful sword energy, the ruthless attacker delivers rapid blows, sending Lin Xiu crashing backward across the arena. Deeply worried, the supportive crowd gasps. Fortunately, Lin Xiu keeps his composure, standing up to reassure everyone that he is still in the game. Suddenly, the system announces that his rapid growth progress has reached 100%, awarding him 25 potential points. Without hesitation, he acts. He dumps every single point into leveling up, sheds his training weights, and stands tall with a heroic, unstoppable presence. He confidently declares that was merely a warm-up. Now, the real fight begins. Enraged by this sudden turn of events, Tang Tian fumes with anger. He lunges forward, desperate to tear the boy apart. But now is the time to unleash Lin Xiu's newly enhanced speed and overwhelming power. Sweeping his spear through the air, he combines his ultimate skills for a devastating frontal thrust aimed directly at his opponent. The impact snaps the heavy sword in half and leaves Tang Tian severely injured, utterly humiliated to be defeated by someone he deemed trash. Desperate, Tang Tian pulls out a vial of strange growth serum and downs it in one gulp, causing his body to undergo a monstrous transformation. Swelling into a muscular giant with bulging veins, it is unbelievable how far he will go. Just to defeat Lin Xiu, he resorts to Alpha, an experimental drug designed to artificially boost human strength for a short time. However, forcing the body to absorb raw energy destroys the user's muscles and bones, risking a severe drop in cultivation level or complete permanent paralysis. Seeing the banned substance, Teacher Law demands to halt the match, but the rival class teacher casually dismisses it, claiming the academy has no such rules. Furthermore, Tang Mobai, the powerful head of the Tang clan and a major stakeholder of the academy, is personally watching from the VIP seats. The school officials must show him respect, so the brutal match continues, leaving Lin Xiu battered and bruised on the cold floor. He lies there, curled in pain, but the battle is far from over. The resilient youth wipes the blood from his mouth. He rises, activating his fury skill combined with the explosive punch, charging forward for a final clash. Despite his opponent's drug-enhanced strength, Lin Xiu refuses to back down, unleashing a devastating strike aimed directly at the rival's vital organs. The internal impact completely cripples Tang Tian's arm. Yet, refusing to accept defeat, the desperate villain still persists. Wielding a concealed blade, he lunges to finish the fight, but Lin Xiu easily dodges the desperate strike and prepares to deliver a finishing blow. Just before the strike lands, Patriarch Tang Mobai himself steps in to block the attack, barely saving his beloved son's life in the nick of time. Before leaving, the Patriarch glares coldly at the victorious youth, leaving behind a chilling promise. He warns him that he will remember his face. With that, Lin Xiu is officially declared the winner of this arena battle, replacing Tang Tian on the Academy's top 100 ranking. The next day, while recovering in the medical bay, Teacher Law knocks urgently on his door. Once inside, the anxious teacher reveals that he has both good news and bad news to share. Asking which one he wants first, a sleepy Lin Xiu chooses the bad news, preferring to get the worst part over with. It is always better to face the bitter truth first. According to Teacher Law, the Academy has decided to punish him. Before the teacher can even finish, the youth shouts in outrage, questioning the unfair punishment. The mentor calmly sits him down to explain the harsh reality. The Tang family is a powerful shareholder. One of their members had his arm broken, and Tang Tian was nearly beaten to death. To those high and mighty elites, this was a massive slap in the face because Duong Tian had used banned substances in the match. So, the Duong family filed a formal complaint about the arena battle, intentionally highlighting that Duong Bin was just a high school student. They pressured the academy to punish the young man by sending him to the deadly Guangming outpost. Fortunately, he was also promoted to the top 100 list. His reward was a silver-tier skill card called the Pear Blossom Torrential Spear. Teacher La explained that this rare art is created by the legendary spear grandmaster Bok Li Du, capable of delivering 100 thrusts in a single second. Only a handful of people have ever mastered it. Holding the card, Lam Tu was absolutely thrilled, dreaming of the day he could unleash those 100 strikes. The thought brought a wide grin to his face. He promised his mentor to train hard, vowed to never disappoint him, and return home alive. Since his old uniform was completely shredded, he had to buy new combat gear. But during his peaceful shopping trip, an enemy launched a sudden ambush. Luckily, his sharp reflexes saved him. Judging by their stances, these attackers were mere rank 1 martial artists, basically serving themselves up as easy targets to test his skills. To dare attack him right in the middle of the city was bold, but with their weak skills, they were nothing but punching bags. In a flash, the first thug was instantly decapitated. As the body fell, it was clear. A trainee martial artist had just defeated a rank 1 fighter, swiftly and with absolute ease. This left the remaining thugs deeply shaken. Yet, they foolishly charged forward anyway, rushing straight to their graves, only helping him grow even stronger. Terrified by the slaughter, the last 2 survivors bolted, running for their lives without once looking back. As Lam Tu watched them flee, he quickly deduced that the Duong family had sent these hitmen to eliminate him, and his instincts were absolutely correct. Once the 2 cowards made it back and reported their failure, the furious Madame Duong gave them a severe beating of her own. Duong Mobok was entirely in the dark. The moment he discovered her reckless scheme, he fiercely scolded his wife and ordered his men to quickly clean up the corpses. This was crucial to avoid a Federation investigation. Yet, his stubborn wife still believed she was right, consumed by her hatred for Lam Tu, the boy who had forced her precious son into a deadly training regime. Only when her husband revealed he had pressured the academy to exile Lam Tu to the Guangming outpost for a deadly extermination mission, where the mortality rate was a shocking 70%, did she finally shut her mouth. A few days later, loaded with heavy bags, Lam Tu reported for military duty as ordered. First, he met Commander Tan Quang, a formidable level 2 martial artist. Gathering the troops for roll call, he immediately barked a fierce warning, demanding they give him 120% of their focus. He flatly stated, "I hope you all survive this operation." But seeing that Lam 2 was just a high schooler and not even an official martial artist, a few veterans began mocking him, asking, "Hey kid, did you read the wrong script and wander onto the wrong movie set?" The commander immediately barked at them to shut up, but the troublemaker simply refused to back down, trying to squeeze in a few more insults until a harsh punishment of push-ups taught him that silence is indeed golden. Tan Quang then reminded Lam 2 that as a soldier on this mission, he was no different from the rest. Death could claim them at any moment. 15 minutes later, the company of 40 soldiers boarded the transport aircraft and departed. Inside the cabin, everyone was busy training to sharpen their skills. While Lam 2 was quietly meditating, a young man calling himself Lai Ditch approached. He was also an alumnus of Jingyao Academy and seemed polite as he struck up a conversation. He kindly asked why a student had been sent here, and Lam 2 sighed, admitting he was set up by the school. Right then, that obnoxious Kim Hai suddenly swaggered over. Eager to bully the new kid, Kim Hai demanded to see what was inside Lam 2's weapon case, but having no patience for bullies, the young man flatly refused to let him near it. He coldly replied, "Didn't your elders ever teach you respect, or did they forget to tell you not to touch other people's property? Curiosity kills the cat. Have you seriously never heard that before?" Despite the clear warning, the brute ignored him and lunged for the box. He missed entirely and nearly tumbled backward. Instantly, Lam 2 kicked his weapon case, catching his spear midair and pointing the sharp tip directly at the bully's throat. He taunted, "So a rank 1 martial artist is only worth this much?" Gripping his own throat in fury, Kim Hai snarled bitterly, "What did you just say to me, kid?" Confident as ever, Lam 2 repeated clearly, "I said you are absolute garbage." Enraged by the humiliation, Kim Hai charged like a madman, but unfortunately for him, before he could even swing, he caught a solid punch straight to the mouth, sending his front teeth flying. Refusing to yield, he scrambled back up for revenge. But right at that moment, Commander Tan Quang stepped in to stop the fight. The bully expected sympathy. Instead, he got a harsh tongue lashing from the commander. A ranked martial artist defeated by a mere high schooler? Have you no shame? Do you enjoy humiliating yourself? If you have so much energy, focus on how you are going to survive at the Guangming base. After a long, intense flight, the squad finally arrived at the Guangming base. Before heading to the central zone with 3 other instructors to hunt down dangerous evolved beasts, Tan Quang took charge, dividing the group into 4 squads of 10, each guided by their own squad leader. Their mission was to enter the Guangming base through the south gate, but somehow Lin Xiu and Jin Hai ended up in the very same squad. Even more surprising, their leader was a highly spirited young woman. This 10-member squad was tasked with clearing out evolved beasts and zombies in a small town near the Guangming base. The dangerous high-level beasts stayed deep inside the town, leaving only a few weak Stage 2 creatures at the outskirts. Jin Hai excitedly charged ahead first, but due to underestimating the enemy, he froze and was almost bitten. Thankfully, Lin Xiu stepped in just in time to save him. These Tier 2 zombies offered incredible experience points, so the battle-hungry young man took them all down single-handedly. His teammates watched in sheer amazement, but things soon took a dark turn. The zombie leader let out a deafening roar, summoning an endless, overwhelming horde that kept coming no matter how many they cut down. Waves of monsters rushed in from all sides. Captain Tuvan ordered everyone to stay calm and open fire from a safe distance first. Lin Xiu cleared out countless zombies, gathering a massive amount of experience, and quickly allocated all his system points. He now reached level 12, boosting his combat power to 800 and earning the title of Tier 1 martial artist. Unfortunately, his fury power could only be used 3 times a day, with an 8-hour cooldown that made upgrading it incredibly slow. As the zombies closed in, the team was forced into brutal close combat, and panic began to spread among them. Only Lin Xiu smiled brightly, seeing nothing but precious experience points as the enemy numbers grew larger by the second. To avoid being completely surrounded, Tuvan ordered a quick retreat into a nearby abandoned building. With the horde right on their heels, someone had to hold them back so the metal shutter door could be pulled down. Only Lin Xiu and Tuvan remained outside. As captain, she refused to abandon her comrade and urged him to head inside first. But the young man pushed her inside, offering a cool reply. "Sorry, sister. I do not make a habit of letting girls protect me." In truth, he was just worried about losing precious experience points. This gold mine was too rare to let go. After a fierce struggle, Lin Xiu finally slipped inside, and the team quickly slammed the metal shutter closed. But the door seemed too weak, forcing them to head upstairs, where Li Yi suddenly spotted a corpse. Stunned by the chaotic scene, he wondered aloud if mutant spiders were nearby. Right as he finished speaking, something heavy dropped onto his back. Luckily, Kim Hai reacted instantly and killed it. It was indeed a mutant spider. Talk about some terrible luck for the poor guy. It seemed they had walked straight into a nest. With spiders swarming from all sides, Tu Van ordered everyone to rush to the third floor. But escape was nearly impossible, with mutant spiders blocking every path. They were caught in a truly desperate situation. Lin Xiu noticed the building had 4 floors. Realizing the next stairs led to the rooftop, he urged everyone to push through. They could regroup there. Thankfully, everyone survived the climb, finally allowing them to take a breather as things calmed down. The captain allowed them to rest and eat. Since the ground floor zombies could not see them, they would eventually wander off. Peering downstairs, Lin Xiu spotted something incredibly strange. It was a massive, level 2 fanged dog with an unusually large, terrifying head. Extremely agile, it possessed a sharp sense of smell and lethal teeth. Hunting in packs with a combat power of 712, these beasts were actually fighting the zombies. This unexpected chaos was their perfect golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, Tu Van quickly ordered everyone to gear up and prepare to head downstairs. Their immediate goal was to break the siege and secure the perimeter before continuing the mission. Everyone quickly followed orders. They cleared out a few stragglers and prepared to run, but their luck ran out before they could even make their move. Several fanged dogs spotted them. Fortunately, these pack members were weak and easily eliminated in just a few quick strikes. But as you and I know, bad luck loves company. Just as they finished off the weak stragglers, their massive leader appeared, a colossal, terrifying level 3 fanged dog. Moving with terrifying, blinding speed, the beast lunged forward. The team desperately fought back, but their weapons could barely scratch its incredibly thick, armor-like hide. Within seconds, the beast tore through their defenses, leaving several teammates grievously wounded with severed limbs. Amidst the horrific bloodshed, an enraged Tu Van unleashed her powerful Void Slash, but the nimble beast easily dodged her strike. She was nearly bitten, but Lin Xiu intervened just in time. Putting all his physical strength into one mighty thrust, he pushed back. He blasted the beast several meters away. They hoped the fight was over, but the system notification of victory never appeared. As they waited in suspense, the beast stood right back up, looking even more frenzied and dangerous than before. Enveloped in a blazing red rage aura, the giant beast roared, unleashing a massive shockwave that caused a violent explosion. Despite taking cover, the blast left everyone heavily injured. Worse still, the relentless beast charged again, determined to tear them all to shreds. Dragging his battered body back up, Lin Xiu spun his spear with intense focus. He unleashed his signature 100 birds technique, shooting a devastating blast of pure energy straight at the beast. A massive explosion blew Lin Xiu backward, but thankfully, his final, desperate attack successfully put down the alpha beast for good. But there was no time to celebrate. Another deafening roar echoed through the ruins as a level 2 zombie leader suddenly emerged. This was the monster that summoned the horde earlier. Horrifyingly, the zombie leader ripped the energy crystal right out of the fallen beast and swallowed it whole. Horror gripped the group. Could these undead monsters actually consume raw energy crystals to mutate and grow even stronger? The system confirmed that the beast was evolving into a Tier 3 threat. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu charged forward alone. Our young hero urged the team to hold back the minions while he took on the evolving leader. Otherwise, they would all perish. He gripped his spear and charged alone right toward that monstrous creature to strike. But its hide was far tougher than the fanged beasts from before. Even a combined strike with his special technique did absolutely nothing. In that desperate moment, he suddenly realized he was already a Tier 1 martial artist. He could easily master a new battle technique. He remembered the skill card from Teacher Law. Ignoring the immediate danger, he pulled it out and began studying intensely. Fortunately, his hard work paid off. He managed to grasp the skill, successfully unleashing 3 strikes of the Rain of Pear Blossoms. Pushing harder, he managed to unleash 4 consecutive strikes, seeing him learn a brand new skill right in the middle of battle, and master it at such terrifying speed left his teammates utterly speechless. Kim Hai could not help but exclaim in shock, realizing that this young man's fierce drive was the reason behind his unbelievable strength at such a young age. Tu Van kept her focus. To keep the team from losing heart, she rallied their spirits with a loud shout to all of them. She declared they could not let a high school student outshine them. Meanwhile, Lam Tu kept pushing himself, repeating the strike over and over, yet 5 strikes was still his absolute limit. Still, it was better than nothing. Unfortunately, the leader beast had now fully evolved, meaning those basic attacks barely scratched its newly hardened and highly resilient body. If he did not end this quickly, more zombies would swarm the area, turning this tough fight into an absolute nightmare. With no other choice, he decided to unleash his ultimate move, a special, rage-infused version of his technique. His aura suddenly surged. Feeling completely at one with his spear, he unleashed a single strike of devastating power. The strike struck true, finishing the beast. This victory pushed him to level 13, granting him immense new power. Now fully confident, he felt he could wipe them all out in a single breath. Meanwhile, after a grueling, all-out struggle, the team finally finished off the rest of the horde. They deeply thanked Lam Tu for defeating the leader. Still, Tu Van wondered how his power had spiked so suddenly. She asked if he had used some kind of enhancer. Surprised by the question, he quickly waved his hands, assuring her it was purely his skill. She pressed further, asking why he only used a single spear strike when his strength surged, and how that one move, being the exact same technique, could possess such unbelievable power. Her question left him at a loss for words, mainly because he honestly had no idea how he did it either. All he knew was that he felt completely at one with his weapon. Tu Van guessed that he might have unlocked the profound intent that comes with mastering a skill. She explained that reaching this level allows a warrior to unleash a skill's absolute limit, potentially boosting a low bronze tier skill to rival the power of silver. Of course, unlocking such intent is incredibly rare. It demands a profound connection to the weapon and a generous amount of good luck. Out of 1,000 martial artists practicing the same skill, those who actually grasp this deep intent can be counted on one hand. Hearing this explanation, Lam Tu was thrilled. If she was right, did that mean he could potentially unleash power rivaling gold tier skills? That was an exciting prospect. The two chatted for a bit longer, before Tu Van ordered everyone to pack up and head back to shelter for the night. There, he got to taste Tier 3 beast meat for the very first time. Lam Tu feasted happily, praising the delicious meal. As they gathered around the fire, he curiously asked the others about the legendary Holy Sanctuary. The captain explained that it was the Sanctuary Academy, one of the 5 elite institutions housing the absolute strongest martial artists. Every single student there was a prodigy. The bare minimum requirement to enter the sanctuary was to be a high-tier martial artist. Reaching such a level at a young age was nearly impossible for ordinary people. Still, our young hero dreamed of the day he would reach that rank, just to show off in front of young Luo Yue. The next day, they ventured deeper into Area A20. Their mission was to clear out zombies and evolved beasts in the central zone. Suddenly, Li Yi froze and pointed upward. On the high walls of the buildings, something was crawling around. The system identified them as Level 2 reptilian crawlers. These beasts were incredibly fast climbers with razor-sharp claws. Anyone bitten by them would instantly turn into a zombie. Underestimating the beasts, Kim Hai assumed they were slow as snails. He raised his rifle and fired before anyone could stop him. But to his horror, the incredibly nimble creatures dodged the lethal bullet in the blink of an eye. Realizing something was wrong, they began analyzing the situation. It seemed the beasts were playing dumb to lure them in. That single gunshot had provoked the entire pack. Suddenly, the creatures lunged from all directions, attacking with terrifying speed. Before they could react, a teammate was bitten. With the situation turning critical, Lam Tu urged them to retreat to an open area. This would keep them from being ambushed from above. Following Tu Van's command, the team covered each other as they ran. They dashed toward a nearby park, but were quickly surrounded. There was no escape left. Their only option was to fight for their lives. After a grueling, exhausting battle that left them on the brink of collapse, they finally wiped out the crawlers. Fortunately, no one else was lost, but just as Lam Tu sat down to take a sip of water, he was suddenly ambushed. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he barely dodged the attack. The assassin then revealed himself, a level 3 warrior named Shadowless, who specialized in stealth. As you and I join the battle, our hero dodges a flurry of daggers, pointing his blade to demand the assassin's identity. But the killer only sneers in contempt. Declaring that a dead man needs no name, the killer scoffs. Seeing an assassin dare to strike a Federation soldier, Commander Tu Van steps forward, determined to demand answers. But this ruthless attacker cares nothing for the Federation. With a swift, powerful blow, he ruthlessly strikes Tu Van, sending her flying backward across the clearing. Rage ignites the squad as they rush to defend their fallen captain. Yet, Lin Xiu instantly realizes this deadly assassin is here for him alone. Unwilling to let his comrades get dragged into this deadly fight, Lin Xiu feigns a retreat. He leads the killer away, finally finding an isolated clearing perfect for a final showdown. Standing tall against his foe, Lin Xiu waits. The assassin quickly catches up, landing with a boastful, arrogant stride, acting as though he holds all the cards. With pure arrogance, he sneers, "Where will you run now, boy? Who said anything about running? I only wanted a quiet place, free of distractions, to put you in the ground. You arrogant brat, I will hack you into pieces. Did the Duong family send you to kill me? Heh, what if they did, and what if they did not? A dying boy, dreaming of revenge against the Duong family? You have a point. I do intend to do that. But first, I must put an end to you. After some tense back-and-forth banter, the two warriors clash in a flash of steel. Lin Xiu's blinding speed catches his deadly opponent completely off guard. The assassin hesitates, shocked by how the boy's sudden, fierce killing intent and battle aura could actually slow down his movements. Such bizarre footwork. Could this be some rare, high-level movement technique? This unsettling feeling is something the assassin deeply despises. Lunging forward once more, he dodges Lin Xiu's sharp spear thrusts, leaping high into the air with supernatural agility. He unleashes a storm of flashing blade strikes, reminiscent of the hero's own torrential style. Yet, these illusionary lights are a mix of truth and deception. Looking at the incoming flurry, Lin Xiu smiles with genuine excitement, ready to return the favor. Let me show you what a real lethal strike looks like. As their weapons clash evenly, the assassin boasts that he analyzed Lin Xiu's moves while watching him fight the undead. To him, the young warrior's famous fourfold spear strike is nothing more than a predictable, useless trick. Closing the distance with absolute confidence, he pins Lin Xiu with both of his blades. Hey, I win! But the hero only grins. Not so fast. You and I can see the assassin's sudden horror as he looks down at his bleeding chest. He has been struck. How is this possible? He was absolutely sure he dodged all 4 spear thrusts, yet the blood flows. It makes no sense. Not wanting his opponent to die in utter confusion, Lin Xiu decides to explain. He reveals that he knew he was being stalked from the very beginning. He intentionally held back his true power during the fight. That way, he could deliver a fatal, unexpected blow. In reality, the magical system had immediately alerted Lin Xiu the moment the stalker drew near. It was impossible to miss. He does not have eyes in the back of his head, just a very helpful system screen. With his curiosity satisfied, the assassin collapses to the ground, instantly transforming into valuable experience points, pushing Lin Xiu to level 14. However, our hero is still in rough shape, even though the level up restored his energy and vitality. Deep wounds from those twin daggers continue to bleed heavily. Fortunately, his loyal comrades rush to his side. Seeing them, a wave of relief washes over him. Knowing he is safe, Lin Xiu drifts into unconsciousness. He wakes up at midnight in a secure camp, surrounded by relieved faces. His friends breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Li Yi and Jin Hai explain that the deadly foe he defeated was a notorious assassin from Stellar City. A handsome reward surely awaits them. However, Lin Xiu's arms are severely injured. Despite the healing medicine, it will take time before he can wield his weapon again. The captain orders the squad to rest for one more day. A month flies by, and through hard work, the team successfully clears the area of all zombies and mutated beasts. They can finally leave this hellish wasteland. Thanks to Lin Xiu's incredible strength, their perilous mission ends in absolute victory. The squad embraces him as a true brother. Even Jin Hai, who once held a bitter grudge, undergoes a complete change of heart. He now treats Lin Xiu like family. But their celebration is cut short when a group of arrogant strangers blocks their path with hostile glares. Swaggering forward with mocking sneers, these rogue Federation soldiers gloat over the squad's hard-earned loot. Need us to help you carry that heavy loot, kids? Disgusted by their greed, Captain Tuvan fires back with a cold glare. Who gave you the audacity to threaten fellow Federation soldiers? Meanwhile, Lin Xiu quietly analyzes the situation from the sidelines. He softly warns his captain that one of these thugs is a dangerous rank 3 martial artist. Before the warning ends, the rogue leader lunges forward, pointing his blade at Lin Xiu. I only want the boy, Tuvan gasps, recognizing him as the infamous lone wolf, Chu Xiaoyu, a monster who once slaughtered an entire battalion. Her heart burns with hatred for the lives he stole. Determined to seek justice, the captain prepares to strike. But Lin Xiu gently holds her back, asking to handle this beast himself. Before clashing, he casually asks if this newcomer belongs to the same guild as the foolish shadow assassin he recently put in the ground. The comparison ignites a fiery rage within the villain. He roars, charging forward, "Do not dare compare me to that utter fool. We may both be rank 3, but my power is leagues beyond his." And indeed, his boastful words hold a terrifying truth. The sheer power radiating from that giant sword as it swings is far greater than Lin Xiu's silver soul. This opponent is truly formidable. While the young man fights, his comrades are far from idle, moving quickly under Tuvan's direct command. They rush in to sweep away those minor pests first, planning to support Lin Xiu once the field is cleared. Yet, this opponent is a true giant, making their struggle feel like throwing an egg against a stone. Chu Xiaoyu is about to open the young man's eyes to true power. Showing him what true martial skill looks like, he unleashes a devastating blade strike that leaves the young warrior completely defenseless. Fortunately, activating his fury state just in time saved him from being sliced in two, leaving him with only torn clothes and minor cuts. Seeing his target still standing, Chu Xiaoyu charges again with a sadistic laugh, unleashing his first devastating slash as Lin Xiu falls back, overwhelmed. The strike is so extraordinarily powerful that it even chips Lin Xiu's Silver Soul spear, despite it being forged from rare martial ore. Facing this relentless onslaught, he is forced to resort to his ultimate technique, perfected through a month of non-stop life-or-death combat. He has mastered the 100 birds facing the phoenix, a silver-rank skill that, when fused with his Fury Pear Blossom technique, will create an incredibly devastating combined strike. Yet, despite this being the absolute strongest attack in Lin Xiu's arsenal, Chu Xiaoyu still manages to block it. Worse yet, the attack leaves him completely unharmed. Preparing to end this duel, Chu Xiaoyu raises his blade for a lethal third slash. He intends to end Lin Xiu's life with this single, painless, crushing blow. As the shadow of death looms over him, a strange sensation suddenly washes through his body. Is it a final illusion before passing, or is it the lingering effect of his fury state? His physical attributes surge, allowing him to feel completely at one with his spear. With no time to hesitate, he must act. Lin Xiu unleashes a final, decisive strike, showing his foe the true power of the Fury Pear Blossom. Chu Xiaoyu is pierced straight through the chest. Collapsing heavily onto the ground, he can only wonder in his final moments if that strike was an ultimate esoteric technique. With his foe defeated, Lin Xiu's power breaks through to a new level, but his exhausted body collapses under the strain, and he faints. Waking up the next day, he finds everything has been settled. The mission is officially over, and they are heading home aboard a transport spaceship. Tu Van had stayed by his side, nursing him with absolute dedication and staying awake day and night to monitor his recovery. She presents him with a card loaded with 3 million credits as a reward for slaying the beast. At the sight of the money, Lin Xiu's eyes light up like stars. He repeatedly thanks his savior, but she merely pouts, teasingly complaining about how much effort she went through just for a simple thank you. She laughs, calling him a silly blockhead. The young man can only scratch his head, offering a shy, bashful smile in return. When he asks how she would prefer to be thanked, Tu Van slowly leans in close, a playful glint in her eyes. She softly whispers, suggesting he offer himself to her as repayment. Startled, the young warrior quickly scrambles for an excuse. He stammers that he is still just a student, far too young for romance, before hurriedly asking for the date to change the subject. As it turns out, today is the 20th, the exact day of his final exams. Realizing he might miss it, panic sets in. She waves her hand with a tired smile, reassuring him that it is only 4 a.m., and they will reach Xingyao City in 2 hours. He has nothing to worry about. Before their departure, the base commander gathers everyone to honor and reward the brave survivors. Lin Xiu watches the soldiers receive their medals with absolute envy, knowing each medal carries a unique, highly prestigious identification code. It grants immense privileges, making even local law enforcement think twice before crossing paths with them. Soon, it is his turn. The commander steps forward to praise Lin Xiu's outstanding achievements, pinning the highly prestigious Medal of Honor upon his chest. Though completely caught off guard by such a grand reward, Lin Xiu graciously accepts it, knowing it would be foolish to turn it down. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the final examinations have officially commenced. The crowd roars as students engage in highly dramatic, intense duels. Teacher La scans the crowd anxiously, growing increasingly worried as the clock ticks away with absolutely no sign of Lin Xiu. Having already missed the written exam, failing to show up now means automatic expulsion. By all calculations, the military transport should have returned yesterday. Could he have fallen in battle? No, he must have survived. Standing nearby, young Tian anxiously presses Teacher La for answers. He desperately wants to know where Lin Xiu has been training for the past month, but his question receives only heavy silence. The two can only wait in silence. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Tang Tian has returned from the grueling path of death. A trial where only 1 in 10 survives, his power has grown immensely, allowing him to easily crush his opponent. He easily defeats Lei Liang, ranked 98th. Up next is Lin Xiu versus Chen Xiao, but the instructor calls his name with no response. After shouting his name repeatedly to no avail, the referee reluctantly begins a final 10-second countdown. If he fails to appear, he will forfeit the match. But just as the countdown starts, Lin Xiu leaps into the arena, announcing his arrival. He has arrived. The crowd responds with a mixture of relief, surprise, and skepticism, while Tang Tian grinds his teeth in pure hatred, furious that Lin Xiu survived the outpost. But this is better. He resolves to personally crush Lin Xiu right here on the arena stage. Once again, our young hero faces nothing but pure contempt from his opponent. But he is far too used to this behavior, calmly raising a single finger in defiance. Your school combat rank is only number 100, is it not? That level of strength is absolutely nothing in my eyes. Driven to madness the moment the match begins, Tran Tu charges forward blindly, behaving like a man who has just escaped death itself. Facing such a weak opponent, our hero does not even bother to draw his weapon, calmly using his bare hands to deflect a powerful incoming kick. The opponent crashes heavily to the ground in pain. Furious, the man scrambles back up to continue the fight, only to find himself completely overwhelmed at every turn. Refusing to be defeated by someone he considers beneath him, Tran Tu unleashes his ultimate technique, determined to silence his opponent once and for all. Now is the moment to display true power. Our hero delivers an explosive punch packed with raw energy, striking directly with a force that sends Tran Tu crashing instantly to the ground in total defeat. Without spilling a single drop of sweat, our young fighter secures a swift, decisive victory. The match ends so fast that Teacher La and Duong Thien can only stare in silent disbelief, while his chubby friend rushes over to celebrate. He hugs his friend warmly, treating him like a beloved family pet. While waiting for the next round to begin, Lam 2 opens his system to check his current statistics. To his surprise, besides reaching level 15, he gains a special lottery draw along with a brand new skill called camouflage. This skill allows him to completely hide his power, appearing as an ordinary person unless an opponent is more than 2 ranks above him. Otherwise, they will never detect his true strength. It makes one wonder if this system has been watching too many martial arts movies to come up with such a clever trick. Even better, our young hero is now ready to unlock his first gene, though the risks are incredibly high. We are talking about a 10% mortality rate, a 20% chance of a coma, and a 30% chance of unpredictable complications. You and I can see this is a crazy gamble. He decides to set the option aside for now and move on. He allocates 15 potential points to his strength. Just then, the loudspeaker announces the next match, calling our young fighter to ring 13. Watching from the stands is director Truong Lan of the prestigious Tindu Academy. He has been filled with bitter anxiety, watching Lam 2 successfully complete the dangerous mission at the military outpost. He returned alive and much stronger. Now, the director has no idea how to explain this failure to the Duong family. After plotting in silence, a sinister idea strikes him. He will simply match our hero against the strongest opponent to have him eliminated permanently. And just like that, the random draw for the finals, which everyone believed was purely fate, is corruptly rigged against him. Meanwhile, our young hero only hopes he can avoid facing any of the top 10 fighters in the academy. He would be deeply grateful. But the moment those words leave his mouth, terrible luck strikes as 2 prominent names appear on the display board. Number 10-24, Lam 2 versus number 8, Diepko Lam, and number 10-23, Truong Yi versus number 208, Duong Thien. This is an absolute nightmare. Truong Yi is utterly shocked to face the brutal Duong Thien in his very first match, feeling his luck has hit rock bottom. As for our main character's opponent, word has it he is a high school senior ranked 4th overall who regularly trains in highly dangerous territories. These lands are filled with zombies and deadly beasts, giving him immense combat experience and a highly ruthless fighting style. Seeing his 2 beloved disciples matched against such terrifying opponents, their teacher feels a heavy sense of worry. Teacher La can do nothing but offer warm words of encouragement, warning both boys to remain extremely cautious. Meanwhile, among the elite VIP guests, a highly respected man known as Mr. Diep arrives. The principal quickly rushes over to greet him with the utmost respect. The principal hurriedly orders his staff to bring over the profiles of their top students, but Mr. Deep calmly declines. He prefers to watch the unfolding match first. Up in the ring, Truong Yi stands face-to-face with the notorious Duong Thien. The arrogant, golden-haired bully stares down his opponent with a cold, mocking expression of pure contempt. Do not bother surrendering, because as long as I am here, Class 29 is finished. Truong Yi wastes no words. Ignoring the boastful threats, he launches a direct strike. Sadly, the gap in power is simply too vast, and he is instantly subdued. The merciless Duong Thien twists Truong Yi's arm backward with sickening force. But breaking the young man's arm is not enough to satisfy his cruelty. He prepares to stomp and shatter his opponent's leg. Sensing the imminent danger, Lam Tu leaps onto the stage to intervene. If you want to fight, Duong Thien, face me. Leave my friend alone. The tension between them explodes as they prepare to clash. The referee finally steps in, shouting, "Which class are you from? Do you not know the rules of this arena? You cannot interfere during an active match." Frowning in pure anger at the referee's cold indifference, our hero retorts sharply, "Are you just going to stand there and watch a student get beaten to death?" Left speechless, the referee quickly calls the match. He declares the winner and calls for medical help. In a surprising twist, the responding doctor is none other than the beautiful Nuoc Thui. After many days apart, they are finally reunited, though under these highly stressful circumstances. Seeing his flustered reaction, she cannot help but playfully tease him until his face turns bright red. Nearby, Truong Yi lies in agony. Tears of bitter frustration stream down his face. Before being carried away, he weakly whispers a vital warning to Lam Tu. He warned his friend to stay cautious against that vicious opponent, offering comforting words to ease his mind. He promised to avenge his friend. Next, Lin Xiu stepped onto the stage, facing 18-year-old Yegu Lin, already a level 2 soldier. His combat power of 1847 was close to level 3 soldier Chu Diaoyu, proving why this young man ranked 4th among the academy's elite. Known to all as the Tiger of Xingyao, the moment the referee signaled the start, Yegu Lin immediately struck. His massive warhammer slammed down onto the arena floor, which was built from a special stone as hard as solid steel. Yet a single blow shattered the ground, leaving a massive crater. Luckily, Lin Xiu dodged, narrowly escaping the exact same brutal fate. Looking down at the smaller youth with sneering contempt, he admitted the kid was fast, but told him not to worry. No matter how fast he ran, the brute promised to crush his skull so quickly he wouldn't feel a single thing. Yi Gu Lin unleashed another crushing strike, fracturing the heavy stone stage that was engineered to withstand steel-shattering impacts. Up in the stands, Lin Xiu's doubters gossiped endlessly, convinced the young man stood absolutely no chance of survival. They claimed no one could withstand such overwhelming power. Unable to listen to the chatter, Ruo Shui and Yang Tian snapped back, telling the crowd to shut up and watch because the fight was far from over. Yet the arrogant critic scoffed, confidently declaring that if Lin Xiu somehow pulled off a victory, he would literally eat the arena stone. The school doctor chuckled mockingly, eagerly promising to tune into his live stream to watch him eat dirt once the battle concluded. With Ye Gulin dominating the fight, Lin Xiu considered activating his fury skill, but knew the timing just wasn't right. The long cooldown forced him to save that trump card for the final moments. Instead, he unleashed his swift pear blossom torrent technique. Catching his massive opponent off guard, he managed to land a solid strike. Yet, the wound barely fazed a heavy giant like Ye Gulin. Enraged, the giant gathered all his energy into a single devastating strike, the violent aura of his warhammer warping the air. The intense pressure paralyzed Lin Xiu completely, but he wasn't finished yet. With no way to dodge, he chose to stand his ground. Seamlessly blending his 100 birds and pear blossom techniques, his spectacular counteroffensive left the judges completely astounded. The young warrior was exceptionally skilled, but the battle was far from over. No sooner had he blocked the blow than Ye Gulin unleashed his deadly signature technique. Up in the stands, Ruo Shui and teacher Luo screamed out in absolute terror. They urged him to jump off the stage before his bones were crushed, but it was too late. Lin Xiu took the full impact. Ye Gulin grinned arrogantly, confident that his opponent had just been blown straight into the afterlife. But our hero possessed a legendary resilience that refused to break. He survived, though the heavy pressure prevented him from activating his fury skill. Having endured his opponent's best shots, it was time to strike back. Lin Xiu's power surged like a rising tide, swiftly overwhelming the high-level fighter. Tasting defeat for the first time, the sore loser resorted to a cowardly trick, pulling out an explosive and throwing it at Lin Xiu. With no time to think, Lin Xiu quickly shoved his celebrating friend out of harm's way, taking the brunt of the danger. Fortunately, the legendary Mr. Ye leaped down from the VIP section, deploying an advanced defense technique to shield the young warriors. This incredible barrier saved Lin Xiu's life. Only level 6 soldiers could project their inner energy outward to create such an absolute defense. The energy circle completely neutralized the blast. Having saved the boy, Mr. Ye offered warm words of encouragement for his future. Praising Lin Xiu's great potential, he turned to lecture Ye Gulin, stating that wanting to win is natural for youth. However, resorting to such underhanded, murderous tactics was completely unforgivable. Sensing the danger, the school principal rushed down in a total panic. But Mr. Ye immediately scolded him, asking if this ruthless cheater was the elite student they had recommended. The principal stood utterly speechless. Left with no dignity, he bowed deeply and apologized, promising severe punishment. The headmaster looked absolutely terrified under his cold gaze. Curious about his savior's identity, Lin Xiu questioned his instructor, but teacher Luo had no idea who this mysterious elder was. He suspected the man represented one of the 5 great academies. Due to the shocking chaos, the tournament was temporarily put on hold. Lin Xiu returned to his dorm to rest, recover, and prepare for the afternoon. There, he excitedly accessed his system to claim his lucky draw. Reaching level 15 granted him 2 reward spins. Clasping his hands, the young man prayed to the heavens for some good fortune. He hoped for a legendary prize, but bad luck struck instead. He only received a basic silver-grade blade skill card. Though the reward seemed utterly useless, this unpredictable system always kept its master on his toes with sudden surprises. A timely notification pinged, informing him that 3 spare skill cards of the exact same rank could be merged together. This feature was better than nothing. Stealing his resolve, Lin Xiu decided to use his very last draw. He desperately hoped for a grand prize, but his terrible luck persisted. Opening the chest revealed nothing but a pile of ordinary skill cards. None of them stood out. However, realizing he now had 3 silver cards, he decided to test the system's new synthesis feature. By sacrificing his duplicates, the gamble paid off beautifully. Lin Xiu held a brand new, powerful skill card in his hands. The new skill, Judgment, sounded incredibly powerful, so he decided he had to learn it right away without losing a single second. This skill allows him to deflect an enemy's strike right back at them, with the counterattack's power depending entirely on how strong the original blow was. However, executing this counter drains massive amounts of the user's energy and demands incredibly strict, split-second timing to pull off successfully. If the opponent's rank is too high, it fails. Still, he secured a major new skill. He was absolutely thrilled with his luck. That afternoon, the tournament continued, and Lin Xiu faced his next opponent, Fei Fei, a young student with a surprisingly mature build. While our hero was still scratching his head, wondering how to fight a girl, she suddenly locked eyes with him. With a razor-sharp gaze and a magical ring, she bound him tight, kissed his cheek, and surrendered on the spot, leaving the crowd shocked and Lin Xiu completely frozen in utter confusion. He had no idea what just happened, wondering who he even was. Meanwhile, his close companion, Ruo Shui, flew into a jealous rage, calling the girl a temptress for seducing her beloved boy, before rushing onto the stage herself to grab him. She boldly stole his lips in a deep kiss, throwing the poor young man into absolute panic. Getting kissed twice in one day left him completely speechless. There is a saying that beautiful women bring chaos. The next round featured 15 fighters, but since they fought in pairs, one person would be left without a match. This meant there would be a 2-on-1 match. As luck would have it, because of his rising reputation, he was thrown directly into this incredibly unfair and brutal setup. His opponents were Jiang Dao, ranked 10th, and Chu Jun, ranked 12th. Since they were close friends, they would almost certainly team up against him. It looked like our hero was in for a brutal beating. Lin Xiu racked his brain, desperately trying to figure out a way to survive. With time running out, he dragged himself onto the stage to face his fate. Sure enough, the two opponents immediately began working together. They had studied his signature moves and brought perfect counters. Knowing his directional attacks could only target one foe at a time, they synchronized their moves to strike him from both sides. They relentlessly unleashed their most brutal and lethal strikes, determined to end him right then and there. But these two unfortunate souls had no idea that Lin Xiu had just mastered a powerful new barrier. They rushed in like moths to a flame, setting up a spectacular climax. He launched his counterattack, combining his brand new judgment skill with his old moves to blast his opponents away with a single massive strike, leaving them completely flattened on the ground, unable to even twitch. The final result was clear. The referee declared Lin Xiu the winner. He completely turned the tables, pulling off an absolutely spectacular comeback victory. Watching Lin Xiu celebrate, Zhang Lin, the head instructor of Starry Academy, burned with a bitter, silent rage. As he gritted his teeth, Tang Tian stepped forward, asking to arrange the next round of 12 matches. He wanted them grouped together so he could make his rivals suffer the agonizing pain of defeat. With that, the top 12 matches officially began. The very first round featured Lin Xiu facing off against Tang Tian. Although our hero had defeated Tang Tian before, both fighters had grown significantly stronger since then, making the final outcome of this rematch incredibly hard to predict. Furthermore, Tang Tian had already reached rank 2 warrior strength. His younger brother even showed up to cheer him on. He arrogantly declared that Lin Xiu stood no chance and would face a brutal defeat. Seeing him, the chubby friend decided to tease the boy. He jokingly asked if the young brat had come to watch his big brother get crushed by Lin Xiu, leaving the boy completely speechless and fuming in silence. On the stage, after exchanging some serious trash talk, the two fighters clashed, ready to put on an absolutely legendary show for the audience. Armed with a rare blood sword worth nearly 100 million credits, Tang Tian launched his assault with terrifying enthusiasm. He swung with immense force, eager to let his blade taste blood, while Lin Xiu countered by striking back rapidly with his spear. However, his attacks were easily neutralized by the opponent's swift movements, shocking Teacher Luo and everyone watching from the sidelines. They were stunned because that advanced movement technique required rank 3 warrior strength to even learn. How could a rank 2 fighter like Tang Tian master it? It made no sense, and he wasn't finished yet. Tang Tian unleashed a powerful frost fist, sending our hero flying back several yards while spitting blood, yet Lin Xiu refused to stay down. Unable to activate his fury, he resorted to his signature Phoenix Strike, but the enemy countered that too, launching a brutal, relentless assault. Our main character absorbed every single heavy blow, and even his new counter skill couldn't help him turn the tide. His spear shattered into pieces, leaving him completely defenseless with zero chance to strike back. He became a human punching bag as his opponent relentlessly vented years of deep, pent-up anger and resentment on him. Terrified for his life, Teacher Luo and Yang Tian screamed for him to surrender before he was beaten to death, but our stubborn hero had survived far worse. Gritting his teeth, the young man forced himself to stand and screamed that he would never accept defeat. However, talking back only brought more pain. Tang Tian pounced like a hungry tiger, ready to deliver a fatal, crushing blow. Fortunately, the referee stepped in just in time, or our young hero would have ended up in a coffin. Heavily injured and unable to stand, he slowly slipped into unconsciousness, only to see the mysterious system waiting for him in his dreams. A dangerous request is sent to unlock Level 1 genetics. It carries a 10% chance of death, 20% chance of coma, and a 30% risk of unpredictable side effects. Driven by a desperate need to win this match and defeat Tang Tian, he completely ignores the devastating consequences. The genetic unlock is approved instantly. Incredibly, absolutely no side effects occur, leaving him wishing he had taken this leap of faith right from the very beginning. Lin Xiu successfully unlocks his Level 2 genetics. Instantly, his physical power and speed skyrocket, as if his entire body has been boosted to its absolute limit. To top it off, he secures 3 lucky draw chances and achieves the rank of a Level 2 soldier. Talk about incredible, unmatched good fortune. Up on the stage, the referee begins announcing the winner, but before he can even finish his sentence, Lin Xiu's broken body starts to stir and rises. It is a chilling sight that leaves the entire crowd gasping in disbelief, as if they are witnessing a ghost come to life. Even Mr. Yi finds this young man highly intriguing, noting that he did not rely on any forbidden drugs. Yet somehow, his strength has suddenly exploded. Just a few months ago, he was considered a weakling, but now he is ready to fight. His physical capabilities are nearing those of a rank 3 martial artist. It is truly mind-blowing, as if every single cell in his body is vibrating with power. With an explosive burst, he charges forward before his opponent can even register the threat. Tang Tian raises his arm to block the incoming strike, but underestimating his foe proves to be a grave mistake. His arm snaps clean off, exposing the shocking truth beneath a cold, robotic limb. Furious, the scarred young man lashes out with bitter resentment, roaring that it was all Lin Xiu's fault he became this half-human, half-machine monstrosity. To grow his power, he had ventured onto the perilous path of death, only to be brutally crippled by the vicious monsters lurking there. He was forced to undergo cybernetic modification just to survive. Although this mechanical upgrade elevates his power to that of a rank 3 warrior, this is his absolute limit. He can never grow stronger again. He blames Lin Xiu for this permanent ceiling, screaming for him to die. With eyes burning red, Tang Tian charges forward, completely consumed by the urge to destroy the boy who ruined his reputation. A desperate, ruthless move from a desperate man. Yet, as we can see, his opponent is far too naive. He has no idea that Lin Xiu has just survived absolute hell. Surviving near death, Lin Xiu effortlessly turns the tide. He delivers a brutal lesson in true combat, 1 powerful kick, 2 solid punches, and a knockout. A stunning barrage of strikes follows in a spectacular display of martial prowess, launching his opponent straight into the air. The boy crashes hard onto the arena floor, completely knocked out. Seeing the wealthy young master in grave danger, the referee panics, knowing he must intervene immediately. If he does not act, he will face severe consequences. He rushes forward to halt the match and formally declares Lin Xiu the victor. Defeating Tang Tian twice on this stage leaves the crowd in absolute shock. Even Tang Ping, watching his brother fall, can only sigh in awe. Lin Xiu is incredibly powerful. Just when everyone assumes Tang Tian is completely out cold and lets their guard down, the fallen fighter suddenly stirs. He pulls a hidden syringe from his pocket and desperately lunges toward Lin Xiu's exposed back. He screams for Lin Xiu to die, boasting that this is a special gift from the path of death, a lethal virus that turns victims into zombies. Laughing maniacally, he drives the needle forward, completely ignoring the supervisor's frantic shouts that the match is over. Blind rage and absolute hatred have completely taken over his entire mind. His face contorts into a hideous mask of pure madness as he mutters, laughing that he wants to see Lin Xiu turn into a monster. Facing this insane assault, Lin Xiu merely offers a cold smile, quietly whispering that his opponent has brought this entirely upon himself. With a swift motion, the needle is turned back and driven directly into his own throat. Tang Tian cannot even utter a final breath. His body rapidly mutates, sprouting horrific spikes as he transforms into a literal zombie. Lin Xiu hesitates for only a second. Monsters must be eliminated. The young warrior swiftly delivers a decisive mercy blow. Blood splatters across the stage, accompanied only by the agonizing, grief-stricken wails of Tang Ping. Suddenly, a furious roar echoes through the arena, demanding vengeance for his son. An explosive strike flies outward from the head of the Tang family. Tang Mubai completely disregards the tournament rules, charging straight toward Lin Xiu to claim his life in exchange for his fallen son. Seeing the situation escalate, Mr. Ye quickly intervenes. He blocks the lethal strike, once again saving the young warrior from certain death. Confronted by a powerful rank 6 warrior, Tang Mubai is forced to back down. Bowing respectfully, he argues that Lin Xiu murdered his son. He demands to take the boy to the authorities, warning the master to step aside, but the master rejects these empty excuses. Mr. Ye bluntly responds that he only saw Lin Xiu neutralize a mutated zombie to ensure the safety of the entire Star Academy. He asks if putting down dangerous monsters in this city is a crime. Unwilling to argue, Tang Mubai orders his men to retrieve his son, completely disregarding the rules. Perhaps he believes wealth places him above the law, but Mr. Ye stops him again, citing the strict quarantine protocols to prevent viral contamination. Until the authorities confirm the nature of this mutation, the body cannot be moved. Left with no other choice, Tang Mubai silently submits to the master's orders. Meanwhile, at the Federation military dormitories, rumors of Lin Xiu's incredible triumph spread quickly. Everyone praises the young warrior for his remarkable strength and courage. He had barely returned before taking down the prominent eldest heir of the Tang family. Yet, despite their admiration, they all know the dark truth. Given the immense power of the Tang family, you and I know Lin Xiu is bound to face severe retaliation. Just as the soldiers worry, their commanding officer enters the room. She brings grave news. A highly dangerous, mutated zombie has indeed broken loose within the Star Academy. The superiors ordered them to set out early tomorrow morning to investigate this matter, which was certainly welcome news. Reuniting with old brothers in arms at a time like this was a dream come true, and the excited young men went to sleep in their polka-dot pajamas. But suddenly, Lin too was yanked out of bed, half asleep, only to be hit with the shocking news that he was a murder suspect. He had to go with the police, but seeing his teacher standing there, the young man spoke up sarcastically, asking if he was moving against him already. He accused the old man of sending him to his death at the Fortress of Light, leaving the insulted teacher utterly humiliated in public. Furious, the teacher pointed a finger and roared, calling him insolent for dare talking to his elder and educator in such a disrespectful manner. Calling him utter scum who belonged behind bars, they refused to listen to any reason and immediately ordered the guards to handcuff the young man and drag him away. But Lin too was far from foolish, calmly declaring that because of his one-star Medal of Honor, no one had the legal authority to arrest him. Only the federal military could take him in. Believing the young man was lying about the Medal of Honor, they grew even more furious and shamelessly yelled directly in his face. Just then, a massive military tank ground to a halt right outside the door, and a powerful warrior named Tu Van stepped down. She boldly warned them that attacking a decorated federal warrior was a grave crime, ordering her men to arrest every single one of the corrupt group. It felt like a heavy slap to the face for Truong Luke, who panicked and desperately tried to stutter an explanation. But they were all shackled and marched away in an instant. This gave old friends Lai Ditch and Kim Hai a rare chance to reunite and bombard him with endless caring questions. It was so overwhelming he could barely answer, but their happy reunion was cut short when Teacher La suddenly rushed over with bad news. Under intense pressure from the powerful Duong family, the school board had just made a formal decision to punish the young man. Handing over the official notice, it left Lin Tu completely stunned. He could not believe his eyes, wondering how they could use such obviously falsified evidence against him. The teacher explained that the administration claimed he knew the syringe was poisoned, yet willfully chose to inject it into Duong Tien anyway. Although it was not classified as intentional murder, they ruled it as a malicious act intended to cause severe harm to another person. This act directly caused Duong Tian's death, and as a result, the academy officially made the heavy decision to expel student Lin Tu. Hearing this, he cursed the corrupt officials in anger, while his kind teacher sadly apologized for not having the power to stop such a terrible injustice. Teacher La offered to use his personal connections to help him transfer to another school, but Lin Tu refused, not wanting to drag others into his troubles. He expressed his sincere gratitude but declined, knowing that finding another institution willing to accept an expelled student would be an uphill battle. Tu Van, who had been quietly watching, spoke up to reassure him that when one door closes, another opens, and that their commander had sent them here for a reason. They were here to formally invite him into the federal military. Lin Tu realized she was right, since his expulsion meant his dreams of college were over. It was far better to enlist with his brothers to fight the zombie hordes, proving that Providence always leaves a path forward for those with courage. Opportunities are always open to those ready to seize them, and suddenly, he had multiple paths before him as a respected elder named Mr. Diep arrived to offer a competing invitation. He announced that Lin Xiu could attend his elite academy, handing him a formal letter. Upon reading the invitation, the young man gasped in absolute disbelief. It was an invitation to the legendary Sanctuary Academy, causing the surrounding young men to cry out in sheer amazement. Mr. Deep smiled, assuring the astonished youth that there was no mistake. It was indeed the prestigious Sanctuary Academy. He explained that he served as a special admissions recruiter for the academy, traveling the lands each year to offer exclusive, direct enrollment opportunities to the most gifted young talents. He had been quietly observing Lin Tu for some time and felt the boy's extraordinary talents made him the perfect candidate for their institution. Lin Tu was deeply bewildered, wondering if an outcast student like himself truly deserved such an incredible blessing. Seeing the young man stand there completely speechless, Mr. Deep offered warm reassurance, instructing him to simply report directly to the campus on September 1st. Hearing this firm, undeniable promise, the young man finally believed it was real, promising he would be there. Deep in his heart at that moment, he fondly pictured reuniting with that beautiful young lady, Luo, imagining her delight and absolute surprise when they finally crossed paths again. Yet, a mystery remained. The invitation held no address, and even a thorough search on the global network yielded absolutely no trace of its location. He had to ask the elder. Mr. Deep calmly replied that he must travel to the very end of the road of death. There, guides would escort him inside. The young men nearby gasped, even more shocked than him, whispering in disbelief about the dreaded road of death. To their knowledge, it was not merely a road, but a desolate region overrun by massive zombie hordes and highly dangerous evolved beasts. It was widely feared as one of the most dangerous places on Earth, rumored to harbor the most powerful monsters alive. These beasts possessed Tier 10 strength, guarding mysterious ruins left behind from the Great War. They expected Lin Tu to tremble, but the brave young man only grew more thrilled. To him, more monsters simply meant more valuable combat experience to gain. There was absolutely no reason to fear, as it was a true paradise. He informed the elder that he would first travel to the Black Sea to earn his official warrior certification before reporting to the academy. Mr. Deep agreed that this was a wise path, as building a strong foundation would surely benefit his future growth. Before taking his leave, the elder offered his heartfelt congratulations and encouraged him to keep striving forward after such wondrous, unexpected news. Everyone could not help but marvel at Lin Xiu's incredible luck, with his buddies constantly praising his good fortune. The group invited him and teacher Luo out for a massive drinking session. To ensure his own survival, the cautious teacher quickly suggested inviting some extra friends along. The more, the merrier, right? But for Lin Xiu, it felt like stepping right into a spider demon's nest, surrounded by dangerous creatures. With Ruo Shui pressing from the front, Shuang Er behind, and Zi Yun blocking his escape, he could barely catch his breath. Who gets this terrified of beautiful women? When the ladies offered to escort him to the Black Sea, the young man did not hesitate to reject them instantly. Claiming he needed to focus on training during his travels, Lin Xiu set off alone. Days later, he reached the Starlight City border carrying his newly purchased spear. His previous weapon had shattered to pieces during the battle with Tang Tian. He promised himself that once he earned his official warrior license, he would immediately log on to the League network to buy the absolute strongest weapon. Suddenly, he sensed the distinct aura of nearby warriors. Staying quiet, he waited to see who was delivering free experience points. He turned around just in time to throw a powerful punch. The attacker flew back several meters. It turned out to be the Tang family lackeys, sent to seek revenge. But these foes were far too weak. With a few basic moves, he finished them off, shouldering his spear once more. He walked on, wondering if the real boss would show up. Right on cue, Yu and I witnessed the powerful elder Tang Mubai launch a surprise attack. The elder demanded a life for his fallen son, facing an opponent many times stronger than himself. Lin Xiu showed no fear, boldly mocking him. He said if the old man was worried about his son being lonely, he would gladly reunite them in death. The two clashed in fierce combat. As Lin Xiu blocked the strikes, the elder realized this youth possessed extraordinary, overwhelming strength. 5 rapid spear thrusts erupted, each carrying the peak power of a rank 2 warrior, as Tang Mubai continued his relentless onslaught. With his ultimate rage skill still on a 3-minute cooldown, he had to hold out. His only option was to dodge and evade every strike. But running forever was impossible. He chose to take a massive risk. Though he successfully blocked the attack, his weapon shattered, just as his rage skill finally came off cooldown. Gathering all his strength, the youth unleashed a devastating blow, catching the elderly Tang completely off guard. Finally feeling true terror, Tang Mubai trembled and begged, screaming that he was the family head and could not be killed. He warned that his clan would never let this slide. But as you and I know, our hero was no longer weak. Finding an opportunity for payback was rare. Leaving this enemy alive would be foolish. The youth coldly delivered his final response. He mockingly asked if the old man knew the real reason he was leaving Starlight City. It was because he had been accepted into the prestigious Sanctuary Academy. As an elite student, his future was limitless. He was far beyond the reach of a mediocre clan like theirs. With a cold command to die, he swung his weapon. He sent the elder to join his son in death. Despite acting extremely confident earlier, once the threat was neutralized, Lin Xiu finally let out a sigh of relief. Without his ultimate rage skill, he might have been the one lying dead. Although he won, his exhausted body was in a very rough state. He needed a safe place to rest and heal. Looking at his system screen, he comforted himself with the progress. Reaching a combat power of 2000 would elevate him to a rank 3 warrior. Since he had 4 lucky draws saved up, he decided to spin immediately. However, the system loved surprises, displaying only mysterious question marks and teasing a special bonus if he played today. This promise of extra rewards highly piqued his curiosity. On his very first spin, Lin Xiu won a massive hoard of various power crystals. Though not very useful, they could be sold for a fortune. Testing his luck again, he pulled a legendary weapon, the Scarlet Moon. They were a pair of powerful combat gloves that suited him perfectly. You and I know he could not resist eagerly trying his luck just one more time. Unfortunately, he only received a bunch of martial skill cards. None of them involved spear techniques, making them completely useless to him. Having a sudden stroke of genius, he decided to fuse them all together, hoping to create a better skill. Fusing 3 silver cards could yield a legendary gold card. With deep hope, he began praying to the heavens. He begged for success, but the merciless system simply slapped him with a brutally disappointing notification of total failure. It announced a failed fusion. Knowing the third time is usually a charm, he held his breath for his final attempt. Fortunately, his desperate begging finally paid off. The system granted his wish, successfully fusing the legendary gold rank technique, Galaxy Falling from the 9 Heavens. He seemed to have stolen all the luck in the world. With 1 spin remaining, he prepared for the final round. Without hesitation, he initiated the spin. Surprisingly, he unlocked a growth stage trial, bringing back memories of his terrifying 100-kilogram training gear. But tempted by the massive potential points, his greed won. He decided to swallow his fear and accept the dangerous challenge. After recovering, Lin Xiu resumed his journey. Along the way, he happened to rescue a young man named Lei Liang. The stranger was being hunted by a rank 2 evolved beast. Upon learning our hero was heading to the Black Sea for the warrior exam, Lei Liang invited him to join his team. But as they traveled, Lei Liang's group ended up recruiting a new member who was pretty cute and quite tiny, though her behavior was rather strange. Calling herself the little princess of the dark element, Bai Li Haoling rushed straight toward Lin Tu the moment she spotted him. She declared that his strength was quite decent, making him perfect to be her disciple, then laughed loudly, asking Lin Tu if he wanted to join her. Lei Liang stood nearby without a hint of surprise, whispering to the young man that she had said the exact same thing to them when they first met, asking if we would be willing to be her disciples. Lin Tu was completely dumbfounded, wondering what was wrong with this girl and if she had lost her mind. Not wanting to waste any more precious time with her, he left her with a single line and kept walking, saying he had no interest in a tiny master. As they traveled, the group came across an area littered with human bones. Lin Tu realized this was the work of Tier 2 mutated man-eating birds that hunt in packs. The bald man in the group was skeptical upon hearing this explanation, refusing to believe it and making excuses instead. He argued that perhaps some giant beast was responsible, but the moment the words left his mouth, reality slapped him right in the face. A massive bird swooped down from the sky to attack. The bald man reacted quickly, throwing a knife to decapitate the beast, boastfully asking if Tier 2 monsters were really this pathetic. Before the man could celebrate, Lin Tu quickly warned him that the real danger was only just beginning, and he was absolutely right. A swarm of man-eating birds with giant, cavernous mouths and sharp eyes rushed toward them like screaming rockets. Lin Tu quickly used his newly acquired gauntlets to fend them off, but their numbers seemed to grow by the second, making the situation highly difficult. Meanwhile, Bai Li Haoling watched cheerfully, praising his impressive agility with great excitement. "You are perfect to be my disciple." Lin Tu was getting a massive headache from her constant babbling. Enough about disciples, little girl. If she wanted a disciple, she needed to prove her strength first. Incredibly, the young girl charged forward alone to show off her skills, proving she was worthy of being a true master. In the blink of an eye, wielding 2 swords and a terrifying aura, she unleashed her power. She wiped out the entire flock of man-eating birds instantly, leaving the others completely jaw-dropped. The bald guy curiously asked where she had bought those dual blades. asking for the shop's address. She replied that money could not buy them, as her own mother crafted them. After praising the weapons, the two young men showered her parents with compliments, commending them for forging such formidable weapons. Lin Xiu watched from the side, silently calling the two men utter fools. It was not the swords, but Bai Li Haoling's sheer strength that sliced the beasts in half so easily. Another teammate wondered where all the crystal cores had gone. Desperately hoping to pocket a few, he searched everywhere but could not find a single one. Hearing this, Hao Ling pulled a pouch from her pocket, pointed at it, and handed it to Lin Xiu, asking if he wanted them, calling it a welcoming gift from a master to her disciple. Lin Xiu's mind reeled in shock, wondering how she could have pulled this off, slaying the beasts and gathering 10 crystal cores completely undetected. Was this girl absolutely out of her mind? Did she want to be a master that badly? More than 10 Tier 2 crystal cores would fetch a handsome sum, yet she was just giving them away. He was tempted, but his pride held him back. He refused to sell out for mere wealth and fame. Lin Xiu looked at Hao Ling and flatly refused, stating he did not want them and had not agreed to be her disciple. This rejection pierced her heart like 1,000 needles. Pouting in disappointment, Hao Ling decided to absorb them herself. Lin Xiu watched her in absolute disbelief, questioning reality itself. How could anyone absorb energy that fast? Over 10 Tier 2 crystal cores were completely drained in a single moment. Aside from her immense strength, had she mastered the absorption technique to such a legendary degree? Truly, one must never judge a book by its cover. You have to look deep inside to see true greatness. The remaining teammates stared at the empty crystal shells, completely drained of power, and wept in deep regret. That night, the team gathered under a tree, lighting a campfire to roast meat and rest. Hao Ling held a meat skewer, devouring it like she had been starving for 1,000 years. Watching her messy eating habits, Lin Xiu could not help but sarcastically praise her elegance. Lei Liang's men watched them eat heartily while roasting more meat, urging them to eat up, assuring them there was plenty. Our main character used his system eye to inspect Hao Ling, but only discovered she was a Tier 4 warrior. Everything else was covered in question marks. Just as Lin Xiu asked if she was from Xingyao City, Hao Ling suddenly felt her head spin violently. Her entire body lost all strength, and she collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiu approached her with concern, wondering if she had a bad stomachache. But right after, the young man succumbed to the exact same condition, his strength draining completely. Only then did both realize they had been poisoned. Lei Liang's group quickly showed their true colors, explaining it was not poison, but acetylene, a colorless and odorless paralyzing liquid. It temporarily drains the strength of Tier 1 martial artists. They assured their victims they only wanted money, not to play dangerous games, and had no intention of killing them. Weakly, Lin Xiu tried to reason with them, pointing out that acetylene was highly inefficient, only working on Tier 2 martial artists or lower, only sold on the black market, and extremely expensive. Why would they spend so much money? Unfazed by the insult, they shamelessly admitted that achieving their goals meant being willing to pay a heavy price. With limited strength but infinite schemes, they could not touch high-tier warriors. Thus, they could only target weak, Tier 1 small fry like them. Well, you and I are on a dangerous road where rookie martial artists travel to Black Sea City for their exams. For these bandits, finding an easy target means they can retire early. A bald thug holds a knife to our hero's neck, demanding those rare gloves. He had been eyeing those gloves all morning, along with that stuffed backpack. To make matters worse, he dares to touch young Hao Lin's cheek. The thug demands her 2 swords and gear, suggesting they have some fun. But honestly, these fools are playing a very dangerous game. And speaking of foolishness, the delicious smell of their grilled meat just attracted some very unwelcome guests. Before they can even turn around, a massive red-eyed wolf chomps down on one thug, sending him straight to the afterlife. The other 3 try to fight back, but they are far too weak to face this beast. Their only option now is to run. Loi Luong greedily lures the wolf toward our 2 resting youngsters. He figures the beast will eat them, allowing him to steal their leftover gear later. But he is sorely mistaken. Our young hero does not have time for these childish games. Lam Tu stands up and delivers a brutal punch straight to the wolf's head, leaving it completely dazed while the cowards hide behind a tree. Shocked to see him completely unharmed, the terrified thugs demand to know his secret. Lam Tu simply plays poor, claiming he is just a level 2 martial artist. He says he just lacks the money to take the official exam. Hearing this, Loi Luong's head starts to spin in disbelief. The terrified thug can barely stand. What kind of monster did he just provoke? Meanwhile, the angry wolf lunges forward again. He tries to fight back with his heavy gloves, but the training weight holds him back. He jokingly begs Hao Lin to save his life. The girl had been pretending to sleep this entire time. Hearing her name, she slowly gets up, leaving the thugs completely speechless. Seeing this young girl look so calm sends a shiver down their spines. At this point, absolutely nothing can surprise them anymore. Refusing to believe it, they demand to know how she is unharmed. Are you a level 2 martial artist as well? Did your family also run out of money for the exam fee? Howlin brushes off her clothes, preparing to deliver the truth. She tells them they have it all wrong. She is not traveling to take the exam, she is actually going to be the examiner. This shocking revelation blows everyone away. Even our hero and the red-eyed wolf are left completely stunned by her words. With a sudden burst of speed, she channels her energy into her blades and feet, moving faster than the eye can follow. With 2 swift slashes, she severs its tail and cleanly cuts the beast's throat, ending the fight in the blink of an eye. Now, you and I can see she is turning her icy gaze toward those trembling thugs. Shivering in fear, they realize they are in serious trouble. They beg for mercy, crying out that they only wanted money and never intended to kill anyone. They promise to turn their lives around and be good citizens from now on. But she shows no mercy to these wicked thugs. With a swift swing of her blade, justice is served. Loi Luong lies completely still on the ground. It seems karma has finally caught up with him. He paid the ultimate price for his arrogance. Seeing their leader sent to his final resting place, the others are terrified. The remaining 2 thugs burst into tears, weeping hysterically as they desperately try to save their own skins. They beg pitifully, screaming that they are too young to die and want to live. They promise to change their ways. Finding their constant whining too annoying, Hao Lin waves her hand to dismiss them. She sternly reminds them that their fallen leader ungratefully betrayed her disciple, who had just saved his life earlier. He intentionally led the wolf back to harm her student, which is why he had to go. Now, get out of her sight! She warns them never to show their faces on this road again. Terrified, the thugs scramble away without looking back. Those survivors got incredibly lucky today. Meanwhile, our hero looks down at the lifeless body with a sigh of regret. Seeing his expression, Hao Lin lectures him, saying those who live by the sword will surely die by the sword. She warns him not to be too soft. Little does she know, he only regrets losing those valuable experience points. With the trouble sorted out, Hao Lin stretches and suggests they discuss their own business. Lam Tu smirks playfully, whispering back, "What could a lone young man and woman possibly have to discuss? Are we talking about romance here?" Well, that playful teasing is about to hit a major brick wall. Our single hero gets a swift smack to the face for his teasing. Afterward, Hao Lin asks about his power suppression technique. She suspects his true power is much greater. Still stinging from the punch, Lam Tu quickly tries to change the subject. He insists this is his actual limit, denying any secret training. Sensing his hesitation, she decides not to press him. Instead, she kindly offers to answer any questions he might have. Seizing the opportunity, he eagerly asks how she became a level 3 martial artist so young. He asks if she is truly an examiner and how old she is. Annoyed by his endless questions, Hao Lin glares at him. She patiently answers all the young man's questions, confirming she is indeed a rank 3 martial artist and an official examiner from Black Sea City. She warns him not to expect any special treatment during his exam, adding that a lady's age is a strict secret he should never ask about. But she offers a deal. If Lin Xiu becomes her disciple, she will teach him everything on their journey, ensuring he easily passes his martial artist qualification exam. Already a rank 2 martial artist, the young man feels confident in his own abilities. Naturally, he turns down her offer to become her student without a second thought. Frustrated after her repeated attempts to convince him fail, Hao Ling finally loses her patience and challenges the stubborn young man to an immediate duel. She promises to suppress her power to rank 1 and fight completely empty-handed. If she wins, however, he must accept her as his master. Lin Xiu agrees instantly, filled with confidence. He fully intends to use this golden opportunity to teach the little lady a lesson in humility. He scoffs at the idea of her being his master, thinking she might only qualify as his girlfriend before equipping his top-tier combat gloves. Delivering a massive, powerful punch, he charges forward. But Hao Ling, with a sharp, cold gaze, prepares to block the strike with her bare hands. He expected his system powers to grant him an easy victory, but before he can even react, he is sent flying dozens of meters away. Utterly embarrassed and speechless, he looks at this, realizing he was outmatched. He figured calling her master wouldn't kill him. Learning her incredible techniques was his top priority. Fully defeated and humbled, Lin Xiu bashfully called her master. Having successfully won the young man over, Hao Ling was absolutely thrilled and could not stop smiling. She kindly explained why his previous punch fell so short of her own strength. According to her, it all came down to using the wrong method. The origin energy cultivation technique allows warriors to absorb cosmic energy, gathering it within their bodies to strengthen their muscles and bones. It enhances their organs and cells, while the rest is stored as origin energy. When a warrior channels this energy into a weapon, its power shifts dramatically. The weapon becomes harder and much sharper, Yet no matter how enhanced it gets, it cannot truly escape its basic physical limits. But coating the weapon in energy is a different story. The stronger the origin energy, the greater the weapon's destructive power. Though he listened closely, Lin Xiu still seemed a bit skeptical. He stared at her blade, struggling to see the difference. To him, the weapon looked entirely unchanged, showing only a faint glow of energy. Seeing her new disciple still looked completely clueless, Hao Ling sighed. She told him to focus his origin energy into his eyes to see clearly, slipping right back into her patient teacher persona. Only by focusing energy into his eyes could he truly see another person's aura clearly. Otherwise, to the naked eye, it simply appeared as a faint, blurry light. When energy erupts, warriors from stages 1 to 3 emit a blue aura, while stages 4 to 6 glow with a deep purple. Stages 7 to 9 shine orange, and anything above stage 9 glows gold. This visual cue helps warriors judge an opponent's true strength. With that, she raised her blade. She swung it to demonstrate, proving even a blade made of ordinary materials could become deadly. Worth only 10 to 20,000 alliance dollars, coating it in origin energy made it as sharp as $10 million weapons. However, simply pushing energy inside would easily damage it. Lin Xiu nodded along, pretending to understand, but still wondered why warriors bothered with high-grade weapons if origin energy was already so effective. Wouldn't that cost a fortune? Howling felt her patience wearing thin, but she calmly tried to explain the difference once more. You have got it all wrong. You cannot just wrap energy around the weapon. You must inject it inside too. This keeps the inside and outside in perfect balance. Every weapon is different, and even with energy coating the exterior, the shock from each impact will still damage the fragile interior. Low-grade weapons have very weak core quality. Even if they become razor sharp, they will shatter on impact much faster than high-grade gear. Our main character was totally confused by this, but now, his mind is finally clear again. Suddenly, he realizes he was completely cheated. Even though she suppressed her power to a first-tier warrior, the actual energy in her fists was a different story. Furious, Lin Xiu points right at her, demanding they call off the bet because she cheated. It seems being polite only gets you pushed around. Caught red-handed, Hao Lin sheepishly scratches her head, but she still confidently promises the young man he will not lose out. To make him forget the embarrassment, she quickly changes the subject and tells him to try coating his weapon with energy, so she can see his progress. Lin Xiu strains with absolutely everything he has, squeezing so hard he might burst. Red-faced and gasping for air like a tired dog, he only manages to cover a fifth of the blade. Holding the blade, our hero realizes how incredibly difficult this technique is. Watching him closely, Hao Lin chimes in with some news. This is no easy task. Even a Tier 3 warrior would struggle to cover a weapon evenly with their energy. She secretly marvels at his talent for doing this on his very first try. Determined to succeed, Lin Xiu vows to practice over and over again. He trains tirelessly until he suddenly passes out. Upon waking up, he is shocked to find the little girl crouching right on his chest. She has a very suspicious look, as if plotting something. Good heavens, our young student is deeply alarmed. Reacting out of pure self-preservation, he cowers in a corner and screams in terror, asking her what she is doing. Annoyed by his wild assumptions, Hao Lin furiously unleashes a flurry of punches, leaving painful bumps all over his head. It turns out the young girl was simply curious about his incredibly heavy armor and wanted to examine it, having absolutely no romantic interest in a guy like him. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up and his reputation saved, Hao Ling immediately stepped into her role as a strict teacher. On this first day of training, you and I watch as she points to a distant mountain peak, declaring it their destination. They had to reach it before dark, leaving a completely exhausted Lin Xiu to stare at her with utter disbelief. According to the map, that peak was nearly 100 kilometers away, which felt like a literal death march, but before he could even complain, the energetic girl dashed ahead like a flash, leaving him shouting in vain as he realized this journey would be anything but easy. This test required raw strength without any shortcuts, especially since a terrifying flock of level 2 man-eating birds was now hot on his heels. Yet, Hao Ling showed no mercy, ordering him to keep running while fighting them off for the next 10 kilometers of this brutal journey. He had to defeat them while keeping pace, a true test of speed, precision, and raw reflex to locate their hidden energy cores. Slice them open precisely to extract the cores. Panting heavily and utterly exhausted, Lin Xiu yelled back at his esteemed master in frustration. How could he possibly sprint for his life, slay monsters, and target their tiny energy cores all at the same time? It seemed absolutely impossible. But instead of giving a verbal answer to his complaints, she let her blades do the talking, instantly decapitating a dozen beasts with 2 swift strikes and gathering their cores. The glowing crystals landed neatly in her hand, leaving the young man thoroughly embarrassed and furiously swinging his sword in a wild, chaotic frenzy. After pushing through 50 grueling kilometers of pure torture, he collapsed, completely out of breath and barely clinging to life. He pleaded with the young master for a brief moment of rest, and surprisingly, she showed a small spark of human kindness. She granted a 10-minute break, but the young man felt something was wrong, wondering why the beasts ignored her and only attacked him. Why did those bloodthirsty creatures focus solely on him while ignoring her? With an icy expression, she calmly delivered a shocking confession. While he was asleep, she had secretly coated his clothes with a scent to attract the monsters, leaving him completely stunned and furious. He actually had not noticed the strange scent at all. Quite pleased with her trick, she ignored his complaints and suddenly pressed a cold blade against his neck. She announced the 10 minutes were up and ordered him to run again, ignoring his quiet rage over a break that lasted barely 2 minutes. As he swore to himself that he would get his sweet revenge, you and I can see the system chiming to announce his progress. His speed stat had reached 6,021 out of 50,000, proving this torture would pay off before they reached the Black Sea. Although this young girl's teaching methods were incredibly cruel, they worked, forcing his speed, precision, and reflexes to improve dramatically. With his heightened abilities, extracting the energy cores from his defeated enemies quickly became second nature to him. Through pure, agonizing perseverance, under his teacher's forceful guidance, the pair finally arrived at their ultimate destination. Collapsing to the dirt, he groaned in sheer exhaustion, cursing the brutal trial of running 100 kilometers under such crushing weight. Howling, however, showed absolutely no sympathy, immediately brushing off his complaints with a cold, unimpressed look. She scoffed, telling him she ran over 1,000 kilometers during her training, before pointing towards some nearby ruins for shelter. She suggested they spend the night there, but in that very instant, a lethal arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for his head. Catching him completely off guard, it would have finished him if his master had not reacted with lightning speed to save his life. 2 ambushers stepped out from their hiding spot. Recognizing them instantly, she demanded to know why they had been tailing them since 5 in the morning. She asked if they had finally lost their patience, to which the long-haired assailant smirked, amused that their presence had been detected. He admitted they planned to eliminate the exhausted boy first before focusing on her, sending a shiver of terror down Lin Xiu's spine. He silently thanked his master for saving him from certain death, quickly activating his system eye to scan their opponents. Both enemies were powerful level 4 martial artists, while his own side only had one level 4 combatant in the young girl. He wondered how they would survive this encounter, especially since she identified them as the infamous Yin-Yang brothers, La Yin and La Yang. These ruthless bandits routinely murdered martial artists in the mountains for their treasures and were dangerous fugitives highly wanted by the Federation. Their bounty was a staggering 50 million alliance coins, but before he could even worry, the fearless girl drew her sword and confidently leaped into battle. She ordered him to watch closely as she demonstrated her source energy. Just as the enemy brothers prepared to unleash their joint attack, they fired a massive barrage of highly destructive arrows, but she remained completely unfazed, calmly deploying a powerful defensive shield to block the terrifying onslaught. The lethal storm of projectiles did not leave a single scratch on her, causing a bewildered Lin Xiu to wonder if she was secretly a level 6 master. He recalled legends of elite martial artists who could shrink their bodies to appear incredibly young once they reached a legendary realm. This meant she might not be a young girl at all, but rather an ancient grandmother in disguise, which was a deeply unsettling thought. As shivers ran down his spine, you and I see the 2 enemy brothers stand in absolute shock at their failed attack. They kept talking, completely unaware that these fighters were far from being simple rookies. On their way to Black Sea City for the warrior exam, a level 6 master suddenly blocked their path. Before the 2 thugs could even wonder what happened, a brutal strike hit them, sliced clean in half. They died instantly without a single second to whisper their final words. Talk about bragging too early. Who would have guessed they would get destroyed like this? As the wise elders say, never mess with a woman, especially one with a fierce face. The more dangerous she looks, the deadlier she is. Staring down at the 2 defeated fools, the young man wondered if one more strike would do it. Would he actually gain some easy experience points from this? Without hesitation, he raised his sword, looking quite like a strange fellow with a bizarre hobby. Yet, he waited and waited, staring intensely, but the mysterious system showed absolutely no sign of awarding him any points. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden notification popped up. He had defeated a level 4 warrior, earning 3 million experience points and leveling up once again. He gained 16 potential points. Talk about a jackpot! Nothing beats sitting back and letting someone else do all the hard work. Watching her disciple laugh like a madman, Hao Ling grew deeply worried. Had all that running scrambled his brain? But the clever young man simply scratched his head and whispered a plan. He suggested that if they ever met powerful warriors again, she should just beat them half to death and let him deliver the final blow. Hearing his ridiculous proposal, Hao Ling felt he was getting far too spoiled, and she quickly shut him down with a blunt reply. She told him to keep dreaming. If he wanted pocket money, he had to earn it himself. She only took down these wanted criminals because the government bounty was too good to pass up. She complained about him trying to steal her pocket money, leaving the young man completely speechless. How on earth did she misunderstand his request as wanting her bounty? In his mind, money was not everything when gold and diamonds existed. What he truly chased was something far more valuable: experience points. It was worth more than gold. But as he celebrated, the unreliable system suddenly chimed in with a series of flashing, urgent red warnings. A major system bug had been detected and successfully patched. Because the host dealt less than 40% of the damage to the high-tier warrior, the experience reward had to be split proportionally. His level dropped back to 15, and his potential points were completely revoked. Furious, the young man could not help but scream out in sheer frustration. It was not his fault. So why was the system taking everything back? Just 5 seconds later, as if hearing his complaints, feeling the heat of his anger, the system sent another message. To compensate for the bug, it offered him 3 free lucky draws. His level 16 status was preserved. It seemed this cold system actually had a conscience, saving him from total despair. Standing nearby, Hao Ling noticed his strange behavior and gently placed her hand on his forehead to check for a fever. Once she confirmed her disciple was not actually losing his mind, she gave a firm command to continue their long-distance run. They hurried toward Black Sea City. By nightfall, the two sat together near the forest edge, roasting meat over a cozy campfire. Her messy, loud eating habits were truly sight to behold, forcing the young man to speak up and address her manners. He warned her to slow down before she choked, saying even children would laugh at her, but she completely ignored his advice. Instead, she wolfed it down even faster, as if someone might steal her food, telling him to finish up quickly because training was not over. They would arrive at Black Sea City tomorrow, and failing the exam was not an option. Hearing this, the shocked young man fell backward, completely speechless. He protested loudly, wondering why more harsh training was even necessary when he already possessed the power of a level 2 warrior. He suddenly remembered she was an official examiner and asked if she planned to fail him on purpose. Hearing his words, the young girl stood up with a very strange expression. Moving with sudden, terrifying speed, she unleashed a powerful punch that sent him flying straight into a nearby tree trunk. Clutching his stomach in pain, he cried out, asking why she had suddenly attacked him. Instead of answering, she simply stared back with a question of her own. She asked if he felt his defense growing stronger. Only then did the young man realize he really did not feel much pain. Her striking power was incredibly high, and by all rights, he should have been badly injured. Yet, he only felt a mild soreness in his muscles. Seeing her disciple still looking completely lost, she patiently explained that his inner force was currently far too weak. Once his inner force grew and wrapped around his body, his defense would skyrocket. And with that, she announced today's special training was taking punches. Before the young man could protest, a slap landed squarely on his face, followed by an absolute storm of playful yet brutal punches. By the time morning arrived, his face was swollen so badly he looked like he had run into a nest of angry bees. Feeling a bit guilty, she promised to compensate him fairly. The moment he heard the word compensation, his eyes lit up with excitement. Whispering eagerly, he wondered what kind of reward she had in mind. Could it be something a bit more personal? Of course, he was dreaming. Being so naive, he kept testing her patience, practically begging for another round of beatings. As her idea of compensation, she kicked him forward and ordered him to run all the way to Black Sea City before sunset. If she caught up, another beating awaited. With his life on the line, he ran like never before. They arrived at Black Sea City ahead of schedule. She immediately led him into the Grand Treasure Pavilion, a vast market filled with powerful weapons, armor, and skill cards. As they browsed the rare combat gear, a friendly shopkeeper walked up with a warm smile to welcome them. After browsing through endless options, Hao Lin finally decided to pick out a few martial arts technique cards for her young disciple. She wanted him to practice, but all she saw were silver-grade cards. She asked for diamond-grade, leaving the saleswoman highly embarrassed as she explained. Such legendary cards were non-existent in Black Sea City. Hearing this, a few local troublemakers nearby immediately piped up to mock them. One sneered, calling them country bumpkins, mocking that diamond-grade cards were so rare he had never even seen one in his entire life. Another agreed, saying without at least level 6 strength, a diamond card is useless, serving only as a family heirloom to show off. Lacking diamond options, Hao Lin told Lin Xiu to pick whatever he liked, but as a spearman, nothing caught his eye. She was quite surprised. After seeing him carry a blade all day, she never expected that his true weapon of choice was actually a spear. Curiously, she asked where his spear was. Lin Xiu honestly admitted it was destroyed during an intense battle back in Starlight City. He planned to purchase a new one online from the Alliance once he officially passed his upcoming martial artist certification exam. Without hesitating, the young master pointed at the entire pile of martial arts cards and ordered the manager to pack every single one of them up as a grand welcome gift for her brand new disciple. Holding the massive stack, Lin Xiu felt it was far too much, especially since these basic cards did not compare to his old ones. Hao Lin shrugged, telling him to just keep them for now. If he did not like them, he could easily sell them off later. She then added that none of the weapons here were worthy of their status anyway, promising to prepare a truly spectacular gift once he officially passed his licensing exam. Watching the departures of those they had mocked, the snobbish thugs could only weep in deep regret and utter disbelief. Spending over 2 million coins without batting an eye was mind-blowing. They desperately wondered if she was accepting more disciples, wishing for such a wealthy master. That evening, safely back in civilization, they avoided the cold wilderness entirely. The wealthy young lady generously spent hundreds of thousands of coins on 2 high-end luxury hotel rooms. Enjoying this sudden luxury, Lin Xiu could not help but wonder about the true identity of his mysterious benefactor. Was she actually some ancient grandmaster disguising herself as a child? He shook his head, deciding that overthinking would only cause a massive headache. First, he decided to master the 3 hand-to-hand combat techniques. The leftover cards would simply serve as perfect material for future skill fusions. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Eagerly, he opened the door, half expecting his young master had come to test his combat skills in a late-night training session, but it was not her. Instead, room service arrived bearing a midnight snack. Only, these visitors brought danger, sent directly by the vengeful Tang family. They sought bloody vengeance for their fallen kin. Fortunately, with his newly heightened reflexes, Lin Xiu dodged the lethal surprise strike with ease. Utilizing his brand new physical techniques, the young warrior quickly eliminated one of the assassins, sending him straight to the afterlife. The wounded partner spat blood, cursing their faulty intelligence reports. Lin Xiu knew he had to finish the job to prevent future trouble. Turning his attention to the last assailant, Lin Xiu gave him no time to wonder why there was no spear in sight. Instead, a powerful palm strike pierced straight through the assassin's chest. The dying man could only let out a single strangled gasp. He gasped that he belonged to the sacred temple, but his voice faded as he joined his partner in death. Once the dust settled, Lin Xiu smiled, quietly praising his own brilliant ability to conceal his true cultivation level. Underestimating him was their fatal mistake. From the shadows, Hao Lin, who had been calmly sipping tea and enjoying the show, offered her praise. She commended his speed, noting how elegantly he had shielded his vitals with energy to completely deflect their sharp daggers. It proved his harsh training was paying off. Realizing she had been watching since the first strike, his irritation flared. Angrily pointing a finger, Lin Xiu let loose a furious tirade, demanding to know what kind of master abandons her disciple. She had stood idly by while assassins targeted him, treating it like a show, completely ignoring his loud, frustrated complaints. Unbothered, she finished her tea, casually explaining that her absolute faith in his skills was why she never intervened. She instructed him to pack his bags to switch rooms, leaving the cleanup crew to handle the bodies the following morning. Bright and early, they headed to the grand exam hall, where the official martial artist evaluations were scheduled for 9:30. After registering, candidates were directed to the northern arena to test their combat power. Hao Lin told him to wait in line. While she went ahead to register, Lin Xiu immediately ran into trouble, proving once again that misfortune has a habit of following him. A towering, heavy-set brute aggressively shoved his way through the crowd, demanding everyone step aside so he could go first. Known as a notorious troublemaker, he was already a licensed fighter but got disqualified every single year for picking senseless fights. Unfortunately for him, he had just targeted Lin Xiu, who feared absolutely no one. Pumping his chest, the giant barked loudly. In a booming, raspy voice, he bellowed, demanding to know if the young man was deaf and ordering him to move. Seeing him raise a hand, Lin Xiu blocked it calmly, telling him to stop shoving and wait patiently in line like everyone else. Glaring fiercely, the thug growled, complaining that he always seemed to run into disrespectful punks who did not know their place. He smirked, realizing he would likely get disqualified again, but decided he would gladly trade his license to crush this arrogant kid. The crowd gasped as the young man dared to confront the massive bully, whispering that he was absolutely doomed. Everyone assumed the young man had a death wish, but they quickly swallowed their words when the bully ended up on the receiving end. The bully rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. Under the young man's icy glare, the crowd could only offer awkward, nervous smiles. They quickly waved their hands, pretending to be polite citizens who would never behave so rudely. After a brief wait, the combat power test finally began. Most candidates had a combat power around 800, just barely reaching the first stage martial artist level. Our protagonist used a camouflage skill to hide his true power. Luckily, the machine showed his strength was just under 1500, any higher, and he would rank as a second-stage warrior. Being at that level without a license would make him a complete laughingstock. Next up was the strength test, and the examiner was none other than the petite young lady, Bai Li Haoling. Seeing her there, he was utterly stunned, thinking it was a joke. But Haoling was serious, ordering everyone to line up properly. She explained that a single punch had to reach 1,000 kilograms to pass. Naturally, a few arrogant, muscle-brained candidates scoffed in disbelief. They openly mocked her, laughing like absolute madmen. They yelled that an underage, tiny girl had no business acting as an official martial arts examiner. One jeered that she couldn't even punch 100 kilograms, while others joined in, loudly questioning how the prestigious Martial Arts Alliance could make such a blunder. They complained about a child being in charge, claiming she probably had not even reached the first stage of training at her age. Offering her candy, they kept mocking. But Hao Ling didn't talk. She threw a casual punch, maxing the machine out at 9,999 kilograms. The crowd stood frozen, jaws dropped in absolute shock. Yet, one stubborn candidate in the back refused to believe it and stepped up to test. Unfortunately, his punch only hit 895 kilograms, failing the test. Yet, this hot-headed guy actually had the audacity to believe that she had rigged the machine. Enraged, he lunged to strike her, but Howling did not even view him as a threat. She easily blocked his fist and twisted his arm behind his back in seconds, before pinning him down with a freezing, dangerous stare. Get out of my sight in 30 seconds, or you will be staying on this floor permanently. Terrified out of his mind, his face went completely pale. Clutching his broken arm, he bolted out the door while frantically screaming apologies. After witnessing that brutal demonstration of raw power, the remaining candidates decided that silence was indeed golden. No one dared to make a sound, becoming incredibly polite and obedient. Soon, it was finally Lin Xiu's turn to step up. Seeing her favorite student, Hao Ling beamed with pride, quickly explaining her credentials since he still doubted her authority. She revealed that she was actually a 3-star member of the Alliance, frequently invited to supervise these important combat examinations. Hearing this, the young man was completely flabbergasted. To understand his shock, you and I should note the Alliance has only 5 membership ranks. 5-star members are the ultimate leaders of the Alliance, while 4-star members are legendary national figures who have made monumental, life-saving contributions to their countries. A 3-star ranking meant she was an elite powerhouse of incredible strength. It was almost too wild to believe. It felt unreal. Lin Xiu was dragged from one massive shock to another, questioning reality. Who on earth was this mysterious little lady? Never judge a book by its cover. With his doubts cleared up, the young man quickly stepped forward to begin his test. With a single, effortless punch, the monitor flashed 1,999 kilograms. The shocked crowd erupted into whispers, completely amazed that his casual strike easily doubled their combined power. Rumors spread that he was the young examiner's star disciple. It made sense now why both of them possessed such terrifying power at such young ages. Lin Tu desperately wanted to scream that she was absolutely not his master, and he barely even knew her. He had only met her a few days ago. Meanwhile, looking at the screen, Hao Ling felt slightly annoyed by his performance. Frustrated with him for hiding his true power, she rushed him over to the 100-meter sprint and the 50-kilometer endurance trials. She warned him not to embarrass her. After passing several brutal physical exams with absolute flying colors, Lin Tu successfully became an official member of the prestigious alliance. The instructor handed him his brand new ID card, warmly explaining that his official registration number was printed on the back. The default password was the last 6 digits of his ID, granting him full access to the Alliance's secure online network. He could now buy weapons or accept high-paying missions right from his phone, but just as the young man was celebrating his success, his peace was suddenly cut short. Hao Ling appeared out of thin air like a persistent ghost, dragging him away while announcing that her duty here was finally over. She had just received a new assignment from the Alliance, meaning their daily training sessions were officially coming to an end. Hearing this, the young man wanted to throw a party, silently thanking the heavens for finally escaping his terrifying tormentor. Still, to be polite, he had to put on a little show, begging her not to go and to keep training him instead. His sarcastic performance lacked any real sincerity, practically begging her to leave while pretending to care. For his sarcasm, she gave him a good smack. After bickering, she pulled out a large case and handed it over. It was his promised reward for passing the test, a special gift to celebrate his official license. Inside was a magnificent long spear, which she had sneakily swindled from the storage manager just for him. Inside the Warrior Alliance branch of Black Sea City, the proud young lady beams with confidence. She boasts that while channeling raw source energy into a basic weapon can offer a decent boost, nothing beats a true masterpiece. Indeed, nothing compares to a high-grade weapon to truly skyrocket his combat power. This legendary long spear before him is none other than the Dark Edge. It was a masterpiece left behind by the legendary spearmaster Bailey Rui. Lin Xiu gently runs his fingers over it. Admiring the shimmering weapon, our young hero finally looks up at his master with absolute bewilderment. It takes him a few seconds to process the truth, and then he suddenly cries out in sheer shock. Master Bailey Rui? Wait, does that mean the person running this Black Sea City Warrior Alliance branch is him? Is actually him? I get it now. You must be the daughter of Master Bailey Rui. Did he gift it to the branch manager, only for you to take it back? Hearing his wild theories, she feels he should write novels for a living. And his daughter? Do I really look that old? This boy is asking for a beating. In a fit of mock anger, Hao Ling gives him a solid punch. She barks an order for him to test the spear immediately. Gathering every ounce of his strength, our young warrior strains and struggles until he finally lifts the massive weapon from its box. Grimacing, he asks her how heavy this weapon actually is. She casually reveals it weighs 500 kilograms and is the only spear on Earth forged from pure black meteorite. Lin Xiu is left utterly speechless. It takes him a moment to collect his thoughts. That legendary meteorite crashed to Earth 100 years ago. It completely wiped out an entire city. Fortunately, the area was overrun by zombies and mutated beasts, sparing any human casualties. Within the impact, crater lay a massive black stone. Elite teams salvaged this cosmic treasure and brought it back for study. Using advanced high-precision instruments, they crafted 12 unique weapons. While they did not possess the sharpest edges in the world, they are legendary. Their sheer durability is unmatched, each piece worth an absolute fortune. Holding this priceless weapon in his hands, our hero is so deeply moved he could weep. Unable to believe such a gift, he asks her to confirm, fearing that if he lets go for even a second, she might take it back. Having bestowed the gift upon her favorite disciple, Hao Ling quickly bids him farewell. She urges him to keep striving and invites him to visit her in Sky City whenever he gets the chance. Watching her depart, his mind grows entirely bewildered, his thoughts spinning like a top as he questions if his ears are playing tricks on him. Sky City is the largest metropolis on Earth, utilizing advanced anti-gravity technology to float majestically high up in the clouds. It is not a place just anyone can enter. Only elite rank 5 warriors or those with extraordinary achievements are permitted in the scientific fields. He marvels at how wealthy Hao Ling truly is, jokingly wondering if he should just become her pampered protege. All jokes aside, he knows his place. He believes in earning his own way, even if he has to swallow his pride and suffer like a dog. The only real path forward is the dangerous path of death. Putting aside any lazy thoughts, Lin Xiu drags his exhausted body toward the train station. But fortune is unkind today. The train to the path of death has already departed, as the route is too perilous and passenger numbers are far too low. The usual 3 daily trips have been cut down to just 1. Resigned to his fate, he reluctantly spends his money to secure a ticket for tomorrow morning. Wandering the streets in search of lodging, he decides to return to the Warrior Hotel from his previous visit. Though costly, it offers unmatched comfort. Suddenly, he senses someone shadowing his every move, likely assassins sent by the Temple of Transformation. Without hesitation, he chooses to make a swift escape. He dashes away, but the enemy has anticipated his move, blocking every alleyway in a tight encirclement before stepping into the light with smug confidence. Just in time, a system notification announces the completion of his growth quest. Lin Xiu discards his heavy training weights and allocates all his attribute points into strength. Ready for battle, he faces the thugs head-on. The first attacker charges blindly, only to be sent flying by a devastating kick. Seeing their ally defeated so easily, the remaining thugs charge in to retaliate, confidently brandishing their blades in a flurry of moves, only to serve as punching bags for our hero to vent his fury. Witnessing their comrades fall in mere seconds, the survivors tremble in absolute dread. Could this truly be the power of a rank 2 warrior? It is terrifyingly strong. If I had not reinforced my defensive martial skills, that single strike would have shattered my spine. Yet, driven by the lure of money and their gang's absolute authority, they choose to press on. They cannot disobey and must press the assault. Soon, Lin Xiu finds himself completely surrounded by hostile foes. He unleashes a powerful rupturing fist straight toward Feng Zhen. Cracking lightning cloaks his knuckles, catching his opponent off guard. But it is a deceptive illusion. Feng Zhen suddenly strikes from behind, catching our young warrior completely off guard. Feng Zhen's blade slashes downward, and Lin Xiu fails to dodge the strike in time. Grunting in anger, the assassin glares. Lin Xiu clutches his bleeding shoulder, grimacing in silence as he refuses to show weakness. He looks up just as Feng Zhen leaps high into the air. Gripping his sword with both hands, Fang Zhen unleashes a gold-tier technique, the Sky Illusion Slash, splitting into multiple identical clones. The arrogant assassin boasts that this strike will slice his enemy into pieces. But Lin Xiu remains unfazed, offering only a calm sigh. With a cold smirk, he watches the duplicates charge. As they cry out for his death, our hero confidently prepares his counterattack against these illusions. The battle rages fiercely as Lin Xiu easily spots the real opponent amidst the crowd of illusions, mockingly greeting his desperate foe. Fang Zhen is frozen in absolute terror, unable to comprehend how his golden tier Sky Illusion Slash was so easily shattered before his eyes. Clenching his fist tightly, Lin Xiu prepares to answer, as a desperate Fang Zhen demands to know how he tracked his real body among so many clones and discovered his name. Declaring himself a cheater, Lin Xiu unleashes his devastating tiger-shattering fist, launching a massive, bone-crushing punch straight into the center of Fang Zhen's stomach. Fang Zhen is completely unable to block the devastating blow, his eyes filled with rage as he screams out in agony. Vowing to take his opponent down even in death, Fang Zhen unleashes his final strength, forming a glowing purple sphere of energy right in front of his chest. Watching his enemy prepare a desperate, suicidal attack, Lin Xiu sighs in pure exhaustion, wishing these villains would come up with a more creative way to fight. With bloodshot eyes, Fang Zhen uses every last ounce of his remaining strength to detonate the purple sphere, unleashing a massive shockwave that blasts Lin Xiu far backward. Slamming hard against the stone wall, a battered and bruised Lin Xiu grits his teeth in pain, silently cursing his dead enemy. If he had not learned to wrap his body in source energy for defense from his eccentric mentor, that blast would have certainly ended his life. But burning through all his energy in an instant to protect himself has left his body feeling incredibly weak and completely exhausted. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach as a sneering rival named Anji appears, mocking the heavily wounded youth for barely surviving the deadly blast. Clutching his own injured arm, Anji laughs with deep contempt, noting that while the boss's explosion failed to kill him, his current state is pathetic. He mockingly boasts that Lin Xiu cannot even lift a fist before arrogantly promising to slice him apart piece by piece as ultimate payback. To avenge their fallen leader, they plan to torture him, but Lin Xiu merely smirks, questioning how they could possibly be so sure of his defeat. Declaring that a real warrior never backs down, Lin Xiu's eyes flash with crackling lightning as he activates his powerful rage skill. The terrified henchmen panic in utter disbelief as the young warrior suddenly regains his overwhelming power right before their very eyes. Another enemy stands frozen in shock, wondering how someone who looked completely helpless seconds ago could suddenly transform back into an unstoppable force. Without warning, Lin Xiu strikes with relentless force, leaving the battered thugs screaming for mercy as they try to flee the onslaught. Meanwhile, the game system alerts ring continuously, announcing a steady stream of experience points gained from defeating them. Returning to the real world as night falls over his luxurious mansion, Lin Xiu sits back with a pale, exhausted face. Clicking his computer mouse with trembling hands, he quietly sighs, noting that while the rage skill felt amazing, the aftermath is brutal. The post-adrenaline crash has left him so weak he can barely grip the mouse, yet he quickly begins searching for vital information. With his journey to the dangerous path of death starting tomorrow, he looks for clues online until a sudden notification pops up. The website demands a fee of Alliance credits to access the article, prompting him to choose between continuing or canceling. He clicks to proceed. Lin Xiu reacts in disbelief, outraged that a basic website would dare to charge 10,000 Alliance credits just to view their page. But after a moment, he decides to pay, using his phone to transfer the funds since he still has millions of credits, making a small fee a worthy trade for vital intelligence. The screen displays the hostile environment surrounding the path of death, showing barren, black volcanic rocks completely devoid of any green life. It is an eerie landscape where Class 3 rock serpents lie perfectly hidden beneath the jagged volcanic stones. Their venom is highly paralyzing, capable of leaving even a strong Class 3 martial artist completely paralyzed with a single bite. Next are the Class 4 giant crows, massive creatures that typically drape their dual wings over themselves to blend in with the environment. They look exactly like dark boulders, viciously attacking any humans on sight, prompting Lin Xiu to gasp at the sheer danger of this path. He is amazed by the incredible variety of monsters, ranging from tiny insects to massive giants, as more creature profiles appear on screen. Class 5 beasts also roam here, possessing aggressive natures that naturally draw hostiles from all directions. Another Class 5 creature, the demon fowl, specializes in using round weapons to strike, leaving Lin Xiu staring at the screen in complete disbelief. Simply looking at the photographs of these formidable Class 5 creatures fills him with a deep sense of their immense, mysterious power. He closes the web browser with a heavy sigh, deciding to leave his fate to chance before wearing a playful, expectant grin. Curious about the actual value of the dark glow spear gifted by his mentor, he searches online, only for a crossed swords icon to appear. The weapon, forged from premium dark meteorite iron, has an astronomical auction value of 1 billion alliance credits, leaving Lin Xiu absolutely stunned. Recalling Hao Ling's warning that this was merely the opening bid, the young warrior stares intensely at the glowing monitor. He never expected his eccentric mentor to be so incredibly wealthy, wondering if she actually has romantic feelings toward him. He jokingly wonders if she wants him to marry her out of gratitude, while elsewhere, Bailey Hao Ling sneezes, utterly confused as to why she keeps sneezing. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit manor, a furious shout echoes through the halls as someone learns that Fang Zhen has also been eliminated. Standing in the shadows, the menacing leader radiates pure bloodlust as he curses his fallen underlings for being completely useless. This conflict has escalated far beyond a simple family dispute, as the killer of their elite temple members must now face absolute destruction. The commander orders his guards to upload Lin Xiu's profile onto the Dark Hunter network, officially marking him for death. Offering a staggering 10 million alliance credits, a cautious minion asks if they will no longer need to pursue the target themselves. The gang leader massaged his temples in frustration, dreading the moment headquarters found out their Black Sea City branch couldn't even handle one measly rookie. Losing so many men would ruin their reputation completely. Meanwhile, in a different place, the golden sun was already rising in the sky. Sunlight washed over a high-speed hover train cutting across a vast desert, where passengers inside were quietly going about their journey. Young Lin Tu was staring intently at his phone, a smile spreading across his face as the system notified him he had reached level 16. Strength 320, Constitution 107 plus 20, Speed 80, Combat Power 1935 to 1980, Rank 3 Martial Artist. Rage 0 out of 100, with active skills including Analysis, Eye, Fury, and Camouflage, when suddenly a new message arrived. Lin Tu grinned with excitement, having just bought a brand new phone last night and shared his number with a few close friends. Someone was already calling. It was Master La. Lin Tu answered the phone with a warm hello, and on the other end, the master asked where he was. Lin Tu replied that he was currently on a train heading to the road of death, asking if something was wrong, as Master La looked incredibly serious. Have you checked the Hunter network? The master asked, warning that a bounty had been placed on him. Lin Tu frowned, deeply confused. The Hunter network, Master La confirmed, explaining it was an underground site for hit contracts, and nobody knew who actually founded it. Its servers were completely hidden, and the site's security was so incredibly advanced that even the world's most talented hackers could never dream of breaking in. Even the Federation government was powerless. The master warned him to stay alert, as plenty of cutthroats would surely come looking for trouble. Lin Tu promised to stay careful, immediately pulling up the browser on his phone to search for the threat. He wondered who could have posted it. Was it the Temple of the Flower God? There, he saw his own bounty page. Rank 2 Martial Artist, skilled in spear, fist, and kick techniques, carrying a spear. Bounty, 10 million alliance dollars. Lin Tu was highly insulted. What a joke, he thought. Am I seriously only worth 10 million alliance dollars and a rank 2 martial artist? But then, he chuckled. This was actually perfect. Such a small amount meant high-level fighters wouldn't even bother looking his way. Only low-tier martial artists would be interested. And since he was now a rank 3 martial artist, he could just wait for greedy fools to deliver free experience points. Suddenly, the train shuddered violently, causing a glass of water on the table to spill over. Lin Tu swayed, his face filling with suspicion. Why would a high-tech train shake like this? Leaning toward the corridor, Lin Tu heard loud, chaotic shouting just beyond the compartment door. Before he could wonder what was happening outside, the door was kicked open and an assailant leaped in, aiming a fierce strike directly at Lin Tu. Lin Tu dodged the blow, demanding to know who they were, before throwing a heavy counterpunch that the attacker barely managed to duck. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Tu delivered a brutal kick to the man's stomach, sending him crashing to the floor, gasping and groaning in agonizing pain. Looking out into the corridor, Lin Tu saw several more hostile thugs marching his way with malicious intent, making him wonder if this was actually a train robbery. A chaotic melee erupted immediately. Lin Tu realized the cramped cabin gave big, heavy weapons a massive disadvantage. Since bulky weapons couldn't be swung properly in the tight space, the attackers quickly found themselves struggling to keep up. Suddenly, an aircraft roared toward them from outside. Seeing this, Lin Tu realized these bandits had planned this entire assault with absolute precision. Out of nowhere, the first thug he had knocked down tried to ambush him from behind. But Lin Tu spun around instantly, grabbing the man's wrist. Locking the arm in place, Lin Tu unleashed a flaming claw technique, igniting the attacker's hand and making him scream in absolute agony. The thug couldn't break free before Lin Tu's powerful fist closed in. With one final, devastating kick, Lin Tu sent him crashing heavily into the far wall. As the thug lay defeated in a cloud of dust, Lin Tu glanced back and saw another bandit grabbing an innocent passenger, threatening to kill them for having no money. Acting quickly, Lin Tu charged forward and delivered a devastating explosive punch straight to the bandit's face before checking on the terrified passenger, asking if they were all right. The trembling man wiped sweat from his brow, stammering that he was fine and thanking him. Crossing his arms, Lin Tu asked who these thugs actually were. The passenger replied they were the Black Tiger Bandits, a notorious gang of thieves. No one expected them to attack a train. Fortunately, the Alliance military in Black Sea City had likely already received an emergency distress signal. As more Black Tiger Bandits rushed forward, the passenger urged that they only needed to hold their ground for a little while longer. He told Lin Tu to stay back while he took the lead, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tu had already leaped into action. The passenger could only shout a warning as Lin Tu swept two bandits off their feet before they could react. Stunned and speechless, the passenger could only marvel at how incredibly powerful youth were these days. Just then, a fleet of military fighter jets appeared in the sky, pursuing the train. Panicking, the Black Tiger Bandits screamed that the Alliance military had arrived, urging everyone to retreat immediately. Amidst the chaos, military aircraft opened fire, causing the bandit vessels to explode in a ball of fire and smoke before crashing down. The passenger cheered, overjoyed that the military had made it in time. But then, he noticed Lin Tu sprinting directly after the fleeing bandits. He shouted, asking where the young man was going. Lin Tu yelled back while running, telling his valuable experience points not to escape. Chasing down the Black Tiger Bandits as if they were made of gold, Lin Tu cornered them with glowing eyes, eager to claim his sweet experience points. As the bandits cry out in agony, the Alliance forces storm the train, rifles raised. They shout for everyone to freeze, put their hands up, and make absolutely no sudden movements. A terrified passenger cries out, pleading with them not to shoot. He then points toward Lin Xiu with a wide grin, telling the soldiers they arrived just a little too late. He explains that the bandits in this carriage were already wiped out by the powerful young man. Unconvinced, the soldiers turn their guns on the duo, demanding to see their tickets. Lin Xiu presents his passenger pass, finally convincing the soldier. With the tension cleared, a female train attendant steps forward to address the crowd. She apologizes for the terrifying ordeal, explaining that the Black Tiger Bandits tried to hijack the train, but the brave Alliance forces successfully neutralized the threat. Expressing deep regret, she promises that the company will compensate every passenger. However, one angry traveler immediately fires back with a serious question. He demands to know who will answer for the warriors who died due to their negligence. Bowing deeply, the female officer sincerely promises that their families will receive full compensation. She urges them to rest assured. Suddenly, Lin Xiu speaks up, coldly noting that anyone walking the path of death must be fully prepared to face their demise at any second. Surprised, the passenger asks the young man if he is truly heading to the path of death, introducing himself as Dianji, a fellow traveler bound for the same deadly destination. He proposes a partnership so they can watch each other's backs. Lin Xiu turns around, introduces himself, and directly asks what value the man brings to the table. Scratching his head, Dianji explains that 3 years ago, he actually traveled the deadly path alongside a group of seasoned adventurers. He claims to know the first half of the route like the back of his hand, promising to help the youth avoid many of the hidden dangers along the way. Guessing it is Lin Xiu's first time, he warns that this cursed territory is a maze of splitting paths, almost all of which lead to a swift and brutal demise. Without a guide, finding the way is nearly impossible. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Xiu agrees that a partnership could indeed be beneficial. Lin Xiu questions his motives, asking if he is simply hoping to hunt evolved beasts for easy money, like everyone else. Dianji reveals his true goal is to find a rare plant, though the area is known to harbor incredibly fierce and powerful monsters. He asks if the young warrior would be willing to lend a hand. Walking toward the exit, Lin Xiu replies that he will think about it, telling him to meet up later. Under a gloomy sky, a few scattered buildings dot the desert. Dianji points ahead, declaring this lonely outpost the official starting point of their deadly trek. Welcome to Blackstone Town, the only safe haven out here. As our duo walks and talks, weapons in hand, a massive arm suddenly blocks their path. A rough stranger steps out, warning that this deadly path is no playground for a wet-behind-the-ears kid who cannot handle himself. He warns that one wrong step out here means pushing up daisies, demanding that the boy hand over all his valuables in exchange for his protection. Lin Xiu chuckles, asking if this is a robbery. Secretly, he is thrilled, thinking how wonderful it is that someone is already offering up free experience points. Suddenly, A terrifying roar echoes as a beast charges at them. Terrified onlookers scream that it is a rank 2 monster, and it rushes straight for the thug. Opening its massive jaws to reveal razor-sharp fangs, the creature bites down, instantly ending the loudmouth thug who was just threatening them. Standing with his arms folded, Lin Xiu dryly mocks the dead thug for pushing up daisies himself. But suddenly, the bloodthirsty beast spins around to face him. With its blood-stained jaws, the beast growls at Lin Xiu. Unbothered, the young man simply scoffs, asking what it is staring at. Dianji screams a warning as the monster lunges at Lin Xiu with terrifying speed. But the youth remains completely calm, quietly calling the creature a mere beast. Asking if the beast truly thought he was as weak as the thug, he unleashes a devastating, explosive strike directly into the creature's head. The massive blow sends the monster crashing down, dead from a single hit. Standing nearby, Dianzi is left completely speechless with his jaw dropped. He stares at the massive, lifeless creature on the ground. Confused by the sudden attack, Lin Xiu asks him. He wants to know why a monster appeared so suddenly. Dianji explains that it is normal out here, as beasts occasionally breach the defensive walls. They slip into town, and the locals are fully used to it. Surprised, Lin Xiu asks him. He wonders how the locals dare to live here with monsters invading at any moment. Standing up, he tells Dianji it is time to move, and his guide agrees. The stunned onlookers begin whispering. A group of local warriors who witness the fight note that the kid is only a rank 1, yet he killed a rank 2 beast. Observing his youth, they wonder if he is heading to the prestigious Sacred Academy at the end of the trail. His companion nods in agreement. They note that every year, many talented young prodigies accepted by the academy must brave this dangerous path to reach their destination. A female warrior in the group smiles, admitting she is highly impressed by the formidable young man and would love to team up with him. Nearby, an old man sitting in a shack sighs with deep disappointment, wondering why today's youth are so eager to throw their lives away just for fame. Annoyed by the comment, a bald brute from the group spins around and angrily demands to know if the old man is insulting them. He demands to know what kind of beasts roam the path. Taking a slow drag from his pipe, the old man calmly replies that there are simply too many. He claims his old memory is failing him. Unhappy with this vague response, the furious bald fighter marches straight toward the elderly man. He slaps the pipe out of the old man's hand, aggressively warning him to stop playing games. Nearby, Lin Xiu and Dianji turn back to watch. Dianji mutters that those fools are practically begging to be buried, warning that the old man is far more dangerous than he appears. Lin Xiu is surprised to realize the elder is actually a rank 4 warrior, never expecting a simple town resident to possess such immense power. But as you and I can guess, without that kind of raw strength, he would have been eaten by monsters a long time ago. Over here, the old man quietly picks up his cigarette without saying a word. This only infuriates the bald thug, who raises his foot to kick him. "How dare you ignore me? You want to die?" The thug rages. Suddenly, Lin Xiu appears, kicks his back, and asks if a grown man never learned to respect his elders. The bald man spins around, growling. "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" Lin Xiu only smiles and calmly holds up 2 fingers. "Aren't you the one starting trouble? You have 2 choices. Walk away right now, or let me send you to the afterlife." The arrogant martial artists grit their teeth in silent rage. Giving up, they turn to leave, though they cannot resist muttering a final threat. "Just you wait, kid," they shout before retreating. Lin Xiu turns to the old man with deep concern, asking if he is all right. "I am fine, thank you, young man," the elder replies. Lin Xiu smiles warmly, turning to leave while wishing him well on his way. Saying goodbye, Lin Xiu walks away, but the old man suddenly calls out to him, gently exhaling a thin cloud of smoke. In a gentle, wise voice, the elder remarks that polite young men with such respect are rare to find these days. "I cannot bear to watch a good youth perish. Walk 500 meters forward, then make sure to take a detour. There is danger ahead." Lin Xiu smiles and thanks the wise elder. While Dianji silently observes, she realizes Lin Xiu must have sensed the elder's true strength beforehand, making his rescue highly calculated. Truly a clever strategist. Up ahead, monstrous creatures crawl. Clambering over the rugged mountain peaks, a massive dark silhouette with 2 sharp horns suddenly emerges from behind the ridge. A towering monster appears, resembling a gigantic, terrifyingly evolved cricket scaled up to an enormous size. Worse, it is not alone. An entire swarm flies in, terrifying other martial artists who scream. It is the Tier 2 Black Emperor. The swarm of Black Emperors dives straight down, swarming one unfortunate warrior who screams in agonizing terror. Within seconds, only clean, white bones remain. Horrified, the surviving martial artists scatter, shouting for everyone to run for their lives. The relentless swarm instantly targets another runner, consuming him. "Help me!" The victim cries out in absolute futility. In these high mountains, such swarming beasts are truly terrifying. Diane G watches the distant carnage with deep anxiety, yet feels incredibly fortunate. Thank goodness we took that elder's advice, or we would be dead, she sighs. Lin Xiu smiles, noting one should never bully the weak, especially those who seem completely helpless. With that, they resume their journey, soon arriving before a massive labyrinth of towering stone pillars. These jagged, leaning stone pillars make navigation nearly impossible. Walking ahead, Dianji raises a hand, assuring him that travelers usually leave helpful markings. Let me search for them. Meanwhile, two panicked figures can be heard sprinting frantically toward them from behind. It is the same arrogant group Lin Xiu lectured earlier. Their clothes are now shredded and their hair is wildly messy as the woman frantically shouts at them. You two knew about those monsters, didn't you? Why didn't you warn us? Standing with hands on his hips, Lin Xiu shows zero warmth. You are nothing to me. Why should I care if you live or die? He retorts. The woman is left speechless, her brow furrowed in anger. From a distance, Dianji calls out, Found it! This way! Left behind, the stunned group watches them leave, and the woman whispers to her partner, Let's follow them, they seem to know this place well. Her messy-haired companion nods in quiet agreement. Weaving through the towering stone columns, Lin Xiu uses his hands to steady himself as they make their exit. Following close behind, Lin Xiu admits, We are truly lucky to have you. Otherwise, escaping this maze would have been impossible. Diane G smiles modestly. You flatter me. We simply got lucky finding the trail left by previous travelers. Before them lies a dense, lush forest painted in deep shades of green. Intrigued, Lin Xiu asks about the woods ahead. DNG explains it is known as the Azure Forest, named after the unique blue-green hue of every single tree. However, it is teeming with dangerous beasts, so tread lightly. Suddenly, Lin Xiu registers a faint rustling sound nearby. While those pesky followers are trailing behind, Lin Xiu senses something far more ominous. His sharp eyes scan the area as the noise grows. Another swarm of monsters suddenly bursts forth. Dianji gasps in shock. More Black Emperors? Did they follow those fools here? Only Lin Xiu is secretly thrilled. This is perfect timing, as he was just worrying about his lack of experience points. The furious swarm pursues the fleeing group, who run for their lives while screaming in absolute panic. Amused by the terrified martial artists running for safety, Lin Xiu calmly begins unwrapping the binding cloth from his weapon. Though to be fair, these tiny, aggressive pests are a complete nightmare for most. Unsheathing his spear, Lin Xiu grips his weapon firmly. Too bad they are no match for him. Unleashing his 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, a torrent of flames erupts. The raging fire completely incinerates the incoming insects. Instantly, the system notifications chime, confirming the defeat of several Tier 2 pests, earned 5,000 experience points, killed Tier 2 insect, gaining another 5,000 points. Swings of his spear cut down the remaining insects. Though the experience points per kill are small, he is absolutely delighted, because what they lack in quality, they make up for in sheer numbers. The system alerts ring endlessly as scorched pests rain down. Ding! Killed a Tier 2 Black Emperor worm, earning 5,000 experience points in an instant. Lin Xiu wiped them out in a single flash, landing proudly on both knees as the charred remains of the Black Emperors lay scattered across the scorched earth. Holding a cloth bag, Lin Xiu smiled. Earning over 100 Tier 2 beast cores with so little effort, no wonder they call the Road of Death a gold mine. Yet, taking down 10,000 of those beasts was no small feat. Behind him, the onlookers stood completely frozen in absolute disbelief. Diane smiled quietly to herself. To sweep away over 100 beasts so effortlessly, this young man was incredible. Perhaps with him, she could finally retrieve that special tree. Lin Xiu gripped his spear and stepped forward. Let's move, there is no telling what kind of monsters lie ahead. Diane raised her hand in high spirits, cheering him on as they ventured deeper into the dark, gloomy forest. The canopy above cast a deep, somber green. Lin Xiu wondered if her target was hidden here in the Azure Forest, and Diane quickly answered, Not yet. We must cross this forest to reach the Black Flame Lake. Later, resting by a tree, Lin Xiu checked his phone and spoke up. According to the Martial Alliance database, going further will lead us straight into a hive of evolved beasts, and Diane quickly confirmed it. Exactly. And because of the strange local soil, their skin has turned a deep green, allowing them to blend seamlessly into this dense foliage. We must watch out, so we must be extremely careful. Lin Xiu scrolled through his phone, looking at various quests in the Azure Forest. First reward is 100,000 coins. Second is a blue serpent skin, yielding 1.2 million alliance coins. Third, collect 10 salt crystals for 50 million coins. Before even reaching the fourth quest, Lin Xiu paused, wondering what these rare crystals were. How could the reward be so massive? Diane, sitting nearby, explained that those crystals only form at the very bottom of the Black Flame Lake. They only appear once every few decades at the bottom of the lake, making their rarity and value incredibly high. With a spark of excitement in his eyes, Lin Xiu realized her goal was the same lake. They agreed to try their luck together. He accepted the quest, but suddenly his senses flared. Killing intent! A blinding flash of light erupted toward them. The attack blasted right where they sat, forcing them to dodge. Lin Xiu shouted a warning that assassins were on their tail. More beams of light rained down relentlessly. While dodging the deadly barrages, Lin Xiu cast his gaze high up into the trees. There you are! Lin Xiu leaped high, kicking off the tree trunks and scaling the branches with incredible agility. He quickly cornered the hidden attacker. The assassin gasped, his face pale with utter terror as the young warrior suddenly materialized. With a swift, lethal thrust of his spear, Lin Xiu ended him. Ding! A Tier 2 warrior has been defeated, earning 1,500 experience points. Smiling, he realized they weren't alone out here. He vowed to turn them all into experience points. Meanwhile, another blast targeted Diane, forcing her to dodge in frustration. The Black Tiger bandits, she cursed, realizing they had crossed into their territory. Reaching back, she drew her weapon. With a fierce swing, a burst of bright energy blasted toward one of the bandits. He cried out in shock as her flowing light slash struck him, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. As dust and smoke cleared, another shout echoed from behind. Sensing the threat, she spun around and struck him down instantly. Catching her breath, covered in sweat, she turned with wide eyes only to find Lin Xiu standing right behind her. She was utterly stunned by his raw power. While she had struggled to fight off just one, he had already neutralized all 7 of the others. Lin Xiu approached, asking if the Black Tiger bandits occupied this region. Dian tilted her head, admitting she wasn't sure. But she warned him that many rogue warriors lurked deep within the Azure Forest, preying on other travelers to steal their treasures. Lin Xiu nodded, wondering which path they should take next. With the surrounding trees looking completely identical, figuring out which way to go was nearly impossible. Fortunately, Diane confidently pulled out a special tool. It was a high-tech locator. Reassuring him, she presented the device as Lin Xiu curiously asked if it was just a compass. The screen flickered with tracking dots. Although local magnetic interference rendered normal compasses completely useless, this advanced tracker pointed directly to the strongest magnetic source. Pointing forward, she explained that the magnetic field grew stronger the deeper they went. With this, getting lost was impossible. They headed down the path. Surrounded by gloomy trees and a creeping fog, Lin Xiu suddenly paused, sensing a high-tier evolved beast lurking nearby. Diane suggested checking it out. Walking across the damp brown earth, Lin Xiu noted the soil was unusually wet, indicating a recent rainfall. Diane agreed, mentioning that weather on the road of death was unpredictable but isolated. Suddenly, Lin Xiu stopped, his expression growing tense. A massive dark shadow loomed ahead, crawling along the damp forest floor like a giant worm. This was the Overlord Dragon Leech, a rare Tier 3 evolved beast found only in this forest. While they usually grew to 50 centimeters, mutant variants could reach up to 1 meter, crawling slowly through the undergrowth. It emitted a low, terrifying bellow, turning their faces pale. Dion gasped in absolute horror, while Lin Xiu quickly asked if she had any salt. Recalling that normal leeches hated salt, he hoped this giant beast shared the same weakness. Diane quickly reached into her bag and retrieved a small jar. However, only a tiny amount remained at the very bottom. Popping the lid open, Lin Xiu prepared to use what little they had. With a sinister glare, a jar of salt is flung directly onto the giant leech, the crystals clinging tightly to its slimy body. The creature opens its massive maw, shrieking in agony. Both Lin Xiu and Dianji watch in sheer disbelief, their jaws dropping to the floor. This monstrous beast possesses a massive circular mouth, lined with terrifying rows of razor-sharp teeth. It lunges directly at Lin Xiu, but our hero swiftly dodges. The beast slams violently into a massive tree behind him, its mouth dripping with green fluid. The toxic green acid melts the thick trunk, sending the massive tree crashing down as the enraged beast roars in fury. Shaking off the impact, the giant creature lunges forward with incredible speed. Lin Xiu readies his spear, channeling a blazing storm of fire. A wave of pure heat washes over the beast as Lin Xiu drives his spear deep into its flesh, letting the scorching flames consume it. Overwhelmed by the destructive power of the fire, the monster screams in agony. Lin Xiu and Dianji stare cautiously at their opponent, wondering if the battle is finally over. Naturally, these creatures dread dehydration. With the scorching heat from his legendary Phoenix Flame technique, it should be finished. The target is practically cooked, but as the flames continue to burn, the creature's eyes suddenly glow with a dangerous light. Thick clouds of dust swirl around them as the creature moves. To Lin Xiu's absolute shock, the stubborn beast burrows its entire body deep into the solid ground. Dianji cries out that it has vanished, but a sudden bulge moves beneath the soil. Lin Xiu quickly warns him to stay alert. The system screen appears, revealing a rank 3 evolved beast, the Tyrant Leech. It is a rare species in the Azure Forest, usually measuring about 50 centimeters. Occasionally, a mutated variant can grow up to 1 meter tall. They move sluggishly and emit a sound resembling a lowing cow. Hearing a sinister chuckle, Lin Xiu turns his head. A new figure emerges from the shadows. It is Wang a rank 3 warrior. Dianji whispers that this man is a hunter who ambushes warriors in the Azure Forest before demanding to know what Wang wants. Wang smiles coldly, brandishing his red thread blade. He scoffs, asking why they even bother to ask when they already know his reputation. He declares his intent to take their heads and loot their corpses. The system identifies him as a rank 3 warrior. Beside him, a massive creature crawls along the ground, perfectly blending with the dirt. The system details this rank 3 Tyrant Leech, a rare species of the Azure Forest, normally only 50 centimeters long, though rare mutated variants can grow much larger. Growing up to 1 meter, it moves sluggishly with a cow-like call. Watching this duo, Lin Xiu calmly issues a warning. He warns the hunter that taking even one single step closer will likely result in the loss of his legs. Wang points mockingly at Lin Xiu, laughing that this is the first time prey has dared to threaten him. He promises a quick and painless death as he steps forward confidently, completely unaware of the lurking danger right before him. With one wrong step, the beast snaps. Wang screams in absolute terror as the Tyrant Leech clamps onto his leg. His clothing tears as toxic green slime oozes everywhere. Desperate, he strikes at the creature, cursing it to die. Lin Xiu wonders if the threat is gone. But suddenly, countless tiny larvae emitting green gas rise from the soil. The system alerts him of rank 3 evolved larvae. These Tyrant Leech offspring are incredibly fast. Equipped with head suckers to drain human blood, they are actually highly nutritious and quite crunchy when eaten raw. Lin Xiu's jaw drops in complete disbelief at the sheer number of offspring. The swarm quickly crawls up Wanger's legs. They quickly cover his entire body. In absolute terror, the frantic hunter desperately flails his arms, screaming at them to get away. The relentless parasites refuse to let go. The helpless hunter collapses to the ground, screaming in agony while desperately trying to throw them off. Swarming over every inch of his flesh, the creatures feed relentlessly, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled, lifeless husk. His eyes are reduced to hollow black sockets. Terrified by this horror, Dianji urges a hasty retreat, but Lin Xiu merely shields his eyes to observe them closely. Though small, these are still rank 3 beasts, meaning an absolute goldmine of experience points. Ignoring his friend, Lin Xiu's eyes light up with greed. Grinning with excitement at the free experience, Lin Xiu unleashes a relentless barrage of spear strikes directly into the swarm. He follows up with a powerful pear blossom thrust, sending the tiny creatures blasting into the air in all directions. The system alerts ring out. Defeated Tyrant Leech larva, gained 1,500 experience points. Defeated Tyrant Leech larva, gained 1,500 experience points. Lin Xiu laughs in pure delight. Who would have thought these tiny pests could yield such immense experience? Lin Xiu continuously unleashes lightning-charged strikes, scattering the parasites everywhere. As they perish, Lin Xiu swings his weapon in one final brilliant sweep, blasting them away. Through the rising dust cloud, the system notifications continue to flood in. Defeated Tyrant Leech larva, gained 1,500 experience points. Defeated Tyrant Leech larva, gained another 1,500 experience points. The remaining larvae twitch helplessly before falling still, leaving a battlefield scattered with defeated foes as the smoke clears. Lam Tu stood silently with his sword, bringing a glorious end to the battle, while Dian Qi stared in shock at the dead leeches. You and I can only marvel at his speed. In less than a minute, all the smaller leeches were wiped out, their remains scattered on the ground. However, Lam Tu frowned in surprise. Unbelievably, it was still alive, and the colossal giant leech rose once again directly in front of him. Opening its massive mouth, it lunged forward. Lam Tu unleashed a powerful stream of blazing fire, sending the flames roaring toward the giant beast. Glancing behind, Lam Tu spotted both large and small leeches approaching. Sprinting forward, he roared out his signature move, the 100 birds facing the phoenix. Unleashing his fiery spear packed with burning energy, he struck. No escape! Lam Tu fiercely thrust his weapon straight into the target. Placing the tip of his spear firmly against the ground, he braced himself as intense heat and fierce flames erupted from the earth. The burning leech shrieked in agony. The system chimed, confirming the defeat of the level 4 Overlord Leech and granting 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 17. Meanwhile, the giant leech was sliced cleanly into two halves. A red core rolled out of the creature's body. Walking through a field of dead baby leeches, Lamb 2 smiled at the massive wave of experience. A level 4 core could sell for over 1 million. Plus, this leech skin makes excellent crafting material. Lamb 2 checked his phone. His eyes lit up with absolute joy. On the Martial Artist Alliance website, the bounty for the Overlord Leech skin was massive. The reward was 10 million coins. He was rich. Lamb 2 laughed with pure, unrestrained joy. The system screen popped up, showing level 17, strength over 300,000, and constitution at 107 plus 20. Speed 80, total combat power over 2 million, with a tier 3 martial artist title boosting his constitution. His rage meter remained at 0. Reviewing his skills like analysis, fury, and camouflage, Lamb 2 stared at his status board, noting he gained 17 attribute points from leveling up. He commanded the system to put all points into strength. Then, waving his hand to Dian Qi, he called out to move. Dian Qi nodded, pointing toward the gloomy forest ahead where the chilling black salt lake lay hidden in the shadows. Before them stretched a vast, icy, dark body of water. Lam Tu asked if this was the place, and Dian Qi solemnly confirmed it. As Lam Tu tested the bone-chilling water, you and I could feel the tension rise when Dian Qi suddenly fell to his knees. Confused, Lam Tu asked what was wrong. Dian Qi pulled out his phone, showing a photo with pleading eyes, begging for help. Tears streaming down his face, Dian Qi explained that the plant he mentioned was actually black salt coral, found deep beneath this lake. He revealed that his daughter was suffering from a rare viral infection that completely destroyed her immune system. Her condition was so delicate that even a slight draft of cold wind could claim her life. Lam Tu stared at the girl's photo as Dian Qi recounted his years of traveling far and wide for a cure. After searching everywhere, he finally learned that the black salt coral at the lake bottom could save his daughter. Bowing deeply on the ground, Dian Qi admitted that dangerous mutated beasts guarded the depths, though none should exceed level 4. Having witnessed Lam Tu's incredible skills during their journey, Dian Qi knew the young man could retrieve it, desperately begging for his aid. Lam Tu listened quietly, then knelt down beside him with a reassuring smile, saying they never would have made it this far without him. Since his own quest required him to gather salt crystals from the lake anyway, he had every intention of heading down. Dian Qi wiped his tears and handed over a diving suit with a grateful smile, promising his efforts would not be in vain. He handed him a pair of specialized goggles equipped with a miniature headlight to help navigate the dark, murky waters. Dian Qi also cautioned him that those rare salt crystals were hard to find, meaning he would need a great deal of luck to spot them. Putting on the goggles, Lam Tu promised to bring back the coral. With a reassuring nod, he dove headfirst into the freezing water, leaving Dian Qi waiting anxiously on the shore. He swam downward, immediately shivering from the intense cold. Activating his headlight, he wrapped his body in energy to ward off the freezing temperature. With his energy barrier holding, the cold became manageable. Strangely, as he swam deeper, he noticed this massive lake was completely devoid of fish. Suspecting something was wrong, he dove even deeper, but the barren lake bed showed no signs of either crystals or the black coral. Suddenly, a white object caught his eye. Just as he wondered if it was the crystal, a dark shadow lunged from the gloom, a dangerous mutated beast. A monstrous fish materialized. It was the giant pincer whitefish, a dangerous level 4 beast, illuminated by the bright beam of his flashlight. Protected by his energy armor to keep the water out, Lam Tu struggled to maintain his footing while staring down the massive predator. He grimaced as the beast lunged. Its erratic, rapid movements underwater made it incredibly difficult to track, causing him to curse silently. It was simply too fast to dodge. While the lake's surface remained perfectly still, a fierce battle erupted deep below as he prepared to strike. The fish entered a frenzy. Bracing himself, Lam Tu delivered a powerful kick straight to its colossal pincers, prompting the angry beast to glare right back. With its eyes burning with rage, Lam Tu gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating punch directly toward the monster's face. The giant fish thrashed in pain as his fist struck with incredible force, triggering a deafening underwater explosion. The strike seemed to blow the giant white-clawed fish into 100 pieces, but Lin Tu knew the water dragged his punch back. Unable to unleash his full power, he wondered if the beast was dead, especially with no kill notification from the system. Suddenly, Lin Tu noticed a strange glow among the scattered bones, prompting him to gasp in pure excitement and surprise. He shined his light and saw the precious Yan Qi crystals right next to the legendary black Yan coral. Diving deeper, he celebrated finding the coral, but suddenly the giant white-clawed fish surged from the dark depths behind him. The beast was still alive and charging right at him, catching Lin Tu completely off guard with its sudden ferocity. His powerful fist struck the beast's eye directly, but the water neutralized the impact, leaving the creature completely unharmed. The creature circled him like a deadly predator, then suddenly snapped its massive claw forward with blinding speed to crush him. Lin Tu barely dodged the strike, realizing his punches lost all their lethal force beneath the heavy, restricting lake water. Without weapons and with his rage timer ticking down, he knew staying under was suicide, so he swam hard for the surface. He needed to reach dry land first. Behind him, the raging beast locked its eyes on him and pursued with terrifying speed. Opening its massive jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth, it snapped at his heels as Lin Tu desperately kicked for the surface. Suddenly, the beast cut him off, trapping him from above and snapping its giant claw directly around Lin Tu's body. But it only grabbed his empty suit. Lin Tu smirked, proud of his perfect decoy strategy that fooled the beast completely. That expensive battle gear was worth millions, but it bought him the chance to pull the entire beast onto dry land. He swam faster than ever, bursting through the surface with a triumphant roar as he prepared to drag his enemy up. Dian Qi watched in utter disbelief at the monster's sheer size as Lin Tu kicked the beast onto the dry land. Landing firmly on solid ground, Lin Tu glared back at the beast, knowing the tables had finally turned in his favor. With a devastating final blow, he shattered the creature as his system screen flashed with a grand kill notification. Level 4 beast defeated, earning him 350,000 experience points as the monster lay lifeless on the ground. Dian Qi rushed forward in deep concern to check on him, but Lin Tu smiled and revealed his great success. Holding up the rare black yen coral, Lin Tu asked his companion if this was indeed the miracle they needed. Tears of pure relief filled Dian Qi's eyes as he bowed deeply, expressing his overwhelming gratitude to his savior. With his daughter finally out of danger, Dian Qi offered an ancient movement skill card preserved by his ancestors. Explaining that he could no longer use it, he offered it to Lin Tu, who initially tried to decline. A gold-grade skill card was far too valuable, but Dian Qi insisted he take it as a reward. To him, the black yan coral was a priceless, life-saving medicine that far outweighed any secret technique he owned. Seeing the man's deep sincerity, Lin Tu could no longer refuse and graciously accepted the incredibly rare reward. Accepting the gift, Lin Tu asked if he was heading back immediately, and Dian Qi nodded quickly. Every second counted, and he needed to deliver the medicine to the doctor to save his daughter's life. Lin Tu asked about the path ahead, and Dian Qi warned him that 50 kilometers forward lay the dangerous deep blue forest. 3 years ago, his old party had only reached the outer borders of that perilous and uncharted territory. Terrifying beasts had driven them away back then. Waving a warm farewell, Dian Qi prepared to make his departure. Wishing each other well, they parted. That night, Lin Tu sat by his campfire, happily roasting the exotic fish. The meat was surprisingly delicious. As he ate, he examined his new movement technique called snow stepping without traces. He could already feel his body becoming light as a feather, when suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning cracked overhead. Grumbling about the sudden downpour ruining his half-dried clothes, Lin Tu quickly took shelter inside a nearby rocky cave. While enjoying his meal out of the storm, he suddenly spotted a panicked young woman running toward his shelter. She screamed for help, claiming a beast was hunting her. Her status screen identified her as a level 3 warrior. Helping her up, Lin Tu barely waited for her to speak before suddenly launching a powerful kick directly at her. Though caught off guard by the sudden hostility, the mysterious woman reacted instantly and dodged his strike with ease. Slipping behind him, she demanded to know why he attacked, but Lin Tu only glared back with cold suspicion. He called her out by name, pointing out that her fragile act was far too clumsy for a seasoned hunter. Her murderous aura gave her away. Surprised he knew her name, she smirked and hid her hand behind her back. She dismissed it, confident she could easily crush a target of his caliber on her high-reward hit list. With a quick wave of his hand, Xiao Hua signals his hidden men to strike, and a ruthless gang suddenly lunges from the forest to attack Lin Tu. A fierce swordsman screams for Lin Tu to die as he swings his blade, but the young warrior effortlessly dodges the blow with incredible grace. Crouching low with a razor-sharp gaze, Lin Tu swings his mighty spear, retaliating with his powerful torrential pear blossom technique. The assailant gasps in sheer terror before being blasted backward with an agonizing shriek as the system confirms the death of a level 2 martial artist. After earning 16,000 experience points, Lin Tu faces the remaining thugs, who charge relentlessly, shouting in fury as they try to end his life. Each fighter unleashes a unique deadly technique, with one firing a 5-link lightning cannon while another lunges forward with a wild mad dog fist. The last assailant triggers a bone-locking kick, but Lin Tu remains completely focused on his deadly foes, swinging his spear to deliver an incredibly devastating counterstrike. A blinding light erupts, sending the pale-faced attackers flying as Lin Tu grips his spear and unleashes a barrage of strikes. He executes the torrential pear blossom once more, multiplying his spear into countless deadly illusions that pierce his enemies, leaving behind only agony. The system alerts him again, confirming the deaths of multiple level 2 martial artists and awarding 16,000 experience points for each kill. After securing the experience, Xiao Hua watches in absolute disbelief, wondering how a mere level 1 martial artist could easily overpower his elite squad. Easily wiping out those level 2 martial artists makes Xiao Hua smile with dangerous curiosity, finding this unexpected challenge to be incredibly thrilling. He laughs maniacally, unleashing a terrifying aura as he declares that taking the head of a strong opponent brings him immense pleasure. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua suddenly reappears right in front of Lin Tu, who barely raises his spear to block the strike. Lin Tu marvels at his opponent's incredible speed, recognizing it as a movement technique as he frantically dodges a relentless barrage of deadly strikes. Striking back with his spear, Lin Tu meets Xiao Hua's powerful weapon, earning a mocking chuckle and a compliment from his opponent. Xiao Hua immediately unleashes his terrifying prison dragon strike, summoning a giant spectral serpent that lunges forward to devour the young warrior. Looking up at the massive beast, Lin Tu smoothly dodges the strike, landing on his feet with a confident smile as he wipes his chin. But danger lurks behind him as Xiao Hua's dual flying daggers unexpectedly curve back, forcing Lin Tu to look over his shoulder in shock. Deflecting them with a swift swing of his spear, he sends the deadly projectiles flying away. However, a relentless storm of daggers quickly rains down, forcing him to desperately block the onslaught. Gritting his teeth under the immense pressure, Lin Tu struggles to push them back, much to the absolute delight of a laughing Xiao Hua. He boasts that the harder Lin Tu fights, the faster the blades return to shred him into absolute pieces. The relentless daggers refuse to stop, constantly slicing through the air and leaving deep, painful cuts all over Lin Tu's body. Determined to end this, Lin Tu charges directly at Xiao Hua, shouting in anger as he vows to take the leader down first. Although the spear misses its mark, Xiao Hua is genuinely taken aback by how dangerous and unpredictable this young opponent can be. Recalling his flying weapons, Xiao Hua admits he underestimated his opponent before unleashing a devastating crescent moon slash. Showing no fear, Lin Tu welcomes the challenge and counters with a massive strike, creating a colossal explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. Xiao Hua gasps in complete shock as his opponent's speed and strength suddenly skyrocket, his desperate screams echoing through the thick smoke of battle. The system chimes once more, confirming the death of a level 3 martial artist and granting him 300,000 experience points. Leaving behind a lush forest and a vast lake, Lin Tu now treks across a scorching desert, looking completely exhausted and on the verge of dehydration. Dripping with sweat while carrying a massive wooden log, the exhausted warrior trudges forward, his tongue parched from the intense heat. Holding his flask, he curses this bizarre land, where one side boasts a rain-soaked forest while the other is a desolate wasteland. Taking a sip of water, he notes that anyone would quickly perish in this searing heat without a reliable way to stay hydrated. Fortunately, he prepared an advanced energy drink beforehand, designed to keep his body perfectly hydrated throughout the entire day under the blazing sun. Suddenly, the ground gives way beneath him, causing him to panic as a massive mound of shifting sand begins to rise right in front of him. To his utter shock, a dangerous level 4 evolved beast known as the Aegis sandworm erupts from beneath the dunes. This creature is an extremely agile predator that hides beneath the sand to deliver fatal strikes to unsuspecting travelers, looming over him like a giant. Faced with the looming threat, Lin Tu immediately draws his spear and prepares to unleash a fiery counterstrike against the massive beast. As the monster opens its massive jaws, a torrent of blazing fire surges directly into its throat, engulfing the beast in a devastating explosion. Within seconds, the formidable desert monster collapses heavily onto the sand, unconscious and trembling weakly from the sheer force of the fiery blast. Smiling, he chuckles at how easily the giant was defeated, only to be interrupted by sudden, mocking laughter echoing from behind him. Turning around in confusion, he watches a group of powerful martial artists rush toward the fallen creature. A young man asks if he was the one who defeated it, while another touches the carcass with a highly skeptical and disdainful look. They assume a mere level 1 martial artist could never defeat such a beast, leaving us wondering how they will react to his true power. He probably just wandered by chance. Thinking he struck gold, Lin Xiu raised his spear with supreme confidence, boldly claiming his victory. "This beast is my prey, and that guy over there has no right to claim it." The loudmouth speaking was Chen Kun. Chen Kun pointed and smirked, telling his men to go and harvest the energy crystal from the massive Aegis worm first. They also wanted the teeth for crafting high-grade weapons, but suddenly, a young woman and her companion stepped into view. The dark-skinned girl frowned, crossing her arms. She reminded Chen Kun that the young man had already claimed his prey. She warned him not to start trouble, but Chen Kun and his partner brushed her off with a sneering laugh. Chen Kun sneered, asking whose side she was really on and accusing her of falling for the newcomer's handsome face. Is that why you're defending him? Furious, she snapped back, telling him to say it again because her patience had officially run out. Her ally held her back, calling her Zhang Yin and urging her to drop it. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu watched, annoyed by their petty bickering. Lin Xiu wondered what his good looks had to do with anything, while the enemy teammate eagerly agreed with the insult. But these two fools failed to notice the giant Aegis worm rising behind them. Suddenly, Lei Lei, a girl from Zhang Yin's group, cried out in alarm. The beast is still alive! Get back! Chen Kun turned around, but before he could react, the massive worm crushed him flat beneath its weight. His partner screamed his name in panic, while Zhang Yin's crew shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. Only Lin Xiu stood his ground, glaring at the creature with sheer irritation. That wretched beast had just crossed a line. How dare it steal his precious experience points? Meanwhile, Chen Kun's furious ally pointed a finger at Lin Xiu, accusing him of keeping quiet on purpose. Lin Xiu calmly replied that he did warn them by stating it was his prey. This only enraged the companion further. The man lunged forward with his sword, screaming for Lin Xiu to die, but the young warrior calmly swung his spear. On this path of death, one must be prepared to die at any moment. The system chimed, confirming the elimination of a Tier 3 martial artist. He gained 300,000 experience points, leaving Zhang Yin and his crew utterly speechless. Lin Xiu looked down, then asked them a cold question. Lin Xiu asked if they planned to fight for their fallen companions, but Zhang Yin quickly clarified it was all a misunderstanding. They were never a real squad, they had simply crossed paths and decided to travel together for safety. She added that those scoundrels deserved it anyway. But before they could relax, Lei Lei screamed in absolute terror. The monstrous beast was charging right at them. Yet, Lin Xiu stood completely unfazed, calmly staring down the oncoming threat. Mocking the beast, Lin Xiu asked if it wanted another taste of pain as his spear began to glow with power. With his eyes blazing, he unleashed the legendary 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, sending a wave of searing fire forward. The massive worm writhed in agony as the flames consumed it. Lei Lei watched in utter disbelief at the display. She wondered what kind of incredible skill could possess such power. Even Zhang Yin admitted he had never seen anything like it. The attack was devastating, tearing the beast apart from the inside out. The worm opened its massive jaws, shrieking in agonizing pain. As raging fire consumed it from within, the system chimed, confirming the glorious defeat of the Tier 4 evolved beast. Earning over 1,700,000 experience points, Lin Xiu walked up to the fallen beast, retrieved its rare core, and smiled. Zhang Yin stood with his hands on his hips, analyzing this strange youth whose weak aura masked an unbelievably lethal strength. His allies whispered in amazement, shocked that a lone warrior could take down a Tier 3 beast so easily. They reminded Zhang Yin that the beast's teeth were highly valuable to them. He nodded, deciding to negotiate with the young man. Seeing him approach, Lin Xiu asked what he wanted. Zhang Yin sheepishly scratched his head, coughing to clear his throat. He politely asked if they could have a few of the creature's teeth, quickly clarifying that they would pay for them. They offered to trade some rare materials in exchange, but Lin Xiu simply waved his hand and began to walk away. He told them the teeth were useless to him and they could have them as a thank you for the girl's defense. Overjoyed, Zhang Yin thanked him profusely. Zhang Yin waved his crew over to harvest the teeth, bringing a warm smile to Lei Lei's face. She remarked on how generous he was, teasingly asking if he had a crush on her. Her friend quickly snapped back. She jokingly threatened to pull her teeth next. Soon after, the group finished harvesting their valuable spoils from the beast. They turned around to look for their mysterious savior, but Lei Lei pointed out that he was already gone. Walking off into the distance, Lin Xiu suddenly felt the desert sand give way beneath him, forcing him to leap upward in shock. Fearing yet another monstrous worm was attacking, he readied his spear in midair and warily watched the collapsing ground below him. As dust exploded from the sinkhole, a sudden force dragged him down, sending him falling into the dark abyss. Finally crashing onto the hard ground below, the young warrior slowly got to his feet, rubbing his aching head as he realized he had fallen into a deep cavern. Looking around this strange place, Lin too wonders where he is. It looks like a secret passageway. He reaches out to touch the stone wall. Could this be a ruin left behind from the Great Alien War? You and I know that many places on this road of death are actually forgotten remnants from that massive battle of the last century. Touching the glowing light in the center of the wall carvings, Lin too notices strange indentations. Could this be some hidden mechanism for the passage? Glowing red eyes suddenly lock onto Lin too. He tenses up, sensing something approaching. when a giant golden rat suddenly bursts into view. It is a golden rat, a level 3 evolved beast. But it is not alone. A whole swarm appears, leaving Lin Tu shocked by their sheer numbers. Readying his weapon, Lin Tu braces for impact as the golden rats swarm him, forcing him to unleash his spear power. His attacks flash with brilliant energy, striking down the golden rats as the system registers the deaths of these level 3 beasts. Defeating each golden rat awards him 180,000 experience points. As Lin Tu keeps fighting, the notifications keep flooding in. Level 3 golden rat eliminated, earning another 180,000 points. Within moments, Lin Tu wipes out the entire swarm. Dead rats litter the ground while Lin Tu stands catching his breath. He sighs in relief. Though they were not a threat, their numbers were overwhelming. Wiping them all out was exhausting, but a quick look at the pouch in his hand brings a smile. His hard work paid off. The experience points and core crystals are excellent rewards. Heading deeper, Lin Tu realizes that the golden rats were likely startled by someone else. That is why they ran right into him. He wonders if there might be other survivors wandering down these deep passageways. Suddenly, sensing a surprise attack, Lin Tu blocks it with his spear. A startled voice calls out, asking if it is really him. Lin Tu is equally surprised to find them here. He asks if they were the ones who startled the rats, and why they are down here. Zhang Yin explains with a sheepish grin that they were walking in the desert when the sand gave way, dropping them down here. He chuckles, admitting they accidentally startled a swarm of those evolved golden beasts just a moment ago. Talk about fate bringing us together. Let me introduce everyone. My name is Zhang Yin. This young lady here is Lei Lei. Standing next to her is her boyfriend, Zhang Li, and our other companion is Peng Wu. Zhang Yin introduces them warmly. Offering a friendly smile, Lin Tu introduces himself and suggests they travel together since they are all stuck in the same place. Zhang Yin wonders what kind of secret path this is. With no clear exit, Lin Tu walks beside him, offering an explanation. It seems to be ruins left over from 2554. Zhang Yin is shocked, wondering how Lin Tu could possibly know that. Pointing behind him, Lin Tu explains that he noticed the date carved into the wall earlier, recalling the ancient illustrations he saw right when he entered. Do those wall markings look familiar? While Zhang Yin is completely lost, you and I can see that Lin Tu has finally solved the puzzle. Lin Tu pulls out an energy crystal. Staring at it, Zhang Yin asks which beast it came from. Lin Tu quickly explains. It belongs to the level 3 golden rat that you startled earlier. They were running ahead of you. Right there, I crossed paths with them and took down a few. He holds up the glowing red crystal he retrieved from the beast. I was highly curious why this specific beast was down here. Until I defeated them and harvested this strange energy crystal, it hit me that the golden rat is the actual key to unlocking this passage. Lin Tu gently places the crystal down. He slots the crystal right into the center of the wall carving. It fits perfectly, glowing brightly as a hidden door swings open. It works, just as I suspected. Zhang Yin gasps in utter disbelief. Stepping through the doorway, Lin Tu shares some history about the people of the past. They used beast crystals as a revolutionary energy source. Back then, people did not just use them to boost their own strength. They powered all kinds of technology with them. It seems this ruin relies on that exact fuel source, too. Suddenly, they find themselves staring at a pile of messy debris. What on earth is this stuff? Looking around, Zhang Yin notes that this looks a lot like an old high-tech laboratory. Lin Tu makes a guess, but the group is frozen in shock by the sight of a mutant preserved inside a high-tech tank. Mutants. In the previous century, in a desperate bid to defeat alien invaders, humans merged their own genetic code with beast DNA. This terrifying process created a completely new kind of super soldier. These beings were incredibly powerful but grew extremely violent and bloodthirsty. Ultimately, the project was shut down and the mutants were supposed to be destroyed, but their bodies were incredibly resilient. Lin Tu frowns. It is deeply unsettling that after a whole century, such dangerous remnants of the past still linger in the dark. Suddenly, thick black vines shoot out from below, wrapping tightly around Peng Wu's legs. He screams for help as the group panics. He struggles against the grip, but the vines violently drag him downward, leaving the group completely powerless to react. Peng Wu desperately reaches his hand out, begging them to save him from the deadly, thrashing vines. He is pulled deeper into the shadows, his hopeless cries fading as Zhang Yin rushes forward in a panic. Urging him to hold on, they watch in horror as the vines completely bind his body, suspending him helplessly in midair. Gasps of shock echo. What is that thing? Bang Vu roars in anger, demanding to be freed, but those vines wrap around his throat, ending him instantly. Sudden light surges forward. Quang Luke and Loi Loi freeze in shock, while Truong Dan watches with sheer panic. Lam Tu leaps in, unleashing his energy to slash the vines, but it is too late. The sharp roots pierce straight through Bang Vu. Collapsed on the cold floor, Bang Vu lies helpless. His teammates cry out his name in despair, but Lam 2 stares at the creeping vines and declares there is no saving him. This place is highly unusual, and they must find an exit immediately. Suddenly, Bang Vu's lifeless body begins to twitch, prompting his teammates to call out to him once more. Bulging veins erupt across Bang Vu's face and entire body. Then, he slowly sits up. Vines thread horribly through his flesh in a grotesque display. His shocked allies stammer in confusion, but Lam 2 recognizes the terrifying truth. Damn it. It is the AMS virus. That creature carried the deadly AMS virus inside. Lam 2 orders everyone to run. Ahead of them, Loi Loi shouts that the exit lies in this direction. Lam 2 urges them onward, grabbing Truong Dan to flee as the savage evolved beast roars behind them. Leaving the beasts trapped in the rising flames, the group escapes. Yet, Lam 2 looks back, eyes wide with alarm. A horde of beasts pursues them relentlessly. Lam 2 warns the group to pick up the pace, as the zombified Bang Vu joins the chase with rabid fury. Bang Vu lashes out with heavily veined arms. Lam 2 retaliates, firing a brilliant beam of energy directly at his former ally, his expression turning deeply grim. This AMS virus is devastatingly potent. Any infected warrior instantly mutates into an equally powerful zombie, staring at the horribly twisted creature that was once their friend. Lam 2 retreats a few steps. Even if these monsters have their heads completely severed from their bodies, they will keep moving forward. A single bite spreads the virus instantly. Grimly, Lam 2 swings his spear, unleashing a wave of energy to push them back. The only way to stop them is to slice them in half, ending their movement for good. Exhausted, Lam 2 drops down onto one knee. The writhing vines coil into a massive whirlpool, launching a fierce assault directly at Lam 2. Fortunately, he reacts instantly, narrowly dodging the blow. But Lam 2's eyes widen in absolute horror as the creeping vines successfully wrap around his limbs. Even more of them begin to emerge from the darkness. Twisting and writhing, they close in. Lam 2 realizes these are no ordinary plants, but a strange, unclassifiable breed of evolved beasts. They carry the AMS virus as well. Lam 2 quickly shouts a warning to Truong Dan and the team, urging everyone to stay highly alert. The parasitic vines multiply rapidly, launching a relentless barrage. In an instant, a massive wave of roots sweeps toward Lam 2 and his companions. Lam 2 charges forward to strike, but Truong Dan gets ensnared. Just in the nick of time, Lam 2 leaps to the rescue. He slices the grasping roots off Truong Dan, but watching the severed vines instantly regenerate makes Lam 2 scowl in deep frustration. These pests are incredibly stubborn. Summoning his energy, Lam 2 unleashes a torrent of blazing fire to burn the creeping roots to ashes. Since they resemble plants, he bets they hate heat. Sure enough, the vines writhe and coil in agony amidst the flames, prompting Lam 2 to smirk in triumph. Pressing his advantage, Lam 2 hurls another wave of fire. The panicked roots thrash wildly inside the inferno, but within mere moments, the flames begin to fade. The fire dies out completely, leaving the vines entirely unharmed. Suddenly, they begin to spiral rapidly into a tight coil, leaving Lam 2 deeply alarmed. They are about to self-detonate and release the mutants. Damn it, this creature is highly intelligent. They must stop it immediately. Lam 2, Truong Dan, Loi Loi, and Quang Luke slash wildly at the roots, but the vines have already tightly enveloped the containment tank of a mutant. The intense pressure cracks the glass, and the tank finally shatters, releasing the captive mutant onto the floor. As the first mutant collapses to the ground, alarms blare. It is not alone. Several other containment units begin to burst open as well. The beast opens its eyes, revealing long, razor-sharp claws. Now fully awakened and liberated, the horrific mutant lets out a deafening roar. The system warning flashes. Level 3 mutant. It possesses the explosive power of an evolved beast and feels absolutely no pain or emotion. It relentlessly hunts its targets. Realizing the extreme danger, Lam 2 curses under his breath. Every single one of them is level 3. They must find a way out now. Suddenly, a massive clawed hand swipes dangerously close to Lam 2's face. The monster lashes out violently, but Lam 2 ducks just in time to evade the lethal strike, his heart stopping at how close that came. Lam 2 immediately launches a counterattack, but the aggressive mutant fights back with raw, single-handed strength, sending Lam 2 flying backward with a single swipe. Terrified, Truong Dan cries out as multiple mutants charge ahead, forcing him to stand his ground and unleash a counterstrike. He fires bursts of golden energy directly at the creatures, but his attacks barely make a scratch on their thick hides. Truong Dan gasps in disbelief. It is useless. Still, he channels his remaining energy, throwing waves of hot flames to keep them back. The mutants shriek and charge straight toward Lam 2 instead. Seeing them lock onto him, Lam 2 shouts out to his ally. He orders them to run ahead while he covers their escape. Trung Dan hesitates, but Lam Tu is already calculating. These ancient ruins hold far too many hidden dangers, meaning he must conserve his energy and avoid using his ultimate abilities for now. Gripping his spear, a faint light flickers around the blade. He must rely on the basic spear technique his master taught him, utilizing its sharp, dark edge. By combining it with his own spiritual energy, the resulting strike should be devastating. A blinding flash of power erupts. The crushing blows strike the mutant head-on. Lam Tu grins, highly pleased to see that the attack power has indeed increased significantly. Gripping his spear with both hands, Lin Tu strikes with immense power, launching a mutant flying. His system chimes, confirming a level 3 mutant defeat. Gaining over 589,000 experience points, Lin Tu is absolutely thrilled. He never expected to receive such a massive payout. Fantastic. Facing the crowd of mutants, Lin Tu takes his battle stance, overjoyed as he claims them all as his own targets. Lin Tu charges forward. The mutants snarl with open mouths, lunging at him. He quickly realizes that though their skin is incredibly thick and tough, and they feel no pain, they are still a goldmine of experience. Slaying them easily, Lin Tu realizes this narrow corridor works beautifully to his own advantage. They cannot easily surround him here, making this the best opportunity to defeat them all and collect experience. As the mutants fall one after another, his teammate Zhang Ran watches in disbelief. Meanwhile, the system chimes, confirming another level 3 kill, awarding 599,000 experience. Lei Lei watches in sheer admiration, amazed by his strength, but suddenly, the mutants rally and strike back. Lei Lei is stunned. Her praise lasted barely 3 seconds before Zhang Ran, watching anxiously, rushes forward to help his companion. Shouting a warning, Zhang Ran barely saves Lin Tu from a vicious blow. The creature lets out a terrifying guttural growl. Recovering quickly, Lin Tu thrusts his spear with a cold glare. Instantly, his system notifications begin to chime repeatedly. Another level 3 mutant down, granting over 577,000 experience as the system congratulates him on leveling up. Reaching level 18, he receives 18 potential points. His status screen appears, showing he is now level 18, strength 337, speed 80, with an overall combat power reaching 2350. A rank 3 martial artist with skills like analysis, rage, and camouflage. Looking at his hands, Lin Tu smiles with quiet satisfaction. Excellent, another level up. The system allocates 18 potential points, 12 to strength, and 6 to stamina. Leaping into the air, Lin Tu strikes with newfound power. His dark energy slashes fly outward with effortless, deadly precision. The system chimes again for another level 3 mutant defeat. Watching this unfold, Zhang Ran simply cannot believe his eyes. What is with this young man? He seems to have endless energy, growing stronger with every strike as he stands before the monsters. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoes from within. As Lei Lei wonders what it is, Lin Tu points out the noise came from down the corridor. Along with a fierce roar, it sounds like a massive evolved beast. Suddenly, the surrounding mutants look up and howl in unison. Suddenly, the mutants retreat. A confused Zhang Ran wonders where they are going, but Lin Tu suspects that something is summoning them. Just how strong is a monster that can command these level 3 mutants? Ignoring them for now, Lin Tu urges the group to keep moving. Deep in the secret passage, light slips through a dusty door, casting 4 long shadows. Inside, they discover a vast, impressive armory of weapons. Jiang Li gasps in amazement at the stockpile. Zhang Ran examines the cache, noting old-style laser rifles and plenty of explosives. Taking all of this would fetch a handsome price. Lin Tu agrees, suggesting they should focus on gathering everything up first. However, they aren't even sure if they can carry it out. Suddenly, Lei Lei raises her finger, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. She hears the distant sounds of combat. All 4 lean close, listening intently as Lin Tu catches faint noises through the door crack. Looking at the door, Zhang Ran wonders if other martial artists have broken in, and if this path finally leads to the exit. Crossing his arms, Jiang Li points out the noise coming from the other side. Together, the group prepares to open the heavy door. Lin Tu suggests pulling it open. Zhang Ran struggles, complaining about the immense weight, but as it cracks open, a bright light shines through. A sudden explosion rings out. Lin Tu stands stunned, witnessing a large group of martial artists locked in battle with an evolved beast. Thick smoke fills the air. While Zhang Ran is taken aback, Lin Tu is highly surprised to see so many warriors and mutants here. Zhang Ran wonders why they are fighting here. Looking at the distant mutants, Lin Tu finally understands what is happening. The mutants they encountered earlier were all summoned to this very spot by this massive, evolved beast. Suddenly, one of the struggling martial artists is launched backward, flying straight toward Lin Tu's group. Catching the falling warrior, Lin Tu helps him stand. Wiping his mouth, the young man thanks them and asks if they are newcomers, leaving them surprised. Recognizing the warrior as Tan Feng, Zhongran sighs with relief. Looking at the chaotic battle before them, he quickly asks what on earth is happening. Why are there so many fighters and mutants here? Pointing to the warriors in the distance, Tan Feng explains that he and his friends got lost. They ended up here, but some powerful martial artists came specifically to hunt. The main exit is deep in the hall, but a level 6 green vine demon beast completely blocks it. There is absolutely no way to pass. Lin Xiu's group is utterly shocked by the news. Stunned by the danger, Zhang Li exclaims in pure disbelief. Lin Xiu asks in shock, "A level 6 vine demon beast?" Tan Feng nods, explaining that this rank 6 creature is a gargantuan monster. It is 10 meters long, resembling a sea demon, covered in long green vine-like tentacles that are tough enough to easily pierce steel, and pierce thick steel plates. Zhang Ran is horrified, wondering how anyone could possibly fight such a powerful rank 6 evolved beast. Asking how they dare face such a beast, Tan Feng points to the brave warriors, explaining they have over 100 martial artists. Additionally, a rank 5 master named Liu Chang is leading them. They can surely defeat the beast, especially since it completely blocks their only escape route out. If we do not kill this monster, we are just sitting ducks waiting to die, Lin Xiu warned. Still, they were facing a tier 6 evolved beast, and rushing in blindly seemed incredibly foolish to Lin Xiu. Now, as you and I can see, a strange frenzy had taken hold of the crowd, yet Qin Feng still called them forward. Rather than waiting here to die, destroying that 6-vine devil beast could yield a level 6 monster core worth an absolute fortune. Qin Feng observed the fighters with great excitement, noting that Liu Chang held 2 state-of-the-art 2 explosives, which had already wounded the 6-vine beast. The bomb was thrown, erupting in a blinding explosion of smoke and fire as the monster unleashed its writhing vines. Voices cried out as the wounded 6-vine devil beast emerged, with warriors praising the incredible destructive power of Brother Lu's weapons. Lin Xiu realized the terrifying vines from the laboratory belonged to this beast, capable of reaching across such immense distances. In other words, these entire underground ruins were completely under its control, Liu Chang warned the group. With the 6-vine beast finally exposed, he ordered them to split up and hold off the approaching mutants. The rest would join him to face the main beast, prompting the frenzied martial artists to charge forward with wild war cries as they violently slashed at the thrashing tentacles. While the others coordinated to fight, Lin Xiu suddenly held Zhang Yin's group back, warning them that these mutants were being entirely puppeted by the devil beast. Observing his own racing pulse, Lin Xiu wondered why he felt such an unusual, sudden urge to join the chaotic battle. Suddenly, a mutant charged directly at him, but Lin Xiu reacted instantly, thrusting his spear straight through the creature's chest. Zhang Yin slashed down another foe with his sword, while Lin Xiu kept his eyes locked on the chaotic battle taking place nearby. He noticed a bizarre look of pure euphoria on the faces of Zhang Yin and Zhang Li, raising serious suspicions in his mind. They all seemed completely swept up in an intense, abnormal frenzy. Though their combat power surged, Lin Xiu frowned as he pulled his spear tip free from a fallen mutant. With the mutants cleared, Zhang Yin excitedly pointed toward the center, shouting that the massive 6-vine beast was finally showing signs of weakness. The giant fiend trembled as its thrashing head tentacles spilled out, sending the surrounding warriors into an absolute frenzy. Believing victory was within their grasp, the warriors urged each other to keep pushing, desperate to land the final blow. They laughed maniacally, completely obsessed with slaying the level 6 beast to claim its priceless crystal core. Greedy cries of ownership echoed through the hall, and even Zhang Yin caught the fever, begging Lin Xiu to join their charge. Lin Xiu grabbed his shoulder, asking if they had noticed the strange changes in themselves, but Zhang Yin just looked back in confusion. He explained that everyone had become inexplicably hyperactive upon entering the main hall, pointing out that only Liu Chang remained completely unaffected. Everyone else was in a trance, suggesting the weapon Liu Chang had detonated earlier carried a hidden, sinister purpose. It likely released a powerful stimulant, driving the warriors into a reckless frenzy against the 6-vine devil beast. This gas forcefully spikes human adrenaline, temporarily boosting combat abilities while masking the extreme danger to their bodies. The long-term physical damage is severe, yet it explains why these men are throwing their lives away to attack the beast. Liu Chang was simply using them as cannon fodder, a realization that sent Zhang Yin into a towering rage over the cruel betrayal. Lin Xiu added that their mastermind wanted the beast to thin their ranks so he could claim all the rewards for himself. Meanwhile, the thrashing beast continued to swing its massive vines, leaving the heavily wounded warriors bleeding and exhausted. Someone realized too late that the creature was only faking its death, shouting a warning to those nearby. Others claimed it was merely a final deathbed counterattack, urging everyone to keep pushing as the vines lashed out again. Thorns ripped through flesh, prompting agonized screams while companions tried desperately to drag the fallen to safety. Suddenly, the veins of those struck by the vines began to bulge and blacken ominously. With pale faces and bloodshot eyes, they snarled, turning into mindless zombies before launching attacks on their former allies. Horror struck the survivors as they realized the legendary AMS virus was mutating their friends right before their eyes. A newly turned zombie lunged at his companion, who shrieked in terror, begging his friend to recognize him. The mindless beast kept attacking while others screamed for them to stop, leaving Zhang Yin's team completely stunned. You and I can only imagine their relief as they realized they had avoided a truly horrific fate. The devil beast had deliberately lured the warriors close, using its corrupting virus to turn them into mindless puppets. Even so, Lin Xiu noted that the creature was exhausted and likely could not sustain this fight much longer. Liu Qiang ordered the survivors to put down their turned comrades, prompting them to blindly follow his heartless command. Unleashing his full power, Liu Qiang threw his weapon, sending a devastating strike directly at the weakened 6-vine devil beast. As the level 6 vine beast falls, its body splits open to reveal what lies inside. The martial artists watch in absolute shock. It is a rare beast core. A rank 6 core. The warriors laugh greedily, fighting for the prize. Out of my way, that is mine, they scream. Liu Qiang's eyes burn with greed. Yelling that it belongs to him, he unleashes his weapon to slaughter his fellow warriors. He screams for them to die. Caught completely off guard, the helpless warriors can only scream. Seeing this, Zhang Yin urgently turns to ask Lin Xiu for guidance. When asked if they should steal it, Lin Xiu simply smiles. Of course they are going to take what is theirs. That despicable bastard does not deserve such a treasure. Meanwhile, Liu Qiang smiles wickedly, declaring that no one else will ever take this prize from him. While Liu Qiang laughs triumphantly and claims ownership of the core, he fails to realize that Lin Xiu is already charging him from behind. With a sharp gaze, Lin Xiu swings his spear at the laughing villain, but Liu Qiang's keen instincts quickly warn him of the danger. Mocking the kid for daring to oppose him, Liu Qiang quickly counters. Lin Xiu snorts coldly, pointing out that the villain put stimulants inside the bomb. He did this to use everyone as human shields while reaping the rewards for himself. He is truly a despicable coward. The surviving warriors are shocked by this revelation. Demanding answers from Liu Qiang, they finally realize the horrible truth about his betrayal. Furious, the crowd erupts. They scream to kill the despicable coward, declaring that the beast core belongs to all of them instead. The angry martial artists rush forward to slay Liu Qiang. With glowing eyes, he swings his weapon fiercely, shouting at the foolish kid to face death. Lin Xiu calmly assesses the situation. As a rank 3 warrior, he knows he cannot easily survive a direct blow from a rank 5 master. Fortunately, because the villain just fought the rank 6 beast, much of his energy must be depleted, weakening his devastating attacks. Liu Qiang unleashes a powerful strike. Their massive energies clash in a bright flash, but surprisingly, the villain is the one knocked backward. A loud explosion rings out. Seizing the moment, the angry warriors charge at Liu Qiang, cursing his name. They vow to take his life while he is weakened. Furious at being used as human shields, they unleash their absolute rage upon him. Screaming for his blood, the crowd swarms Liu Qiang, who desperately fights back with all his remaining strength. The warriors then glare at Lin Xiu, warning the kid to back off because the precious beast core belongs only to them. Telling them to back off, Lin Xiu blasts them with a palm strike. Suddenly, the rank 6 beast on the ground begins to twitch. Sensing a strange movement, Lin Xiu looks closely at the giant creature's moving tentacles. He quickly realizes that the beast is still alive. Grinning at this stroke of luck, Lin Xiu unleashes his power to finish off the beast. The system immediately chimes, confirming the successful kill. He receives over 8 million experience points as the massive rank 6 beast finally lies completely motionless on the cold ground. Lin Xiu looks disappointed. He wonders why a formidable rank 6 evolved beast only gave him a few million experience points. Decrying how stingy the reward is, he approaches the beast. He soon realizes his total damage dealt was likely under 40%. Because of this, he only received 1/10 of the experience. Suddenly, Liu Qiang charges from behind, screaming for him to stop. Lin Xiu stands ready to fight as the villain unleashes a deadly strike, swinging his heavy weapon with absolute fury. Using his spear as a shield to block the blow, sparks fly from the heavy impact as the relentless villain tries to crush him. He quickly calculates that a rank 5 martial artist is simply too powerful to defeat, and he will surely lose if this continues. Knowing he must escape, Lin Xiu suddenly smirks and tells the villain to try blocking his next strike before lunging with his spear. Liu Qiang dodges but is completely shocked. He cannot understand how a mere low-level warrior could suddenly display such immense power. Smirking that a rank 5 warrior is nothing special, Lin Xiu unleashes his strongest technique, his entire body glowing with magnificent energy. Liu Qiang grimaces, realizing that the previous strike was not even the boy's ultimate move, as Lin Xiu shouts to build momentum. Instead of attacking, he suddenly runs away, calling the villain an idiot. Liu Chang boils with absolute rage at being mocked. Vowing to chop the fleeing boy into 1,000 pieces, the angry villain stares intensely at Lin Xiu's retreating figure. Reaching the door, Lin Xiu desperately tries to force it open. Behind him, the furious villain roars that escape will not be so easy. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiu pushes with all his might until the heavy door finally begins to creak open just a tiny bit. But the villain catches up, raising his weapon to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right behind them. The terrifying blast sends Lin Xiu flying. Instantly, the system chimes, confirming the death of the rank 5 warrior and granting 12 million experience. Emerging from the thick smoke, he cheers as the system congratulates him on successfully leveling up to level 19. He receives 19 potential points but grimaces in pain, rubbing his aching head as if every bone in his body is about to crack. He reflects that if he had not found that armory earlier and secured a powerful bomb, defeating that dangerous rank 5 warrior would have been impossible. Looking at his status screen, he sees his stats updated to level 19, with his overall strength and constitution reaching incredible new heights. His speed and combat power are vastly improved, cementing his rank 3 warrior title alongside his signature analytic eye skill. Hiding his anger, Lin Xiu focused and ordered the system to allocate 10 potential points, putting 7 into his constitution and 2 into his speed. Jiang Yin rushed over, anxiously asking if Lin Xiu was all right. Wiping his mouth with a smile, Lin replied he was fine, prompting Jiang to ask about the rank 5 warrior. Having seen the enemy give chase, Lin Xiu proudly explained how he lured him to the armory and blew him to pieces, leaving Qin Feng completely horrified by the shocking news. It seemed impossible that a rank 5 martial artist could be defeated so easily, but Jiang Yin could not help but praise Lin Xiu with immense pride. As the group began to walk, Lin Xiu declared it was time to move since the 6 demon beasts were dead. They could finally escape this dreadful place, leaving behind a ground littered with the motionless bodies of the fallen. Mutants and zombies lay scattered everywhere, and Lin Xiu could only look down at them in silence. Realizing only a few of them had survived, Lin Xiu sat down with the squad, advising everyone to treat their wounds before moving forward. He suggested they rest before setting off, holding his water bottle while keeping his eyes fixed on the distant ruins. The remains of the 6 demon beasts lay nearby, likely containing valuable materials that could be salvaged for their journey. Valuable gear might also be left on the fallen soldiers. An hour later, Lin Xiu asked if everyone was ready to head out. Eagerly raising her hand, Lei Lei cheered that it was time to leave, and the entire group began their march out. Lin Xiu wondered if moving straight ahead would lead them out, while Qin Feng, his injured arm heavily bandaged, offered his thoughts. He believed it was possible, remembering how his previous group had scattered in panic across the ruins before ending up here. This was their only option left, but Lin Xiu was thoroughly unimpressed to find a massive, old-fashioned iron gate blocking their path. Complaining about the outdated design, Lin Xiu joined Jiang Yin, Zhang Li, and Lei Lei to push the heavy iron door open. Lin Xiu urged everyone to push together, while Qin Feng could only stand aside and watch due to his severe arm injury. When the heavy doors finally gave way, Lin Xiu stared in amazement at a room filled with complex machinery. Recognizing it as a control room, Zhang Yin turned to Qin Feng, recalling his background in advanced technology, and asked for help. Asked if he could boot up the system, Qin Feng admitted that this was a very outdated and unfamiliar model. He explained they needed a power source first, leading Lin Xiu to deduce how the facility might be operated. Lin Xiu reasoned that these underground ruins must use energy crystals for power, suggesting they find a device where they could insert them. Locating a metal panel, Lin Xiu opened it up and realized it was the main power source, filled with rows of small, empty slots that needed to be filled. The crystals fit perfectly, but as Lin Xiu loaded one after another, his frustration grew, and he muttered angrily at how many resources this greedy machine demanded. He kept inserting them until only 2 remained. And though the container was finally packed with glowing crystals, the machine remained dead silent without any sign of life. Annoyed by the silence, Lin Xiu struck the power box in frustration, cursing the machine for wasting his hard-earned crystals. 20 crystals had gone in with 0 response, proving this stubborn machine really just needed a good old-fashioned kick to boot up. The crystals finally glowed and connected, leaving Lin Xiu completely speechless that a simple, angry, physical blow was indeed what did the trick. From across the room, Zhang Yin cheered upon seeing the lights flicker, asking if the power was back, while Lin Xiu sighed in response. Lin Xiu explained it took 20 precious crystals to activate the panel, which immediately sparked a look of intense excitement in Qin Feng. Qin Feng realized they had found a teleportation chamber, promising a way out, which prompted an astonished Lin Xiu to ask if he knew how to operate it. Confident in his skills, Qin Feng pulled the central lever, and a brilliant, sweeping column of light suddenly filled the middle of the room. Qin Feng flashed a self-satisfied grin, declaring himself an absolute genius as he stared into the glowing light. Explaining that the platform would take them straight to the surface, Qin Feng urged them to hurry, knowing the crystals could not sustain the power for very long. They quickly gathered on the glowing platform, and with a sudden flash of light, all 5 companions vanished before being violently ejected into the open air. Sand flew as they crashed down, leaving Lin Xiu standing tall while Qin Feng groaned in pain, though he still smiled in relief at finally being free. They had escaped that living nightmare, and Jiang Li felt a wave of immense gratitude just to have made it out alive. Lin Xiu bid his companions a warm farewell, suggesting they meet again someday, which prompted Zhang Yin to ask where his journey would take him next. Simply pointing straight ahead, Lin Xiu walked off, leaving Zhang Yin to watch his departing figure with deep, silent contemplation. Zhang Yin wondered if Lin Xiu was heading toward that same mysterious destination, while Lei Lei nudged his arm with a playful look. She teased him about being unable to let go, suggesting he should just follow, but Zhang Yin merely glared and told her to be quiet. Mocking her talkative nature while she giggled, the scene shifted to the dark desert night, where Lin Xiu sat resting alone against a wall. Setting down his heavy pack beside a small, crackling campfire, he huddled close, surprised by the bitter cold of the desert night. Rummaging through his belongings, he pulled out the core, eager to finally examine the rare energy crystal harvested from the level 6 beast. To his surprise, a tiny creature was caught red-handed, devouring his other energy crystals, instantly freezing in sheer terror under his gaze. Lin Xiu is completely dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Has a Tier 6 energy core actually come to life? The strange creature quickly hides the Tier 6 energy core behind its back, acting innocent. Lin Xiu watches, completely baffled by what he just saw. This little creature actually shows embarrassment and fear. It really is alive. Amused, Lin Xiu picks the small beast up. He asks the creature what it is, wondering if it snuck into his pocket as some kind of evolved beast. Did it swallow his precious Tier 6 core? Glaring angrily, he threatens to slice its stomach open to get his treasure back. Terrified, the little creature waves its arms frantically, begging him to stop. Lin Xiu smiles, realizing it can actually understand him. Lin Xiu snaps a quick photo to search online, hoping to find out exactly what this creature is. Surprisingly, no results show up. He wonders if it might be some bizarre alien creature resembling an energy core. Poking the creature, Lin Xiu tickles it, making it laugh. Although it looks rock hard like an energy core on the outside, it is actually soft and squishy. He decides to let it live, but warns it not to steal his cores or run away. Looking at the little creature sitting on the ground, he decides to keep it as a pet to cure his travel boredom. He names the little pet Roll Roll. Over the next few days, Lin Xiu hunts down evolved beasts with his spear. The system alerts him of a Tier 3 kill, awarding 150,000 experience points. Meanwhile, Roll Roll rushes over. The pet extracts the core and happily hands it over. Lin Xiu smiles warmly. Praising his pet for the help, he gifts it the core. Roll Roll happily gobbles up the tasty reward. Lin Xiu notes how fast the chubby little creature is, especially when it comes to gathering loot from fallen beasts. Having it retrieve cores saves him a lot of trouble, and it clearly has a massive appetite for these energy stones. Under a clear blue sky, a lush green oasis appears before them, complete with a beautiful, sparkling lake. Lin Xiu excitedly calls out to Roll Roll, pointing toward the oasis. He splashes the crystal clear, bubbling water onto his face with a look of pure joy. It feels incredibly refreshing. Both Lin Xiu and his little pet are absolutely delighted, laughing together as they enjoy this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, danger strikes as a sharp blade lunges directly toward him. Sensing the threat, Lin Xiu reacts instantly to block the strike. The mysterious attacker is incredibly powerful, sending both Lin Xiu and Roll Roll flying backward. He marvels at the swift, sharp swordsmanship. This is a top master, but Lin Xiu is shocked to recognize the girl standing in front of him. It is Luo Yue. She is equally surprised to see him, but suddenly drops her sword and collapses, prompting Lin Xiu to catch her. With deep worry in his eyes, he asks if she is all right. Seeing blood coating his hand, he quickly opens his bag for medicine. He offers to apply medicine to her back, which has a massive slash wound with blood spreading rapidly across her clothes. Shivering from the pain, Luo Yue stubbornly tells him to let her go, but Lin Xiu remains dead serious. Refusing to let go, he playfully challenges her while using his most precious recovery medicine on her. He gently comforts her as he carefully applies the healing ointment. Drops of water seep into the wound on Luo Yue's back. Looking on, Lin Xiu demands to know who dared to hurt her. Before she can even answer, Luo Yue falls fast asleep. Lin Xiu gently drapes his coat over her, recalling how his low rank once held him back. Back then, her true power was a mystery. Now he realizes she is a level 4 martial artist, far stronger than anyone else in her rank. Now a level 4 warrior, Luo Yue slowly opens her sleepy eyes and asks what he wants. Lin Xiu just crosses his arms, looking mysterious. He tells her to guess for a reward, but Luo Yue ignores his playful games and simply turns her back on him. She mutters that she is not interested, leaving Lin Xiu to sigh in his mind about how incredibly boring she can be. Lin Xiu finally speaks plainly, explaining that he has been officially chosen to join the prestigious Holy City Academy this term. Luo Yue remembers how he once asked where she was from. At the time, she had already flown away, leaving behind only 2 words, Holy City. Hearing this, Luo Yue sits bolt upright in utter disbelief, asking if he was truly chosen by that legendary academy. Lin Xiu casually shrugs, warning her not to get any ideas, as he is definitely not going to the city for her sake. Luo Yue simply turns away and lies back down, telling him he is overthinking things, leaving Lin Xiu completely speechless. Suddenly, both of them sense danger in the air. Luo Yue sits up as Lin Xiu prepares for a fight. They are not alone. Luo Yue warns him to run, as they are after her, but Lin Xiu grabs his bag and crouches down, refusing to leave her side. He asks how any man could abandon a woman in danger, insisting on carrying her on his back as she climbs aboard. Lin Xiu bolts forward, telling her to hold tight, while Gungun pops out of his pack with a healing potion for her to drink. Startled, Luo Yue recognizes the level 6 evolved beast. Lin Xiu introduces Gungun, warning her not to steal his little pet's core. Luo Yue looks unimpressed, remarking that it is only a level 6 beast core as Lin Xiu keeps explaining. He casually mentions that he already drank from the medicine bottle in her hand. Luo Yue, completely unbothered by the detail, simply responds with a cold, indifferent nod. Lin Xiu sighs, complaining that she is not charming at all. Luo Yue bluntly demands he carry her, noting he runs far too slowly alone. Behind them, a hostile mob closes in. Lin Xiu remains perfectly calm as they approach, while the enemy leader spots them and bellows out a command. The angry leader screams that they cannot escape after slaughtering 100 Black Tiger gang members. Another thug throws his heavy spear, roaring for them to die. The weapon soars directly over their heads. Although Lin Xiu continues to sprint forward, the spear strikes the earth right in front of their path. The ruthless gang surrounds them immediately. Sneering fiercely, they ask where the duo plans to run now, as Lin Xiu calmly sizes up his new opponents. He realizes these thugs are all high-level peak warriors. Looking at the wounded young woman on his back, he marvels that she managed to slay 100 of them before escaping. Her combat power is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the enemy leader smugly strokes his mustache, advising the young lady not to waste any more of her energy. He warns that escape is impossible, but Luo Yue's response is a chilling glare, promising they will all perish. The leader mocks her, reminding the young woman that she is already severely wounded from his previous strike. He laughs, asking if she truly thinks they still fear her, mockingly questioning where she found such a fragile-looking companion to protect her. He sneers that the boy looks far too weak to pose any threat, leaving Lin Xiu completely speechless, while the villain greedily licks his lips. With a wicked gaze, he suggests she surrender to him so he can show her some personal affection. Luo Yue quietly asks to be put down, while Lin Xiu chuckles softly, realizing he has been completely underestimated. The leader suddenly shouts a command. He orders his men to target the youth but spare the young woman, declaring that destroying such a beauty would be a terrible waste. They laugh with vile intent, promising to share her later, yet Lin Xiu remains entirely unfazed as he watches their disgusting display. An eager attacker charges forward with a drawn sword, roaring for the boy to perish as a blinding flash of energy erupts from his strike. Lin Xiu readies his weapon with supreme confidence, a smirk playing on his lips as fierce flames begin to dance around his spear. He unleashes a devastating fire technique, leaving his opponent utterly shocked by the raw power. The searing blaze engulfs the attacker, sending him into a screaming panic. Nearby, Luo Yue holds her ground against the remaining forces. The leader grimaces in disbelief, wondering how an injured woman can still possess such formidable strength. A grinning bandit targets her next, raising his weapon and rushing forward to overpower the exhausted warrior. Although she notices the threat, Lin Xiu moves faster, deflecting the blow instantly with his spear and asking if she is unharmed. Standing back to back, she assures him she is fine and asks if he can manage, prompting a playful reply about his manly pride. The pair separates to engage the enemy, with the young man eager to finish the battle quickly and decisively. A spearman charges at him with wild excitement, mocking the young fighter's choice of weapon and boasting that he will teach him a lesson. With a serious gaze, he watches the enemy execute a swift meteor strike, calmly spinning his own weapon in preparation. He laughs at the arrogant claim, declaring himself the true master of the spear before unleashing his powerful flame technique once more. A blinding, fiery explosion erupts, forcing the rival spearman to retreat several paces to recover his balance. The opponent finds the duel highly entertaining, acknowledging the youth's talent, while Lin Xiu simply offers a confident smirk in return. He jokes that he only used 10% of his strength, just as two more armed attackers ambush him from behind, earning a brief sideways glance. With a swift flash of energy, he effortlessly blasts the ambushers away, prompting the rival spearman to charge back in with furious rage. The assailant thrusts forward, but his eyes widen in shock as the young warrior dodges the lethal blow with fluid, effortless grace. He delivers a powerful counterstrike, which the bandit barely manages to block with his own weapon. Gritting his teeth under the immense pressure, the opponent wonders what kind of insanely heavy weapon he is facing. A sudden realization hits the bandit as he closely examines the dark, massive shaft of his opponent's legendary spear. He gasps, realizing it might be the legendary weapon, while the youth responds with an amused smile. Still struggling to block, the thief rejoices at his incredible luck, thrilled to have stumbled upon such a priceless treasure. He boasts that the weapon will be his once he slays the boy, but the young man simply laughs and tosses the heavy spear directly toward him as a gift. The thug catches the thrown weapon with one hand, but the extreme weight instantly pulls his entire body forward, throwing him off balance. With veins bulging from the immense strain of the weight, the foolish bandit is left wide open as the hero delivers a rapid barrage of kicks to his midsection. Sending the villain flying, the young warrior reclaims his spear and declares that a lowly thief is entirely unworthy of such a masterpiece. Another ally rushes in to defend the fallen man, while the exhausted leader struggles to breathe, cursing under his breath. He realizes how terrifying she truly is, even as his mindless minions continue their relentless assault, met only by her freezing, deadly gaze. Evading the strike with ease, she launches a swift counterattack, slicing her terrified opponent clean in half with a single, devastating stroke. He shouts a warning as the enemy leader attempts a cowardly strike from behind her, forcing him to quickly intervene. He warns her that fighting like that will only get her pretty face scarred, but Lin Xiu coldly snaps back, telling him to shut up and mind his own business. He tells her not to get sliced in half. Meanwhile, Lam 2 is facing off against two other fighters, and he is having a pretty tough time dealing with them. As one attacker lunges with a heavy punch, Lam 2 quickly dodges. Wiping his chin, he realizes these three opponents coordinate their attacks with flawless precision. With their mix of long and short weapons, they are incredibly tough to fight. Suddenly, the spearman lunges, unleashing a clone technique that sends multiple spears flying straight at Lam 2. The attacker yells for him to go straight to hell. Lam 2 looks on in shock as the spears close in, silently cursing at the enemies surrounding him from all sides. With no room left to retreat, Lam 2 quickly looks from one enemy to another. He realizes there is only one choice left: activate his fury skill. Lam 2's entire body erupts in a bright glow as he unleashes his fury. The spearman gasps in shock, wondering how the boy's power suddenly surged so intensely. Glowing with pure energy, Lam 2 charges forward and unleashes his powerful torrential pear blossom strike, sending a storm of cloned spears flying straight at his opponent. The spearman watches in disbelief as the spears pierce through him. Instantly, the system chimes, confirming the defeat of a Tier 3 martial artist, awarding 2,300 experience points. The remaining attackers panic, cursing at how the kids suddenly became so powerful and decide to go all out. They prepare their ultimate techniques, with one enemy unleashing a red lotus strike, swinging two glowing swords with immense power as he screams in pure rage. Yet, Lam 2 does not flinch. He calmly remarks that he knows a fire skill too, before releasing a massive wave of blazing light of his own. His attack is far more terrifying, summoning a massive roaring phoenix of pure fire. The enemy watches in horror as the flames consume him entirely. Once again, the system chimes, confirming another Tier 3 martial artist has fallen, earning 306,500 experience points. The last foe unleashes an Ice Mountain Burst attack, screaming for Lam 2 to die. But Lam 2 quickly spins his spear to form a solid shield, then delivers a devastating counterstrike that leaves his final opponent frozen in absolute terror. Lam 2 drives his spear straight through the enemy's chest, earning another 301,110 experience points from the system. Feeling satisfied, Lam 2 looks over to see the enemy leader battling Lin Xiu, mockingly praising the beautiful girl for holding her own so well. The leader sneers, saying she is doomed once his men finish off that pretty boy. But suddenly, Lam 2 drops down from high above. Looking up in surprise, the leader barely manages to dodge as Lam 2 brings down a powerful downward strike. Standing protectively in front of Lin Xiu, Lam 2 tells the old man to open his eyes and see that his three useless allies are already gone. Furious, the leader channels all his remaining energy, declaring he will take them both down with him as his eyes burn with murderous rage. He leaps into the air to unleash a thundering strike. Lam Tu just smiles, ready to return the favor with a devastating counter-strike of his own. Mid-air, blade meets spear in a fierce clash of steel, both fighters pouring everything into the collision. But the leader loses his footing, allowing Lam Tu to land a fatal pierce. The system awards another 301,110 experience points. With the battle won, Lam Tu rests his weapon on his shoulder, walks over to Lakan Giet, and sits down beside her, completely out of breath. He asks if she is okay. Clutching her side, she nods, and he hands her a healing potion, telling her to drink up. He assures her it is untouched. As she drinks, she admits she is amazed at how rapidly his fighting strength has grown. Grinning proudly, Lam Tu boasts about being a handsome, once-in-a-generation genius. But as Lakan Guyet suddenly stands up to leave, he asks in confusion where she is going. She simply answers, the sacred city. Realizing they have the same destination, Lam Tu eagerly grabs his gear and stands right back up. He begs her to wait, complaining that saving her completely drained his energy and they should really take a short break first. Ignoring him, she keeps walking, forcing him to hurry after her, shouting for her to wait up. He complains about her fast pace, asking if she wants him to collapse from exhaustion as they make their way through the lush forest. Finally seeing a peaceful forest, Lam Tu admires the landscape while following her, noting that they must be getting very close to the Sacred City Academy. Suddenly, a mocking voice sneers that they will never reach the academy so easily. Both Lam Tu and Lakan Guyet stop and turn around to look. Nearby, they see Truong Dan confronting another group, angrily demanding to know what a guy named Kong Hao Tien wants from them. With a scheming grin, Hao Tien explains he heard the academy will hold a special entrance test for all the incoming freshmen. To make sure his group passes easily, he suggests that eliminating the competition early is simply the smartest way to guarantee success. Truong Dan asks if they want them dead, but Hao Tien casually defends his actions. He says killing is too harsh a word since they are classmates, claiming he just wants them to back off. Furious, Tan Fong retorts that this road is incredibly dangerous. He points out that forcing them back is no different from murder. Watching from a distance, Lakan Guyet quietly asks Lam Tu if he knows them. Confirming that he does, Lam Tu walks over with her and casually waves, joking about how lively this quiet spot has suddenly become. Truong Dan's eyes light up with relief at Lam Tu's arrival. Turning to Hao Tien, Lam Tu notes that he is also a new student at the academy. He asks if he should turn back too, leaving Truong Dan utterly amazed. He sighs, realizing Lam Tu is indeed a freshman, but as we can clearly see, there is a massive difference between an ordinary student and a genius. Hao Tien spots the newly arrived Lin Xiu and immediately sneers, telling him he needs to learn his place. Eyeballing the beautiful Luo Yue, Hao Tien reaches out to touch her face, offering to let the boys go in exchange. He demands the two ladies become his girlfriends. Luo Yue instantly draws her blade, but Hao Tien just laughs and taunts her. With cold eyes, Luo Yue slashes forward. The blade barely grazes Hao Tien's finger, forcing him to recoil in absolute horror. Cursing the crazy girl who almost severed his hand, Hao Tien trembles as a lackey whispers a sudden warning to him. The lackey warns she might be a rank 4 martial artist, but Hao Tien merely smiles, pretending he is not threatened. He sneers that she is already injured, refusing to let such a beauty slip away. That is when Lin Xiu finally speaks up. Lin Xiu asks if they know the Black Tiger Bandits. Hao Tien scoffs, noting they were barely 100 men anyway. He mocks their tiny group of rank 3 fighters, asking if Lin Xiu thinks mentioning the bandits will somehow scare him. Lin Xiu crosses his arms, his eyes turning cold. He calmly explains that yes, they met, but the bandits crossed them. Because of that, they were wiped completely off the face of the earth. The shocked lackeys can barely believe their ears. They wonder if 5 peak rank 3 warriors were truly slain by these youngsters. Another lackey joins in the panic. Even their own gang feared those bandits. Hao Tien snaps, demanding to know why they should believe such a wild story. Lin Xiu smiles and invites him to test it out. Hao Tien sneers at his courage, drawing his weapon to strike. Pointing his blade directly at Lin Xiu, Hao Tien challenges him, while Lin Xiu quietly warns that testing him means death. Lin Xiu unleashes a devastating, brutal punch. As his fist collides with Hao Tien's arm, the furious lackeys rush forward. Hao Tien screams for them to kill the boy, but he suddenly freezes. Luo Yue has already pressed her cold blade against his neck. She warns him not to move or face death, prompting the panicked henchman to demand his immediate release. Holding up 3 fingers, Lin Xiu gives them 3 seconds to leave or die. Behind him, Zhang Ran and his crew brace for battle. A heavy, tense silence falls over the cliffside. Gritting his teeth, Hao Tien backs down and agrees to leave. The gang retreats into the shadows. Overjoyed, Zhang Ran thanks Lin Xiu, explaining that the bully is a powerful local martial artist. He is an arrogant elite from a rival academy, and without the help of Lin Xiu and his companion, they would have been utterly helpless. Scratching his head, Zhang Ran smiles and thanks Luo Yue as well. Lin Xiu simply waves it off, calling them all allies now. Lin Xiu asks Luo Yue if continuing down this path leads to the end of the road of death, and she confirms it. Hesitantly, Zhang Ran asks if they can tag along with the powerful duo, and Lin Xiu readily agrees to guide them. Having extra allies on this dangerous path is always a plus. As they walk, they spot other groups of warriors gathered around campfires. Chewing on a piece of meat, Lin Xiu observes the lively crowd, noting how many candidates are heading to the Sacred City Academy. He asks his new companions if they know how many fresh recruits the prestigious academy accepts every single year. Zhang Ran admits he is unsure, but mentions that only 5 students from their own academy, including Bing Wu, were chosen. Along with 5 others from Hao Tian's faction, that makes 10 from their city. Lin Xiu is stunned by this massive scale, realizing his own hometown only sent 1 person himself. It seems his home really is a small, quiet place. Zhang Ran chuckles, pointing out that high numbers do not guarantee true strength. Even with 5 of them, none can match Lin Xiu. He adds that a legendary 18-year-old rank 5 warrior from the Sky Academy is here. Luo Yue quietly reveals the prodigy is her classmate, Zhuo Keishan, leaving Zhang Ran and his group staring at her in utter disbelief. They stammer, realizing she belongs to that legendary Sky Academy. Beside them, Lei Lei looks up at her with eyes full of pure admiration. Lei Lei gushes over her talent, noting that ordinary people can only dream of entering such an elite institution in Sky City. Flustered by the sudden praise, Luo Yue blushes slightly and falls silent, maintaining her signature cool and distant demeanor. Under a clear sky, a gentle breeze rustles the trees as a massive crowd of warriors gathers on a high cliff. Lin Xiu is astounded. Over 1,000 young candidates have gathered, each at least a rank 3 warrior, and all of them are merely 17 or 18 years old. Zhang Ran wonders why the treacherous road of death simply ends at a sheer cliff. Looking around, Lin Xiu guesses there might be a hidden teleportation array nearby. Lin Xiu smiles as he realizes his guess was wrong. Suddenly, a colossal flying battleship emerges from the clouds to pick them up. As the ship lands, an authoritative man steps forward. He commands silence, introducing himself as Sima Cheng, a senior instructor. He is the primary guide tasked with welcoming the new recruits to the Sacred City Academy. Sima Cheng clears his throat to speak. He reveals a shocking truth, announcing that the Sacred City Academy does not actually reside at the end of this deadly path. The brutal journey was merely a trial designed to weed out the weak. Hearing this, several hot-headed warriors erupt in sheer fury. They fought through blood and near-death experiences, only to find out it was a lie, and the anger quickly spreads. "That is right, you will pay with your life for our brothers." Ma Cheng glared back with razor-sharp eyes. The Holy City Academy has no room for trash. The weak must be weeded out, but those fools did not realize it yet. They charged straight at Ma Cheng. "You are the trash! I am done with this! Let us kill this bastard!" Desperate to avenge their fallen brother, they lunged forward. Watching from afar, Lin Xiu shook his head at their utter foolishness. "Prepare to die!" Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, striking the attacker down. He collapsed, lifeless on the cold ground. The crowd gasped in horror. Raising his hand calmly, Ma Cheng summoned a highly armed elite security squad to the scene. Ma Cheng ordered them to fire. In an instant, the loud rebels were cut down, screaming in pain, while Ma Cheng stood entirely unmoved. "That is the price for breaking the rules," Ma Cheng announced coldly. "Now everyone, please present your official admission letters." As Lin Xiu and the others pulled out their letters, Ma Cheng instructed them to peel off the protective film on the back. With a wicked smile, Ma Cheng told them to stick the admission letters onto their bodies. The final exam is. Lin Xiu began to suspect the brutal truth. Right before Ma Cheng roared the announcement. Only those who gather 3 admission letters are permitted to board the ship. It was exactly the ruthless twist Lin Xiu had anticipated. With a sinister laugh, Ma Cheng declared the test open and wished them luck. Immediately, a martial artist stepped in front of Luo Yue. "Give me your letter, gorgeous." Luo Yue looked at him with utter disdain. The poor fool had no idea he was playing with fire. He reached out to tease her, calling her a little sister, but a sudden shockwave sent the entire crowd flying backward. The surrounding warriors watched in sheer terror. Luo Yue stood tall and cold, radiating the dangerous elegance of a thorned rose. Under the bright sun, the defeated warriors grimaced as they watched the proud maiden hand her entire stack of letters to Lin Xiu. To everyone's shock, Lin Xiu politely declined them. Luo Yue then handed the letters to Lei Lei, whose eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, sister." Elsewhere, Zhang Yin was knocked down by a rival demanding he hand over his letter. Fuming with anger, Zhang Yin spat out a curse. Lei Lei rushed to his side and showed him the stack. Enough for 3. Staring at the massive stack in her hands, Zhang Yin asked where they came from. She explained that Luo Yue had simply gifted them. Wiping his face, Zhang Yin refused. Give those to the others. I will win mine myself. Lei Lei could only sigh in response. Suddenly, Hao Tian and his thugs surrounded them, grinning at their luck. Hand those over nicely, and we might let you off easy, or you can just die right here. Zhang Yin barely blocked the incoming blow as heavy footsteps echoed nearby. Ma Cheng welcomed the first 2 arrivals. My, you 2 are remarkably fast. Do you have the 3 letters required? If so, you may board the airship. Ma Cheng collected their documents while Qi Xing turned to warmly greet a quiet Luo Yue. True to form, Luo Yue ignored him completely. Offering a helpless shrug, the young man walked inside the cabin. Still as silent as ever, I see. Well, see you at the academy. Ma Cheng then turned to her. Luo Yue, you may board. I will wait for my friends, Luo Yue replied quietly. Meanwhile, Hao Tian's relentless assault knocked Lei Lei down, scattering her letters. Jiang Li screamed her name in terror, but Lin Xiu was already charging from behind, unleashing his powerful signature technique. Hao Tian stared in absolute shock at the blazing energy of Lin Xiu's strike. Before he could react, all their letters were gone. Utilizing his legendary, lightning-fast footwork, Lin Xiu effortlessly reclaimed the letters and handed them to his stunned companions to divide among themselves. This should be enough, Zhang Yin gasped, realizing his own stolen letter was safely back in his hands. Thank you so much, Brother Lin. On the other side, Hao Tian's defeated crew boiled with absolute rage. You think you can play the hero in front of girls? You will pay for this. Kill them and take those letters. Lin Xiu merely glanced back with supreme indifference. Honestly, I was already sick of looking of you fools yesterday. One thug unleashed a dark sword strike, but Lin Xiu counterattacked instantly. Before the attacker could even scream, Lin Xiu impaled him. Mocking his pathetic speed, Lin Xiu listened as the system chimed, rewarding him 350,000 experience points. Hao Tian's heart sank. One strike was all it took. Realizing the boy's terrifying power, another ally leaped forward to attack. Leave him to me, boss! The attacker roared, but Lin Xiu effortlessly caught his bare blade, mocking his weak, pathetic grip. Unsheathing his spear, Lin Xiu prepared to strike while the attacker stared in absolute disbelief that his blade had been stopped. With a cold glare, Lin Xiu drove his spear through the fool's neck, instantly claiming another easy victory. Another 350,000 points secured. With a powerful thrust, Lin Xiu sent the rival's weapon flying away. The disarmed warrior groaned. Sensing the grave danger, Hao Tian's expression darkened as he barked out a desperate order. Altogether, kill him. He and his remaining allies charged forward, unleashing their strongest martial skills in unison. His spear flared with a deadly razor-sharp energy. Lin Xiu tilted his head, looking down at them with pure disdain. Trash is always just trash, no matter the quantity. With a ferocious swing, Lin Xiu unleashed a sweeping blue wave, an unstoppable wall of energy crashing forward. It completely shattered Kong Haoshen's coordinated assault, forcing his entire group backward through the billowing white smoke. Lin Xiu lunged forward like a streak of lightning, relentlessly pursuing a terrified Kong Haotian. Confused and panicked, Kong Haotian raised his hands defensively as Lin Xiu smiled coldly, advising him to be wiser in his next life. His pupils dilated with absolute dread. Realizing his imminent doom, Kong Haotian let out a desperate scream. Wait, let me speak. We do not want the admission letters anymore, just spare us. But his frantic plea came far too late. Lin Xiu unleashed his devastating ultimate strike, the Thousand Spear Pierce, sending the entire gang flying through the air, completely defeated. Spinning his spear, the young warrior stood calm amidst the rising smoke as system notifications began to chime in quick succession. Ding! Defeated a rank 3 warrior, earning 360,000 experience. Ding! Defeated another rank 3 warrior, earning 371,000 experience. Ding! Defeated a rank 3 warrior, earning 399,900. After witnessing Lin Xiu execute such a swift and effortless victory, the crowd of onlookers erupted in sheer disbelief. A green-haired youth screamed in terror, calling Lin Xiu a monster for effortlessly taking down those 5 fighters. Another student standing right behind him could only tremble in a cold sweat, muttering that this ruthless fighter was someone they must never cross. With fear lingering in the air, Zhang Yin and Lei Lei, carrying a large broadsword on his back, rushed over to him. Zhang Yin expressed his deep gratitude, while Lei Lei happily called out his name. Beside them, a muscular man carrying a large stone hammer stepped forward. He offered a friendly nod, thanking Lin Xiu for his help. Receiving so many sincere words of appreciation made the young warrior feel a bit embarrassed, He politely waved it off, but suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He noticed Luo Yue standing nearby with hands on her hips, asking her with a grin if she was waiting for him. Without a word, she turned away with a cold huff. Left completely baffled, he could only sigh as he watched her walk away. She certainly had a proud personality. Sometime later, aboard a massive, high-tech airship gleaming under the brilliant sun, the guide's voice echoed with pride, congratulating everyone who passed the final trial and officially earned their place at the prestigious Sacred City Academy. Sima Cheng welcomed them with open arms and a cheerful smile, declaring that they were all official classmates now. He reminded them that harming classmates was strictly forbidden. Lei Lei scoffed coldly, recalling how they were just forced to kill each other. Now they were suddenly playing the hero. Zhang Yin frowned in silent frustration, while Lin Xiu shook his head in absolute disgust. Ignoring any lingering resentment from the crowd, Sima Cheng cheerfully explained that their journey to the academy would take another 3 hours. He invited them to relax, but Lin Xiu soon noticed the vessel was completely windowless, offering no view of the outside world. It was clear they wanted to keep the academy's location a secret. Looking around, Lin Xiu turned his attention to the quiet girl sitting right in front of him. He gently asked Luo Yue if she knew anything about their destination. Glancing at him, she crossed her arms and began to explain as she walked past. She explained that while the 4 major academies in the nation seem prestigious, this mysterious sanctuary is the absolute pinnacle, home to elite faculty and unmatched power. Their scientific research and warrior training are world-class, pushing the very boundaries of human potential. Thinking of the incredible strength and resources of this academy, Luo Yue continued with a serious tone. It rivals the absolute greatest institutions on Earth, and their ruthless attitude toward the students proves it. Lin Xiu closed his eyes with a bitter smile, noting that praised geniuses from ordinary schools were treated like garbage here. They were slaughtered and discarded without a second thought. One had to wonder if those who lost their admission letters would even make it home alive, recalling how desperately people slaughtered each other for a mere piece of paper. His voice carried a deep sense of sorrow and helplessness. Soon, 3 hours slipped by, and the massive vessel began its descent. They approached a magnificent floating island dominated by a colossal, breathtaking fortress. As the ship touched down on a clearing, Sima Cheng addressed the crowd. With a warm smile, he announced their arrival. Standing proudly before the towering, majestic gates of the academy, he faced the prospective students. "Welcome to the Sacred City Academy." Suddenly, a deafening screech pierced the heavens as a colossal, dark avian beast soared out from the depths of the institute. A terrified student screamed, recognizing the legendary rank 9 flame mystic bird. Lin Xiu stared in awe as the majestic creature revealed its true colors. No longer a shadow in the dark, its feathers blazed with a brilliant, eternal fire. Sima Cheng watched the creature with deep admiration. He quickly reassured them, explaining that this legendary evolved beast was an ally of the academy and posed no danger. Lin Xiu stood frozen, a wave of genuine dread washing over him as he recognized the rank 9 creature. It was one of the 12 most devastating evolved beasts left on the entire planet. To think they kept one as a pet, the Sacred City Academy was truly as powerful and mysterious as rumored. Sima Cheng led the group across the threshold and announced clearly that everyone must gather here first to collect 10 sets of data. Before them stood a low platform featuring a small digital screen on the front, while a unique cube with glowing stripes rested on the top surface. Standing nearby was a kind, long-haired professor who warmly welcomed the new students arriving all the way from the southern region. They lined up before the machine, and as the first student stepped forward, a beam of light from the cube scanned him from head to toe. Once the scan finished, a card bearing the Academy emblem and the number 6 slid from the machine. The professor then held up a matching card of his own. With a warm smile, he explained that this card served as their official pass into the Holy City Academy and double-hatted as a points card. Regular Alliance currency was useless here. Only the points earned within the Academy walls could be spent to purchase necessary items. Students would receive 500 points monthly to spend wisely. The first young man stared blankly at the card now resting in his palm. Right behind him, another curious student raised his hand and asked if there were other newcomers arriving from different regions of the country as well. Handing the card to an assistant, the professor smiled and confirmed that 641 northern students had also arrived. Their grueling trials took place in the frozen northern lands, and they completed them ahead of schedule. Soon, both groups would finally meet face to face. With passes distributed to the entire group, Lin Xiu stared down at his own card, lost in quiet reflection. He turned to Luo Yue, curiously asking what the numbers printed on the cards actually meant. She slowly turned her gaze toward him. She held out her card, revealing the number 1, which stood in stark contrast to his own number 10. Her voice was cold as she explained it was for class placement. Realizing she was in Class 1 while he was in Class 10, Lin Xiu scratched his cheek. His disguise skill landed him in Class 10, while Luo Yue's formidable raw power secured her a spot in Class 1. Just then, Sima Cheng raised his arm high with a bright smile, calling out to all the students. He told the freshmen to gather, explaining that the numbers indicated their assigned classes and that teachers would arrive shortly to guide them. Before Lin Xiu could even take a step, Zhang Yan and the others quickly approached him, surprised that the numbers meant class divisions, and eagerly asked Lin Xiu which class he got. Lin Xiu casually lifted his card and replied that he was assigned to Class 10. Hearing his response, Lei Lei and Zhang Yan stared in absolute delight, with Zhang Yan bursting out in pure excitement. He cheered happily that they were finally classmates, while Lei Lei chimed in right alongside him with equal enthusiasm. She pointed out that the entire group had miraculously been placed in Class 10 together. Lin Xiu was genuinely surprised by the coincidence. As the group laughed and celebrated, Luo Yue stood quietly to the side, arms crossed. She silently observed them as Sima Cheng gestured toward a newly opened doorway, where a group of 5 instructors stepped out. He introduced them as their instructors, telling the students to match their card numbers with those displayed on the teacher's wristbands. As Sima Cheng instructed them to follow their designated guides, Lin Xiu turned to glance at the young woman beside him. With a soft sigh, he noted that they had to part ways, but she offered a rather cryptic reply. She quietly remarked that the academy was not that large, then walked away toward her assigned instructor. Lin Xiu wondered what her words truly meant. Was she hinting that they would naturally run into each other again soon? Or perhaps she wanted him to actively seek her out? Before he could ponder any further, however, Zhang Yan, who had already walked ahead, turned back and urged Lin Xiu to catch up with them. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Xiu called out an agreement and hurried toward the teacher who would be leading Class 10. The man had long black hair braided over his shoulder, and his watch clearly displayed the number 10. With a warm smile, the man introduced himself as Nam Chin Hui, their official instructor from that day forward. As he spoke, a system notification materialized in the air, displaying details about their new mentor. However, aside from his basic name, every other detail, from his traits to combat strategies, was completely hidden. Rows of question marks filled the screen, completely blocking Lin Xiu's analytical eye skill from gathering further data. Realizing he could not gauge the teacher's true power, Lin Xiu grew serious, concluding the man was incredibly strong. Soon, they arrived at the Class 10 building. Standing nearly 10 stories tall, Nam Chin Hui proudly introduced the building as their home base. Inside, the classrooms were impeccably clean and organized. He explained that inserting their cards into the desks would link their personal accounts, allowing them to access daily lesson plans and standard theoretical studies. Leading them to the gymnasium, the instructor added that they would also undergo simulated combat drills, mechanical operations, and advanced martial arts training. Returning to the front of the classroom, Nam Chin Hui smiled warmly and addressed the seated group. He announced they needed to elect a class president to assist everyone, asking if anyone wished to volunteer. As the teacher waited, Lin Xiu raised his hand, asking what specific benefits came with the position. Nam Chin Hui smiled. All right, let's take a closer look at these incredible perks. The class monitor holds the training room keys, manages the equipment, and trains whenever they please. On top of that, the Academy awards 500 bonus points every month. Hearing this, the students burst into a frenzy of pure excitement. An extra 500 points every single month plus unlimited training room access? That is an absolutely incredible deal for any ambitious student. Teacher Nan calmly instructs everyone to take their seats, and the eager students quickly file in to find their spots around the room. Lin Xiu quickly claims his seat as Teacher Nan stands at the podium, swiftly operating the controls on his desk. An orange digital screen flickers to life. Since no one is volunteering, the teacher decides they will hold a vote instead. The highest vote getter will become the Class 10 monitor. Right then, a digital system interface listing all the student names appears before Lin Xiu. With perks this amazing, voting for himself is a complete no-brainer. Lin Xiu chuckles and taps his own name on the screen. Another competitive classmate is just as thrilled, proudly declaring that with perks this good, he is voting for himself, and his neighbor fully agrees. Exactly. Why let anyone else take the easy prize? After a few quiet seconds, Teacher Nan speaks up, announcing that Lin Xiu has won with 5 votes to become class monitor. The digital board shows that almost everyone voted for themselves, resulting in just 1 vote each. However, Zhang Yin and his group of 4 voted entirely for Lin Xiu. The only other candidates to receive multiple votes were Fei Fei with 3 and Lin Xiaoji with just 2. But a wave of dissatisfaction quickly spreads. A heavily built student stands up in anger, pointing his finger directly at Lin Xiu. He shouts that they clearly know each other and calls it completely unfair, as other voices around the room join in the protest. The student sitting next to him slams his hands on the desk, loudly agreeing that this process is indeed highly unfair. Teacher Nan calmly asks what they would consider fair. Hearing this, Li Ping steps forward, flexing his muscular arms with absolute confidence. He declares that the monitor of Class 10 must prove themselves through raw combat strength, being the absolute strongest of them all. Others instantly chime in, agreeing that combat strength should decide it. Surprisingly, Teacher Nan readily agrees to the physical challenge. However, since a full battle would take too long, the teacher proposes a quicker test and presses a button on his desk. It is a strength testing machine. Whoever hits the hardest wins. Suddenly, a humanoid metal testing dummy rises straight out of the floor. When the teacher asks if they agree, everyone roars in approval. Li Ping steps forward, his blue hair shifting to a bright brown. Brimming with arrogance, he points to himself and asks to go first, a smug grin spreading across his face. Full of pride, Li Ping channels incredible power into his shoulder and arm, leaping forward to deliver a massive punch to the target. With a thunderous crash, the digital screen on the dummy's chest flashes, displaying 9,800 kilograms. The classroom erupts in absolute amazement. Everyone starts cheering, shocked that he actually managed to hit over 9,800 kilograms. Now, let's observe the one person who isn't celebrating. While others cheer for Li Ping, Lin Xiu remains completely calm and totally unimpressed by the display. Lin Xiu looks completely bored by the display. Meanwhile, Teacher Nan gazes at the impressive score on the test machine. He offers a warm, approving smile and praises the young man's impressive strength. Feeling victorious, Li Ping proudly walks back down. Passing by Lin Xiu, he sneers and flexes his muscles, mocking that the boy is still miles away from being worthy of the monitor title. Lin Xiu merely snorts, calmly replying that the position is already his. Stepping up to the machine, he points at it and questions the teacher. He asks if he has to pay if he accidentally breaks the machine. Smirking, Teacher Nan tells him not to worry and use full power. Li Ping bursts into hysterical laughter with his friends, mocking the foolish kid for thinking he could destroy the machine with a single punch. Dismissing the mockery, Lin Xiu calmly rolls up his sleeve and steps up, a brief, confident smile playing on his lips. Channeling raw power into his right arm, he unleashes his devastating tiger fist, striking the target with a thunderous blast. The impact unleashes a powerful shockwave that ripples through the room. Teacher Nan watches in absolute horror as the machine literally shatters into flying pieces. Li Ping stands frozen, his mouth wide open as he screams in utter disbelief, questioning if this kid is even human. Meanwhile, Teacher Nan notes Lin Xiu's confident grin. The teacher is deeply shaken, realizing the boy secretly channeled a martial skill. Yet, even with special techniques, this shouldn't happen. A reinforced testing dummy should never break this easily. He quietly concludes that this young man possesses a truly terrifying level of strength. Down below, Zhang Yin cheers triumphantly, shouting that his leader is indeed the absolute best. Lin Xiu simply offers a handsome, bright smile. Teacher Nan announces that since there are no further objections, Lin Xiu is officially the class monitor. He then adds one more detail. They can access the school network by scanning their student cards with their phones. Class is dismissed for today, and they must gather tomorrow at 6 a.m. Suddenly remembering something important, Zhang Yin quickly raises his hand to ask the teacher to wait. He asks where their dormitories are located, but Teacher Nan cheerfully reveals that the academy does not actually provide free student housing. Instead, students must spend their hard-earned points as rent. They will need to visit the housing office to select and lease their own rooms. Imagine their shock as they collectively gasp in disbelief, while their teacher simply watches them with a broad, highly amused grin. All right, let us wrap this up, Lin Xiu says quickly. Right outside the bustling housing registry, his group gathers inside the crowded lobby. They look at the housing options displayed on the screen. A standard 50 square meter apartment goes for just 50 points a month. Then, a gorgeous, spacious house pops up. It is a premium bamboo villa with its own private training room for 500 points. The screen labels it as the bamboo villa for 500 points a month. Lei gazes at it with pure joy. Her eyes shine with excitement. If they are going to live anywhere, it has to be the very best, and this villa looks perfect. But Lin Xiu immediately steps in to crush her dreams. Holding out his hand with a squint, he reminds her of the 500-point rent. If you spend all your points on rent, how will you eat? Breakfast is 5 points, and lunch and dinner cost 10 points each. Within a month, food alone costs 500 points. Pointing at the screen, he declares that only a total fool would waste points on such luxury. But before he can even finish his sentence, a hand swoops in from behind. Whack! A sharp blow leaves him gasping in sudden pain. Clutching the swelling bump on his head, he spins around in a panic. Who hit me? Just then, Luo Yue appears and calmly questions him. Who did you just call a fool? Trembling, Lin Xiu points at her and stammers. You did not actually rent that expensive villa, did you? Ignoring his question completely, she asks if he has found a place yet. Lin Xiu blinks in surprise and tells her he has not. Luo Yue holds out her hand, demanding his card. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lin Xiu nervously hands it over, wondering what is happening. As she heads straight to the counter, he asks what she is doing. Luo Yue calmly explains that her rented villa has 2 entire floors. Just transfer 250 points. You get the first floor, and I get the second. Suddenly, the screen prompts for a fingerprint scan. She tells him to scan his finger. Pressing his thumb down, he grins and asks if this counts as living together. But before he can finish, Luo Yue's aura instantly turns incredibly dark and threatening. Crossing her arms, she warns him that one more word will be his absolute last. Startled, Lin Xiu quickly shuts his mouth. A moment later, inside their bright, beautiful new villa, he is relaxed, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Letting Gun Gun run around the spacious living room, he laughs happily, realizing that living in a luxury villa is truly a different experience. Spending those points was definitely worth it. Now, let us check out the Academy website, the shopping mall map, and other useful details. He sees the combat power rankings and then notices the point missions. Sitting up quickly, a list of available tasks appears on his screen. Get beaten up in training for an hour a day for 150 points. Clean the women's restroom for 100 points. Play video games 5 hours a day for 250 points, or write good reviews for 120 points. Lin Xiu is completely speechless looking at these choices. What kind of crazy jobs are these? But then, something else catches his attention. His excitement instantly returns. There is an exchange shop where he can trade rare, valuable items directly for Academy points. Remembering his journey, he realizes how lucky he is. He collected plenty of materials from evolved beasts along the way, and his eyes light up. Thrilled, he puts on his backpack and heads to the exchange station. Inside, groups of senior students are chatting, but they suddenly stop to stare. Whispering and pointing, the crowd begins to talk. Suddenly, a wave of gossip and mockery fills the room as they look in his direction. Look at that new kid. He has not even picked up his school uniform yet. Gosh, he looks so clueless and lost. The new students this year seem pretty pathetic. What is he doing here anyway? No freshman could possibly have anything worth trading. Ignoring the whispers, Lin Xiu calmly walks up to the elderly professor running the exchange counter and politely greets him. He explains that he wants to trade some items. The white-haired professor looks up, completely curious about this young freshman. Stroking his beard, he asks what a freshman without a uniform could possibly have to trade, reminding him they only give points. They cannot convert points to regular currency. Lin Xiu nods, pulls out a 4th-grade Overlord leech skin, and presents it to the professor. He asks how many points this item is worth. The elderly professor stares at it, his eyes widening in complete and utter disbelief. Holding the rare skin with both hands, he carefully examines the material, confirming it is indeed from a 4th-grade Overlord leech. This is worth 10,000 points. Hearing this, a senior student standing nearby drops his jaw in pure shock. How does a freshman have that? Another student scoffs, guessing he just got lucky and found it on the path of death. 10,000 points is great. But then, Lin Xiu pulls out a glowing 7-colored crystal ice block and presents it next. Adjusting his glasses, the professor examines it closely. He gasps, recognizing it as a legendary and incredibly rare Yama crystal. This is something money cannot buy. I will give you 100,000 points for it. Instantly, the crowd erupts into loud whispers. A perfect Yama crystal. And it is so large and completely undamaged. How did a freshman get his hands on that? This lucky rookie must have stepped in something gold. He is absolutely rich now with 100,000 points. Do you know how many hard missions we would have to complete for that? Ignoring all the jealousy around him, Lin Xiu just smiles and pulls out one final item, asking the professor to take a look. The old man completely loses his mind. Is this the flesh of a Tier 6 evolved 6-vine demon beast? My god, how on earth did you get this? Did you actually kill a Tier 6 evolved beast? Am I hearing this right? A Tier 6 beast? Everyone in the room gasped in utter shock. With eyes wide and mouths agape, a 4th-year senior spoke up first. Immediately after, another student chimed in, their voice trembling with clear hesitation. Who exactly is this freshman? You and I might wonder if he is a secret genius from a powerful family with hidden cards. That would explain how he took down a Tier 6 evolved beast. Yet, an arrogant voice sneered in contempt, claiming the kid looked nothing like wealthy nobility. He must have just scavenged it, but someone behind him pointed out the Tier 4 Tyrant Leech skin, flame core crystals, and flesh of the Tier 6 6-vine demon beast. Why don't you try scavenging some of that? The professor then took Lin Xiu's card. Sliding it into the transfer machine, he noted that while Tier 6 6-vine demon beast flesh was highly valuable, this small amount was limited. so I will give you 500,000 points. With the previous two items, that brings the grand total to 610,000 points. Lin Xiu thanked him, but he had another idea in mind. He asked about trading martial arts cards, but the professor simply wagged his finger in refusal. Martial arts cards, weapons, and combat suits are easily manufactured by the Holy City Academy, so they cannot be exchanged here. He then asked to trade his points for a Tier 6 monster crystal. Realizing he could not make an extra profit, Lin Xiu's face slumped with clear disappointment. He secretly recalled that before coming, he had used 4 system draws and scored a diamond-tier martial arts card for blade techniques. He had hoped to trade it, believing a diamond-tier martial arts card would easily fetch at least 1 million points. Placing the item in his hand, the professor stated that a Tier 6 crystal costs 80,000 points. He confirmed the points had been deducted, and Lin Xiu easily agreed. Outside, the warm afternoon sun was already fading into twilight. The green leaves turned a withered golden hue. Lin Xiu stopped, massaging his temples with a weary sigh, wondering why these encounters were always so predictable. Turning around with clear annoyance, he called out for them to show themselves, noting the empty area was perfect for a robbery. 3 sophomores in school uniform stepped out. The arrogant leader smirked, asking the freshmen if they could get acquainted. He introduced himself as Trung Dao Dai Tuong, noting he saw the freshmen exchange a massive amount of points. His face darkened as he rubbed his fingers together. He menacingly added that he wanted to borrow 10,000 points for an emergency. The 3 of them quickly surrounded him. Lin Xiu calmly asked how he was supposed to transfer the points when there was no transaction machine nearby. Trung Dao Dai Tuong raised an eyebrow, smirked with a quiet sigh, and asked if all freshmen were this stupid. He explained that the point cards have a built-in transfer feature. Lin Xiu innocently pulled out his card, eyes wide in mock surprise. He praised the feature with a nod, but his expression instantly flipped. Lin Xiu sneered with a cold, mocking laugh. In that case, he told them to transfer their points to him instead. Trung Dao Dai Tuong rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging on his forehead. Furious, he barked that the kid had some nerve trying to rob them back when they were the ones shaking him down. Staring at the older student's gritted teeth, Lin Xiu laughed easily and asked why he couldn't rob them if they could rob him. Trung Dao Dai Tuong glared with wide, bloodshot eyes and screamed at the arrogant brat. He raised his fist, shouting that the kid needed a beating. Instantly, Lin Xiu's eyes flashed deep blue as he activated his footwork technique. He vanished instantly, leaving only a streak of blue lightning. The sophomore seniors immediately let out sharp cries of pain. As the dust cleared, they gasped in shock. Lin Xiu had materialized right behind them, taking calm, slow steps. Trung Dao Dai Tuong whipped his head around. You and I can easily see the sudden shock and growing dread in his eyes. He stammered, realizing it was a high-level movement technique. Lin Xiu glanced back, cracking his knuckles with a playful grin. He asked how they liked his skills, before leaping high into the air and lunging directly at one of the 3. He unleashed a rapid series of kicks straight to the face, sending the senior screaming before darting to the next target. Using his fire claw strike, he subdued the opponent in a flash. Trung Dao Dai Tuong watched his lackeys fall, utterly helpless. Roaring in fury, he cursed and unleashed his serpent fist technique, charging wildly at Lin Xiu with full force. Caught off guard, Lin Xiu failed to react in time and took the heavy blow directly, letting out a sharp grunt. He slid backward across the ground, holding his split lip as Trung Dao Dai Tuong snorted in absolute triumph. He sneered that the kid had chosen the hard way, forcing his hand. He demanded all points now instead of just 10,000. He threatened to put him in the infirmary for a month. Lin Xiu grimaced, holding his jaw as he glared right back. He warned them they should be grateful to be inside the academy, but Trung Dao Dai Tuong cut him off with a hateful glare. When asked what would happen outside, Lin Xiu coldly replied that the 3 of them would have already been turned into experience points. He channeled spiritual energy into his right fist, wrapping it in violent blue flames as he prepared his explosive punch. A mere freshman actually dares to trade punches with me? Let me break your arm right here and now. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he unleashes his great serpent fist, energy wrapping around his arm like a massive python. Boom! Their fists collide, unleashing a massive shockwave that tears through the courtyard. Taiga Nakajima lets out a blood-curdling shriek of pure agony. His entire arm is twisted and mangled like a piece of rope. He stares down at the horrific sight in absolute terror. His gang quickly rushes over, shouting in panic. They take one look at his mangled limb and realize the bones are completely shattered. But the agonizing pain is too overwhelming to hear anything. Clutching his broken arm, Taiga screams, demanding to be taken to the clinic. But Lin Xiu has no intention of letting them off so easily. Stepping forward with a cold stare, he asks if they have permission to leave. Since they were the ones who started this fight, running away now is not an option. Taiga can only grit his teeth and glare. Lin Xiu suddenly flashes a bright, cheerful smile. He raises a single finger, demanding 10,000 points from each of them to settle this. The long-haired lackey supporting him gasps in shock. That amount of points takes countless dangerous missions to earn, and they know it. Taiga snaps, refusing to pay such an outrageous amount, but Lin Xiu merely leans in close, wearing a terrifyingly malicious grin. In a chilling voice, Lin Xiu threatens to break his remaining arm if they refuse. The cold threat leaves Taiga frozen in absolute fear. Terrified out of his mind, Taiga quickly surrenders. You and I can see he has lost all of his tough guy act as his allies panic. The crew-cut thug quickly begs him to stop, promising that they will all pay up. Lin Xiu simply stands there, calmly crossing his arms. Pleased with their cooperation, Lin Xiu casually asks how the transfer works. Still trembling, Taiga slowly raises his student identification pass. With tears of pain in his eyes, he explains how pressing the side button on the card activates the point transfer screen. He then asks for the ID number to complete the transaction. Lin Xiu calmly recites his code, 9814126. Gritting his teeth in resentment, Taiga processes the transfer and barks that it is done. Lin Xiu just stands there, watching them intently. Putting his hands on his hips, Lin Xiu flashes a bright, mocking smile. He celebrates his easy 30,000 points before turning around to leave, waving a casual goodbye to the beaten thugs. He cheerfully thanks them for the free donation. Once he is out of earshot, Taiga curses, swearing to get revenge on him. Burning with pure hatred, Taiga glares intensely at Lin Xiu's retreating back. He cannot comprehend how a kid who seemed so weak could possess such immense, terrifying strength. His companion wonders if the newcomer was just playing dumb, hiding his true power like a wolf in sheep's clothing. The long-haired member of the trio looks up thoughtfully, recalling the brief clash. He too shares the exact same suspicion. The terrifying pressure the boy released was far too overwhelming for a mere freshman. Taiga lets out a cold, bitter snort. He vows to spend 5,000 points to hire a powerful third-year senior to cripple both of Lin Xiu's arms. Clutching his broken arm, Taiga glares after the departing youth with eyes full of venomous hatred. His companions quickly agree, suggesting that just breaking his arms is too easy. They offer to pool their points together to raise the stakes. They want his legs broken too. Back at the villa, Lin Xiu calls out to Luo Yue to begin training. He also suggests going out for dinner. Inside the training room, Luo Yue sits cross-legged, completely focused on her meditation. A faint, pale aura swirls around her body. After a moment, she finally steps out, catching her breath from the intense training. Keeping her eyes closed, she points toward the living room, mentioning that the wall screen can be used to order hot food. Lin Xiu grabs the remote control and starts browsing the screen. He glances over and tells her to take a shower first. He promises to treat her to whatever she wants. A short while later, the door chime rings. Luo Yue steps out of the bathroom, surrounded by warm steam with her wet hair tied back. She looks up in surprise at the speed. And honestly, you and I would be just as stunned. On the table sits a massive feast of 8 dishes. Lin Xiu is already sitting down, happily stuffing his face. He smiles brightly and warmly invites her to join him. He urges her to dig in, complaining about the terrible, bland rations they had to endure during their recent survival trials. He jokes about almost throwing up from those meals. Surprised, she calculates the cost, noting this feast must have cost at least 100 points. She demands to know where he got so many points. Choking on his food, Lin Xiu quickly recovers and flashes a playful grin. Pointing directly at his cheek with a smug grin and a slightly red face, he teasingly asks her for a kiss first. In an instant, Luo Yue draws her cold blade, placing it right against his neck. She quietly dares him to repeat himself. Terrified, Lin Xiu breaks out into a cold sweat. He quickly raises his hands, pleading that he was only playing a harmless joke. He nervously asks why she even brings a weapon to dinner. Her face darkens further as she dangerously asks who he is calling sister. Terrified, Lin Xiu leaps from his chair and dramatically begs for mercy, hoping to appease her wrath. He frantically backtracks, suggesting a cute nickname instead while reminding her of how they appear to the outside world. Let's join the story as Lin Xiu declares they are finally roommates, only for Luo Yue to kick him away and tell him to get lost. Luo Yue stands ready with her sword, while Lin Xiu faces her with his long spear. Brandishing her weapon, she challenges him to begin. She wants to test his current strength with a quick duel. As Lin Xiu takes his stance, a curious question crosses his mind. Wondering why she wants to train right after a shower, he recalls some unpleasant memories. He worries she might be just as violent as that other girl. He wonders if she just wants an excuse to thrash him. Why are all the beautiful women in his life so violent? Luo Yue's icy voice instantly cuts off his thoughts. Pointing her sword, she charges forward, scolding him for losing focus during a match. Unprepared and still carrying injuries from his earlier battle, Lin Xiu takes the full force of her blow, The sudden impact makes him cough violently. He coughs up fresh blood, forcing her to stop in shock. Seeing him clutch his chest and gasp, she frantically asks when he got hurt. Leaning heavily on his spear, Lin Xiu forces a weak smile and reassures her that he is fine. He explains that while trading beast materials for points, he was ambushed by a second-year student named Nakajima. Though he took some minor hits, those troublemakers paid dearly, handing over 30,000 points to settle the score. He actually smiles, but Luo Yue finds nothing to be proud of in getting beaten. She turns and walks away. She tosses him a small bottle, telling him it is healing medicine to be taken twice a day, 2 pills each. Catching the bottle, Lin Xiu frowns and says he does not need medicine for such a minor scrape. Luo Yue insists he is indeed sick, tapping her forehead to suggest his brain is the part that is malfunctioning. Left speechless, Lin Xiu watches her walk away. Without looking back, she delivers one final cold instruction. She calls off the training, telling him to rest. Watching her leave, he wonders if she actually has feelings for him. Her concern for his health speaks volumes. Later, he retires to the darkness of his private room. Let's observe as a ruby-like crystal glows with a faint blue flame, floating gently in front of his chest. Sitting cross-legged, he begins to cultivate, wrapping himself in the exact same mystical energy radiating from the crystal. He marvels at the incredible sensation of raw power flowing into his body, realizing this rapid absorption is highly effective. His experience points are climbing at an extraordinary rate. To grow faster, he must seek out more high-grade crystals. However, a rank 6 crystal contains incredibly volatile energy, making him feel as if his body might tear apart. As the crystal shatters into uneven pieces, he realizes that a warrior's body acts like a vessel for this power. Only by expanding this vessel can one hold more energy, unlocking levels of strength never seen before. With a soft clatter, the spent crystal fragments fall, and the glowing aura around him slowly begins to fade. He concludes that a true warrior must constantly refine their physical form. Suddenly, he snaps his eyes wide open. Looking out the window, he spots Luo Yue wearing a long cloak, slipping away into the night. He wonders why she is sneaking out so late, resting his chin on his hand. Could she be going on a date? He quickly shakes his head. She has him, right? He tells himself to stop overthinking and focus. His priority must remain on cultivating. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Nakajima is absolutely furious. With his arm in a cast, he vents his rage on his lackeys, wondering if Senior Aramoto will help them. He eagerly asks if the senior will avenge them. A nearby lackey reassures him that Ogawa has already gone to ask. For 10,000 points, the senior is guaranteed to help. Right at that moment, Ogawa bursts through the door with news. Grinning widely, Ogawa announces that he has successfully recruited Senior Aramoto, causing Nakajima to break into a smug, triumphant laugh. A heavy grunt echoes before the newcomer even steps inside, mocking them for getting beaten so badly by a mere freshman. He calls them utterly pathetic, veins popping on his forehead. But before he can strike a pose, a sudden kick catches him off guard. A very familiar voice tells him to get out of the way as Aramoto crashes face first onto the floor. His heavy spiked mace slips from his grip. He quickly spins around, glaring with fury, demanding to know who kicked him. Luo Yue calmly looks down at him, replying with an icy tone that she is a freshman, leaving Aramoto utterly shocked. He roars in sheer disbelief that a mere newcomer could do this. Grabbing his massive spiked mace, he prepares to charge. Dragging his heavy frame forward, he charges at her, yelling that he does not care who she is, promising to break her for sneaking up on him. Luo Yue draws her sword, disarming him in a single, swift strike. She coldly calls him a complete amateur as her blade finds his throat. Aramoto freezes instantly. Luo Yue's gaze turns razor sharp as she warns him that any sudden movement will mean his immediate end. Let's see what happens next, as Nakajima bursts into a mocking laugh, completely unfazed, telling her she is just a pretty face. Are you joking? The Holy City Academy strictly forbids killing. Luo Yue glared at him with a deep, warning frown. You are welcome to try me. Suddenly, Arimoto Kaito gasped. Trembling, he pointed a shaking finger at her and stammered. You are Luo Yue, this year's genius freshman. The man's eyes stretched wide with absolute horror. Cold sweat poured down his face as he repeated her name in terror. Nakajima Daisho looked at the senior disciple he had brought along, completely bewildered. Staring at Luo Yue in doubt, someone suddenly shrieked, Luo? The legendary Luo family of Sky City? Every eye fell upon Luo Yue. Unfazed, she kept her sharp blade pressed against the fat Nakajima's neck. He could only babble in fear. The Luo family. Arimoto shrank back. His knees buckled from sheer dread, and he fell to the ground. Nakajima, get down on your knees. Shaking, Nakajima's eyes welled with tears. He bit his lip, realizing she truly belonged to that powerful family. She really would kill someone here without a second thought. Pale and panting, Nakajima gasped, "Lady Luo, we were blind fools. We did not recognize your greatness and offended your dear friend. Please show mercy and spare us. We swear we will never trouble your friend again." Luo Yue simply looked down at the trembling man groveling at her feet. Without a word, she let out a cold snort, sheathed her sword, and turned on her heel to walk away. Behind her, Arimoto collapsed as if his bones had turned to dust. Alongside Nakajima, he watched her slender silhouette disappear into the distance. "Thank goodness she is gone," Arimoto sighed. "Her aura is terrifying." Then, he whipped around, fiercely cursing the idiot who had dragged him into this mess. "You fools! How did you manage to anger her?" Nakajima stammered in panic. "We had no idea. We just tried to corner a random freshman. Who knew he actually knew such a powerhouse?" Meanwhile, the tense night dissolved. Gentle morning sunlight began to bathe the quiet roof of the villa. By now, the freshman Lin Xiu had finally received his academy uniform. He slipped it on, yawning widely as he called out for Luo Yue. Receiving no answer, he walked out to find the table empty, save for a small breakfast waiting for him. He paused, genuinely surprised. "She actually made breakfast for me?" Lin Xiu picked up a bite with his bare hand and stared toward the closed door of her room. Chewing thoughtfully, he muttered, "Did she head to school already?" He smiled, thinking that despite her icy exterior, she truly possessed a warm heart. "She really does care about me, doesn't she? How sweet." Chuckling to himself, Lin Xiu stepped outside to find Lei Lei and the others waiting. Two of the girls waved, calling out warmly, "Big Brother Lin!" Suddenly, Jiang Li and Qin Feng snuck up behind him, whispering in a teasing, mischievous tone. "So, class monitor, did you sleep well last night?" Annoyed by their constant teasing, Lin Xiu snapped back, "Get lost," and headed for the Class 10 building. Inside the classroom, the teacher's calm voice echoed, "That concludes our theoretical lesson today. The rest of the day is yours for self-guided training." The Holy City Academy valued freedom. Resting his hands on the podium, Teacher Nan Zhenghui said, "Attendance for theory classes is completely optional. Missing them won't lower your grades." The classroom erupted in cheers at such a generous policy. One student even raised a hand to ask, "Wow, is it really that relaxed, sir?" Teacher Nan gave them a sly, knowing grin. "However, let me warn you beforehand. We hold monthly exams. Fail to make the cut, and do not blame me when the punishments get merciless." Instantly, the cheerful room turned into a chorus of groans. "I knew it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The training halls and gravity chambers upstairs are fully equipped for your daily practice," Teacher Nan continued, sliding a metallic keycard between his fingers. "Lin Xiu, this access card is yours to manage." Handing it over, the instructor added, "The facilities are open daily from 6 in the morning until 12 at night. Make sure to clean up afterward." Lin Xiu accepted the card, nodding, "Understood, Teacher Nan." But the instructor held him back for a moment. As if remembering something important, Teacher Nan extended his hand toward him. "Oh, that is right. Give me your student identification card. I need to credit you 500 merit points." Slipping the card into the desk slot, a glowing orange hologram immediately projected before them. Looking at the digital figures displayed on the floating screen, Teacher Nan let out a sudden gasp, his voice rising in utter shock. 640,200 points. Staring in absolute disbelief, he asked, "Lin Xiu, how on earth did you amass such a fortune?" His loud exclamation echoed through the room, throwing the entire class into a frenzy. One stunned student blurted, "Teacher Nan, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Over 600,000 points? Heavens, it turns out our class monitor is secretly a multi-millionaire." Another classmate cried out in envy. Lin Xiu remained silent. However, Li Ping looked utterly livid, the veins on his forehead bulging as he stepped forward to angrily protest. "How is that even possible, Teacher Nan? Last night, his score was identical to ours. How does he suddenly have over 600,000? Pointing a furious finger at Lin Xiu, he roared, "He must have hacked the school network." Several jealous classmates quickly chimed in, agreeing with him. "That is right, Teacher Nan. You must launch a thorough investigation." Hearing their wild accusations, the instructor's face darkened with anger. Raising his voice, Nan Zhenghui snapped, "Silence, all of you. Do you think our academy's mainframe is some playground? If it is so easy to hack, why do you not try it yourselves?" The records clearly state his points were earned legitimately. He traded high-grade beast cores at the exchange center. Li Ping stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. "An exchange center? How did I not know about that? In that case, I have some spare loot I can trade in as well." Another student chimed in, their eyes lighting up with hope. "Me too. Let's go together after class." Watching his classmates whisper and grin like excited children, Lin Xiu could only sigh, muttering, What a bunch of idiots. With a look of mock disbelief, Instructor Hai reviewed the transaction history and could not help but praise him. Hui noted that the boy possessed remarkable skills, bringing back an incredible bounty from his journey on the path of death. Suddenly, the instructor noticed something unusual in the records, squinting as he asked if the boy had friends at the Holy City Academy. Embarrassed, Lam Tu scratched his chin and ruffled his hair, explaining that he ran into 3 old acquaintances the previous night. He claimed they worried he would run low on points as a newcomer, generously giving them away despite his polite refusal. Lam Tu explained their persistent generosity without a hint of shame, unaware that elsewhere in the academy, things were very different. While Trung Dao Dai Tuong and his group sneezed repeatedly, Instructor Hui knew the boy was lying, yet he simply smiled and gave a quiet warning. Telling the boy to stay alert, the instructor dismissed him, turning away to head to his scheduled staff meeting. The upcoming freshman assembly was only 1 week away, requiring rigorous training before he would select the top 5 martial artists. These chosen elite would compete against rival classes for the ultimate crown, prompting the excited students to cheer and slam their desks. Le Bin shouted at the top of his lungs, promising rigorous training, while his classmates quickly voiced their strong agreement. They vowed never to bring shame to Class 10, as the students began scattering across the training hall to practice. While everyone focused on their own routines, Lam Tu trained diligently with his spear until Le Bin suddenly approached him. Resting a wooden sword on his shoulder, Le Bin smirked arrogantly and challenged Lam Tu to a quick sparring match. Before Lam Tu could reply, Truong Dan stepped in with a stern expression, warily demanding to know Le Bin's intentions. Le Bin raised his eyebrows and smirked, claiming he merely wished to challenge their class leader to a friendly test of strength. He mocked the leader's courage, though internally, he wondered how a seemingly weak boy had shattered a strength testing device. Convinced it was a system error due to the boy's faint aura, he could not believe such power came from a single punch. Lam Tu smoothly replied that fighting such a weak opponent was too risky, fearing he might accidentally beat him to a pulp. The sharp retort sent veins popping on Le Bin's forehead as he angrily raised his wooden blade to initiate the attack. As their weapons clashed with loud cracks, Lam Tu easily parried the strikes, mocking his opponent for being far too slow. Lam Tu then unleashed his lethal spear technique, creating a rain of afterimages that swept directly toward the struggling Le Bin. Gritting his teeth, Le Bin tried desperately to defend against the barrage of strikes, but was ultimately sent flying backward with a groan, prompting his loyal lackeys to immediately charge forward. While Lam Tu smirked at their interference, Truong Dan grew deeply annoyed by their complete lack of shame in outnumbering a single opponent. As his allies prepared to step in and support him, Lam Tu suddenly raised his voice, stopping them in their tracks. He proudly told them to stand down, confidently stating that he could easily handle these minor opponents all by himself. It was the perfect chance to establish his authority as class leader, even as Le Bin and his lackeys charged him together. Vowing to make the arrogant boy regret his words, Le Bin rushed forward, only to be violently repelled by a sudden, devastating strike. As the group cried out, Lam Tu lunged forward, delivering a devastating series of kicks directly to Le Bin's face. The strike sent his opponent crashing to the floor in agony, while Lam Tu approached, casually dragging his heavy spear behind him. He asked if they had enough, as Le Bin silently wiped his mouth, veins throbbing with anger. Staring with pure hostility, Le Bin stood up to face him, but finally relented, lowering his guard to speak in a much softer tone. He apologized and admitted complete defeat, prompting Truong Dan to let out a quiet sigh of relief and smile. She claimed she always had faith in Lam Tu, though Tan Fong rolled his eyes, reminding her that she was actually the most anxious one. Lam Tu stood at the center of the room, looking around at the Class 10 students as he demanded if anyone else wanted a challenge. With calm sincerity, he reminded them that they were placed in Class 10 because their initial combat scores were deemed the weakest. He asked if they would simply accept defeat, urging them to train harder if they wished to avoid humiliation at the assembly. Arriving at the next training area, Truong Dan curiously questioned if this was indeed the legendary gravity chamber. After examining the console, she noted it required a key card, while Lam Tu silently stared at the door in deep thought. He knew that standard training could strengthen muscles, but typical exercises did little to condition a person's delicate internal organs. However, a gravity chamber offered a different solution, forcing the body cells to work under extreme, full-body pressure. In this state of rapid cellular exhaustion, the internal organs would experience an incredibly intense, deep level of stress. Using special techniques to absorb energy in this high-pressure environment would greatly accelerate physical conditioning, leading Lam Tu to quickly finish his analysis and step forward to open the door. Peering inside, the students gasped at the advanced technology, wondering if this was truly the legendary gravity room. Tan Fong entered with wide eyes, admitting he had never seen anything like it, while Truong Dan suddenly noticed something unusual. She gestured for everyone to look over, raising her voice in disbelief as she realized using the gravity room actually required contribution points. The screen displayed a clear warning. Double gravity would drain 2 points from their balance every single minute. Triple gravity cost 3 points per minute. Tan Feng frantically calculated the cost, realizing that just 1 hour of double gravity meant 120 points. With only 500 points a month for rent and food, there was barely enough left for training. But just then, Lin Xiu spoke up. Lin Xiu reminded Zhang Yin and the others about the valuable beast hides they had collected, noting those materials could easily be traded for a fortune. Tan Feng instantly cheered as he remembered the exchange system, while Lin Xiu stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, turning to address the group. He explained that besides the physical exchange station, school servers offered numerous online quests that rewarded successful students with precious contribution points. With a reassuring smile, he held up his swipe card and generously offered to cover the session for everyone. He invited anyone interested to stay behind and begin with a basic trial under double gravity. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the students, who eagerly cheered and thanked their incredibly generous class leader. As they celebrated their leader, the card swiped with a sharp beep, activating the gravity control panel as a cold robotic voice echoed. The double gravity sequence commenced, and a massive overhead generator began to spin, filling the room with a deep, mechanical hum. The students looked up in surprise, but within a single minute, the heavy pressure forced Tan Feng down onto one knee. Stunned by the sudden pressure, Lei collapsed onto the floor, struggling to breathe as she gasped at the sheer weight of double gravity. Even Lin Xiu felt the strain, gritting his teeth and squinting against the force while reflecting on how his body reacted to the pressure. Under this immense load, his cells were constantly breaking down, yet they rapidly divided to regenerate into even stronger, healthier tissue. Clutching a level 6 energy crystal, he focused his breathing to absorb the raw cosmic energy flowing from the core. The technique worked wonders. Over the next hour, the students slowly adapted and sat cross-legged to meditate, though it was not long before exhausted groans began to fill the room. Struggling to cope, Lei Bing wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced over at Lin Xiu, who remained completely undisturbed. He could not help but wonder how Lin Xiu could look so incredibly relaxed after a full hour of intense pressure. Marveling at his class leader's strength, several students finally gave up. Tan Feng followed them out, complaining that his body was at its limit. Feeling as if he would fall apart, Zhang Yin watched Lin Xiu with deep admiration, completely awed by his resilience. She sighed softly, wondering how two freshmen could have such a massive gap in physical capability and stamina. 2 hours later, Lin Xiu finally opened his eyes and looked around, surprised to find himself entirely alone. Since no one else was left, he decided to push his limits and swipe his card again to trigger triple gravity. The robotic system announced the start of triple gravity, and the sudden, crushing weight instantly slammed him down to the floor. Trembling and gasping for air, he forced himself to lift his head, gritting his teeth at the overwhelming force of the chamber. He smiled in excitement, sat cross-legged, and drew out a level 6 crystal, ignoring the intense pain deep in his bones. Though his bones felt ready to shatter, a glance at his system interface revealed his experience points were soaring at an unbelievable rate. This was far faster than hunting beasts in the wild, while outside, his classmates continued their own training in high spirits. As the students gathered in small groups, Zhang Yin grew increasingly anxious, wondering if their leader was truly safe after spending 5 straight hours inside. She remembered how just 1 hour under that pressure had left her suffocating and lightheaded from a lack of oxygen. Lei teased her, suggesting she go check on her beloved leader, reminding her that the facility was fully equipped with an advanced automatic safety system. The system would immediately shut down and eject anyone in danger, but just then, a classmate rushed in with some shocking news. He revealed to the stunned crowd that their class leader was currently training under the crushing force of triple gravity. Zhang Yin gasped in absolute shock, while Tan Feng panicked right alongside her, completely unable to comprehend the extreme level of training. They wondered if he was even human or some kind of evolved beast. While back inside the chamber, Lin Xiu remained remarkably steady. Looking remarkably calm, he stared at the level 6 crystal in his palm, which had already faded to a dull, empty gray after its energy was entirely drained. Realizing he would need to visit the exchange station after class to buy more, he threw a heavy punch into the air, testing his physical limits. His reflexes and special punch felt incredibly sluggish, but he reasoned that mastering a full-force strike under this pressure would make him unstoppable outside. The explosive power of his technique would triple. Just then, a new prompt caught his attention on the system screen. The menu offered a difficulty scale ranging from 1 to 99, leaving him curious about what this training mode actually entailed. Deciding to take a small gamble, he selected the first difficulty level, and the system immediately roared to life as a hidden compartment slid open in the wall. An automated laser weapon emerged, firing a deadly beam toward him, but his instincts kicked in just in time to dodge the blast. He realized that without his protective battle armor, a single direct hit from that high-powered laser could easily prove fatal. He could not afford a reckless move. The training lasers hummed to life, rapidly firing two deadly beams, forcing Lin Xiu to duck low to dodge. The lasers blurred like afterimages, 4 or 5 blasting at him simultaneously. To survive the onslaught, Lin Xiu had to deploy his martial techniques. After what felt like an eternity, the cold mechanical voice announced that 30 minutes were up. Lin Xiu collapsed, completely exhausted and gasping for breath. He calculated his losses through heavy breaths. 3 hours at double gravity cost 360 points, and triple gravity cost another 360. Reaction speed training level 1 cost another 100 points. Shaking off the fatigue, Lin Xiu grabbed his card and stepped out of the gravity chamber. Spending 820 points in under 6 hours was painful, but honestly, those 6 hours equaled weeks of hard solo practice. Having money really was great. As he stepped outside, Zhang Yan rushed over. She had clearly been waiting for a long time, looking anxious. She gasped, asking if he was all right after 5 straight hours in there. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu just calmly slung his gear over his shoulder. With a smile, he reassured her that he was fine and told them to keep practicing while he headed out to handle some personal business. Watching him walk away, Qin Feng could only give a stunned thumbs up, amazed that their class leader had lasted 5 hours in that chamber, and he walked out without a scratch. Truly incredible. Zhang Yan nodded in agreement, noting that Lin Xiu never disappointed them. Leaving the exchange station, Lin Xiu sighed in frustration. 80,000 points for just one grade 6 alien crystal was highway robbery. Even 600,000 points would not buy much. He knew he could not just sit around waiting. He had to actively hunt for points. Staring at the massive tower towering over the campus, an idea struck him. That was the famous battle tower shown on the academy map. As long as he climbed the rankings within that tower, he would receive a steady stream of daily points. A confident smile crossed his face. It was the perfect spot to farm points. Under the evening sky, the grand tower gleamed, beckoning him to test his strength. This legendary tower held 100 floors, serving as the ultimate test of strength for every student in the academy. The top 100 students were appointed as floor masters. Defeating even the master of the very first floor was a massive achievement. Doing so secured a spot in the academy's prestigious top 100, with ranks constantly shifting based on these fierce challenges. To motivate everyone, the weekly battles were broadcast on giant lobby screens, with the academy rewarding points based on the difficulty of each floor. For the freshmen, the rankings were legendary. Rank 1, Track Ku Tin, had already conquered floor 20. Yu Duangheng held floor 19. Dian Tuha held 18, and Lacan Guyet claimed 17. It was a fierce competition. Weekly top challengers also received massive point bonuses. Staring at the leaderboard, Lin Xiu was genuinely surprised by what he saw. Lacan Guyet was already here? She had even conquered floor 17. Nearby, 2 senior students were discussing the rankings. A guy with wine-red hair muttered in shock, pointing out how crazy it was for a freshman to reach floor 20 on day 1. His companion wearing an eye patch agreed, noting that this year's class was packed with absolute prodigies. They came from powerful, elite families, so entering the top 100 on day 1 was entirely expected for them. But when they saw Lin Xiu walking toward the registration desk, their admiration vanished. The red-haired senior sneered first. He pointed him out, prompting the eye patch guy to instantly dismiss the newcomer as another arrogant fool. Did these kids honestly think the top 100 was a joke? The red-haired senior scoffed, predicting Lin Xiu would get instantly blasted off the very first floor. The eye patch guy sighed. It was the same story every year, clueless rookies who lacked respect, acting fearless until they got crushed. Ignoring their mocking chatter, Lin Xiu calmly stepped forward as the arena gates opened before him. Inside, another battle was ending. With a loud crash, the current challenger was violently thrown right out of the ring. The referee announced sophomore Yu-Lap as the winner. Checking his tablet, the official loudly called out the next match. Freshman Lin Xiu versus sophomore Yu-Lap. As they were told to prepare, Lin Xiu blinked in surprise. That was fast. Was it already his turn to fight? Was there no cue? He shrugged and stepped onto the stage as whispers rippled through the gathered crowd. Another cocky freshman. Spectators laughed, mocking him and wondering if this kid would end up crying for his mother. Even the referee silently agreed. Looking at the registration data on his screen, he shook his head. This kid was only a rank 3 warrior, while the previous loser was rank 4. But then, the referee froze. Staring at the screen in his hand, the referee was deeply confused. The scanner showed this kid's combat power did not even register as a rank 3. Yu-Lap, a towering young man sporting wild, moss-green, spiky hair, swaggered over and stood directly in front of him. With a mocking sneer, He asked if the rookie planned to use a weapon or just his bare fists. Lin Xiu chuckled, saying weapons were unnecessary for a mere first-floor opponent. That casual disrespect made Yulap boil with absolute rage. Roaring at the arrogant rookie, Yulap threw a devastating brutal fist straight at his face, screaming for him to drop dead. Lin Xiu easily tilted his head, amused to see the brute using the exact same technique. Yulap cackled, thinking he had won. With a fierce grimace, Yulap sneers that the kid at least knows how to dodge. But what about this? Instantly, Yulap unleashes his legendary footwork technique, treading snow without a trace, rushing forward. A rain of countless afterimage fists erupts, firing forward like an endless barrage of heavy brass bullets directly at him. Simultaneously, Lin Xiu activates his own swift footwork technique to dodge the incoming barrage, leaving Yulap completely stunned and horrified. How can he be this incredibly agile while carrying that massive box on his back? Curse it! But thoughts are all he has time for. Striking furiously, Yulap yells out a provocation to stop running, but Lin Xiu simply offers a relaxed smile in response. Fine, no more running. It just so happens that I know the explosive fist too. Instantly, he unleashes his own devastating strike. A deep blue energy surges and wraps around his fist as Lin Xiu flashes a highly confident, prideful smile at his opponent. The students watching the match are completely stunned. Someone gasps in shock that this new freshman actually knows the explosive fist too. Another sneers that a rank 3 fighting a rank 4 has an obvious outcome. Yet, only the referee looking through his analysis glasses realizes the truth. In a panic, he gasps that the freshman's move is entirely different, but his warning comes far too late. Lin Xiu instantly stacks the fierce tiger fist. Red flames erupt from his hand, and the two massive strikes violently collide. The fiery energy of the tiger fist explodes, engulfing everything. Yulap screams out in absolute agony as the heat burns. His opponent's arm is crushed by intense pressure. With a loud announcement declaring Lin Xiu the winner, Yulap is blasted completely off the stage. Looking down at his defeated opponent, Lin Xiu casually waves his hand and mutters that he was too weak, sending the crowd into a frenzy. What a savage remark! He actually blasted Yulap away with his bare hands. Even the referee stands completely frozen, adjusting his glasses in disbelief. He wonders if this freshman is truly this powerful, or if their testing equipment is broken. But Lin Xiu is far from finished. He continues his climb to the second floor. One punch, and he wins. The third floor is exactly the same. With a single flying kick, another victory announcement blares out. The viewers watching the live stream are left completely speechless. They cannot believe this kid fought bare-handed all the way to the fourth floor. The panicked referee is certain the testing machine is completely broken. On the fifth floor, Lin Xiu assumes his stance. His opponent is a muscular, well-built senior girl who smiles and calls him a silly little brother. She warns him that he cannot win unless he unstraps that massive weapon from his back and fights her with everything he has. Lin Xiu obliges, setting the heavy case down. He pulls out a spear, smiling as he says he will use this instead. Warning her to be careful since his spear is highly dangerous, he leaps forward, unleashing the legendary 100 Birds homage to the Phoenix technique. Raging flames surge from the spear tip and coat the weapon. With a single devastating strike, the senior girl is sent flying backward. She cries out in terror as his streak of rapid victories continues, easily conquering the sixth floor in the exact same manner. After winning the seventh floor, he leaps back. Meanwhile, the second-year referee is so furious he looks ready to smash his own equipment. Clutching his laptop, he screams in disbelief, questioning how a mere freshman could possibly fight his way up to the 20th floor. The person next to him quickly holds him back, urging him to calm down before he does something rash. This testing machine costs 1,000 credits, and breaking it means paying out of pocket. Soon, the next match begins. The referee announces the battle between the second-year Ba Ke and the freshman Lin Xiu. The two opponents now stand face-to-face. Lin Xiu silently observes his opponent, realizing he is facing a rank 5 martial artist, which means this will be a tough battle. On the freshman leaderboard, even elite students like Zhuo Kuxing from the Sky Academy had been defeated by this opponent. Ba Ke glares at him, gripping his sword tightly before speaking. He admits it is highly surprising for a rank 3 warrior to reach the 20th floor, proving this year's freshman cannot be overlooked. He boasts about just defeating a freshman prodigy from the Sky Academy, a student who was supposed to possess incredible combat strength. Unfortunately, that genius could not last 10 minutes before being crushed. He draws his sword, a strange, dark excitement washing over his face. He wonders aloud how many minutes the boy will last. Smiling, Lin Xiu replies that he has plenty of time, and their weapons collide with a loud crash. Elsewhere, inside a luxury villa, a young man calls out, urging his friend to quickly watch the live broadcast of the challenge tower. He mentions that someone else has reached the 20th floor. Typing on his keyboard, Zhuo Kaixing asks if it is a student from Class 1. The youth beside him corrects him, revealing the challenger is actually from Class 10, leaving his friend completely speechless. Staring at the screen, his voice rises in shock as he recognizes the challenger. He wonders how someone assigned to Class 10 could do this. As the weakest class in school, it should be impossible to conquer 20 floors by the second day. Beside him, his companion asks if he knows him. His face darkens as he remembers the boy's close interaction with Luo Yue, and his voice drops to a cold whisper. He mutters that the challenger is just a friend of a friend. Back in the arena, Lin Xiu wipes the sweat from his chin. Panting heavily, he wonders if a rank 5 opponent is truly beyond his current limits. While his opponent appears completely relaxed, he realizes he must struggle with everything just to keep up. Having already figured out the patterns of his opponent's movement, Lin Xiu charges forward once more, unleashing his rapid wind-riding technique. But Bark counters by splitting into multiple shadow clones, maintaining his eerie footwork while delivering a cold, mocking warning. "It is completely useless. You cannot even touch me." But as expected, Lin Xiu counters immediately by activating his legendary snow-treading footwork. Sticking right next to his opponent's true form, he smiles and declares that he is not the only one with elite movement skills. Bark's eyes widen in sheer shock, wondering how this kid could possibly read his position. Before he can even begin to react, a spear burning with fierce fire energy grazes his arm. Startled by the sudden heat, Bark lets out a sharp cry of pain. Retreating quickly with a low groan, he stares at the deep gash on his bleeding right arm, cursing under his breath in absolute fury. To think a level 5 master like him would be wounded by a level 3 rookie, right in front of a massive crowd of onlookers. Raising his sword to channel a lethal aura, he screams in rage and charges forward like a madman, desperate to end this match. Lin Xiu raises his spear horizontally to block the heavy blow, gritting his teeth, but the sheer impact forces him to slide backward. Bracing himself low against the ground, he silently marvels at his opponent's incredible raw power, while the crowd below watches with bated breath. Whispers spread through the audience, with shocked spectators asking if their eyes are playing tricks on them. Did that freshman actually land a hit? No one expected a peak level 5 warrior to be wounded by a level 3 freshman. Meanwhile, Bark steps forward, his anger boiling. His sword glows with a highly aggressive, surging energy. He growls deeply, asking if the crowd really thinks he is failing against a mere rookie. "You have successfully driven me completely mad. Now, it is time to get serious." Suddenly, countless lethal sword intents materialize, raining down like a terrifying storm. Bark closes the distance, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy strikes. Facing this absolute hurricane of steel, Lin Xiu can only grit his teeth and block defensively. As the strikes intensify, the young warrior grits his teeth so hard his jaw feels ready to shatter. With a twisted expression, Bark has only one goal in mind, promising to leave 5 bloody wounds across his opponent's chest. His face extremely tense, Lin Xiu truly realizes the massive gap between them. Is this the frightening reality of a level 5 warrior? The sheer force behind those swings is lethal. Staring with venomous eyes, Bark puts even more raw power into his deadly blade. Wondering how many more strikes the kid can possibly dodge, Bark is stunned to see Lin Xiu actually smiling with pure battle excitement. It has been so long since he faced an opponent this strong. Their weapons clash like a wild symphony, sending shockwaves of energy tearing through the air. This brutal clash of champions is an absolute masterpiece for the audience to witness. Lin Xiu carefully balances offense and defense, waiting for an opening. Thoughts race through his mind faster than the wind. Risking everything in battle feels incredibly exhilarating, but his opponent is growing increasingly frustrated. The boy's power level is clearly inferior, yet he fights without a shred of fear. Staring in disbelief, a seed of worry begins to grow deep inside Bark. He seems to grow stronger as the battle rages on, prompting Bark to finally unleash a devastating, high-tier gold martial art. Activating his ultimate freezing technique, thousands of razor-sharp ice shards manifest instantly. Undeterred, Lin Xiu shouts at the top of his lungs, promising to shatter this wall of frost. Once again, he summons his fiery bird technique, unleashing intense heat from his spear, but an unexpected turn of events catches him off guard. His flames fail to melt the massive wall of ice, and hundreds of frozen spikes rain down on him like a swarm of deadly arrows. Realizing his flame technique has failed, Lin Xiu retreats in alarm. A massive explosion erupts, and a thick cloud of white smoke completely blankets the arena. When the mist clears, Lin Xiu is trapped inside a solid block of ice, causing the entire stadium to erupt into loud murmurs. Freezing a human solid is no small feat. Spectators marvel at the raw strength of a level 5 master, assuming the rookie is finished. Trapped in the freezing cold, the young warrior realizes he must act quickly or freeze to death, deciding it is time to reveal his trump card. Turning to the senior acting as referee, Bark demands to know why he has not been declared the winner yet, but the official quickly responds, "If he cannot break free within 10 seconds, or if he is knocked out of bounds, only then will you be the winner." With a cruel smirk, Bark marches toward the frozen champion, confident that a simple kick will send the block sliding right off the platform. Sharp cracking sounds suddenly echo across the stage, causing Bark to freeze in shock as a majestic phoenix phantom begins to rise. The brilliant phoenix technique illuminates the arena once more, burning with a far more intense heat than before. The entire crowd gasps in sheer disbelief that someone frozen completely solid could still activate such a powerful martial art. Spectators point in utter amazement as the intense heat melts the ice away, marveling at such a creative use of energy. Once the Phoenix rebirth is fully complete, he stands free. Standing proud with a confident grin, the young man reflects on his narrow escape just as the ice closed in around him. He had activated his fury skill to supercharge the Phoenix flames, allowing him to shatter the icy prison with ease. Now, with the momentum on his side, it is time to finish this. Spinning his spear, he prepares a final strike. He unleashes 3 consecutive waves of his fiery bird technique, sending intense, flame-infused energy slashes straight toward his opponent. Gritting his teeth to defend against the onslaught, Bark cannot believe how this kid escaped so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the young challenger closes the distance, standing directly in front of him with a confident smile as his spear tip glows with massive power. Before Baka could even finish uttering a curse, Lin Xiu lunged forward with his spear, ending the debate. Gritting his teeth, Bakak managed to block the strike, but Lin Xiu's cold eyes narrowed as he gathered his strength for one final, devastating blow. The massive impact sent Bakak flying out of the ring. As the referee declared Lin Xiu the victor, he calmly slung his spear over his shoulder. The entire crowd erupted in absolute disbelief. It was historic. A level 3 warrior had just defeated a level 5 master. These new freshmen were truly an extraordinary breed. Each new student seemed more formidable than the last. As Lin Xiu stepped down, the senior referee watched him closely. The referee quietly asked if he wanted to challenge the 21st floor, but Lin Xiu simply waved his hand without looking back. Deciding to save the next battle for another day, Lin Xiu glanced at the leaderboard. He noticed every single name had dropped down by exactly 1 spot, leaving the top spot claimed by none other than Lin Xiu. He was quite surprised to find himself ranked number 1. Since he had conquered the 20th floor, he was cleared for the 21st. It seemed his rival, Jixing, had never managed to defeat Bakak. Realizing the top rank rewarded 1,000 points every day, Lin Xiu let out a joyful laugh, absolutely thrilled with his good fortune. Meanwhile, at Jixing's villa, his companion stared in absolute shock. He could not believe a level 5 warrior had been defeated, wondering why such a talent was placed in class 10. Pointing out that this newcomer now outranked him, Jixing clasped his hands and stared intensely at the screen, murmuring that this rival was indeed fascinating. Deciding that this boy deserved his undivided attention, the scene shifts back to Lin Xiu. He was limping home, panting heavily, looking completely exhausted and ready to collapse at any moment. He quietly cursed the severe after effects of his rage skill, desperately wondering why his villa was still so far away. Just as his strength was about to completely fail him, a sharp, mocking voice sneered from the shadows behind him, laughing at his exhaustion. Propping himself up against a worn utility pole, Lin Xiu turned to see 3 second-year students, led by an arrogant, yellow-haired youth. The leader sneered, asking how such a mighty champion on stage could look like a beaten dog now, his voice full of spite. He mocked that a level 3 fighting a level 5 was bound to collapse. Bakak had only lost because he had fought 2 matches in a row. Pointing out that Lin Xiu had merely taken advantage of an exhausted opponent, the pale and heavily panting hero could only look back at them. Weakly, he asked if Bakak had sent them to ambush him, taking advantage of his depleted strength right after the grueling duel. Unfazed, the bully countered that this year's freshmen were getting too arrogant, climbing to the 20th floor on their very first days. He claimed it was their duty as seniors to teach these arrogant rookies a lesson, boasting that they had already researched him thoroughly. Noting that most powerful freshmen had influential families, while Lin Xiu came from an obscure academy, the young hero dryly realized he was seen as an easy target. Wondering aloud if his lack of a wealthy family made him their chosen scapegoat, he was suddenly cut off by the heavyset accomplice. The leader grabbed Lin Xiu by the collar, raising a massive fist while shouting that he had lost 5,000 points betting on Ba Kok to win. Blaming him entirely for the heavy loss, the bully prepared to strike, but his fist was suddenly frozen in midair by an unseen force. Staring in shock, the accomplice demanded to know who she was, but Luo Yue ignored him, coldly commanding them to release her friend immediately. Despite looking completely drained and near collapse, Lin Xiu managed to chuckle, joking that speaking of the devil, his ultimate savior and powerful backing had finally arrived. Raising her voice, she asked if they were deaf before forcefully twisting the bully's arm back with a sickening loud crack. The remaining two immediately lunged forward in a rage, the yellow-haired leader screaming that she was going to pay for that. Retorting that they were the ones who would suffer, she unleashed a devastating kick that sent teeth flying, showcasing her fierce martial arts prowess. Lin Xiu shuddered in surprise, never realizing she could be so deadly even without her weapon, as she charged forward to unleash her powerful combat skill. She sent the remaining sophomores flying, leaving them crying out in pain. Lin Xiu watched in absolute awe, completely stunned by her sheer power. He realized she had mastered the very same explosive fist technique, but her execution was far more destructive than his own. With the trouble easily cleared, she stood triumphantly as the bullies fled in terror, before turning her sharp gaze back toward him. Offering a weak, grateful smile, Lin Xiu softly asked how she had managed to find him here. She explained that she had seen his broadcasted battle and followed him, letting out a heavy, concerned sigh as she examined him. She chided him for pushing himself to the absolute limit, asking if he was trying to get himself killed after such intense training. When she gently asked if he could still walk, Lin Xiu was stunned. Dramatically putting a hand to his forehead, he feigned great weakness. He claimed to be completely out of energy, though he quietly admitted to himself that a brief rest would easily restore his strength. Despite her fierce exterior, her genuine care warmed his heart. Realizing his plight, she offered to carry him home. Before he could even formulate an answer, she hauled him onto her back. Lin Xiu felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, utterly speechless. He protested that a young man should never be carried by a woman, but she simply ignored his complaints with a calm glance. Telling him to stop complaining, she called it repayment. The memory of when he had carried her flashed through his mind, coloring his cheeks red. Beneath the warm setting sun, onlookers along the path turned to whisper about the lovely pair walking together. "Look over there. A beautiful young lady is actually carrying a man on her back. Are they a couple?" Passersby whispered and gossiped, but Luo Yue completely ignored them, steadily carrying him forward. Lin Xiu lay on her back, his cheeks blushing bright red as the whispers around them grew louder. Some envious onlookers grumbled about how shameless he was to let a lady carry him, wishing they could be in his place instead. "Because you are too ugly," a blunt bystander snapped back. Soon, Luo Yue carried him onto a quiet, peaceful street near their home. With the teasing voices finally fading away, Lin Xiu slowly lifted his head, completely lost in a daze. He stared at her lovely profile, captivated by her beauty and the sweet, gentle fragrance drifting from her hair. Intoxicated by the scent, he impulsively kissed her cheek. Suddenly, snapping back to reality, his heart sank, realizing he made a huge mistake. His face turned completely pale as panic set in. He screamed inside, asking himself what on earth he had just done and why he had kissed her. Cold sweat poured down his face. He stammered nervously, apologizing and begging her to believe it was a complete accident. Luo Yue calmly uttered two cold words, "How dare you?" before throwing him off her back. Furious, she marched back toward him with pure anger. Lin Xiu scrambled backward, waving his hands in a panic as he pleaded for forgiveness. Thankfully, the tense moment passed, and life slowly returned to normal after that unforgettable day. Later at dinner, Lin Xiu kept glancing at her, wondering why she had not punished him for his outrageous behavior earlier. He truly believed he was done for. Could she actually have feelings for him? The sudden thought made his face blush bright red. Noticing his strange behavior, Luo Yue wiped her mouth and quietly asked if he was feeling better. Startled, he nodded with his cheeks stuffed with food. Hearing he was fine, she ordered him to stop eating and start training, leaving him quite surprised. He tried to warn her that heavy exercise right after a meal would hurt, but watching her walk away, he worried she just wanted an excuse to hit him. It seemed she still held a deep grudge. Inside the training hall, they clashed back and forth. As she countered his moves, she was surprised to find his strength had improved significantly since yesterday. With a swift sword thrust, she reflected on how much harder training became at higher martial arts levels. Yet, he seemed to face no obstacles, showing unbelievably rapid progress as he skillfully blocked her sword with his spear. She wondered how he trained. Quickly stepping back to create some distance, Lin Xiu frantically begged her to calm down before she accidentally killed him. Luo Yue commanded him to be quiet, striking with such force that his spear flew away. Left defenseless, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. She offered a rare word of praise for his spear skills. He grinned proudly, asking who else could possibly match his talent. She suddenly lowered her sword, remembering he also practiced the destructive bursting fist technique. Clenching her hand tightly, she proposed a contest to see whose strike was truly superior. Without another word, she launched a powerful punch. Lin Xiu narrowly dodged the heavy blow, complaining about her sudden attack. Just as he dodged, she vanished from sight. She was incredibly fast, suddenly reappearing right behind him before he could react. She delivered a direct strike, sending him flying backward. As he struggled, she offered some stern advice from behind. She told him to look beyond mere sight and unleash his inner energy to sense the fight. Lin Xiu groaned, slowly pulling himself up. They continued to trade fierce blows, leaving him wondering if such heavy, devastating strikes could really belong to a young lady. Her defense felt as tough as solid metal. Tuning into his inner energy, he activated his special high-speed footwork technique. He gracefully retreated to avoid her next strike, surprising her with his sharp intellect. No wonder his progress had been so remarkable. When they first met in Sector A-20, he was not even a Tier 1 warrior. Yet, in just a few short months, he had already reached Tier 3 and entered the prestigious academy on his very second day of classes. He even defeated a Tier 5 opponent in the battle tower. Spotting a brief opening, Lin Xiu prepared to strike back. It was his turn to attack. Lowering his stance, he advanced quickly, aiming to show her his own authentic bursting fist. But she seemed distracted, lost in her thoughts. Shocked, he shouted to warn her, wondering why she was losing focus at such a critical moment. He warned her to pay attention before she got hurt, desperately trying to halt his powerful charge. He pulled his hand back as hard as he could, but unfortunately, his momentum carried him forward, leading to an accidental collision. The room went dead silent. His hand had accidentally landed right on her chest. Panicking, he scrambled back, stammering apologies in absolute terror. He protested that it was an accident, but his excuse only brought a swift, merciless thrashing. His pet, Gun, sat nearby holding a level 6 crystal, watching in confusion as Lin Xiu's painful screams echoed through the building. He begged for mercy, pleading with her to spare his face and humorously yelling for help from the domestic assault. The next morning at school, his classmates stared at his heavily bruised face, asking with deep concern what on earth had happened. He looked in shock, while Lei quickly guessed the embarrassing truth. She teased, asking if his lady friend had beaten him up. Beside him, Jiangli whispered a mischievous piece of advice. He warned him never to use force with women, offering to share some of his dating wisdom, but Lei immediately pinched his ear with a sweet smile. Let's check back in as Huang Luke instantly cowers, awkwardly claiming he is totally innocent. He was only joking with the class leader. Suddenly, Le Bin excitedly offers congratulations to the class leader for topping the freshman battle tower ranking. He is incredibly strong. How did they miss such a hidden talent before? Some ask in shock if this is the famous battle tower of the Holy City Academy. Another confirms it, explaining that the class leader cleared straight to floor 21, while the top prodigy of class 1 only reached floor 20. Endless praise and admiration shower down on him as the center of attention. Everyone agrees the class leader is simply amazing. Surpassing a genius like Trak Ku Tin is an incredible feat. They beg the class leader to share his secrets and teach them his training methods. Holding his points card, Lam Tu readily agrees, telling them to start by training in the double gravity room for 5 straight hours. Soon, the entire 10th class squad gathers in the gravity room. They sit upright, trying their best to maintain their composure. However, their bodies shake uncontrollably under the pressure. Le Bin grimaces in sheer agony, barely able to squeeze out a painful groan. The intense double gravity leaves them completely paralyzed, unable to move even a single finger. But when Le Bin looks up, he witnesses Lam Tu effortlessly practicing with his heavy spear. Le Bin is absolutely stunned to see such effortless movement, realizing the massive gap between them. Once the 5 hours end, the room fills with groans. The exhausted students collapse, complaining that they cannot take another second. Lam Tu listens to their dramatic whines with a calm face. He calmly walks over to the control panel and asks the group if anyone wants to try triple gravity next. Immediately, they scramble to escape like a scattered beehive, shouting ridiculous excuses about leaving laundry out or sudden stomach pains just to flee from the room. From family dinners to urgent bathroom breaks, everyone vanishes in a flash, leaving Lam Tu standing all by himself in the empty room. He sighs in disappointment, realizing that since they can run away so fast, they must not be tired at all. He decides that tomorrow, he will definitely drag them back to face the full force of triple gravity training. Just then, Kwang Luk returns alongside a beautiful young woman, calling out to the class leader that the famous beauty, Lak Nagyet, has arrived to see him. Lam Tu turns around in surprise, asking what brings her there. She calmly replies that her training card is completely out of points. Lam Tu stares at her in silence, wondering why she came to him for points when they are not even married. Suddenly, several classmates peek through the doorway, and we see them eagerly gossiping if this beautiful girl is the class leader's wife. The room erupts into playful laughter. Lam Tu glares at them, raising his voice to demand they shut up and find something useful to do. He offers to let them experience the triple gravity training instead, causing them to wave their hands and promise not to disturb the couple. They quickly bolt, thoughtfully shutting the door behind them. Lam 2 can only shake his head and sigh at their antics. Suddenly, a loud automated announcement startles him, declaring the immediate start of 5 times gravity training, leaving him completely shocked. He yells, asking if she is trying to kill him, before instantly crashing face first onto the floor. Lacan Guillet stands tall, calmly looking down. She sternly asks if he is already giving up under a mere 5 times normal gravity. Meanwhile, over at the first-class building, the top-tier students sit in a very formal and strict atmosphere. Track Ku Tin suddenly asks Luo Xiaoqi about Lacan Guyet's whereabouts, only to hear that she apparently went to visit the 10th class. He wonders if she went to see that specific boy. Luo Xiaoqi immediately offers to go and teach the kid a painful lesson. Track Ku Tin declines, ordering him instead to find a chance to humiliate and teach the entire 10th class a harsh lesson. Back in the gravity room, Lam 2 gasps for air on the floor, protesting that 5 times gravity goes way beyond his limit. Lacan Guillet simply calls him weak. Suddenly, the system announces the start of a 10,000-volt training session. 2 electrified metal chains descend from above. Lam 2 turns completely pale, screaming at the sheer absurdity of this deadly combination. He yells, asking if she is even human for using high-voltage chains. Meanwhile, she calmly drags the heavy links across the floor. Approaching him, she notes her family has a similar room, and she trained like this since childhood. Then, her expression suddenly darkens. She mentions hearing him call her inhuman. Terrified, Lam 2 shrinks back and quickly tries to deny it. Before he can finish his desperate excuse, she swings the heavy electrified chains. With absolutely nowhere to hide, he is wrapped in high voltage and lets out an agonizing, echoing scream. Outside, Truong Dan observes the room, noting they are fighting again. Kwang Luk shivers in fear, deeply concerned for his friend's safety. The agonizing screams convince them that beautiful women are truly terrifying. Hearing this, Lei stands nearby, her eyes flashing with sudden anger. She coldly asks if she is terrifying too. Startled, Kwang Luk quickly reassures her that she is completely harmless. Taking offense, Lei grabs his ear in a painful grip, demanding to know if he is implying she is not beautiful. In deep pain, he quickly backtracks, claiming she is actually the most terrifying one. This only makes her roar in anger again. She demands to know exactly how she is scary, leaving the poor guy completely speechless and utterly trapped. With no escape, he can only scream in agony, leaving us and the other students watching this hilarious domestic horror show. Inside the gravity chamber, Lin Xiu finally escaped the grueling torture, utterly exhausted as he gasped that the electricity had nearly killed him. He could smell his own singed flesh, while Luo Yue scoffed at his weakness once again, letting out a cold huff before she spoke. She claimed it was only 10,000 volts, leaving Lin Xiu collapsed on the floor in agony, feeling completely drained from the intense stinging. Training to dodge lasers was completely out of the question for him today, but that brutal shock had boosted his internal system experience points by an incredible margin. While not as effective as absorbing monster cores, it beat hunting beasts by a mile, making electric shocks a viable option. Suddenly, Luo Yue offered him a small prize. Calling it a reward for using his points card, she tossed a small crystal toward him, instantly lifting Lin Xiu's exhausted spirits as he joyfully spoke. There was no reason to be shy since his beloved Yue used his hard-earned points every single month without needing any explanation at all. He questioned how he could accept such a precious reward, but Luo Yue simply reached out her hand coldly, telling him to return it immediately. Lin Xiu quickly snatched it away with a grin, declaring he would absolutely keep any gift that his dear Yue decided to give him. Her only response to his teasing was complete silence, and 2 hours quickly passed inside that intense gravity chamber. Lin Xiu took hold of 2 high-voltage chains to push his body further, prompting a sudden chime from his system congratulating the master. He had successfully reached level 20 and earned 20 points, unlocking a brand new skill called Devour, which allowed him to absorb any form of energy. The skill converted absorbed energy directly into experience points, officially elevating him to a rank 4 martial artist and granting him that prestigious title. Hearing the barrage of notifications, Lin Xiu was absolutely thrilled to find his rank 4 title granting him a massive 50-point boost to his physique. Reaching level 20 made all those daily electric shocks entirely worth the pain, and he clenched his fists to celebrate this hard-earned victory. Daily core absorption under quadruple gravity while enduring 10,000 volts of electricity had finally paid off in the most spectacular way. With his experience surging, he allocated 20 potential points into his physique and proudly equipped his new rank 4 martial artist title. His overall physique reached 228, with the system showing level 20, strength at 400, and constitution resting at a combined total. With speed at 101 and combat power rising to 4,520, his skills now included Devour alongside his original abilities. Equipped with Camouflage and Devour, he quietly exited the chamber, knowing the upcoming freshman competition demanded his absolute focus and preparation. To prepare himself thoroughly, he planned to master the Nine Heavens Galaxy Fall technique tonight before heading down to the Academy Exchange Station. He hoped to find high-tier martial arts, but elsewhere under the setting sun, painful cries echoed as a battered student named Labine begged his attackers to stop. Labine demanded to know what Fa Taijun wanted, only for the arrogant bully to sneer and reply that he was simply establishing the new rules. From now on, 10th graders were banned from using this pathway, leaving Labine to quietly wipe the fresh blood dripping down his bruised cheek. He protested that the public path did not belong to them, pointing out that everyone needed this route to reach the vital exchange station. They needed to trade, but Fa Taijun only responded with a cruel sneer, pointing directly between his legs. He offered to let them pass on one condition. They had to crawl through his legs, declaring this would be the new gateway for all 10th graders. His lackeys burst into laughter, but a sudden voice declared they would walk normally, followed instantly by a swift, crushing kick straight to the bully. Fa Taijun shrieked in absolute agony from the devastating blow, while Lin Xiu stood there with a smile, hoping the pain was not too severe. The bully writhed in intense pain while the 10th graders quickly recognized their class monitor, watching Lin Xiu stand calmly before his fallen foe. As Fa Taijun trembled on the dirt, another furious thug lunged forward to attack, unleashing a high-tier wolf strike to crush this insolent newcomer. Smiling calmly, Lin Xiu met the assault with his own explosive palm strike, causing their opposing forces to collide with a violent shockwave. The resulting shockwave rippled through the air, forcing the attacker to recoil in pain while clutching his fractured arm and screaming in sheer agony. The injured thug demanded to know what kind of technique he used, prompting Lin Xiu to casually raise his fist with a grin. He chucklingly revealed it was merely a basic bronze-tier explosive strike, teasingly asking the wounded attacker if he wanted to experience it once more. Fa Taijun suddenly raised his hand to halt the fight, painfully introducing himself as a third-class student while Lin Xiu watched him with mild curiosity. He claimed their clash was merely a slight misunderstanding and suggested they end it, all while secretly evaluating the young martial artist's hidden strength. Though the boy's spiritual aura appeared quite weak, his explosive palm strike was devastatingly powerful, showing absolute mastery over a basic bronze-tier skill. Realizing it was foolish to prolong this conflict, the bully backed down, and Lin Xiu readily agreed to settle things without any further trouble. With a calm smile, Lin Xiu demanded they kneel and crawl backward to end the dispute, pointing directly toward the battered Labine to emphasize his terms. The surrounding thugs immediately erupted in anger, accusing the young man of crossing the line and pushing his demands far too aggressively. Wasting no time on arguments, Lin Xiu unleashed a barrage of rapid kicks and flame claws to teach these hypocrites a lesson they would never forget. Exploiting a brief distraction, Fa Taijun dashed behind Lin Xiu with incredible speed, wearing a highly confident, sinister smirk. Declaring that his opponent chose the hard way, the bully ignored the warning cries of the students and prepared a high-tier gold strike. He slammed his powerful strike directly into Lin Xiu, sending a massive surge of electric energy through his body while laughing like a total maniac. This single strike of mine can slay a level 3 evolved beast. Enjoy it. But contrary to Fap Taituan's high expectations, Lin Xiu welcomed the incoming energy, finding it surprisingly pleasant. It felt incredibly soothing, and right at that moment, the glowing system screen suddenly flashed. The system detected an energy attack and asked if he wanted to devour it. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu instantly agreed. Devouring process initiated. He gained 1,000 experience points, boosting his system progress bar by a full 10%. Lin Xiu nearly rolled eyes in disbelief. Only that many points? Right then, the system spoke up to explain. It stated that the skill was not useless, but rather, his opponent was simply too weak. Lin Xiu calmly turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" Fap Taituan's jaw dropped in absolute shock. He cried out, asking why he was unharmed. The answer was simple: his skill was just too weak. Without another word, Lin Xiu delivered a powerful punch straight to his face, sending the bully tumbling backward onto the ground. Just as Lin Xiu prepared to teach him another lesson, a powerful, commanding voice echoed through the courtyard. The voice ordered them to stop, reminding them that fighting was forbidden. Spotting the newcomer, the badly bruised attacker rejoiced as if finding a lifeline. He eagerly called out to his teacher. Stepping forward, the instructor of Class 3 looked at the crowd and admitted he knew who started the conflict. However, they had already paid a heavy price. He requested Lin Xiu to let the matter drop, and seeing the teacher intervene, Lin Xiu did not want to cause further trouble, so he stepped back. Immediately, students from Class 3 rushed over to help their fallen classmate. The Class 3 teacher frowned and instructed the students to take the injured boys to the infirmary, to which they quickly complied. As Lin Xiu watched them leave, Bin approached him from behind to offer his sincere thanks. Lin Xiu crossed his arms and asked a question. He wanted to know how they got dragged into this mess. Nursing a heavily swollen cheek, Bin struggled to explain the confusing situation. He admitted they were just trying to visit the exchange center when they crossed paths with those bullies and got attacked for no reason. Hearing this, Lin Xiu fell silent, his face grim. Meanwhile, inside the school infirmary, the Class 3 teacher stood over his student's bed. While the doctor wrapped the boy's arm, the teacher sternly demanded to know who had authorized him to pick a fight with Class 10. Fap Tai Tuan avoided his gaze, hesitantly claiming that he simply did not like the look of those younger students. The experienced teacher naturally saw through the lie but chose not to pry. He warned them that they were likely being used as pawns. He revealed that the young man was Lin Xiu, a Class 10 student who happened to be the top-ranked freshman in the entire school. At those words, everyone in the room stared in utter shock. Fap Tai Tuan panicked, his voice rising in sheer disbelief. His body shook. That boy was the legendary Lin Xiu, who cleared the 21st floor and surpassed Zhuo Juxing. He gritted his teeth in anger. Clenching his trembling fists, he silently cursed the classmate who had tricked him into offending such a powerful opponent. Having delivered his warning, the Class 3 teacher turned to leave. But just before stepping out of the room, he paused to remind them that the freshman tournament was in 2 days, emphasizing that they represented Class 3. He warned that if they lost to Class 10, they should expect severe punishment. Meanwhile, at the bustling exchange center, the professor welcomed Lin Xiu back warmly. Leaning over the counter, the professor asked what he wanted to trade for today. Lin Xiu got straight to the point, sharing his request. He wanted to acquire gold-tier martial arts cards for palm or foot techniques. Nodding, the professor began searching on his console. Pointing to the display, he invited Lin Xiu to choose. However, one specific option caught the professor by complete surprise. It was the Silver Explosive Lightning Palm, a high-level gold-tier card glowing brightly on the digital display. With a serious look, the professor questioned his choice, warning him that previous martial artists who attempted this technique had suffered severe internal injuries. He asked if Lin Xiu had ever heard of the basic bronze-level skill known as the explosive palm technique. The professor explained that the technique required hurting oneself first before one could actually hope to injure an opponent. He added that the Silver Lightning version was an upgrade, utilizing source energy to generate highly volatile electric currents. This dramatically boosted its power, but the practitioner had to withstand immense electrical shocks without destroying their own body. Listening to the warning, Lin Xiu simply smiled, snapped his fingers, and confidently declared that he would take it anyway. He also requested the Divine Wind Kick card to go with it. Without arguing further, the old professor silently turned around to prepare his purchases. Lin Xiu was in high spirits. Knowing his daily training with electricity made him uniquely suited for this lightning-infused technique. It felt like the perfect match. Stepping outside, he saw the warm glow of the setting sun painting the academy grounds. The mountains cast long, golden shadows across the campus. Lin Xiu looked down at the martial arts cards in his hand. He smiled, realizing the tournament was only 2 days away. Tonight, he had to master these brand new martial arts techniques completely. He needed to practice diligently. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called his name, belonging to Zhuo Juxing, who was leaning against a wall. With his hands in his pockets, he looked as though he had waited a long time. Zhuo Juxing noted his previous victory calmly. While it proved Lin Xiu was strong, it did not mean he belonged with Luo Yue. They lived in 2 completely different worlds. Understanding the situation, Trak Ku Tin sternly advises him to walk away. Lam Tu merely smirks at the threat, amused by the young talent's sheer arrogance. Lam Tu asks if the thug he thrashed was sent by him. Trak Ku Tin closes his eyes, calmly claiming it is not a threat, but merely a friendly negotiation. He investigated Lam Tu's background, finding him to be a penniless orphan. Unless Lam Tu somehow reaches level 9 status, he will never be worthy of Lac Nguyen. Completely unbothered, Lam Tu ignores him. After all, this arrogant rival means absolutely nothing to Lac Nguyen. Walking away, he delivers a parting warning. He advises the rival to mind his own business instead. After all, the Grand Freshman Tournament is only 2 days away. Lam Tu tells him to spend time training instead of scheming, warning that any hostile move against his classmates in Class 10 will end in absolute and painful regret. A nearby follower gasps, asking if the boy is begging for a beating. Meanwhile, Trak Ku Tin's face darkens under the ominous shadow of the trees. The polite, scholarly facade he usually wears completely vanishes, replaced by a cold, dictatorial expression filled with pure malice. Breathing heavily, Trak Ku Tin clenches his fists, summoning the fiery energy of his explosive martial art, and mutters darkly, At the upcoming freshman assembly, he vows to utterly humiliate him. Meanwhile, Lam Tu strolls home, lost in deep thought with hands in his pockets. Any family capable of nurturing such powerful warriors must be incredibly influential. He knows Lak and Guyet belongs to the prestigious Lak clan of Sky City. He wonders how deep their influence truly runs. But shaking off the heavy thoughts, he mutters to himself, questioning why he is even worrying. Rubbing his nose, Lam Tu smiles, reminding himself he is not looking to propose anyway. Stepping inside his house, a wonderful sight awaits him. A table full of delicious, freshly prepared food immediately catches his attention. Right on cue, Lak and Guyet steps out of her room. She appears to have just finished training, holding her slender practice sword. Noticing his return, she calmly notes she already ate, leaving his portion on the table. Sitting down to eat, Lam Tu casually asks about the upcoming freshman event, noting that students can apparently choose between two different training zones. Happily chewing his meal, he asks if she has made her choice. Without a word, she heads straight back to her bedroom. Rather than staying to chat, she looks back with a mysterious smile, leaving him with a playful, teasing promise that he will find out soon enough. Starving, Lam Tu stuffs his face while affectionately grumbling in his mind about her sudden habit of keeping him in suspense. Time flies, and just like that, 2 days pass. The grand, highly anticipated freshman assembly that everyone has been waiting for finally arrives. Inside the massive stadium, a roaring ocean of chatter and laughter fills the air, creating an electric atmosphere of pure excitement. Soon, a booming announcement calls for attention, signaling the start of the ceremony. The massive crowd quickly organizes themselves, lining up by their respective classes. Spotting him in the massive crowd, Truong Dan waves enthusiastically and calls him over. Lam Tu politely returns her gesture with a warm wave, though his eyes are busy searching for someone else. Looking around anxiously and scratching his head, he realizes she is nowhere to be found, not even among the Class 1 students. He wonders where she could have vanished to so early in the morning. Turns out, the young man is desperately searching for his crush. Right then, the homeroom teacher, Nam Chin Hui, calls for attention. Gathering the students together, he happily announces a special introduction. Gesturing with a proud smile, he introduces Lakan Guyet as the newest member of Class 10, about to reveal her impressive background. Before he can finish, however, Lakan Guyet quickly cuts him off, calmly stating that there is no need to make a big deal of her transfer. Understanding her desire for privacy, the teacher agrees immediately before turning back to the class with a warm, encouraging smile. He strictly instructs them to get along and protect her. Little does he know, the entire class already knows exactly who she is, especially Lam Tu, who stares in utter shock. Excited cheers of Sister Lok Nayet quickly echo through the group. Scratching his head in disbelief, Lam Tu asks why she is here. She simply responds with a sweet, subtle smile. The teacher stands there stunned, realizing they are all close friends. Standing nearby, Huang Luke immediately seizes the chance to tease them. He jokingly calls her their sister-in-law, loudly declaring that everyone knows she is the class president's lovely girlfriend. Flustered, Lam Tu quickly cuts him off, asking why she left Class 1 for their class. But mischievous Huang Luke refuses to stop. He delivers an even bigger bombshell, teasing that she obviously transferred out of pure, passionate love for their leader. Lakan Guyet remains silent, but the playful teasing quickly backfires when both she and Lam Tu simultaneously launch a kick at him. Sending him flying with a swift boot to the rear, they tell him to get lost. Lakan Guyet then adopts a haughty, cool expression. She coldly explains that they are far too weak, and watching them get crushed by other classes would simply be no fun. Lam Tu sighs, playfully wondering if she can go a single day without insulting them. Secretly, however, his heart is filled with joy. He watches her with a warm, gentle smile as she happily chats and laughs with her new classmates, feeling a deep sense of relief. He is incredibly relieved, having previously worried that they would be forced to compete against each other in this intense tournament. Now, that worry is gone. Suddenly, a wild thought crosses his mind, making his cheeks turn bright red. Could she actually like him? He finds the thought rather pleasant, but after a few moments of banter, the headmaster takes the stage to begin his speech. He warmly welcomes the brilliant new students who successfully conquered the grueling trials to enter the prestigious Sanctuary Academy. Addressing the crowd, he hoped they had acclimated to Sanctuary Academy over the past few days, before introducing himself simply as Master Bailey. He welcomed them to call him Principal Bailey, stating that they would bypass long speeches today to follow the Academy's traditional custom. They were there to begin the freshman assembly, which doubled as their first official trial. The old man's sheer presence commanded absolute, terrifying authority. With his reddish-brown hair, stern spectacles, and a thick beard completely hiding his mouth, it was impossible to tell if he was smiling or furious. Watching him, Lin Xiu wondered if this man shared a lineage with his own eccentric master, especially while observing the invisible flames radiating from the principal. Lin Xiu marveled that even from afar, the crushing pressure was undeniable. This man was truly a formidable level 9 martial artist. Meanwhile, Bailey calmly stood. Snapping his fingers, he directed their attention to a large screen displaying two completely different environments. He explained thoroughly that students could choose between these two locations. The group gathering the most monster cores would win the entire trial. Winners would receive massive bonus points alongside rare martial technique cards that money simply could not buy on the open market. Pointing to the screen on the left, Bailey showcased a dense, sprawling forest painted in vibrant shades of deep emerald green. First was the Emerald Forest located south of the academy. While high-level beasts roamed there, the overall danger remained relatively manageable for them. This was a zone open to everyone. But as he switched to the second image, the principal's expression grew remarkably grave and stern. His explanation quickly shifted into a dark warning. The second option was the G17 ruins to the north, a desolate, abandoned city, overrun by high-level zombies and terrifying mutated beasts. Because of the extreme danger, not every student was required to enter these ruins. However, each class had to draft 7 representatives. Hearing this, Labin jolted awake as cold sweat began to drench his face. Furrowing his brows in sheer panic, he muttered that the G17 ruins were a death trap. Lin Xiu watched his classmate's terrified reaction closely. Lin Xiu quietly asked if he knew the place. Labin nodded immediately, his eyes trembling with deep anxiety and absolute dread. Horrific memories of grotesque zombies flashed in his mind. Years ago, a devastating virus outbreak had ravaged that land, and a team of martial artists was dispatched to purge it. Sadly, those warriors were infected and became advanced zombies themselves. To make matters worse, the local mutated beasts were level 4 or higher, even reaching level 7. Nearby classmates who had been eavesdropping gasped in absolute horror, stammering about the terrifying reality of encountering such high-level mutated beasts. Hearing the level 7 rumors, their class representative calmly advised Lin Xiu to organize the teams for both the ruins and the forest. Lin Xiu agreed. Lin Xiu stepped forward, clapping his hands to command the room. He asked everyone to quiet down so he could draft the teams, quickly noticing Luo Yue's determined expression. Surprised, he asked if she wanted to brave the G17 ruins. Luo Yue closed her eyes, acting as though the answer was obvious. Never one to back down from a challenge, and thrilled to accompany a beauty, Lin Xiu signed himself up, calling for more volunteers to join them. Sensing their hesitation, he encouraged them by stating that while the ruins were perilous, great danger always brought immense opportunity, though he would force no one. Those willing to go simply needed to step forward. Zhang Yin raised his hand enthusiastically, declaring he would gladly follow his leader into the fray. Meanwhile, Jiang Li turned to look at the girl beside him, Lei, his expression softening into a gentle calmness that completely replaced his usual playful attitude. Holding Lei's hand tightly, Jiang Li volunteered their services, and his devoted girlfriend instantly agreed to follow him directly into the dangerous city ruins. Qin Feng did not hesitate, noting that since 3 of their 4-man squad had already volunteered, he could not possibly be left behind. Lin Xiu tallied the group, noting they had 6 but still needed 1 more. Nearby, a trembling hand rose slowly as Labin battled his inner fear. Following an intense internal struggle, he finally spoke up, offering to join the squad. Lin Xiu smiled with pride and nodded. With the final team assembled, he clenched his fist to rally and uplift the spirits of the entire class. Proving himself to be an excellent leader, he announced that their group of 7 would depart directly for the dangerous ruins. The rest would head to the Emerald Forest, and he urged everyone to bring their absolute best to secure an outstanding victory. His classmates cheered enthusiastically in response, telling him to stay safe as the team selections were officially finalized and concluded. Everyone departed for their chosen destinations as transport planes soared through the sky. On board, Lin Xiu folded his arms and quietly questioned Labin. Asking if he was all right, Labin nervously stammered that he was fine, while some arrogant students from other classes began to mock his obvious fear. They taunted that if he was terrified, he should stay behind to save his pathetic life. Calling them cowards, they provoked Zhang Yin, who snapped back in anger, asking if they were looking for a physical fight right then. After hesitating for a long moment, Labin finally gathered the courage to confess that he had actually been to those ruins before, leaving everyone utterly shocked. Zhang Yin gasped in disbelief. Haunted by the memory, Labin hung his head in his hands, admitting his younger self had been incredibly hot-headed. Refusing to back down, he had accepted a foolish bet, challenging himself to prove he could survive that deadly place. Driven by sheer pride, he adventured there with a few close friends. As he spoke, his gaze darkened with a profound and heavy sorrow. In his mind, the horrific scene replayed with vivid clarity, Hundreds of ravenous zombies had swarmed them instantly, tearing his helpless friends apart. With a voice thick with bitterness, he recalled that on their very first day inside, every single one of his companions was viciously mauled by the beasts. In the end, the mutant infection took them. Lin recounted with deep sorrow that he was the sole survivor, a crushing guilt that still tears him apart. Lin Xiu carefully examines the situation. His friend was bitten by an evolved beast, and every single creature there carries this terrible mutant virus. Lin confirms the grim truth. A single bite from those beasts turns anyone into a zombie within 24 hours, leaving the entire group in absolute silence. You and I can only wonder what struggles lie ahead as their planes glide over a lush forest filled with vibrant, beautifully colored flowers. It is as though nature is wishing them luck for the upcoming battle, showcasing a stunning green forest that is absolutely breathtaking to behold. Finally, they touch down. The instructors call out to them over the speakers, announcing that they have successfully arrived at the ruins of G-17. Asking them to gather below the airship, the 7 of them calmly step down, though deep anxiety is clearly written across their faces. An instructor with high-tied orange hair stops to warn them, noting there are crucial details they must remember before stepping forward. He explains in great detail that besides G-17 zombies, the evolved beasts also carry the virus, and a single bite is deadly. They must get medical treatment within 24 hours to survive. Meanwhile, a giant python is peeking out nearby, seemingly listening to the conversation. With a curious face, the snake looks more amusing than terrifying. The instructor then finishes his warning with a very direct statement. If you do not get treated in time, only your ancestors can save you now. Hearing this, everyone groans in utter dismay. The evolved beasts carry the virus too? That guy's warning was actually real. Talk about a total jinx. Lin Xiu points ahead, suggesting they head that way, and Luo Yue quickly agrees with a nod. Deep thoughts linger in Tan Feng's eyes as a heavy unease settles over the group, while Jiang Li stays close to Lei Lei, keeping a protective watch. Bin, who already knows the dangers of G-17, is filled with dread as they slowly make their way deeper into the eerie ruins. Moving together in small groups, time slowly slips away as they journey further into the thick, dark woods. Before them stands an abandoned house, completely overtaken by tangled, creeping vines and covered in a beautiful array of colorful flowers. As you and I know, beautiful things often hide the deadliest dangers. Passing this house, every face is filled with extreme caution. Deep inside the foliage, something is moving. A soft rustling sound echoes through the leaves, signaling that trouble is about to strike. It is a level 4 zombie, a creature that was once a powerful martial artist before the mutation took over. This makes them incredibly agile and strong. A single bite means instant, horrific infection, turning you into one of them. As the monster lunges, Lei Lei screams, but Luo Yue strikes like lightning. Her eyes flash with fierce determination, ready to end the hideous beast in a single blow. And just as expected, with incredible speed and a powerful, decisive strike, Luo Yue slays the zombie in the blink of an eye, saving her friend from a terrifying fate. Once safe, Lei Lei drops to her knees, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. She gasps, thanking Luo Yue. Jiang Li rushes over in a panic, deeply shaken that he was too slow to protect her. He gently holds her hand, asking if she is okay, while the straightforward Zhang Yin speaks his mind. He complains immediately, shocked that these monsters actually know how to hide in the grass and ambush people. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu is only wondering how many experience points a level 4 zombie will actually give him. He agrees with Zhang Yin on the outside, calling the monster shameless, but suddenly lets out a very sly, warm smile. Looking like a man daydreaming, he is snapped back as Luo Yue coldly warns him to stay alert. The team pushes deeper into the ruins. Shaken by the sudden ambush, everyone is now on high alert, scanning the area. Suddenly, another zombie rushes from the bushes with a funny, hungry look. But look at Lin Xiu's funny reaction. He acts terrified, but then the system alerts him that he gained 150,000 experience points. That was incredibly quick. Looking at the fallen creature, Lin Xiu actually feels a little disappointed. He curses the stingy system for such low points on a level 4 zombie. It seems these creatures are just waiting to ambush him around every corner. They keep coming. Since the ground attack failed, this next monster decides to drop down from high above. Lin Xiu sighs in frustration. How annoying. Just like before, this zombie is easily caught in his grasp. Lin Xiu starts playing with it, shaking the dizzy zombie back and forth until its eyes roll and tongue hangs out. With the zombie head bobbing comically, Bin runs up in a panic, asking his leader why he is doing this. He warns that the screaming will only attract more monsters, but Lin Xiu actually has a brilliant plan up his sleeve. Unlike Bin, who is terrified after witnessing their absolute horror, Lin Xiu remains completely calm and at ease. He casually explains that he wants the noise to lure out every single zombie in the area. Having them hide and ambush is too annoying, so why not just wipe them all out at once? Just as planned, the massive horde of zombies follows the loud noise, marching forward in all sorts of strange and creepy poses. Well, actually, there are only two poses, standing or squatting, but they all look utterly wretched. Soon, the living dead surround them from every single direction. Lebing cries out in sheer panic, urging the class president to run. But running away is simply not in Lam 2's nature. Charging forward with absolute determination, he jumps right into the fray. After all, these monsters are nothing but precious experience points waiting to be claimed. Luo Yue quickly catches up and runs right alongside Lam 2. He is quite surprised to see her displaying such an intense fighting spirit. He asks her why she is even more eager than he is, but she only wonders why he always rushes headfirst into danger. She scolds him for joking around at a time like this, but he secretly smiles, teased by the thought of her caring for him. Telling him to shut up, she presses on. Inspired by their incredible bravery, the rest of the team refuses to just stand and watch. Drawing their weapons, they prepare for battle. Jiang Li urges the others to join the fight, and Lei Lei agrees with high spirits. Calling them both crazy, Tan Fong casually stands with his hands in his pockets, completely relaxed amid the chaos. He jokes about them being a perfect couple, but Zhang Yin quickly warns him to be quiet before Luo Yue hears him. As Lam 2 unleashes his white bird technique, Luo Yue displays her profound inner strength. Suddenly, a barrage of system notifications begins to ring out. Ding! Level 4 zombie defeated. 150,000 experience points gained. Ding! Level 4 zombie defeated. Gained 130,000 experience points. Ding! Level 4 zombie defeated. Gained 150,000 experience points. Watching from a distance, Zhang Yin is highly impressed, noting that Lam 2 has significantly upgraded his powerful martial arts skills. Tan Fong nods in agreement, remembering when the class president first used this skill. Now, it has likely evolved into a rare golden tier skill. As Luo Yue moves as fast as a speeding arrow, Jiang Li watches her in absolute awe and admiration. He remarks that she seems even stronger than the class president, wondering what kind of legendary powerhouse couple they truly are. Meanwhile, a fierce zombie rushes toward Lebing, but he remains completely frozen, failing to notice the danger fast approaching him. Only when it reaches his face does Lebing cry out. Thankfully, Lam 2 steps in, blasting the beast away and lecturing him sternly. He warns him that he has no use for dead weight on this dangerous mission. Deeply ashamed, Lebing falls into a quiet silence. Angry at his own cowardice, he finds his courage and charges forward, determined never to be looked down upon by anyone again. After clearing the field, they move to another area. The eerie silence makes them uneasy, as the online databases suggested otherwise. This spot should be crawling with evolved beasts, yet none are around. Lam 2 quickly deduces there can only be one explanation. Staring at a massive indentation on the stone wall, he suggests that a highly powerful beast has claimed this territory as its own. Looking in another direction, he calmly tells them that the powerful beast has finally arrived. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently tremble. Birds fly away in terror as the air fills with dust and tension. Luo Yue dashes forward, locating the beast, and Lam 2 eagerly follows, intrigued by the immense power behind its fierce roar. He guesses it is a level 4 beast. Seeing the two rush off so quickly, Zhang Yin shouts for them to wait up. Before them stands a massive beast with two long, threatening horns, thick black fur, and a distinct streak of golden yellow hair. The yellow mane stretches from its head all the way down its spine. With cloudy eyes and two protruding fangs, it looks terrifying. Its fierce appearance is truly imposing. This legendary creature is officially known to hunters as the golden-backed mad bull. A level 5 evolved beast, it was once an ordinary animal before mutating into this ironclad monster. Boasting a massive frame and metallic defensive power, its sheer presence causes even Lam 2 to feel a wave of concern. Recognizing the level 5 threat, he warns Luo Yue, but she has already leaped onto its back, striking its metallic hide. To her utter surprise, her blade fails to pierce its skin. Before she can strike again, the beast reacts violently. The monster flings her away with its hind leg. Worried, Lam 2 swoops in, catches her, and runs at breakneck speed. He asks if she is all right, and she calmly reassures him, explaining that she deflected 90% of the impact's force. From behind, the furious bull charges directly at them. Instantly, Luo Yue pushes Lam 2 aside to shield him from the collision. Drawing her sword, she tells him to move. The raging beast charges straight ahead, aiming its massive horns right at her. She stands firm in a battle stance. As Lam 2 warns her, her eyes sharpen with absolute focus as she prepares. Without wasting a single movement, she unleashes a swift and incredibly powerful strike directly at the monstrous bull. Her slash causes black blood to pour from its eye. Watching in absolute admiration, Lam Tu praises her incredible martial prowess. As the giant beast staggers, the companions behind them watch in awe, praising Luo Yue for her outstanding combat skills. They worry that the enraged beast is now too dangerous to approach, but Lam Tu simply smiles and says it is unnecessary. Everyone unleashes their long-range skills at once, and he instantly summons the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, declaring, he playfully offers to roast the bull for everyone. The crowd cheers in excitement, prompting their dark-skinned ally to immediately leap forward and shout out a challenge. Challenging the beast, the rest of the warriors quickly summon their own unique martial abilities. With massive skills like landslide and crescent moon slash raining down, the brutal barrage strikes the bull, causing it absolute agony. The continuous stream of energy blasts directly hits the beast, leaving its massive body covered in painful wounds. Suddenly, the bull's eyes glow with a terrifying light as it charges like a mad demon toward the group. Seeing the danger, Lin Xiu warns his allies to be careful, questioning if the desperate beast is trying to take them down with it. Leaping high into the air, he swings his spear and vows to crush the beast since its hide is too thick, delivering a powerful strike to its head. Suddenly, Luo Yue glides in, cleanly decapitating the massive beast with a single strike, leaving Lin Xiu completely stunned by her incredible power. Dumbfounded, he asks how she accomplished such a feat when he had just struggled so hard against its thick hide. Beheading it so easily felt like a blow to his pride, but Luo Yue simply sheathes her sword and calmly explains her reasoning. She points out that his fire attack had already roasted and softened the neck skin, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Scratching his head, he realizes his attack had indeed tenderized the beast. Suddenly, an arrogant voice interrupts them, revealing Jiang Huai and his hostile gang approaching. Jiang Huai claims they stole their prey, then locks his gaze onto Lin Xiu, introducing himself with an attitude of smug superiority. Identifying as a member of the North Academy, he claims they chased the beast here, placing a hand on its horn with a sinister grin. He mockingly thanks them for their assistance, claiming the valuable beast core for himself while leaving them the remaining carcass, suggesting they forge weapons from its thick hide. Furious, their dark-skinned ally accuses him of blatant robbery, but the shameless Jiang Huai merely shakes his head, denying the charge. He shamelessly claims they are only taking what is rightfully theirs, fueling the dark-skinned warrior's anger even further as he demands proof. Demanding evidence of their claim, he confronts Jiang Huai, who smoothly lies about their previous struggle with the fierce beast. Pointing to a chipped hoof, he claims his companion, Sun Wuhai, cracked it with an axe during their intense battle. At that moment, Hude mockingly calls them Southern Academy trash, a direct insult that forces Lin Xiu to step forward. Lin Xiu retorts that 5 rank 4 warriors attacking a single beast and only chipping a hoof looks more like they were giving it a pedicure. With deep disdain, he questions who the real trash is, hinting that dying in this dangerous zone G17 wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. He notes the Academy wouldn't care, just as Luo Yue suddenly draws her blade and strikes directly at the arrogant Jiang Ya. Dodging the lethal blow, Jiang Ya demands to know if they dare to kill them, but Lin Xiu immediately counters, raising his spear. Charging forward, he declares that outside the Academy gates, ending the lives of pathetic thieves is of no consequence. He strikes with blinding speed, but Jiang Huai barely manages to block, fueling his frustration as he curses under his breath. The red-haired and dark-skinned allies charge into the fray with battle cries, while Jiang Huai realizes his opponent has no intention of stopping. Panicking, Jiang Huai accuses them of stealing, drawing a cold, mocking smirk from Lin Xiu as he prepares to turn the tables. Amused by the blatant lie, he decides they might as well hand over all their valuable cores and academy points instead. Jiang Huai curses inwardly, realizing he completely underestimated these Southern Academy students, expecting them to be helpless weaklings. Instead, their strength is overwhelming, and under Lin Xiu's relentless onslaught, he is forced into a desperate, purely defensive struggle. Unleashing a powerful gold-tier martial skill, he wears a sinister smirk, boasting that taking his life will not be so simple. Left momentarily disoriented, he loses sight of his foe, unaware that Jiang Huai is already launching a deadly surprise attack from behind. The treacherous opponent gloats, agreeing that the Academy indeed will not investigate the deaths of pathetic weaklings. Telling him to die, the attacker strikes, but he calmly turns around and mocks the slow speed of the blow. Comparing the attack to slow-motion gravity room lasers, he leaves Jiang Huai utterly stunned before immediately launching a devastating counterattack of his own. Utterly shocked that his stealth attack failed, the desperate foe can only watch as he readies his lightning fist, promising many more painful surprises. Telling him to taste this new technique, he delivers a thunderous punch, leaving his opponent absolutely powerless to block the devastating blow. The force sends his enemy flying, leaving him highly amused by the highly effective paralyzing results of his powerful new attack. Proudly calling himself the Lord of Thunder, he notes that nearby, Luo Yue is relentlessly dominating her foes, sending another opponent flying with a painful cry. Struggling to stand, a bruised Jiang Ya curses her terrifying strength, only to instantly find her sharp blade cold against his throat. With a cold glare, she warns him that any sudden movement means death, while the remaining battle still rages around them. Infuriated, Huda draws his weapon and screams about the unfairness of rank 3 warriors daring to challenge rank 4 combatants. Mocking their foolish efforts as throwing eggs against stone, he swings his sword with a manic, boastful laugh. That bully was trash-talking about filing brains, but right at that very moment, a spear came flying through the air. The weapon struck the bald fighter named Hodat, knocking him backward. Dazed and confused, he completely lost his grip on his heavy hammer. It crashed directly onto his foot, making him scream out in agony. Lin Xiu stepped in front of his red-haired friend, speaking calm and cool. He offered to file the brute's toenails with that very hammer, asking how it felt. The injured brute glared back with a terrifying, furious face. Demanding if the young hero wanted to die, the brute unleashed his energy and charged directly at Lin Xiu. Instantly, Lin Xiu activated his silver lightning fist, shouting that anyone daring to clash with him was the one begging for death. Their powerful fists collided in a massive shockwave. But Lin Xiu's overwhelming strength sent Hodat flying backward, screaming in absolute defeat. Jiang Huai's gang watched in sheer panic. The pink-haired boy cried out in disbelief that their strong fighter had been so easily defeated. His companion gritted his teeth in anger. Sensing a golden opportunity, Lin Xiu's dark-skinned teammate detonated a massive wave of explosions right on target. The enemies were caught completely off guard, screaming as the blast left Jiang Huai's entire group severely wounded and defeated. They collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Lin Xiu stood over Jiang Huai, looming like a shadow and striking absolute terror into him. The beaten leader begged for mercy, admitting they were wrong. Lin Xiu looked down with cold disdain, saying he might consider letting them go, but only if they handed over all their valuable exotic crystals and their points cards right now. Jiang Huai trembled with fear, pleading that they could have the points cards, but losing their exotic crystals would completely ruin their chances in the upcoming trial. Hearing this hesitation, Lin Xiu's expression darkened into something truly menacing as he asked if they were refusing his generous offer. He threatened to simply end them and take the loot himself. Pointing his sharp spear at them, the terrified gang quickly began to stammer in panic. They begged him not to kill them, hand-delivering everything. A moment later, Lin Xiu's dark-skinned companion spoke up with excitement. He laughed, amazed that Class 4 students possessed 2 Level 5 exotic crystals. With 3 in total, their team was now incredibly strong. But Luo Yue remained cautious. She warned that Zone G17 was incredibly dangerous, with no easy paths. Lin Xiu agreed, noting they only had 1 week remaining. They had to hurry and absorb all 10 crystals. Turning to his female teammate, Lin Xiu asked what was wrong when he noticed her tense expression. She whispered that she felt watched. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted from a nearby abandoned building. She immediately screamed for everyone to scatter. A deadly purple beam tore through the air with terrifying speed, grazing past Lin Xiu and tearing right through his protective gear. Instantly, the system screen flashed, detecting external energy and automatically activating his devouring skill. Gaining 2% energy and 2,000 experience, Lin Xiu stared in utter shock at this crazy system skill. He wondered why it absorbed so little, but thanked his lucky stars his uniform was high-grade armor. Otherwise, he would have lost his leg. Lin Xiu quickly deployed his advanced movement technique to shield his allies. Meanwhile, Luo Yue dashed straight toward the enemy stronghold. She declared that the enemy snipers were hiding inside and needed to be eliminated. Lin Xiu cried out, warning her to be careful. Watching her charge in, the enemy sniper quickly alerted his team, warning them that an intruder was entering the building. He ordered Squad 1 to intercept her, while Squad 2 kept firing. Outside, Lin Xiu's companion asked him if he was all right. Reassuring his friend, the young warrior firmly gripped his trusty spear and told the rest of his team to stay back. He told them to keep under cover while he assisted Luo Yue. Dodging laser fire, he gasped, realizing another building had snipers too. Charging toward the entrance, Lin Xiu vowed to take down the shooters first. Behind him, his teammates watched in utter amazement. The student in the black hat muttered that those two really acted like a married couple. Another student quickly agreed. He asked if they should follow and help, but their companion shook his head, pointing out a major problem. Lin Xiu could effortlessly dodge lasers even under 3 times gravity, but the rest of them simply lacked that incredible speed. Stepping out now would be suicide. The boy in the black hat cursed, wondering who dared ambush them. His teammate explained that this trial zone was not exclusive to their academy. Many dangerous factions operated in these shadows. Bandits and killers roamed these ruins looking for easy targets. Just then, they noticed another group in blue hiding nearby. Hearing a rustling noise, the defender whirled around and demanded to know who was there. A terrified student stood up. He pleaded that they were allies from Class 10 of the North Academy, recognizing them as South Academy students. The boy in the black hat chuckled dryly, noting that they were Class 10 of the South. What a coincidence to meet here. Their companion looked at the newcomers, asking why they were hiding in this zone. The short-haired boy explained with a trembling voice that they had just arrived, fleeing to this spot to escape the terrifying laser fire. He mentioned seeing two people charge into the building, asking if they were teammates. The boy in the black hat proudly confirmed it. He explained that their class leader and his partner had gone inside to teach those cowardly snipers a lesson. Wait, just the two of them are going against a whole squad armed with laser weapons? Is Class 10 of the South Academy really that powerful? Suddenly, a figure comes screaming down from the top of the nearby building. It turns out to be their sniper, plummeting straight toward the hard ground below. Seeing this, the short-haired guy screams in terror, pointing out the sniper. The dark-skinned fighter smiles, bragging that Class 10 of the South Academy is just that tough. Elsewhere, a wild, green-haired thug furiously pulls his trigger, unleashing a deadly hail of laser fire. Luo Yue tenses up, her expression dead serious. She dashes right through the terrifying rain of bullets. The shooter grits his teeth in pure frustration, cursing that none of his shots are landing. Luo Yue leaps right in front of him, drawing her sword. The blade ignites with a terrifying, fiery aura, burning like a 1,000-year hellfire. With a swift flash, the green-haired thug is sent flying with a painful scream. Watching from another rooftop, Lin Xiu cannot help but praise her skills. Another enemy down. Our little Yu Yue is so strong. Then bang, a loud shot tears through the air. Lin Xiu quickly dodges a blazing laser beam, but the shots keep coming like a sudden rainstorm, forcing him to jump left and right. He grumbles in his mind, wishing he could just show off a little instead of dealing with this massive crowd of enemies. Their coordinated gunfire misses completely. Lin Xiu looks up, spotting 5 enemies on the scaffolding aiming straight down at him. This gets him thinking. These guys are highly trained and heavily armed, suggesting they might actually be professional bounty hunters. He pauses as a realization hits him. They are here for his head, are they? A sly smile spreads across his face as a plan forms. He has a brilliant idea. Punching forward, bright crackling sparks of electricity erupt from his fists. Activating his lightning fist technique, he grips the steel structural bar. The high-voltage current flows through the metal like water. The electricity surges instantly through the metal scaffolding, violently shocking the snipers on top. They scream out in absolute terror. As their panicked screams echo through the air, Lin Xiu seemingly teleports right in front of them, gripping his heavy spear tightly. Channeling his massive energy into the weapon, he proudly declares his lightning title is well-deserved, unleashing his ultimate 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Strike. The fiery phantom of a majestic phoenix surges forward, blasting the snipers off the scaffolding and sending them crashing heavily to the ground below. A North Academy student hiding nearby watches with wide eyes and an open mouth, trembling as he wonders if this is truly Class 10 power. The defeated sniper falls to his knees in sheer terror, begging for his life and offering all of his valuable crystals in exchange. Lin Xiu ignores his desperate pleas. With a swift swing of his spear, the sniper's life is instantly brought to an end. Looking down at the dead sniper, Lin Xiu scoffs, noting that once the man is dead, those crystals belong to him anyway. Trying to take his head only to lose their own is foolish. Lin Xiu then notices a broken, ink-stained phone. Glancing at the glowing screen, he confirms his suspicion. These attackers are indeed bounty hunters hired off an online network. Lin Xiu kneels beside the black bag, rummaging through it. He is thrilled to find 2 rare, level 5 energy crystals. He counts 3 level 4 crystals and dozens of level 3 ones. This is a great haul, perfect to soothe his exhausted spirit. A short while later, Lin Xiu meets back up with Luo Yue, running over to ask if her side is cleared. Luo Yue gives a quiet nod, handing him a dark blue backpack containing the belongings of the defeated enemies. Inside are 2 level 5 crystals along with several level 4 and level 3 ones. Lin Xiu is amazed by their massive wealth. With 2 more level 5 crystals, they now have 8 in total. This massive haul virtually guarantees they will dominate this training trial. Just then, Zhang Yan and the others approach, asking if they are okay. Lin Xiu beams, proudly waving their new loot for everyone to see. He reassures them that everything is resolved, showing off the valuable haul that includes several precious level 5 crystals. Lin Xiu narrows his eyes, spotting strangers behind them. A young man with a buzz cut steps forward with a nervous smile. Lin Xiu raises an eyebrow, asking in a calm tone if they are also from Class 10. The boy hesitates before asking if they can make a deal, hoping Lin Xiu will hear them out. Lin Tu grows curious, asking what kind of trade he means. The boy offers to trade highly important news for some of their crystals. Intrigued, Lin Tu asks to hear it, wondering what kind of information could possibly match the high value of these crystals. Scratching his head, the boy tries to stay calm as he reveals he knows the exact location of a spatial rift. He offers the coordinates in exchange for just 2 level 5 crystals, leaving Lin Tu genuinely surprised by the bold proposal. Repeating the words skeptically, Lin Tu notes that a spatial rift is indeed valuable, potentially hiding rare beasts or exotic treasures. However, his eyes suddenly grow sharp as he demands to know how he can trust this claim. The boy looks nervous, but showing his honesty, he offers to let Lin Tu hold on to his information card until they verify the rift location. He explains they can return it once the truth is confirmed, handing over the card while speaking with a shy smile. He admits that though they are both Class 10, his own group wants to survive and surpass the elite classes during this trial. Furthermore, he felt that with their strength, they could easily reach the spatial rift. Lin Tu stared wide-eyed at the card while listening to him speak. If they could find the opportunity to grow stronger, as fellow 10th graders, they would feel incredibly proud of them as well. Well said. Driven by this sudden wave of deep sympathy, Lin Tu warmly patted the young man on the shoulder. Asking an unrelated question, Lin Tu asked if he was the North Viet 10th grade monitor, and the youth replied yes. With a soft smile, Lin Tu refused the info card, offering 3 level 5 crystal cores instead, leaving the young man completely shocked and panic-stricken. Are you really giving me 3 level 5 crystals? How can you trust me so much? His voice grew loud, trembling with disbelief. Exactly, because they were both 10th graders, rookies looked down upon as trash. Lin Tu smiled, a hint of pride showing on his face. Handing over the bag of crystals, Lin Tu suggested that, as class monitor, they should work together to make the 10th grade stronger. They would silence everyone who doubted them. Overjoyed, the young man eagerly caught the thrown pouch of crystals with both of his hands. He expressed deep gratitude, promising to learn from Lin Tu and guide their 10th grade peers to reach much greater heights. After asking the young man for his card ID to quickly transmit the coordinates of the spatial rift, the North Academy 10th grade group prepared to depart, waving a warm goodbye to everyone. Zhang Yin narrowed his eyes as they walked away, asking Lin Tu with deep concern if those people could truly be trusted. Lin Tu raised an eyebrow, folding his arms with a confident smile. Watching them leave, he quietly decided to believe in them. In a firm tone, he explained that their determined, unyielding eyes showed an absolute drive to grow stronger, and such people would never deceive them. Leading his team in the opposite direction with great excitement, he suggested they go find out what valuable treasures might be hidden within that spatial rift. Arriving at the base of a massive city completely overgrown with thick tree roots, Lin Tu noted that according to the map, this was the spot. The spatial rift should be right here. Zhang Yin looked around, asking Lin Tu with growing doubt. With absolutely no evolved beasts in sight, he wondered if a terrifying spatial beast inside the mall was keeping them all away. Without disagreeing, Lin Tu observed the area, noting that great opportunities and immense dangers always go hand in hand. As Lin Tu led the way, Luo Yue walked closely behind him, asking if he sensed anything. He replied that the elemental energy here was incredibly dense. Only near a spatial rift could energy concentrate like this. He cheered, confident they had indeed found the exact spot. Entering the ruins, Lin Tu checked the map, and as you and I can see, he warned everyone to stay alert near the plaza. There were bound to be powerful creatures lurking. Suddenly, he looked up in shock, spotting thick spiderwebs and strange, sticky fluids dripping from above. With a shudder of disgust, Lei complained about the sticky webs and slime, feeling as though they had walked straight into an insect nest. Suddenly, a pale hand grabbed her ankle, causing the terrified girl to scream in panic about a zombie, prompting Jiang Li to quickly step forward and shield her from behind. He smashed it with his hammer, angry at the ambush. But once things settled, he stared blankly, realizing it was actually just a motionless corpse. Exasperated, Zhang Yin scolded her for panicking over a mere mummy. However, Lei noticed something else that made her freeze with horror. The muscle fibers of the corpse were twitching. She quickly cried out, claiming something was terribly wrong. The corpse was actually moving, its wrinkled skin squirming as she pointed out that something seemed to be crawling underneath. Suddenly, a strange creature crawled out, causing her to scream about insects inside the corpse. The creature was actually a small larva. It was a level 2 beetle larva, an invasive alien parasite known for rapid reproduction and devouring its host's flesh from the inside out. Staring at the scattered bodies with utter disgust, Zhang Yin expressed hope that those hideous insects had not infested every single corpse. Since these were clearly dangerous parasites, he warned the entire team to be extremely careful not to step on any of the corpses. With that, Lin Tu raised his spear and impaled the larva, prompting the system notification to instantly chime in. He had slain a level 2 blue beetle larva, earning 10,000 experience points, though the reward felt rather disappointing to him. It was barely worth the effort. As they moved on, Lei clung tightly to Zhang Li's arm, still feeling completely nauseated. While she complained about the disgust, Lin too walked ahead, quietly realizing that where there were larvae, there must be others. He suspected mature beetles were nearby, and their terrifying presence was likely the reason no evolved beasts dared to enter this place. Soon they reached a massive tear in the ceiling. Let's take a closer look at this spectacular sight with the team. Stretching outward from the rift, the opening revealed a breathtaking, cosmic view of countless stars shimmering across a vast galaxy. Zhang Yin was left in absolute awe by his first spatial rift, while Lei stared up with wide, mesmerized eyes. It was beautiful, yet Lin too grew tense and grim, looking up as he sensed a dangerous presence lurking within the rift. Remaining silent, he calmly activated his system analysis, projecting the terrifying silhouette of a giant beetle directly into his vision. The screen identified it as a level 6 adult blue beetle, an extra-dimensional beast possessing absolutely devastating bite force. It could easily tear an adult human to shreds, causing Lin Tu to panic internally at this monstrous threat. Even worse, it is a level 6 beast, absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, it seems fast asleep and has not noticed them yet. Not wanting to wake the creature, Lin Xiu quickly changes the subject, saying their target does not seem to be here. He whispers that they should quiet down and leave quickly after scouting. Suddenly, Zhang Yin spots something strange. Pointing at the ground, Zhang Yin tells everyone to look at a bizarre stone, wondering if it fell from a rift in space. Luo Yue guesses it is a metal-type mineral of extreme hardness and strikes it to test. Lin Xiu also raises his spear to poke the strange stone. Lin Xiu adds that its elasticity is incredible, making it perfect for forging weapons. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin cautiously scans their dark surroundings. He guesses the rift only dropped this single stone. Pointing to the side, Lin Xiu suggests checking over there, as his inner flame energy senses a powerful, burning heat. As they approach the cliff, they wonder why the air suddenly turned so hot. There is definitely something hidden there. Looking down, they are stunned to see a flower made entirely of pure flame. Luo Yue excitedly cries out, "The red lotus flame!" Lin Xiu stands there completely clueless, tilting his head in confusion. He asks her what exactly this red lotus flame is. Adjusting her expression, she explains it is an incredibly rare energy source that looks exactly like a burning lotus flower. Its internal energy far surpasses any normal beast core. Scratching his chin, Lin Xiu wonders if they can absorb it, knowing this power would be incredibly useful. If his cultivation technique could absorb this fire, it would be a massive win. But Luo Yue quickly crushes that dangerous idea. She sternly warns him that it is too dangerous, even though its fire attribute would be highly beneficial for his training. The energy is simply too violent. One mistake, and he would instantly turn to ash. Still, Lin Xiu looks at it, reluctant to give up. He suggests harvesting the flower to take home and figure out later. But once again, Luo Yue strongly objects to the idea. She explains that harvesting requires specialized tools and protective gear. Feeling completely defeated, Lin Xiu groans in frustration that nothing seems to work. They cannot just leave empty-handed. If they wait to gather tools, someone else will surely steal this incredible treasure before they return. Right on cue, an unfamiliar voice echoes from the shadows behind them, shouting that they have finally found the location. Lin Xiu spots a group wearing North Academy uniforms. The newcomers look surprised, realizing someone else has already beaten them to the prize. As they wonder how these rivals found the spot, Zhang Yin warns the group that these are the Class 2 elite students. Completely ignoring Lin Xiu and his friends, the arrogant rival leader laughs with joy, thrilled to see the flame is still here. He waves his hand, ordering his crew to prepare their containment tools. Watching them, Lin Xiu realizes they came fully prepared. Stepping forward to block their path, Lin Xiu sternly warns them to back off, as his team found this treasure first. The leader scoffs with pure contempt. He mocks them, pointing out that his team actually brought the gear to harvest it. With an arrogant smirk, he asks how a bunch of weaklings could even dream of carrying such a treasure away. He sneers at the bottom-tier South Academy group, mockingly offering them a few cheap, level 4 cores as charity. He laughs that this charity might save them from absolute last place, prompting his entire squad to break out into cruel, mocking laughter at their expense. While they praise their leader's generosity, Lin Xiu just chuckles softly. He asks if they really think some low-level scraps can buy them off. Facing this blatant robbery, Lin Xiu confronts them. The rival leader leans in close, arrogantly bragging that nobody can stop them. Luo Yue answers with cold violence. Suddenly lunging forward, she thrusts her sword, now glowing with deadly concentrated energy. Barely blocking her strike, the shocked leader struggles to hold her off, screaming at her for being a complete lunatic. Furious, the leader orders his squad to eliminate everyone. Seeing them charge, Zhang Yin reaches behind his back to draw his weapon. Swearing loudly, Zhang Yin vows to slice them to pieces. Meanwhile, the enemy leader is locked in a fierce duel against Luo Yue. She unleashes a relentless barrage of sword strikes. Terrified, the leader realizes this beautiful girl is an absolute monster in combat. Shook by her overwhelming power, he suddenly recognizes her, stammering to ask if she is the elite student, Luo Yue. He demands to know why a top-tier genius is hanging out with these Class 10 losers. Annoyed by his endless talking, Luo Yue shuts him up with a devastating slash. Telling him to quit whining, she blasts him backward with incredible force. Recovering, the leader watches Lin Xiu dominate the battlefield. He realizes he severely miscalculated their strength, and a direct clash will cost them dearly. Even if they win, the casualties would be massive. Quick to change tactics, he screams to his teammate Hua Ming to shift focus. He orders Hua Ming to stall the fighters while Li Mo grabs the red lotus flame. Hearing the command, the two quickly execute the plan. Confirming the order, Li Mo rushes toward the flame. But just as he reaches out, a sudden burst of fire blocks his path. Lin Xiu suddenly cuts him off, shouting that only an absolute idiot would dare to touch the red lotus flame right now. He knows those deadly blue beetles nesting on the dark ceiling are guarding the flower, waiting to brutally rip apart anyone who dares to touch it. The red-haired thief just laughs, mocking Lin Xiu's warning. He sneers that they came specifically for the flame, and nothing will stop them. Li Mo approaches the crimson lotus flame, opening a metallic box with a smug smile. He gloats, declaring that they have hit the jackpot this time. Above them on the sea idling, glowing blue lights begin to multiply. Entirely unaware of the danger, Li Mo proudly holds up the metal box in his hands. Lin Xiu watches in sheer panic, realizing the deadly blue beetles have finally awakened. Meanwhile, a thrilled Li Mo remains completely oblivious to his impending doom. He shouts to the class monitor that he secured the prize, but before he can even finish his sentence, a massive blue beetle drops from the ceiling. It strikes Li Mo instantly, leaving blood splattering across the cold floor. Witnessing this brutal attack, his teammates can only watch in absolute horror and shock. They scream out, wondering what kind of nightmare they are facing and if it is a spatial beast crawling out from a rift in time. To eliminate a level 4 warrior like Li Mo in a single second, could this beast be a tier 6 monster? More and more beasts begin to emerge. The swarms of terrifying monsters relentlessly charge toward the survivors at breakneck speed. The class monitor breaks into a cold sweat, terrified as he counts at least 5 or 6 tier 6 spatial beasts surrounding them. He realizes they stand no chance even if they fight together. Survival must come first, even if it means abandoning the precious flame. Turning on his heel, he desperately commands everyone to flee, warning that these dimensional monsters are far beyond their power to defeat. He orders them to leave the crimson lotus flame behind and run. Panic spreads instantly as his teammates scramble to escape. Shouts of terror echo through the cavern as they flee. Yet, amid the absolute chaos, Lin Xiu and his team remain completely still. Looking at the approaching swarm, Lin Xiu tensely suggests they also retreat before it is too late. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the cave. Massive boulders crash down from above, completely sealing the exit and trapping Lin Xiu and his companions inside the dark, dangerous cavern. Outside, the treacherous monitor laughs mockingly, shouting that he is happily using the useless Southern Academy students as bait to distract the deadly beetles. Zhang Yin stands completely frozen in disbelief, unable to process the ruthless betrayal unfolding right before her eyes. She expresses her fury, cursing the cowards who dared to seal their exit and cut off their only hope of survival. Lei Lei panics, crying out in fear of dying in this dark place. While Luo Yue remains silent, Lin Xiu makes a heroic split-second decision. He runs ahead, shouting that he will lure the beasts away. He tells them to find another escape route immediately. Luo Yue and Zhang Yin can only watch in deep worry, desperately shouting out his name as he disappears. The terrifying beasts dive from the ceiling directly at Lin Xiu, but he swiftly leaps high into the air to evade them. Narrowly dodging their fierce strikes, he clutches the glowing crimson lotus flame tightly to his chest as the horde pursues him. He glances back at the pursuing swarm with rising anxiety, his mind racing to find a way to survive this onslaught. Realizing the beetles are driven to protect the sacred flame, he decides to use it as bait. Activating his legendary snowless tread technique, he begins to move with incredible speed. He rockets forward, shouting for the monsters to follow him instead. But suddenly, another explosive sound echoes through the cavern. An unexpected beast erupts from the ground right beneath him. Shocked, he gasps as its massive pincers snap dangerously close. Though he leaps high into the air to avoid the massive snapping jaws, he is still struck mid-air by the blue beetle's powerful blow. The iron box is knocked from his grasp, releasing the intense crimson flame. As the raw energy erupts before him, Lin Xiu realizes things have taken a terrible turn. The searing heat immediately melts his protective armor, enveloping his body in blazing fire. He watches in complete disbelief as the flames consume him entirely. His agonizing screams echo through the cave. Seeing this, Luo Yue and the others desperately rush over, shouting his name in absolute panic. As the raging fire completely engulfs him, the mechanical voice of his system suddenly sounds in his mind with an urgent warning. The system detects external energy and initiates the Devour skill, slowly registering absorption at 1%, then 2%, as the fire rages on. He screams in pure agony while Luo Yue fights fiercely, swinging her sword to fend off the relentless monsters surrounding them. Keeping the beasts at bay, she anxiously looks back at his burning figure, shouting to ask if he can hold on. Trapped in the searing inferno, he cries out in agony, gasping that the heat is too intense and he feels as if he might explode. Without hesitation, Luo Yue leaps into the flames and pulls him into a tight embrace, determined to share his immense pain. She tells him her frosty energy can help suppress the heat. Seeing her sacrifice herself, Lin Xiu is filled with utter shock and concern. He desperately pleads with her to stop, while the rest of their team watches in horror, crying out for them both. Holding him close, she urges him to stay strong while she channels her freezing frost energy to help him absorb the crimson lotus flame. Gritting his teeth through the immense pain, he forces himself to endure as the system's absorption progress bar slowly begins to rise. 10%, 15%, 20%. The freezing ice energy is actually helping them survive this. Supported by her frost power, the absorption speed increases rapidly while Zhang Yin guards them from the front. She looks back in awe, amazed that Luo Yue braved the deadly flames without a second thought just to save Lin Xiu. Turning back to the monsters, she resolves that she too will risk everything to protect him, charging fiercely into the swarm. She delivers a powerful strike to a giant beetle, remembering how many times Lin Xiu has saved her life in the past. My life has belonged to him for a long time anyway. With a wide swing of her broadsword, she slashes the surrounding monsters. Quick on her feet, she dashes away. Even if it costs her life, she is determined to buy enough time for Lin Xiu. Zhang Yin runs hard, luring the relentless monsters while shouting out to provoke them. "Come on, you monsters, chase me!" Watching her, Bao Huo breaks into a nervous sweat and asks in disbelief, "What on earth is Zhang Yin doing?" Tanfong frowns and replies, "She is drawing the attention of those blue beetles, trying to buy some precious time for our class monitor." Tanfong decides to charge in and help. He shouts to his teammates, "Come on, we have to help her right now." Zhang Yin cannot handle them alone. Bao Huo hesitates, warning that those space beasts are level 6. Tanfong quickly fires back, "I know, that is why we must fight together, or we all die." Meanwhile, the progress bar ticks upward, showing 85%, then 90%. At 95%, Lin Xiu gasps as the blinding orange light floods into him, veins bulging violently around his eyes. Gritting his teeth in pure agony, he realizes the red lotus flame is relentlessly tearing apart his body, organs, and bones. Thankfully, his system keeps frantically healing him, and combined with Luo Yue's frost energy, his body is being forged like a legendary blade. His raw physical strength surges to new heights. Moments later, the system screen flashes with a successful devouring notification. Over 300 million experience points gained. Congratulations on reaching level 21 and earning 21 potential points. Enveloped in roaring flames, Lin Xiu balls his fists, feeling incredible power surging within. Just like that, he has secured over 300 million experience points. How many evolved beasts would he normally have to slay to get this much? He stares at the virtual screen and issues his command. System, dump all 21 potential points into strength. Instantly, his strength attribute rises to 421 points. His constitution reaches 228 and speed is 101. Total combat power jumps to 4,650. Luo Yue suddenly collapses from exhaustion. Lin Xiu catches her, asking in deep concern, "Are you all right?" She weakly murmurs that she just overused her energy. "You will be fine." Lin Xiu hands her a small dark vial. "Drink this nutrient solution to restore your strength, then quickly absorb the energy from that level 5 crystal. I need to help Zhang Yin and the others." Luo Yue warns him. "Going alone is too dangerous. Those are level 6 beasts." Shouts from the nearby battlefield echo over. "Zhang Yin, hold them back." Watching the chaos, Lin Xiu maintains his composure and speaks. "Even though I absorbed the red lotus flame, my body hasn't fully digested it yet. I feel like this wild energy could blow me apart. To vent this explosive power, I need to throw myself straight into the fight." Meanwhile, after an exhausting battle, Zhang Yin loses her footing and crashes heavily to the cold ground. The blue beetles swarm her, snapping their jaws at their helpless prey. From the sidelines, her frantic teammates scream out her name. Run! Get out of there! But she is frozen. Suddenly, a streak of orange light blurs past, delivering a powerful kick to the nearest beetle. Lin Xiu steps in front of his battered comrades, raising his weapon into a combat stance. Is everyone all right? He asks. Saved in the nick of time, Zhang Yin gasps. Are you all right, Lin Xiu? Without looking back, he calmly replies, I am fine. Everyone stand back. Leave these beetles to me. Blazing fire erupts from deep within, wrapping around his body as he adjusts to this immense, surging new energy. This violent power of the red lotus flame is incredibly wild and difficult to control. As the massive beetles charge him all at once, his terrified comrades shout, Watch out, Lin Xiu! Facing down the oncoming onslaught, Lin Xiu remains absolutely fearless. Gripping his staff tightly, he prepares to strike. With a massive sweep, he unleashes a swirling purple and orange tempest, confident that these flames can burn away anything. He calls this technique Starry Sky Refinement. A colossal pillar of orange energy erupts, piercing straight into the heavens. Suspended inside the glowing light, the raging energy beneath him coalesces into a devastating, razor-sharp spearhead. The blue beetles stand no chance of dodging. They are vaporized instantly, triggering a series of blinding, catastrophic explosions. Notifications flood his screen, confirming the deaths of level 6 beetles and awarding 10 million experience points each. Tan Fong stands there, utterly jaw-dropped. What kind of skill is that? I thought his fire technique was completely different. Zhang Yin stammers in disbelief. He took down 2 level 6 monsters in a single blow. Bao Huo practically weeps. Man, are you trying to make the rest of us look bad? He is an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu leaps effortlessly into the air, dodging another incoming beetle's strike. He analyzes the situation mid-air. Channeling the violent energy of the red lotus flame allowed him to pull off that incredible starry sky technique. But like any ultimate technique, executing it twice in a row is nearly impossible. He will need a lot more practice to master it. Swinging his blade to unleash a wave of purple light, he fends off a massive swarm. He realizes he must fall back on his trusty skill, 100 birds facing the phoenix. Deafening blasts ring out as thick white smoke fills the air, trapping several beetles. He continues pushing his technique, muttering to himself, even with his energy boost, this skill won't completely destroy them, but it can tear off their wings and ground them. Once they lose their aerial advantage, let's watch as he charges forward to finish off the grounded beasts. Unleashing the 100 birds, facing the phoenix again and again, the wild rage in his body finally begins to cool. Constant battle is truly his only cure. Releasing this explosive energy is the only way to control it. He continues to batter the monster's wings with his heavy staff, but the wings only crack without breaking. Frustrated by their defense, he cannot help but curse out loud. These creatures have incredibly tough shells. Even the blazing fire of his signature move only leaves minor burn marks on their armor. Even his powerful black spear only pierces a tiny hole in their armor. Undeterred, Lin Xiu wipes his mouth and laughs. If that is how they want to play, then he will turn them into a sieve. After all, his energy reserves are practically bottomless right now. He relentlessly launches another massive strike against the beast. Using his special techniques twice in rapid succession, he leaves Tan Fong watching in absolute awe. You and I can see our class leader is incredibly fierce. Bao Huang stammers in shock, questioning if this is truly the power of a rank 6 warrior, while Truong Dan notices something strange. Lin Xiu's current state is highly unusual. She analyzes the situation and realizes he is not playing defense at all. He is fighting like a man possessed, completely driven by pure adrenaline and excitement. Luo Yue, cradling her injured arm, joins the conversation. She explains that the intense fiery aura surrounding him does not belong to his own natural energy. Seeing Luo Yue arrive, Truong Dan is completely taken aback. She panics, realizing their leader could be in grave danger at any moment. She frantically asks Luo Yue if there is any way to help him. Drawing her sword, Luo Yue channels a soft pink energy into the blade. First, they must defeat these beasts. She leaps high, unleashing an icy wave that freezes the enemies. Moving in perfect sync, Lin Xiu charges forward and shatters the ice block. Instantly, the system confirms the death of the rank 6 blue beetle. Earning 10 million experience points, he cheers in surprise as his strike pierces right through, finally discovering the monster's hidden weakness. This discovery fuels his fighting spirit further. Standing nearby, Luo Yue explains that his fire has weakened the beetle's thick outer shell. The sudden freezing of his hot burns made their armor brittle. Hearing this, Lin Xiu finally understands the strategy. Standing back to back with her, he excitedly suggests that they combine their forces like a married couple to completely wipe out the nest. Luo Yue frowns and smacks him on the head, leaving him crying with a massive, painful bump. She sternly threatens to sew his mouth shut if he keeps joking. Meanwhile, Tan Fong watches in awe, amazed they can flirt during battle. As Tran Duang watches with envy, Lin Xiu charges ahead with his fire technique. The attack hits a giant blue beetle directly in the underbelly. Luo Yue is not to be outdone, delivering swift slashes that freeze her targets solid and leave them completely unable to move. Even frozen mid-attack, the beast is helpless as Lin Xiu drives his staff into the ice, unleashing his fierce rapid strike. The system chimes to confirm the rank 6 beetle is dead, awarding another 10 million experience points. Suddenly, countless tiny blue beetles crawl out of the mother's corpse. The system identifies them as rank 2 larvae, dangerous invasive pests from another dimension. These parasites multiply rapidly, devouring their hosts from the inside out. Seeing the wriggling swarm, Lin Xiu shouts in utter disgust and horror. He warns the group that the mother beetle was just the beginning. As you and I can see, these pests are incredibly overwhelming. But Tran Duang quickly steps up. They offer to handle the swarm, allowing Lin Xiu and Luo Yue to focus their efforts on keeping the larger monsters at bay. Gritting their teeth, the comrades charge forward with weapons drawn, diving headfirst into the massive wriggling wave of minor pests. While keeping the giant beasts busy, Lin Xiu spots danger heading toward his teammate. He screams a desperate warning, but the threat is already closing in too fast. Moving like lightning, Lin Xiu lunges forward and drives his spear deep into the open jaws of the beast, suspended high in midair. As the spear remains firmly wedged inside the creature's mouth, a panicked Labin begs his leader to let go of the weapon. He refuses to abandon his weapon, believing a true warrior never lets go. Instead, he forces the spear deeper, channeling his energy directly inside. Pushing his body to the absolute limit, a burning orange aura engulfs his spear as he unleashes his devastating fire technique once more. Reeling in agony, the beast forces its mouth open to spit out the blazing weapon, desperate to escape the heat. It fails, collapsing to the ground in a cloud of smoke. He laughs in triumph, realizing that even the thickest external armor is completely useless when targeted from the inside. Fueled by the successful kill, he rallies his teammates, reminding them that only 3 adult beetles remain to be defeated. With a cry for battle, the team plunges back in. After a grueling struggle, the battlefield falls quiet, littered with the remains of the defeated pests. With the fight finally over, she drives her weapon into the earth and takes a seat, leaving you and I amazed they survived such a dangerous encounter. Loi Loi agrees, thanking their leader and Luo Yue for keeping them alive. Hearing this, Lin Xiu calls out in mock complaint. He jokingly asks why everyone is keeping their distance, while a heavily sweating Tan Fong can only shake his head from afar. Tan Fong jokes that their leader is currently radiating heat like an oven. Ignoring the teasing, Lin Xiu drinks deeply from his recovery flask. He grumbles about their lack of gratitude before exhaling a breath so hot it literally carries sparks and visible heat waves into the air. Luo Yue watches him with crossed arms, advising him to rest his body while she uses her ice magic to help cool down his raging inner flames. As they prepare to move out, Lin Xiu rises and hoists his spear, his body still surrounded by a faint, warm glow. The young warrior urged his team forward into the city center, eager to face even stronger opponents in battle. His companions stared at him as if he had lost his mind, but they still moved together into the unfamiliar city. As a dense fog rolled in, Lin Xiu sensed danger and warned his teammates to keep their guard up. He warned them of beasts lurking in the mist, and right on cue, a monstrous red tentacle crept out from the shadows. The creature silently snared Zhang Yan by the leg, suddenly hoisting her high into the air as she screamed out in absolute terror. She cried out for help, and a worried Lin Xiu immediately lunged forward to grab her hand. With a swift leap, Lin Xiu sliced the beast's grip and checked on her, while the shaken girl whispered that she was all right. But the severed limb lay twitching on the ground, leaving their companion, Lei Lei, utterly disgusted by the sight of the vile creature. As green slime oozed from the wound, a sudden thumping sound caught Lin Xiu's attention, revealing an approaching army of the undead. They gasped at the sheer number of monsters, but Lin Xiu quickly identified them as level 4 tentacle zombies. A quick warning from the system revealed these level 4 beasts can stretch their limbs at will, specializing in trapping and strangling their prey. As the horde lashed out with their deadly appendages, Lin Xiu yelled for everyone to stick together and stay close. Leaping into the air, he unleashed a fiery spear strike, engulfing the oncoming beasts in a massive wave of heat and blinding dust. Yet, the endless swarm kept coming like ants, prompting a frustrated Lin Xiu to wonder how many of these things were left. Hoping the threat had passed, he turned to check on his companions, calling out to see if they were all right. But he froze. The space behind him was empty. He looked around in a panic, calling out for his missing friends. The monsters rushed him while he was distracted, forcing him to dodge. He realized the strange fog had somehow separated them when they least expected it. Knowing his isolated friends were in grave danger, he gathered his strength and prepared to unleash his ultimate fire technique once more. Great flames swept the area, turning the undead to ash. As the dust settled, the young warrior finally regained his composure. The fire quickly died down, and with a frown, he surveyed the aftermath, looking over the charred remains of his foes. As the smoke cleared, he quietly resolved to track down and eliminate any remaining stragglers hiding in the area. Lin Xiu pulled out his device to call for backup, but his heart sank when he realized there was absolutely no signal. Shouldering his weapon with a frown, he muttered that even though he had saved the map of Area G17 beforehand, it was useless now. Without a signal, finding his exact location was going to be impossible. Sparing a final glance at the useless screen, he pocketed it, gripped his spear, and scanned the heavy mist. He decided he would just have to search on foot, but before he could move, a sudden bolt of electricity shot directly toward him. Leaping aside just in time to dodge the blast, the warrior turned toward the source and demanded to know who was hiding in the fog. A bandaged swordsman emerged from the haze with a smug grin, flanked by his followers as he offered a mocking greeting to our hero. The newcomers sneered, reminding Lin Xiu that they had unfinished business from the Southern Academy. Expressing surprise that Lin Xiu had survived the spatial beasts, the rival laughed, while our hero simply smirked back with utter contempt. Lin Xiu retorted that he was already planning to hunt down these Northern Academy fools, and now they had walked right into his trap. Unfazed by the threat, the bandaged leader chuckled, mockingly wiping his brow as he pretended to look around for the others. He asked where the rest of Lin Xiu's team had gone, mockingly suggesting that perhaps they had all met a grim end already. While Lin Xiu stood relaxed with one hand in his pocket, a greasy-haired lackey spoke up to add salt to the wound. The greasy-haired rival lamented the absence of the three beautiful girls, which finally pushed Lin Xiu to glare at him with a very cold, mocking smirk. He dryly apologized for the disappointment, stating they were doing just fine and had only been briefly separated by the heavy mist. To rub it in, he casually revealed that he had slain those spatial beasts himself, taking their level 6 cores as a reward. The rival's face darkened with disbelief, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the young warrior with pure hostility. Pointing an accusing finger, he mocked the claim, refusing to believe that such weaklings could ever take down a level 6 spatial beast. But then his sneer faded as he sensed something strange, stammering in shock as a massive wave of fiery energy began to radiate from Lin Xiu's body. Holding his spear with a confident smile, the young hero stood tall, while his rival cried out, unable to believe what he was seeing. Recognizing the legendary Red Lotus Fire aura, the villain pointed a trembling finger at the young warrior, his eyes wide with sheer panic. He demanded to know how his opponent had consumed the volatile flame and somehow survived without being destroyed by its power. It defied all logic, but seeing their absolute shock and confusion, the young warrior simply offered them a highly mocking grin. He told them not to compare him to such useless weaklings, scoffing that a mere flame could never hope to defeat him. Furious and deeply shaken by his words, the rival group could only grit their teeth in silent rage. With a deep scowl, the greasy-haired leader grits his teeth in sheer rage, growling every single word. Then, they quickly spread out to surround him from all four sides. As the greasy leader approaches him, the surrounding thugs unsheath their weapons. Brandishing twin swords, the leader's face darkens as he spits. "I can feel it. You haven't even digested the Red Lotus Fire's energy yet. Of course, how could a useless piece of trash like you absorb it so quickly?" He sneers with a mocking laugh. "How perfect. Once I kill you now, I can still harvest that precious Red Lotus Fire for myself." The thug is clearly dreaming of taking it. Hearing this, Lin Xiu lets out a cold chuckle, his dark gaze scanning the surrounding crowd. He asks back with pure disdain, "I even took down a rank 6 spatial beast. You think a rank 4 weakling like you can actually stand against me?" Enraged, the leader charges forward with his twin blades, followed by the rest of the gang, his eyes wide with fury. Staring right at him, the leader grins wildly and roars, "We outnumber you. Why on earth would we be afraid of you?" With a shout to kill him, the mob rushes forward, chanting in unison. Yet, surrounded in the very center, he remains completely calm, just watching them. In an instant, he flawlessly evades their storm of attacks. As one thug swings his weapon, he smoothly steps back, dodging easily with spear in hand. The thug curses that this guy is as slippery as an eel. Nearby, a heavy brute leaps high, swinging his blade down in a crushing strike as he roars in triumph. The brute challenges him to stop running and take the blow. Looking up at the descending threat, Lin Xiu raises his spear, ready to unleash the storm of pear blossoms. Smirking with a fierce glare, he charges straight up, shouting, "As you wish." Instantly, his spear tip unleashes a torrential downpour of deadly rapid strikes. The heavy thug is caught completely off guard, barely raising his weapon to block before the sheer impact forces him back, crying out in sheer desperation. Shocked by the overwhelming power, he watches as Lin Xiu's eyes ignite, fire erupting from his body as he narrows his eyes in mockery. He tells them not to rush, for the real fun is just beginning. With a grand sweep of his spear, a blazing fire phoenix manifests in midair, unleashing the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix skill. The radiant firebird swoops forward, striking the heavy thug and leaving him wide-eyed in horror. The brute curses as the scorching flames blast him backward. With a painful cry, he crashes hard onto the ground, curling up in agony. Witnessing this, the remaining thugs panic, shouting in utter disbelief. Only 2 moves, and he already completely took down the bald, heavy hitter. The heat of these flames is so intense it could turn a man to ash in a heartbeat. Thick smoke quickly envelops the entire battlefield. The greasy-haired leader grows anxious, gritting his teeth and glaring intensely at him, his face drenched in a cold sweat. He realizes this must be the power of the red lotus fire. Damn it, just how much of that energy has he already absorbed? To make his martial skills this incredibly devastating. Realizing he stands no chance in a direct fight, the leader completely panics. Resorting to a cowardly tactic, he screams for help, calling out, "Senior Huday, please step in and deal with him." Hearing the desperate plea, a figure emerges from the thick smoke, his voice cutting through the haze as he steps forward. He scolds them for making such an embarrassing scene. Then, he mocks them, asking how so many could fail against a single opponent. He dismisses the freshman as utterly useless. Flanked by 2 companions, their arrival makes Lin Xiu furrow his brows in sudden surprise, muttering softly under his breath. Recognizing them as rank 5 martial artists, he wonders if senior students are actually allowed to participate in this freshman trial. As Lin Xiu questions this, the newcomer with spiky hair picks his teeth with a mocking grin, offering a smug answer to his confusion. He claims they are indeed part of the trial. But then, the rank 5 martial artist, Huday, cuts him off, glaring with a maniacal laugh. He loudly reveals that their actual task is to hunt them down. Seeing this insane display, Lin Xiu remains perfectly composed. With one hand in his pocket while holding his spear, Lin Xiu calmly notes that the Academy Forum mentioned a portion of freshmen mysteriously perish during trials every single year. Most assumed they were killed by evolved beasts or zombies, or perhaps fell victim to internal conflicts and other hidden dangers. He confronts the thugs, noting that no one ever expected their own so-called seniors to be the ones murdering them. The senior listens quietly to the accusation. Instead of denying it, he simply smirks, chewing on a piece of straw while casually examining his hand. With a smug sense of pride, Huda boasts that it is indeed true. Every year at this time presents the perfect opportunity to go hunting. Since the trial is incredibly dangerous, no one ever suspects they were the ones who killed them. He laughs, claiming they are merely weeding out the weak for the Academy's benefit. Lin Xiu frowns in disgust, looking through the heavy surrounding mist. He demands to know if they generated this thick fog. In response, the smug senior wags a finger with a condescending chuckle, still chewing on his straw. With his other hand on his hip, he replies that the fog is actually released by a high-level evolved beast sleeping deep inside zone G17. He chuckles, noting how perfect this mist is for hunting. Appalled by their cruelty, Lin Xiu scowls deeply and directly questions their actions. He scoffs, disgusted that the North Academy's second-class freshmen would conspire with such a vile gang. He tightly grips his spear. He declares his intent to eliminate this evil and cleanse the Academy on behalf of the Sacred Zone. Hearing this, the greasy leader flares up in anger. Glaring fiercely, the leader barks that he is in no position to boast. He begs Senior Huday to kill him painfully and take all his treasures. He begs for the most agonizing death possible. Hearing this, Huday simply sneers, biting his straw as a menacing chuckle escapes his lips. He laughed. "Since you are begging for death, I will gladly oblige." Right after that, we see Lam Tu charge forward with his spear. On the other side, Hodak barked orders to his 2 lackeys. "Cut that brat into 8 pieces for me." With that, he drew his sword. Elsewhere in the training grounds, thick fog clung to the mossy, decaying old buildings. Labin scanned the ruins, cursing silently in frustration. "Damn it, where is that thing?" Gripping his heavy maces, he squinted through the blinding fog, struggling to spot any movement. He bit his lip, tense and on high alert. Was that a sound behind him? Could it be one of those tentacle zombies? Then, Labin spun around, swinging his mace wildly into the thick smoke. Gritting his teeth, he screamed, "Die, you rotten zombie garbage!" Suddenly, a sharp blade clashed against his weapon, throwing both of them backward. From deep within the thick mist, an urgent voice cried out in warning. "Labin, open your eyes and look." Trung Dan, along with Loi Loi and Huang Luke, stepped out from the smoke. They glared at him, annoyed. Pointing his sword forward, Truong Dan warned him, "What is wrong with you? Are you trying to kill us?" Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, Bin let out a massive sigh of relief. Man, you scared the life out of me. I really thought some nasty tentacle zombie was creeping up on me. You have no idea. I was out there taking down hordes of them all by myself. There were just too many. They kept coming. Hearing this, Truong Dan sheathed his sword, resting it on his shoulder. With a grave expression, he asked, "Were you really all alone? Have you seen Lakanguiet or our leader, Lam Tu, anywhere?" But Bin just shook his head blankly, offering absolutely no helpful answers. Truong Dan gripped his sword tighter, shouting in sheer frustration, "Damn it! There is absolutely no cell signal in this place. This fog is making us completely blind." Standing beside him with her arms crossed, the girl sighed in agreement. "There is no other way. We will just have to search step by step. Everyone, stay close and do not get separated." While they huddled in the deep mist, let us check back on Lam Tu. He unleashed a devastating phoenix strike, sending Hodak's men flying through the air as they screamed out in agonizing pain. Pulling back his spear, he blasted fire forward, using his flaming palm to grab a thug by the head, forcing him to spit blood. Witnessing this, Hodak grimaced, shouting angrily at his messy-haired ally. "Damn it! We have so many guys, and he already took down 2 of us?" Sensing trouble, he questioned, "Is he really only level 4? Or did you lie to me? This raw combat power has to be level 5 at least." The messy-haired guy could only look over in shock. Completely stunned and terrified, his eyes widened in panic. His whole body froze up as he tried to explain. "Senior, he really is level 4, but he absorbed the Red Lotus flame, which is why his fire skills are so incredibly powerful," he quickly added. "But that intense energy is simply massive. There is no way he can digest it quickly. Because of that," Hodak's face twisted into a cruel grin. He burst into wild laughter, shouting, "Oh, so if we kill him right now, we can still steal all that undigested energy from inside him." Meanwhile, in the middle of the raging fire, one of the thugs was burning alive, reaching his hand out in absolute terror. "Help me! Please! I do not want to die!" He collapsed right in front of them as the greedy flames consumed him completely. Hodak could only grimace at the grim sight. Beside him, the messy-haired guy was shaking with pure terror. Spinning around to face his blindfolded female teammate, his eyes went wide as he yelled a frantic warning to her. "Hold on. Stop. This kid is only fighting us to burn off that raw, undigested Red Lotus energy. We are actually helping him." He then stared at Lam Tu, whose body was glowing as it absorbed the immense power. Surrounded by a vibrant aura, Lam Tu looked around. Hodak gritted his teeth, shouting out his realization. "See that? He is actually pushing his limits just to survive." He gritted his teeth again, making a sharp analysis. With his body in that state, without some heavy external pressure, or a fierce fight to release it, he will explode in no time. With that, he charged straight at Lam Tu. But our hero gritted his teeth, thrusting his spear forward. Hodak leaped back to dodge, barking orders to his remaining men. "Listen up. Do not engage him head-on anymore. Just surround him and stay back until he wears himself out. Let us just wait for him to self-destruct." His men listened closely in the dust. With wicked grins, they stared hungrily at the young warrior, ready to follow the plan. "Then we will take all that overflowing Red Lotus flame energy for ourselves." Following those orders, the remaining thugs quickly closed in, surrounding Lam Tu as his face darkened with frustration. Spear in hand, he was left speechless. The thick fog swirled around them as he frowned deeply. He bit his lip, cursing silently in absolute frustration. "Damn it! They figured out what is happening to me. My body cannot take this intense pressure much longer. He must end this quickly. Then find Lakanguiet so her frost power can help cool down his burning body." Raising his spear to his waist, he prepared. Behind him, Hodak swung a crackling, electric sword, gritting his teeth around a piece of straw. With wide, smug eyes, he locked onto Lam Tu. Lunging forward with a powerful thrust, he screamed, "You fool! Did you really think I was afraid to strike?" He added with a sneer, "That whole standoff was just to make you let your guard down." Caught completely off guard, Lam Tu sweated in panic, realizing he could not react in time. But suddenly, an unseen gentle hand pressed against his stomach, bringing a familiar cold blue energy. It was Lakanguiet. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him away from danger. Grimacing with fury, Hodak swept in behind him like a flash, slashing his blade through the empty air. Seeing this, Lin Xiu quickly regained his composure, looking down in confusion at the person grabbing his waist and pulling him out of harm's way. Sweating and deeply perplexed, he called out her name, Luo Yue, as a vibrant blue aura shrouded her body before they finally halted. With Luo Yue's hand still resting protectively on his waist, her powerful energy began to fade, leaving him safe. Closing his eyes with an awkward chuckle, he sheepishly scratched his cheek and muttered, "Well, this is embarrassing. Talk about a damsel saving a distress-prone hero." Peering through the dense mist, Luo Yue delivered her blunt verdict. You are no hero. You are just a helpless chicken. Utterly speechless and unable to defend himself, Lin Xiu merely pouted, turned around to glare at her, and planted his hands on his hips. Frowning deeply, he grumbled. Why must you always tease me, girl? Am I really that useless? Behind him, Luo Yue remained silent, her eyes focused ahead. She stared directly at the hostile crowd, her silence offering a clear agreement. Right before them stood Hodak, practically begging for a beating. With one hand gripping his sword and the other casually tucked in his pocket, he strolled forward as his gang fell into step behind him. The villain sneered in amusement, remarking, Well, look at that. The kid's companion has arrived, and she is quite a beauty too. While the duo watched in silence, a greasy-haired henchman beside Hodak stared at his leader with a grim and highly serious expression. Frowning, the lackey whispered a cautious warning. Pardon me, master, but this girl utilizes genuine origin force. She actually suppressed the intense heat of the Red Lotus flame. Hearing this, Hodak shot a sharp glare at his subordinate. Flicking his toothpick with a contemptuous smirk, he snapped, Shut your mouth! I am not blind, you fool! I noticed it long ago, he added, his eyes gleaming with sinister delight. Who knew such a beauty could wield pure ice energy? No wonder she is so frosty. Unable to contain his excitement, he laughed maniacally and charged straight toward Lin Xiu and Luo Yue. Lucky for you, my passion burns like fire. Let me warm you up, Ice Queen. To our two heroes, however, his threat was nothing but a joke. Hodak ordered his men to slaughter them instantly. The crazed bandits surged from the mist, forcing Lin Xiu to desperately defend himself with his spear. Grimacing under the pressure, he held his ground. Nearby, Luo Yue drew her sword, swiftly cutting down foes before Hodak's blade suddenly clashed against hers. Luo Yue blocked his strike effortlessly, throwing him back. Gritting his teeth in fury, Hodak realized with dread that both of these kids were absolute monsters. This girl is even tougher than the boy. Meanwhile, Luo Yue dashed forward, her face set in fierce determination as she swung. She instantly struck down one of his henchmen, sending the body flying. Horrified, Hodak froze in his tracks, staring at her with growing terror. He watched in absolute panic as Luo Yue calmly stepped over the fresh corpse, her cold composure sending a shiver down his spine. Grimacing, Hodak glared at her and spat through gritted teeth. This brat has to be at least a peak level 4 cultivator. He barked a desperate command. Combine your strength and take her down first, or we are all dead meat. Encouraged, his thugs surrounded her, screaming bloodthirsty threats as they charged. Yet, she remained entirely unbothered, advancing with steady composure. One brute swung a massive axe directly at her head. Glancing coolly, she slipped past the blow as he roared, Go to hell! Suddenly, a flurry of spear strikes erupted from behind. Lin Xiu unleashed his signature pear blossom storm to intercept the attacker before he could strike. The strike sent the giant flying. Stunned by the save, Luo Yue looked up as they quickly fell back-to-back amidst the mist. Both kept their guards raised. Lin Xiu spun his spear with a smirk while she tightened her grip on her hilt, sharing a quick look. One partner smirked with confidence while the other remained stoic. Observing this seamless synergy, Hodak gritted his teeth in sheer panic. Biting down hard on his toothpick, he cursed silently, realizing the girl had deliberately played weak to lure them into a trap. She drew us right to him. Their teamwork is flawless. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiu leaped high into the air. Wielding his flame-infused spear, he roared, I just mastered this new martial art. Let us see how you handle its raw power. Alarmed, Hodak stared upward. Lin Xiu aimed his spear, smugly unleashing his ultimate gold-tier technique, the Nine Heavens Galaxy Fall. The spear tip plummeted. A massive, earth-shaking explosion erupted, leaving Hodak so pale that his toothpick slipped right out of his mouth. Grimacing in sheer panic, the boss gasped. How can a gold-tier technique possess such devastating power? Beside him, his henchman trembled in fear. He stared with wide eyes and a dropped jaw. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu crouched low, resting his spear behind him with a confident grin. You are next, he declared. The amplification from the Red Lotus flame had boosted his Nine Heavens Galaxy Fall to absurd levels. Leaping forward, he thrust his spear at Hodak, channeling the immense strength of his ultimate 100 Birds Phoenix strike. Swirling flames engulfed his weapon. Rooted to the spot, Hodak could only watch with wide, terrified eyes. Raising his hands in a desperate attempt to block, he cried out internally, wondering why this attack felt so overwhelmingly powerful. Cowardly to the core, Hodak yanked his henchman forward to use him as a human shield. Smiling despicably at his terrified lackey, the villain roared with absolute selfishness, I am not ready to die yet. It is all up to you. Hearing this, the messy-haired thug with the band-aid freezes in sheer terror, completely paralyzed. With terrified eyes, he stammers out a plea, but the hero's spear thrusts straight toward him anyway. The blow sends the thug flying back with a painful scream. Meanwhile, Hodak sneers and leaps aside to hide, keeping his eyes on the action. Next, Hodak rushes toward Lachenguiet, who is ruthlessly striking down one of his remaining minions with an icy cold expression on her face. But Hodak freezes in his tracks, absolutely horrified by the sight. Sweating bullets and trembling with fear, he reaches his hand out, screaming in his mind in pure desperation. It is over. We are doomed. How could just 2 kids wipe out our entire squad like this? Good Lord, I am not ready to die here. As Hodak panics, Lin Xiu suddenly rushes forward to cut his thoughts short. He smiles triumphantly, extending a hand glowing with intense, hot flames. Unleashing his powerful Fireclaw technique toward Hodak, the young man asks if he ever gave him permission to leave. Hodak turns back in absolute terror. With wide eyes and clenched teeth, he fails to react in time. Lin Xiu grabs Hodak by the arm, sending agonizing pain surging through his body. He recoils in agony, gritting his teeth, but Lin Xiu only tightens his grip, wearing a wide, excited grin as he speaks to him. Did you not want my Red Lotus Flame energy? Well, go ahead and take it. I am giving you a golden opportunity here. Do you not want it anymore? The terrified leader holds his sword, shaking uncontrollably as he loses all composure, letting out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. I am a member of the Moon Elixir Legion. With his burning arm, Hodak desperately tries to threaten the young man, his face contorted in utter terror. You will all pay with your lives. Hearing this threat, Lin Xiu keeps his burning hand clamped on the thug's shoulder, narrowing his eyes with a cold sneer. He mocks him openly. What on earth is this Moon Elixir Legion? He has never heard of them. This only infuriates Hodak further. He raises his sword toward the fiery arm, gripping his shoulder, cursing the young man with pure rage. Are you stupid? Just go to hell. Despite the sheer terror on his face, with Lin Xiu still gripping him tightly, Hodak does not hesitate to swing his blade. With a swift stroke, Hodak severs his own arm to break free, running at top speed into the forest to escape. Holding the severed arm, Lin Xiu stares at the fleeing figure in utter disbelief. Once he regains his composure, he cannot help but marvel at the sight. Staring blankly, he offers a sarcastic compliment. Good grief, he runs so fast. He talked like a champion, but acted like a complete coward. As the smoke clears, leaving the battlefield empty, Lin Xiu narrows his eyes in thought, muttering with a touch of respect. Well, maybe he is not entirely a coward. To cut off one's own arm takes real guts. Shaking it off, Lin Xiu walks through the lingering smoke and mist over to Lachenguiet, calmly asking her a question. Lachenguiet, have you ever heard of this Moon Elixir Legion? Standing over a fallen foe, she calmly sheathes her sword as she replies. Yes, I have. She explains that the Moon Elixir Legion is actually one of the most powerful military forces in this world. They take on high-profile missions, from cold-blooded assassinations to invading small nations. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes go wide in utter shock. He gasps in disbelief. They can actually conquer entire countries? Just how powerful are these people? Sweat pours down his face in panic, but Lachenguiet remains completely calm, closing her eyes as she adds more details. They are not that special. Though they are led by a formidable level 9 martial artist, they are notoriously ruthless about revenge. If any member is killed, they will hunt the culprit down to the ends of the earth. She then shares an incredible story. Apparently, a king of a small African nation once executed one of their members, triggering a brutal and relentless war of retaliation. Amidst piles of bodies and burning ruins, Lachenguiet confirms the shocking result. In just one short week, that entire nation was completely flattened. Lin Xiu grabs his head in utter despair, his jaw dropping as he screams. We casually pick a fight and offend a level 9 master? Good grief, my luck is absolutely terrible. Then, he narrows his eyes and turns to question her. Lachenguiet, why on earth do you look so incredibly calm right now? Look at that completely unbothered face of yours. She merely looks back with an indifferent, slightly annoyed glance, whispering under her breath. What a complete amateur. Ignoring his dramatic outburst, she simply turns around to look him straight in the eyes. With a look of pure disdain, she calmly asks why he is being such a coward. If they dare to come, we simply eliminate them. Lin Xiu slowly lowers his hands, looking at her with a mixture of sheer awe and utter confusion. My dear Nagiet, who on earth gave you the courage to challenge a level 9 powerhouse? Standing beside her spear planted firmly in the ground, she completely ignores his question and swiftly changes the subject. With your current physical condition, you will surely kick the bucket long before they ever show up. Lin Xiu looks down at his heavily swollen veins, frowning in sheer daze. She warns him that the volatile energy of the Red Lotus Flame is far more powerful than she initially anticipated. My ice energy is quickly reaching its limit and can no longer suppress it. Hearing this, Lin Xiu collapses dramatically like a helpless maiden, trembling with tears in his eyes. Dropping his spear to throw a tantrum on the ground, he whines, "What should we do now? Am I truly about to explode and die like this?" She rubs her chin, looking down at him in deep thought before finally offering a potential solution to his crisis. If we can find an ice or water attribute evolved beast and absorb its core, we might just stand a chance at suppressing it. Lin Xiu grimaces in pain, struggling to reply. Just a moment ago, I heard those fools from the Moon Elixir Legion mentioning something. This thick fog was definitely conjured up by some high-level evolved beast. He wondered to himself, asking if the creature behind such a massive chill must possess either water or ice elemental attributes. With thick dust and heavy fog swirling all around them, Luo Yue remained perfectly calm. She nodded in agreement and suggested that they head straight into the very heart of the mist to investigate. Just then, Lin Xiu sensed movement shifting through the heavy mist. His instincts kicked in, and he immediately raised his spear, preparing for a fight. Frowning as he analyzed the threat, he nodded grimly and quickly warned Luo Yue to stay alert. Something dangerous was heading their way, a vicious pack of mutated red-eyed dogs. The level 5 evolved beasts stalked toward them, their bloodshot eyes glowing menacingly through the dark. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, tracking their every move with absolute caution. He shouted out a final warning, telling her to watch out for the level 5 beasts. Without wasting another second, both he and Luo Yue charged straight into the oncoming pack. As the beasts lined up, they began the slaughter. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the forest, furious curses echoed from a bitter man, shocked by how powerful that young kid actually was. Hodak had managed to escape, hiding beside his grounded spaceship while grumbling in pain. He gripped a small bottle of medicine tightly in his hand. Grimacing in agony, he stared down at the heavily bandaged stump where his arm used to be. The bleeding had stopped, but the bitter reality was setting in. It looked like a prosthetic limb was in his future. He tossed the empty medicine bottle into the weeds, shouting out with a wild, arrogant defiance. He mocked them, boasting that nobody could ever kill him. Stumbling as he hauled his battered body into the spaceship, he grunted with absolute disdain. He promised a massive, devastating present for them. Muttering about a powerful beast awakening, Hodak's pupils suddenly shrank to tiny, dark pinpricks of pure madness. He let out a sinister, joyful laugh, proclaiming that everyone in the forest would die. His cackling quickly devolved into a state of sheer, unhinged madness. Deep within the forest, the small spaceship suddenly roared to life and shot straight into the sky. Below, Lin Xiu watched it go, frowning in surprise. Letting out a confused grunt, Lin Xiu turned around, clutching his spear as he spoke up. He asked Luo Yue what that object was, before guessing that it looked like some small flying craft. Holding her sword tight, she followed his gaze. Suddenly, Lin Xiu gasped in shock as he realized what was happening, noting that the flying craft was heavily bombarding something deep inside the fog. Blazing shells rained down relentlessly from the ship, tearing the ground apart and leaving behind a chaotic mess of thick smoke and raging flames. Within that dense wall of smoke, embers began to spark, quickly erupting into a massive, uncontrollable inferno. Having completed its destructive run, the craft turned around and vanished. That was when a giant blue wing slowly emerged from the flames. Next came a razor-sharp beak, followed by a massive, majestic blue bird. It spread its colossal wings, letting out a deafening screech that cut through the haze. Stirring up wind and ice, it was a level 8 evolved beast, the legendary Ice Crystal 100 birds, shrieking relentlessly. A vortex of absolute zero temperature erupted around it, unleashing a freezing gale. Lin Xiu and Luo Yue struggled to shield their faces. They barely withstood the crushing pressure. Gritting his teeth in sheer agony, Lin Xiu glared up at the avian terror and managed to speak. A level 8 Ice Crystal 100 birds? How could a monster this powerful exist in a place like this? Standing beside him, Luo Yue surveyed the area with a deep frown, quickly pointing out that the heavy fog had completely vanished. She deduced the fog was merely a byproduct of the beast's deep slumber. It meant someone had intentionally attacked the creature to force it awake. With a subtle smirk, she glanced over at him, highly amused. She noted that its unique energy core happened to be the perfect counter for him. Lin Xiu's face twisted as if he had stepped in something foul. He stared up nervously at the giant bird flapping its massive wings to clear the sky. He stammered, asking her to confirm if she was actually planning to slay a terrifying level 8 creature. Elsewhere, a young man stood on a building's rooftop when a nervous voice called out from behind. They asked young Master Zhang about the beast's rank. Leaning over the edge, Zhang Kaiting kept his eyes fixed skyward as he answered them. He revealed it was a level 8 Ice Crystal 100 birds, causing the onlookers behind him to look up in sheer dread. Panic broke out among the group. One green-haired man shrieked in absolute terror at the mention of level 8, while those behind him glanced upward with trembling eyes. Some suggested they run away immediately, while the teammate closest to Zhang Kiting stared in disbelief, trying to talk some sense into him. A level 8 beast was simply way out of their league. Meanwhile, Zhang Kiting casually stepped down from the ledge of the roof. He offered a calm smile, hands relaxed, as he reassured his panicked crew. He revealed he had already alerted the Hunters Guild to the situation. Soon, powerful hunters would arrive to slay the beast. When they did, his group would have the perfect opportunity to swoop in and profit. Down below, the massive bird was already hunting, driving local creatures into a frantic, chaotic stampede as its furious screeches echoed. Hearing the deafening stampede, Lin Xiu panicked. He turned his head and shouted a warning to Luo Yue, alerting her to the incoming beast tide. A horde of evolved beasts was charging right toward them. Luo Yue remained remarkably composed, briefly glancing back at the terrifying wave of monsters. Frowning, she began to retreat alongside him, acknowledging that the sheer volume of creatures was simply too overwhelming to fight directly. Fighting them all was impossible, so they had to retreat. Sprinting toward a nearby structure, Lin Xiu called out to her, urging them to quickly seek out higher ground. They needed to escape the stampede. Behind them, frantic beasts fled in terror to escape the bluebird's deadly talons. Panting heavily, they finally reached the rooftop. Lin Xiu leaned over, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath, while Zhang Kiting remained calm. Standing tall and wiping the sweat from his brow, he gripped his sword. Lin Xiu gripped his spear tightly and stared down at the chaos unfolding below. He quickly analyzed the situation, cutting off the person beside him as they watched the chaos unfold. Luo Yue slowly drew her sword, stepping forward to look down at the massive tide of monsters swarming below. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and wondered if the people trapped in the thick fog had already perished. He worried whether Zhang Yan and the others could survive this disaster, especially since the buildings below were already crumbling. Suddenly, massive airships appeared in the sky, prompting Lin Xiu to look up with relief, noting that help had finally arrived. Remarking on their incredible speed, he listened as Luo Yue calmly offered her own quiet observation from beside him. She suggested they came to hunt the Ice Crystal 100 birds, just as an airship touched down on their rooftop. A group stepped out, led by an elderly man. Behind him, a bearded warrior noticed them, frowning in surprise as he asked if students were actually out here in such a highly dangerous zone. Behind him was a gruff, bald man glaring fiercely, though the entire squad was heavily armed with top-tier gear. Covered in high-tech gear, the calm, white-haired elder observed the two youngsters. He then recalled that these were the exact days the Sacred Ruins Academy sent its new recruits out for field training. He added that the news of the beast's awakening was posted online by a student, as Lin Xiu and Chak Kai Tin stared back at him. The elder's eyes narrowed as he examined the boy, frowning and noting that the young man seemed to have suffered qi deviation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu pointed toward the elder in pure shock, stammering to himself as he wondered if this old man was a level 7 martial artist. Internally, his mind screamed in shock since his system could not analyze him, meaning he had to be at least level 7. Beside him, Luo Yue glared back with absolute vigilance. Sensing the young duo's obvious hostility, the old warrior remained calm. The elder clasped his hands behind his back and smiled warmly, telling them there was no need to guard against an old man. Stepping closer, he assured them that his only target was the massive white bird, having absolutely no interest in interfering with young kids. He then asked them how long the ice crystal whitebird had been active in the area. He also inquired if anyone had fought it yet. Under the crew's watchful eyes, Lin Xiu casually slung his spear over his shoulder. Still keeping his guard up, he frowned and replied that the creature had been fast asleep until very recently. He explained that a fighter jet had attacked the beast, forcing it awake. Just then, as the bird flew toward them, the elder looked up to analyze it. Deducing that someone had intentionally awakened the beast, the elder floated into the air, ordering his crew to take flight with him. Rising together, the 5 warriors prepared to confront the charging blue beast head-on. Watching them ascend, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and muttered in surprise at their numbers. Seeing so many experts, the giant bird immediately took notice, glaring directly at the incoming intruders. It turned and unleashed a deafening screech, sending massive blocks of ice hurtling through the air toward them. As the barrage of ice rushed toward them, the elder raised his hand with a grim, serious expression, roaring in order to fire the laser blast. Down below, a massive energy cannon quickly charged its power core before unleashing a devastating high-velocity blast aimed directly at the giant bird's head. The impact sent the beast reeling, leaving Lin Xiu watching in absolute shock. He flinched slightly before questioning what he was seeing. He wondered if they actually deployed a military-grade K-17 laser blast, amazed by the sheer scale, as more shots fired from all sides. The concentrated fire triggered a massive explosion in midair. Seeing the impact, The elder frowned and pointed directly at the target. He declared that the white beast was heavily wounded, rallying his team to finish it off immediately. Beside him, the sunglasses-wearing warrior eagerly joined the charge. Watching from below, Lin Xiu stared in sheer disbelief with his mouth wide open. He wondered how a level 8 evolved beast could possibly be defeated so easily, while Luo Yue gripped her sword nearby. She explained that only the coalition military could deploy a K-17 laser blast weapon system. She dismissed them as people relying solely on high technology, just as a massive explosion erupted amid a cloud of dust. However, the beast remained completely unscathed as the smoke cleared away. Glaring at the squad, the massive creature roared furiously before unleashing another devastating storm of sharp ice shards in all directions. Under this overwhelming pressure, the 5 warriors were violently blown backward, spinning out of control as one of them shrieked in absolute terror. Another was struck by lightning, his face turning pale as he fell, while a third stared in utter shock, stammering out a cry of disbelief. Floating overhead, the elder fired another powerful energy sphere downward, cursing the beast for cleverly faking its weakness. Beside him, the sunglasses-wearing warrior gripped his long sword with visible tension. He grimaced at the chaos below, then turned to the airship and shouted a command to prepare the laser blast for another attack. Responding to the command, the weapon began charging another massive electric projectile, while the giant bird quickly spread its powerful wings to prepare its counterattack. It whipped up a series of fierce tornadoes that surged directly toward the squad. The devastating winds ripped straight through the lyre, sliding lyra, completely destroying the nearby buildings, including the top of the tower where their own airship was currently anchored. Watching the destruction, Luo Yue calmly folded her arms and noted that the military's advanced weaponry was now completely ruined. She murmured that the real show was just starting, leaving Lin Xiu to frown and ask if other martial artists would arrive as quickly as the military. Elsewhere, on a different rooftop, a smug warrior leaps high into the sky, laughing arrogantly as he yells that this is their golden opportunity. A fierce, muscular brawler with 3 tufts of hair and beard grins smugly. He leaps from the rooftop with clenched fists, loudly ordering his crew to launch the attack. His loyal squad instantly follows his lead, leaping up to stand face to face with the massive, ferocious beast as it violently thrashes its powerful wings in anger. Buffeted by the beast's overwhelming pressure and fierce gales, a swordsman cries out in fear, but right behind him, a dual mace wielder leaps forward with a wild laugh. Striking the monster from behind, he urges his allies to stay brave and keep up the pressure, shouting, "If we bring it down, those ice crystal feathers alone are worth an absolute fortune." The giant bird narrows its eyes, turning toward him. The warrior lands a heavy slash on its body, but it does not faze the beast at all. Infuriated by the constant harassment, the beast glares and grinds its beak, unleashing its devastating elemental power. Another massive tornado forms, sweeping the dual mace wielder off his feet and violently throwing him against the wall right next to Lin Tu. Watching in utter shock, Lin Tu's eyes narrow as he mutters that it truly lives up to its name as a level 8 evolved beast. To think a single strike could hold such raw power. Beside him, Luo Yue calmly sits, sets her sword down, and retrieves a spirit stone. Closing her eyes, she quietly suggests that they have plenty of time and should take a break first. She adds that defeating a peak level 8 beast of that massive size would likely take a large mob over 3 days of non-stop fighting. Stunned by her estimate, he asks if it really takes that long, while the fierce battle ahead continues to rage through thick clouds of dust. The question brings back memories of past battles she casually watched while enjoying popcorn and drinking water. She simply closes her eyes and lowers her head with total composure. She nods, telling him that when she was 10, her family fought a level 9 beast, and it took a whole week of constant battle to win. Lin Tu's jaw drops in utter disbelief. His eyes widen in shock as he points a finger at her and practically screams, demanding to know if she is serious. He asks if she really hunted a level 9 beast at age 10, while Luo Yue remains completely undisturbed in her meditative pose, softly confirming the fact. She explains that since she was so young, her family did the actual fighting while she watched from the sidelines to gain experience. Lin Tu calms down slightly at her explanation. Shouldering his spear, his brow twitches as he narrows his eyes and mutters quietly to himself. Hundreds of warriors are struggling to fight a level 8 beast, yet her family could hunt a level 9 monster, even bringing a young child along just to enjoy the show. He wonders what kind of legendary god-tier family she has. Then, he silently rejoices with excitement, realizing he might have accidentally befriended an incredibly wealthy young lady. They arrange a vibrant pile of colorful spirit stones on the ground. Lin Tu stretches, yawns sleepily, and sits down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. He slumps forward, watching the endless, explosive battle unfold in the distance, amazed that they have actually been fighting for a whole day and night. While Luo Yue continues to meditate, the massive bird lands below, glaring down as it searches the battlefield for any remaining human survivors. A desperate voice echoes through the chaos, urging everyone to keep attacking because the ice crystal bird is finally at the end of its strength. Up on the roof, Lin Xiu scratches his head, watching the desperate struggle below with a frown, dryly noting how incredibly desperate they are. He notes that even an idiot could see this ice crystal bird has barely lost any of its actual energy or stamina. Suddenly, a high-tech energy blast strikes near the bird's head as a fleet of military airships arrives overhead. Lin Tu looks up to watch the new development. Frowning, he observes that the Alliance military has finally arrived, and they seem to have brought a massive amount of heavy weaponry with them. The massive airships unleash a heavy barrage of fire on the beast, triggering a massive explosion, while Lin Tu simply sits back down and gets comfortable. Looking thoroughly bored, he wonders if this advanced weaponry, combined with high-level martial artists, will finally speed up the process of taking down this giant white bird. He asks when they will make their move, but Luo Yue merely registers his words and continues her quiet meditation without opening her eyes. Finally, she calmly advises him not to rush, noting that the first bird to show its head always gets shot down first. Looking toward a nearby building, she tells him to wait for the hidden spectator to make a move first, while the electrocuted beast shrieks in agony. The giant beast crashes heavily to the ground, kicking up a dense shroud of dust, prompting the rugged fighters to cheer and laugh in triumph. In the distance, a victorious warrior raises his weapon high, cheering that they have finally won the battle. Another fighter laughs in celebration as the entire squad lands around the fallen beast, which lies motionless, still crackling with residual electricity. The fighter with the triple tufts of hair and beard looks over his men with a proud, smug grin, making a bold declaration. He reminds them that by their agreement, he only wants the core, while the rest of the beast belongs to them. Right in front of his eager men, he steps forward and delivers a deep slash to carve out the precious crystal nestled deep inside the creature. As a beautiful six-pointed star crystal is revealed, someone in the crowd screams in absolute excitement, recognizing the rare level 8 core. They shout that they have never seen such a high-level treasure in their entire lives, while the triple-tufted leader lets out a deeply satisfied and greedy grin. Reaching his hand out for the glowing core, his subordinates laugh, boasting that having this treasure will save them at least 15 years of hard work. But suddenly, a furious swordsman rushes forward, screaming that his entire squad died for this. The three-bearded butcher roared in fury, demanding to know how anyone dared to claim the precious alien crystal that rightfully belonged to him. The three-haired warrior smirked, mockingly asking if he truly thought he stood a chance, right before a sudden bolt of lightning ripped through one of the old man's teammates. A deadly blast from the spaceship killed the young man instantly, sending a wave of shock through the three-bearded butcher as he hurriedly looked up at the sky. Gritting his teeth in sheer panic, the old warrior cried out in disbelief, just as a cold announcement boomed from the vessel, warning anyone targeting the Alliance's treasure. Death was the only penalty for thieves, so they had to drop the crystal immediately as heavy artillery on the ship aimed directly at the crowd below. Standing near the massive bird's carcass, the three-bearded butcher stared in utter shock, tightening his grip on his weapon as yet another harsh warning echoed from the sky. Calling them foolish rebels, the warship prepared its main cannons and unleashed a devastating shot that triggered a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke and rising flames, the three-bearded fighter desperately swung his blade, fighting to stand his ground against the onslaught. Shielding himself near the giant bird, he roared in fury at the Alliance, cursing them for trying to steal what he claimed was his crystal. Ordering them all to die, he watched as the ships rained endless fire from above, while the warriors below fought back with ferocious battle cries. Chaos erupted below with cries of war, but high above the madness, Lin Xiu calmly watched the entire battlefield with his spear in hand. Keeping one hand casually in his pocket, he chuckled at the predictable chaos, while Luo Yue held her weapon tightly, quietly preparing to strike at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered their peaceful viewing, calling out to the class monitor and Luo Yu, who were still calmly enjoying the spectacular battle raging between the ships and the warriors. Recognizing the voices, Lin Xiu turned with a warm smile, calling out to Zhang Yan and breathing a sigh of relief that his dear friends were all completely unharmed. As Zhang Yan's group rushed over, Li Ping looked up with deep concern in her eyes, explaining how desperately they had searched for the two in the thick, blinding fog. Instead, they had accidentally wandered into a giant bird's territory and barely escaped with their lives, though Zhang Yin still seemed incredibly thrilled by the narrow escape. Looking up with eager eyes, he proudly claimed credit, explaining that Lei Lei had luckily spotted them standing high up on the very edge of the building's roof. They had rushed straight over, and seeing that his friends were safe and sound, Lin Xiu smiled with genuine warmth. Resting his spear on his shoulder, he looked down at them, relieved that everyone had made it out safe. He assumed the other students from the academy had already evacuated and gently urged his friends to make their escape as well. Stunned by the suggestion, Zhang Yin stared in confusion, asking if the class monitor and Luo Yue truly intended to stay behind. Turning back to them with a serious expression, Lin Xiu honestly confirmed that they had no intention of leaving just yet. Unable to hold back his shock, Zhang Yin asked if they seriously planned to snatch that level 8 beast core, but his words were met with absolute silence. Gazing through the thick haze, she quickly added a warning, reminding them that the fighters below were all formidable level 6 and 7 masters. Remaining perfectly composed, Luo Yue looked at them and confidently assured them that the crystal would undoubtedly be theirs in the end. She explained that without its ice energy to temper the fierce red lotus flame consuming his body, Lin Xiu might not even survive the journey back to school. Hearing of the hidden danger within his leader, Zhang Yin gasped in shock, turning to ask his brother if such a terrible thing was actually true. Poking her head in with a worried frown, Lei admitted she had believed their class monitor had already completely mastered the wild energy of the flame. Li Ping lowered her head in deep guilt, realizing their brave leader was suffering from this burning agony only because he had risked his life to save them. Feeling helpless that they could do nothing to ease his pain, they watched as Lin Xiu simply smiled and waved his hand to dismiss their worries. He urged them to make a swift retreat so they would not interfere with their dangerous plan to snatch the prize, prompting his loyal friends to finally turn and depart. Looking back with heavy hearts, Zhang Yin promised they would not hold them back any longer, though the worry on his face was plain to see. He pleaded with them to remain safe, while Lei anxiously added her own quiet warning, begging both the class monitor and Luo Yue to be careful. As they departed, Lin Xiu stood tall on the edge of the rooftop alongside Luo Yue, waving a final reassuring farewell to his retreating companions. Below them, the battlefield lay in absolute ruin, littered with fallen warriors and burning wreckage from the brutal, desperate struggle that had just taken place. Suddenly, a massive round hammer caught the light as a ferocious warrior with glowing eyes stood firm amidst the destruction below. Though all of his men had fallen around him, Zhuo Kaixing watched from the opposing ledge, gripping his weapon with quiet determination. Drawing his sword, he declared that the perfect moment to strike had finally arrived, while his team stood beside him, staring down at the chaos. With an eager grin, Zhuo Kaixing pulled out a powerful explosive, preparing to unleash it, while deep inside a dark underground tunnel nearby. Lin Xiu wondered aloud if the powerful masters had failed to give chase, a playful, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Clasping his hands behind his head, he chuckled at their good fortune, grateful that the enemy's smoke bombs had provided them with the perfect cover to slip away. The chaotic distraction had shielded them completely, prompting Luo Yue to look back from the front of the tunnel and smile in quiet agreement. Rummaging through his pockets, Lin Xiu hummed a happy tune, marveling at how easily such a legendary level 8 crystal had practically fallen right into his lap. Luo Yue glanced back at him, but Lin Xiu's joyful expression suddenly froze in horror as he pulled out a massive, strange egg instead of the crystal. Staring in absolute disbelief at the massive egg in his hands, he cried out in despair, wondering what on earth this was and where his treasure had gone. Seeing this, Lacan Guillet could only sigh in complete helplessness. She narrowed her eyes and asked if he was blind, questioning why he stole an ice crystal 100 bird's egg. Lam Tu stood there frozen in sheer shock. He stared blankly at the egg in his hands like an absolute fool, repeatedly blinking and trying to make sense of what he was seeing. After several tense seconds, Lam Tu turned his head in absolute panic and yelled to Lacan Guillet to confirm the truth. "No way, right? I was clearly trying to steal an exotic crystal." He grimaced, looking down at the egg in his hands and questioning it again. "What is this thing even good for? Making scrambled eggs?" Lac Nguyen crossed her arms, approached him with a frown, and sharply reminded him that this was a level 9 ice crystal 100 bird's egg. There was a very high chance a powerful beast would hatch from it. Lam Tu was startled as realization dawned on him, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a rare treasure. Lac Nguyen added that he could try training it to be his personal mount. Instantly, Lam Tu began imagining himself riding majestically on the back of a giant legendary bird. He pictured himself giving grand orders while the massive bird did all the work. Rubbing his chin with interest, he thoughtfully muttered to himself, "That actually sounds incredibly cool." Meanwhile, Lacan Guillet quickly tossed him the exotic crystal, its powerful, dense energy immediately radiating through the air and filling the entire space. She looked at him and urged him to take it and absorb its power right now. Lam Tu could only stand there in utter daze. Still clutching the giant egg, he held the glowing crystal in his other hand with a completely foolish grin. Raising his eyebrows in sheer joy, he happily yelled to ask her how on earth she managed to snatch it without him noticing a single thing. Seeing him flatter her like that, Lock and Guyet closed her eyes and urged him to shut up and start absorbing the crystal. Meanwhile, outside among the lingering dust clouds and ruined houses, a rough voice called out, asking young Master Track if he had successfully retrieved the item. Hearing that question, Track Kai Tin grew even more furious. Clenching his fists with a dark, disgusted face, he screamed out in frustration that someone else had already stolen it. His messy-haired companion with a lip piercing gasped in absolute shock. He frowned deeply, shouting back to confirm if it had really been taken. Quickly regaining his composure, he unzipped his backpack, pulled out a strange device, and smiled with a confident, knowing grin. Finding them will be incredibly easy because of this device. His partner raised an eyebrow, pointing at the gadget as it was laid out. Placing the electronic tablet down, he explained that this was the latest exotic crystal detector, capable of tracking energy even inside mutated beasts. It could easily locate any stolen crystal, no matter where it was hidden, Track Kai Tin added coldly. Those dense red dots on the screen represented the leftover crystal energy inside the mutated beasts lingering right behind them in the area. Drawing his sword while holding the glowing screen, he grinned with malice. Beside him, his messy-haired companion also smiled with dark excitement, eager to watch the fun begin. Suddenly, a bright red beacon flashed brightly on the screen. Track Kai Tin's face darkened instantly as he shouted out in shock. Found them! This brightest dot is the level 8 crystal. They haven't run far at all. Gritting his teeth with a dark expression, he rushed forward. He yelled at his squad to follow him immediately. Meanwhile, back with Lamb 2, his body was in agony, with half his face burning hot. At the same time, the other half of his face was freezing cold, forcing him to curse silently in sheer torment. This extreme clash of intense heat and freezing cold felt like it would tear him apart as his body struggled to absorb the crystal. Trapped between scorching fire and absolute zero ice, Lamb 2 grit his teeth, grimacing in pain as he fought to endure the overwhelming elemental forces. With his spear resting before him, Lam 2 realized that the red lotus flame energy inside him was actively neutralizing the freezing energy of the level 8 crystal. This reaction actually accelerated his absorption. Suddenly, the system interface chimed, congratulating him on a highly successful level-up sequence. His current rank had reached level 22. Hearing this, Lamb 2 smirked in deep satisfaction, even as his body still burned and froze. He celebrated inwardly, thrilled by how incredibly fast he had progressed. Outside, however, Lock-and Guyet suddenly sensed something dangerous. She turned around with high alertness. While Lam 2 continued his intense struggle to balance the elements, a massive horde of flesh-eating zombies suddenly gathered right at the entrance. She cursed in annoyance, realizing that the chaotic death explosion of the Ice Crystal 100 birds had drawn these restless undead straight to their hiding spot. As the monsters lunged, Lock-and Guyet did not hesitate for a second, drawing her sharp blade and charging straight into them. She assured him to stay focused on absorbing the crystal while she took complete care of these pesky zombies herself. Within moments, the hideous monsters were sliced into clean pieces, collapsing lifelessly all over the cold ground. Leaning heavily on her sword for support, Lock-and Guyet closed her eyes and exhaled deeply, glad to have finally finished them off. She had not expected so many of them to swarm the place. Behind her, Lamb 2 was still silently absorbing the dense crystal energy. She turned back to look at him, wiping the sweat from her brow as she wondered how much power he had managed to take in. It seemed like the intense red lotus flame energy inside him had finally stabilized, even as he sat there concentrating deeply. Suddenly, Track Kai Tin's mocking voice echoed through the ruins, expressing shock that they were the ones who took the level 8 crystal. Lock-and Guyet turned around with deep suspicion. Recognizing him, she called out his name. Track Kai Tin and his group approached confidently with their tracking device, smiling slyly as he gestured with his hand and made a direct demand. Lock-and Guyet, out of respect for our family's ties, just give me the level 8 crystal and I will let you both leave peacefully. Suddenly, his messy-haired companion pointed in shock at Lamb 2, shouting to young Master Track that the kid was already absorbing the level 8 crystal. Chi-Chixing grimaced at the sight and glared. He listened for a moment before turning his eyes toward Lin Xiu, who was absorbing the energy, and screamed, "How dare you take my level 8 crystal?" Luo Yue bit her lip in deep worry. Beside her, the enemy leader held back his teammate with a sneer, drawing his heavy sword and stepping forward with absolute confidence. "I will handle Luo Yue myself. Xiaoqi, you and the others go seize that level 8 crystal." Meanwhile, she kept her hand on her sword hilt, watching them closely. Xiaoqi quickly nodded in agreement and set off. Along with his teammates, he slipped through a side passage, charging straight toward where Lin Xiu was sitting. Luo Yue was startled by the sudden move and raised her sword to defend. On the other side, Qi Chixing got into a stance, ready for a brutal clash. In a flash, Luo Yue dashed toward Xiaoqi, who glanced back as he ran. She screamed a fierce warning to them all, saying that anyone who touched Lin Xiu would die. Qi Chixing was too quick, sweeping in with his sword to block her path. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi successfully slipped past her defense, laughing as he closed in. With me standing here, you are not going anywhere. He pressed his blade against hers with a cold sneer, keeping her completely pinned. That level 8 crystal belongs to me. Meanwhile, the two henchmen charged directly toward the defenseless Lin Xiu. Xiaoqi laughed with pure contempt, shouting that trash like Lin Xiu did not deserve such a legendary treasure. He reached his hand forward eagerly, flanked closely by his ally. Suddenly, a frozen hand gripped Xiaoqi tight, while a burning hand of fire seized the other attacker. Lin Xiu opened his eyes, each glowing a different color, and dragged them both in. His determined eyes burned as he unleashed freezing ice and scorching fire, delivering a stern warning. Did you fools really think you could steal from me? Xiaoqi shrieked in absolute agony, gritting his teeth as his hand froze, while his partner beside him cried out in pain. Their hands were ruined, one frozen solid and the other severely burned. Both men pulled back in terror, stumbling backward and barely managing to stand up after the shock. Lin Xiu gripped his spear with a fiery hand. He spun the weapon in a wide circle, creating a powerful swirling vortex. Standing in the center, he unleashed a legendary strike, launching a massive fire phoenix forward. The two attackers scrambled, jumping high to dodge the blazing beast. Xiaoqi was baffled, wondering why this fire technique was so incredibly hot. Before he could recover, Lin Xiu pressed forward, surrounded by sharp shards of ice. He spun his spear in a blinding circle, unleashing a devastating storm of frozen ice spears. With a final strike, his spear shattered the ground, opening a massive trench. Grabbing Luo Yue in his backpack, Lin Xiu leaped across the deep fissure and shouted for her to move. They escaped, leaving the enemy trio stranded in the underground pipes. Xiaoqi and his men were left empty-handed and absolutely furious at how quickly they had been defeated. With a dark expression, Xiaoqi screamed that they had let them escape. Beside him, his teammate struggled to sit up, wiping his face. Qi Chixing pulled out his tracker, holding it with trembling hands as rage consumed him. He roared, furious that the red locator was still flashing when the crystal was nowhere to be found. Could the level 8 crystal's energy have been fully absorbed already? But how could anyone absorb it that quickly? Xiaoqi watched his leader's meltdown, glancing over in silence. He frowned deeply, his expression turning grim. Turning to Qi Chixing, he asked in a panicked voice, "Young master, the tracker has lost the signal. What do we do now?" Qi Chixing was beside himself with rage. Gritting his teeth, he threw the control pad to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Turning away, Qi Chixing walked toward the opening above, completely consumed by anger. Clenching his fists, he vowed that Luo, Yue, and Lin Xiu would pay for this insult. Meanwhile, deep inside a quiet wooden cabin in the forest, Lin Xiu sat in deep meditation, absorbing the powerful energy. Glowing halos formed around him as the system suddenly chimed with a pleasant notification. Level up successful. Your current rank is now level 23. Congratulations on your rapid progress. Your rank is now level 24. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current rank is now level 25. Congratulations. You have earned 4 lucky draws and 94 potential points. Hearing this, Lin Xiu opened his eyes, completely stunned by this massive harvest. Looking down at the crystal, he realized that combining this level 8 source with the red lotus flame had granted him an absolute mountain of experience. He had jumped 3 full levels in a single night. He quickly allocated 42 points to strength and 30 to physique. He put 22 points into speed. The status panel flashed, showing Lin Xiu at level 25, with strength rising from 421 to 463. His physique rose to 208, speed reached 123, and total power hit 5,124. His 4th rank warrior title added 50 physique points, alongside his skills of analysis, rage, camouflage, and devouring. Finally, the reward panel popped up. Congratulations on reaching the 5th rank warrior tier and earning the 5th rank title, which granted a massive defensive boost. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to block half the damage. He also unlocked his rank 2 genes and gained a new skill called Mirror Image. This clone could unleash 30% of his power for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours before next use. Thrilled by the results, Lin Xiu stroked his chin with a satisfied grin. He realized with joy that his total combat power had finally crossed the 5,000 mark. He was officially a 5th rank warrior now, complete with unlocked level 2 genes and a powerful new technique. Scrolling through his stats, the display confirmed his new status. Lin Xiu was level 25, with strength at 463 and speed at 123. Scrolling through his stats, the display confirmed his new status. Lin Xiu was level 25, with strength at 463 and speed at 123. His total power was 5,124, with his title granting a 30% chance to reduce incoming damage by 50%. His skills now included analysis, rage, camouflage, devouring, and the mirror clone. Lin Xiu smiled, unable to hide his excitement. He officially equipped his new 5th rank warrior title, even though he still needed 50 more points. That 30% chance to cut damage in half was the ultimate lifesaver. Right then, Luo Yue's voice rang out, asking him if he was finally finished absorbing the energy. Hearing her, he closed the system window and glanced back at her, speechless. Luo Yue stood right behind him, her face filled with complete shock and utter panic. Staring at him with wide eyes, she pointed out that absorbing an 8th grade beast core would normally take anyone else 3 full days and 3 nights. Yet he had finished in just 24 hours. Hearing her praise, he puffed out his chest proudly, pointing a smug thumb right at himself. Grinning from ear to ear, he boasted that his talent was simply out of this world. Seeing him act so incredibly cocky, Luo Yue just rolled her eyes and turned away. She calmly urged him forward, saying that since he was finally finished, they needed to move. Today was the final day. Left hanging, Lin Xiu's face fell instantly. He stood frozen in place for 5 whole seconds. As they finally set off, he trailed behind her with a dramatically wounded look, clutching his chest in pain. Pointing at himself, he frowned and whined, asking if she could just give him one tiny compliment, since he had worked so hard. Up ahead, Luo Yue simply ignored his whining and told him to get lost. Soon, they arrived at a city gate, finding a spearman arguing fiercely with Zhang Yin's crew. Things were getting violent, and Zhang Yin's men had their fists clenched in pure rage. Seeing the trouble, Lin Xiu rushed over to them. With a worried look, he reached out and asked what on earth had happened. The battered group turned to look at him, covered in wounds and completely shocked. Then, relief washed over them as they smiled at their savior. Zhang Yin immediately pointed a trembling finger at the smug spearman who had blocked their path, shouting in pure frustration. With wide eyes, he cried out, telling Lin Xiu that these North Academy Class 1 jerks had stolen all their hard-earned beast cores. Hearing this, the rival spearman turned to look at Lin Xiu. He seemed to recognize him, flinching in surprise, while Lin Xiu and Luo Yue calmly strolled closer. Grimacing with annoyance, the boy pulled back his spear, crossed his arms, and sneered at Lin Xiu, asking if he was indeed the famous rookie, the top-ranking freshman from the South Academy's Class 10. Then, the arrogant teenager proudly introduced himself. Smirking with absolute pride, he announced that he was Wu Yangheng, and the girl beside him was Dian Zijin, both from North Academy's Class 1. He gestured to the short-haired girl beside him, who stood scowling with dual blades gripped tightly in her hands. In his head, Lin Xiu quickly recalled the official freshman tower rankings. Second was Jai Kaitian, third was this arrogant Wu Yangheng, and fourth was Dian Zijin. Rubbing his chin with a smirk, he remembered he was the undisputed number 1. He muttered aloud that he finally remembered who they were. They were the ones sitting at rank 2 and 3 on the leaderboard. Lin Xiu gave them a playful nod and a mockingly honest smirk. He looked right at them, noting that they were now both crushed beneath his feet. Wu Yangheng's face turned dark with fury. Gritting his teeth, he stood speechless at the sheer audacity. Furious, he pointed a finger right at Lin Xiu's face in provocation. He barked that Lin Xiu only reached the top spot by pure luck, demanding a duel to settle things. They would see who truly deserved the crown. With his face completely twisted in rage, the boy made a deal. If Lin Xiu won, they would return every single beast core they had stolen. Beside him, Dian Zijin glared with an icy frown. Suddenly, the spearman unleashed a heavy wave of pressure, raising his weapon horizontally in front of him with confidence. Holding it tight, he declared that if Lin Xiu lost, all their crystals would be forfeited. Meanwhile, his silent partner stood by, watching the drama unfold. Hearing this, Lin Xiu chuckled with immense confidence. He sneered, pointing out that win or lose, the arrogant challengers risked absolutely nothing of their own. Asking if they took him for an idiot, he drew his own spear and took a combat stance, proposing a brand new condition. If they lost, they had to cough up their own beast cores. Lin Xiu and Luo Yue immediately readied their weapons, fire and ice swirling around them with absolute confidence. He warned that if they refused, he would happily take them by force. Unable to take the disrespect, Wu Yangheng snapped. With a dark face, he charged forward with his spear, screaming in fury. He roared, asking if a weakling like him truly thought he could kill him. The two spearheads collided, sending shockwaves ripping through the air. Lin Xiu smiled with genuine excitement. Seeing another spear user, he chuckled, congratulating his opponent for finally catching his full attention. Meanwhile, Dian Zijin stepped toward Luo Yue, dual blades in hand. She confidently asked why a talented student from Class 1 would willingly demote herself to hang out with Class 10 losers. Did she really want trash for teammates that badly? Luo Yue silently drew her sword. With an icy glare, she suddenly lunged forward like lightning, swinging her blade with a fierce cry. She warned that provoking her was a fatal mistake. Across from her, Dian Zijin quickly crossed her blades in an X shape, bracing for the impact. On the other side, Lin Xiu launched a relentless flurry of strikes, forcing Wu Yanghang onto the defensive. Struggling to keep up, the boy jumped back and gasped in utter disbelief. He recalled that Lin Xiu was only rank 4 during the tower challenge, yet his power now felt dangerously close to rank 5. He demanded to know how this was possible. Lin Xiu didn't bother hiding his amusement. Keeping up the pressure, he laughed and confirmed it. He asked if his growth rate was impressive, mocking them by saying that mediocrities like them could never hope to keep up with him. Furious at the blatant insult, Wu Yanghang's face turned pale with pure rage as he screamed. He cursed, struggling to defend before suddenly leaping into the air. With a fierce roar, he executed a powerful gold-grade martial technique. Unleashing the earth-shattering strike, he charged. Lin Xiu watched calmly, slowly raising his own spear to meet the incoming blow. Let's watch as these two spear tips clash in midair, releasing a massive surge of energy that violently blasts Lam 2 backward. He crashes straight through several stone walls. Within the rising dust, Lam 2's calm voice reminds him that at level 5, the power gap becomes massive. Standing up from the rubble with his spear, he tilts his head to one side. He glances over and scoffs, asking if this is really his best, claiming that even given a chance, he still failed. He swings his spear forward with a shout, declaring it is his turn now, as a freezing aura erupts to unleash his torrential pear blossom strike. Facing this overwhelming power, Ao Duanghang turns pale as a ghost, his eyes shrinking in sheer shock and utter disbelief. He quickly raises his spear to block, gritting his teeth in sheer desperation, wondering in his mind how anyone could unleash so many strikes in a single minute. The spear tip strikes his shoulder, releasing an icy mist as Ao Duanghang grimaces from the freezing burn, screaming out in absolute agony. Sprawled on the ground, his eyes turn red with fury and veins bulge on his face. Gritting his teeth, he roars in anger, swearing under his breath. He can't believe a Class 10 nobody actually injured him. Suddenly, a golden light erupts around his body as he grips his weapon tightly and shouts. Vowing to drag his opponent to hell, he surges forward at full speed, unleashing his earth-shattering strike with lethal force. Lam 2 counters instantly, thrusting his weapon forward with another torrential pear blossom strike, while his opponent desperately spins his spear to deflect the blow. With a strained face, he yells that the same trick won't work twice. Hearing this, Lam 2 simply grins with pure excitement. Looking at his rival, he narrows his eyes and smirks with spear in hand, promising to switch things up just for him. Instantly, he unleashes a massive flower-like thrust, roaring the name of his ultimate technique, the Frost Torrential Pear Blossom Strike. Witnessing this, Ao Duanghang is struck with terror as his trembling hand gets numb, gritting his teeth in pure disbelief. He wonders how his opponent possesses ice energy when he previously used fire. Soon, the biting cold begins eating into his flesh. It leaves him shivering violently until his knees buckle, his face contorting in pain as his foot goes completely numb and stiff. He panics internally over the sheer power of the frost, feeling his right leg completely freeze up after that last hit. On the other side, Lam 2 smirks, resting his spear on his shoulder as he tilts his head, asking how he likes the taste. Promising to show him the true harmony of ice and fire, he sweeps his spear, summoning the legendary 100 birds facing the phoenix. He leaps high into the air, leaving his opponent struggling below, gritting his teeth and glaring up at Lam 2 with absolute resentment. Realizing his frozen leg prevents him from dodging, he plants his spear into the ground, gripping it tightly while cursing his terrible luck. Forced to use his final defense, a fierce golden-red aura quickly erupts around him, forming a solid protective barrier to shield his body. Yet, the roaring, fiery phoenix and spear continue to charge forward relentlessly. Standing behind the attack, Lam 2 tilts his head, pointing at his opponent with a confident, mocking smirk. He scoffs, asking if a simple barrier could ever block his flames, promising to roast him like a chicken. As the dust settles, a severely battered Ao Duanghang is revealed. Grimacing, he glares up with pure hatred and screams that he will make the miserable Lam 2 pay for this humiliation. He vows to tear his rival to pieces, even as his own body steams from the heat while his feet remain completely frozen. Charging forward with his spear, he yells that this ultimate move was actually saved for Chak Kai Tin of the first class. But testing it on him first works just fine. With a mighty roar, Ao Duanghang hurls his spear directly toward his target. He shouts the name of his diamond fire slash, unleashing a massive pillar of flames. Watching this approach, Lam 2 is taken aback. Grimacing, Lam Tu grits his teeth, realizing in shock that this attack is actually an advanced esoteric martial art technique. He worries his regular counter skill won't be enough to redirect such a devastating blow, leaving him with only one choice. Deciding to go all out, he leaps into the air and begins spinning his spear with intense concentration. Blending ice and fire together, he aims his weapon directly at the incoming strike, eager to test his true limits. He wants to see how powerful this move is after absorbing both the level 8 ice core and the Red Lotus flame. He roars the name of his 9 heavens galaxy fall as the two powerful weapons collide, sending brilliant sparks flying everywhere. Opposing elements clash in a violent explosion of colors. The shockwave forces both fighters backward, causing them to cough up blood from the brutal impact. As Ao Duanghang collapses onto the ground, his worried classmates rush forward, calling out to their fallen leader. Covered in blood, the stubborn leader forces himself to sit up, gritting his teeth as he insists to his team that he is fine. While his allies watch with deep concern, he stares through the dust, begrudgingly admitting that his opponent possesses genuine strength. Looking over, he notices Lacan Guyet relentlessly attacking while Dien Tuchan is forced into a purely defensive position. Realizing that his ally is simply no match for her, he points toward the ongoing duel, calling out to his squad with absolute urgency. With a strained face, he roars for them to ignore him and focus on capturing the girl first. As we can see, those students charge at a startled Lacan Guyet, prompting Truong Dan and his group to finally draw their weapons. Grimacing with rage, he stepped forward to block their path, shouting that their attempt to use numbers to bully them wouldn't work, even as the hostile first-class students kept aggressively rushing forward. "Prepare to die, you trash from the 10th class of the Southern Academy!" Zhang Yin roared fiercely, charging right into the fray. "I will fight you to the bitter end." Meanwhile, Wu Yangheng gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Xiu as he took a fighting stance. He urged his opponent, insisting they ignore the others since their own battle was far from over. "I am going to destroy you." Even without weapons, a piece of trash like you stands absolutely no chance. With a facial expression strained to the absolute limit, Wu Yangheng unleashed his sandstone fist, leaping forward to strike down Lin Xiu. Watching him approach, Lin Xiu simply raised his eyes. He charged his fist with crackling electricity and let out a cold, mocking smirk. He shouted that he wasn't the only one with fist techniques, unleashing his silver lightning strike as their powerful blows finally collided. The earth shook as blinding sparks and lightning exploded in all directions, the air buzzing with intense static electricity. Wu Yangheng recoiled instantly, clutching his hand and screaming in sheer agony as his face twisted in pain and his eyes rolled back. The powerful electric shock sent him flying through the air with a painful cry, while Lin Xiu calmly swept past him like a shadow. Ultimately, Wu Yangheng lay defeated in the dust, while Lin Xiu stood proudly over him. Nearby, Dian Zhenzi watched in absolute shock. She froze as Luo Yue pressed a sharp blade against her neck, her eyes shrinking with terror as a cold shiver ran down her spine. With the cold steel resting against her throat, she stared fearfully at Luo Yue, whose expression remained completely icy and detached. "She surrenders! Luo Yue, please do not kill me! I yield!" Meanwhile, the surrounding students gathered around Wu Yangheng in total confusion. As his opponent lay motionless on the ground, Lin Xiu glanced at them with a mocking grin, declaring their defeat while Dian Zhenzi remained held at sword point by Luo Yue. Wu Yangheng finally regained consciousness. Helped to his feet, he sank onto one knee, bowing his head in bitter, painful resignation. "We admit defeat," he muttered, while two worried classmates quickly stepped in to support his battered body. Lin Xiu looked at them with a satisfied smile, pointing his finger to remind them of the rules of their wager. "Hand over all the beast crystals," he grinned widely, narrowing his eyes, though Wu Yangheng still glared back with stubborn defiance. Frowning at Lin Xiu, he protested angrily, stating they could only give them 1/3 of the crystals, causing Lin Xiu's eyes to narrow in response. With a darkening expression, Lin Xiu coldly replied that if that was the case, he would simply have to eliminate every single one of them. Bracing himself on the ground to fight once more, Wu Yangheng shouted that 1/3 was their absolute limit, even if they had to die fighting. "We will fight you to the absolute end." Dian Zhenzi and the other first-class students glared with grim determination, as Wu Yangheng added a chilling threat. "You and Luo Yue might survive, but what about your friends? If a real battle breaks out, they will definitely perish." After pondering under the blazing sun, Lin Xiu reluctantly leaned on his spear and gestured toward them with a wave of his hand. "Fine, 1/3 it is," he agreed. The opposing group stared back tensely as Lin Xiu kept his eyes locked onto them. He carefully calculated the risks, knowing that these opponents were powerful enough to cost his allies their lives. If they fought to the death, Zhang Yan and the others would surely perish. Once agreed, Dian Zhenzi threw a heavy backpack toward him. Grimacing, She shouted that this was their one-third share and demanded to know if they were finally allowed to leave. Qin Feng silently caught the bag, keeping a serious watch, while Lin Xiu gave them a firm nod of approval to depart. Go, he said. As the wounded group was helped away, Lin Xiu remained completely silent, watching their retreating figures fade into the distance. Once they were safely out of sight, he collapsed onto one knee, using his spear for support as he coughed up dark blood. He admitted to himself that Yangheng was remarkably strong, truly worthy of being a peak level 5 martial artist. Seeing his state, Zhang Yin rushed over in a panic, asking with deep concern if his leader was all right. But Lin Xiu just stood up, wiping his face while holding his spear, as Lei Lei called out to him with frantic worry. Class monitor, you. Hearing their frantic questions, he simply reassured them. It is nothing, just a minor scratch. Taking a sip of water, Lin Xiu took the lead once more. Let us move. We are running out of time, he urged, as the rest of the team followed him back. The Academy's warship speakers announced that the Northern Academy's first class had gathered 208 level 5 and 50 level 6 crystals, bringing their total score to 258 points. Inside, Dian Genzi gestured for others to assist. She instructed them to take their leader to the medical bay while she handled the remaining business with the appraiser. Just then, Cultivation entered carrying 3 heavy sacks of spoils, offering a mocking smirk to Dian Genzi as he saw their condition. Even Yangheng was beaten this badly? It seems you encountered a truly formidable foe, he jeered, prompting her to look up in surprise. Dropping 3 bags before the appraiser with a smug grin, he proudly boasted that their score of 258 was barely anything. With their dismal performance made public, Dian Genzi shot him a wary look, while the school appraiser shook with sudden shock. Looking at the 3 bags on the table, the speaker suddenly blared that South Academy Class 1 had collected 222 level 5 cores. Along with 52 level 6 cores, their total reached 280 points as the appraiser sorted them across the desk. Holding one bright red crystal, the smug Zhuo Kaixing puffed out his chest, confidently crossing his arms as he looked down at Dian Genzi. He mocked her anger, declaring that he was terribly sorry, but first place in the freshman trials belonged entirely to their Class 1. His sneering eyes made Dian Genzi clench her fists in fury, wishing she could throw a crushing punch. She wanted to crush him, screaming inwardly that if they had not given a third of their cores to Lin Xiu, first place would easily be theirs. Dian Genzi then cast a dark glance toward Lin Xiu and his team as they walked in. She then turned to him with a mocking, delighted smirk, placing her hands on her hips to give Zhuo Kaixing a sharp warning, telling him not to celebrate too early because victory was not guaranteed. She watched as Zhuo Kaixing crossed his arms, his face darkening. While Lin Xiu walked in with complete and effortless calm, Zhuo Kaixing narrowed his eyes in a sneer, asking Dian Genzi if she truly believed those weaklings could win. He mocked that the useless Class 10 could never gather more cores than his elite team, though he silently remembered they had stolen that valuable level 8 core. With that prize, they would certainly win. But he doubted anyone would be foolish enough to make such a reckless move. No one would just donate such a rare core to the Academy. But right then, Lin Xiu stepped up and emptied his massive bags onto the table. The sheer volume left the appraiser and Zhuo Kaixing staring in complete shock, their eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Lin Xiu simply smirked, continuing to pour the glittering crystals as the appraiser stared at the scanning device in horror, causing the crowd to erupt in screams. People questioned how the weakest Class 10 from the South Academy could possibly gather such an unbelievable mountain of treasure. As the glowing crystals piled high, the whispers grew into a roar, with everyone realizing this pile looked even larger than the elite team's harvest. Suddenly, the main leaderboard flashed, announcing that Class 1 from the South Academy held first place with 280 points, but Class 10 also scored 280 points, tying for first, while North Academy Class 1 took second with 258. The speaker announced that Class 10 had collected 205 level 5 cores and 5 level 6 cores, totaling 280 points. Hearing this, a completely horrified Zhuo Kaixing lost his cool, shouting in utter disbelief while narrowing his eyes at the screen. He cried that 280 points was impossible for weaklings like them, claiming they must have found those cores by luck and demanded the score be thrown out. Dian Genzi placed her hands on her hips, casually mocking his outburst with a smug smile. She dared him to go find some himself, prompting a frustrated Zhuo Kaixing to quickly march over to the teacher in charge. He demanded to know how the rewards would be divided during a tie, while screaming with immense rage deep inside. He cursed them in his mind, furious that this worthless class of trash had ruined his guaranteed claim to the incredible grand prize. The teacher turned to look at the furious boy with calm reserve, eventually resting his chin in his hand as he fell into deep thought. He explained that a tie had not occurred in many years, meaning he had to consult the academy dean, causing Zhuo Kaixing's face to darken with absolute fury. He glared at Lin Xiu, realizing with absolute horror that they had managed to tie his score without even presenting their level 8 core. While he stood there seething, the students of Class 10 erupted into joyful celebration all around him, completely thrilled with their victory. Zhuo Kaixing glared at Lin Xiu with absolute hatred, grinding his teeth while wondering where their level 8 core was hidden, swearing to himself that he would reclaim what was rightfully his. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu simply rubbed his temples with a weary sigh, feeling rather annoyed that they had still managed to take first place despite trying to hold back. He regretted absorbing so many cores during the journey back, as the scene shifted to a lush green field beneath the Academy airship. A short week had passed, and of the more than 100 freshmen who entered the dangerous G-17 wasteland, only about 60 survivors remained. With a tragic 40% casualty rate, Lin Xiu and the rest of Class 10 stepped off the airship with proud, triumphant smiles on their faces. Back at the academy, teacher Nam Chin-hui pointed toward them with a warm, incredibly joyful smile, absolutely thrilled to see them return safely alongside their cheering classmates. They cheered that the class president and the team had made it back safely, relieving all of their deep worries, as another student bragged about their leader's incredible capabilities. Knowing they would succeed, Nam Chin-hui stepped forward to welcome them with a warm smile, acknowledging how incredibly dangerous Wasteland G-17 truly was. He noted that hunting level 5 beasts was a brutal task, and their safety was far more important than any grade. Simply returning alive was enough, though he proudly added that Class 10 had performed exceptionally well during their dangerous trials in the Emerald Forest. With a solid 16th place finish, every single student in the class would be rewarded with 10,000 merit points. Seeing his grand excitement, Lin Xiu and his companions simply shared a quiet, knowing smile without saying a single word in return. Lin Xiu then pouted with a playful frown, questioning the teacher on why he had such little faith in their actual capabilities. He complained that the teacher had not even bothered to ask about their actual final score, while Zhang Yan watched on with equal amusement. Hearing this, a surprised Nam Chin-hui grew deeply curious, looking at Lin Xiu before clenching his fists in sudden, joyful anticipation. With a wide grin, Instructor Hu asks Lin Tu what rank they got, guessing maybe the teens. Proudly, Lin Tu closes his eyes. With a smug smile, he denies it, telling the instructor to take a wilder guess. Hearing this, Hui gets even more excited. His cheeks flush as he squints and snorts in pure excitement, shouting out, "Surely you did not make the top 10. Seeing him guess wrong, Lin Tu confidently points his finger up with hands in his pockets, confirming they took first place with 280 points. This bold declaration hits the class like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone completely speechless with their mouths wide open, especially Instructor Hui. He stammers, asking if they really got first place. Suddenly, his eyes light up, and he hugs Lin Tu, shouting in pure joy, "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. First place." He then adds that this achievement will surely go down in the history of Sanctuary Academy. The whole class erupts into a noisy celebration. Lin Tu feels a bit awkward, smiling as he lets himself be pulled into the hug. Then he scratches his cheek, looking away with a touch of disappointment, adding that they unfortunately tied for first with Class 1. That damn South Academy got the same score. Ignoring the complaint, Instructor Hu puts his arm around his shoulder with a massive grin. Squinting with joy, he raises his hand and laughs, saying a tie for first is still first place. Lin Tu leans back, looking at him in utter surprise. Later at the stadium, Director Bai Li stands on the podium to conclude the trial. For the Jade Forest expedition, first place goes to North Academy Class 1, awarding each member 50,000 points. They also receive a gold martial artist card. Second place, South Academy Class 1, wins 40,000 points and a gold card. Ranking down to number 16, South Academy Class 10 gets 10,000 points each. Hearing this, the crowd below is shocked. They whisper in disbelief, surprised that South Academy Class 10 is not last. Aren't they supposed to be the worst? Rumor has it their trial score in the dangerous Wasteland G-17 was actually outstanding. Up on the stage, Bai Li holds up the results board and speaks with a warm, gentle smile. Next, I will announce the results for Wasteland G-17. He then comments that this year's freshman tournament is proving to be quite fascinating. It seems we have many brilliant talents. First place is a tie between South Academy Class 1 and South Academy Class 10. Hearing this, the students of Class 10 raise their hands in wild celebration, chanting victory for their class and their amazing class leader. This unbelievable result sets off a massive wave of rumors. How could Class 10 possibly take first place after only ranking 16th earlier? Surviving the Jade Forest was one thing, but coming out on top in the deadly Wasteland G-17 is simply mind-blowing. Others quickly question how they got 280 points, wondering since when level 5 evolved, beasts became so easy to defeat. Stuck in a tough spot, Bai Li turns to the academy dean with the results board in hand, seeking advice on what to do. They only prepared one grand prize for first place, and now with a tie, figuring out how to split it is a massive headache. While the dean frowns in deep thought, a student named Jia Kaiting steps forward from the crowd to make a bold demand. He formally requests a duel with Lin Xiu of Class 10 to settle this. As his classmates rally behind him with serious faces, Jia Kaiting loudly declares his terms. Only the winner deserves to be called the true champion. Hearing this, the students from South Academy Class 1 join in. They cheer loudly in agreement, demanding a duel to ensure no dirty tricks were played to secure that top spot. They claim Class 10's score is far too unrealistic, loudly chanting in support of their class leader. While everyone cheers for a duel, Jia Kaiting casts a confident smirk toward Lin Tu. Seeing how excited they are, Lin Tu calmly addresses them to accept. He asks if they think he is afraid to fight. On his side, Class 10 erupts, cheering for their leader to teach him a lesson. They shout that Class 1 has gone too far, urging him to humble them while promising their full support. Watching the two rivals face off from the podium, Bai Li realizes a duel between Class 1 and Class 10 is something completely unprecedented. In fact, it is the first time such a thing has happened since the academy was founded. He peers down at the teachers. He asks the instructors of both classes for their thoughts. Immediately, the Class 1 instructor crosses his arms. With closed eyes, he calmly says he has no objections. Meanwhile, Instructor Hui stands beside him in silence. Then the Class 1 instructor opens his eyes and taunts Instructor Hui, asking if he is afraid of losing. He arrogantly adds that he will tell his student to hold back. Hearing the provocation, Instructor Hui simply smiles with closed eyes, stating that if Lin Tu is fine with it, he has no reason to object. Pleased with himself, the Class 1 teacher grins smugly. Suddenly, Instructor Hui points toward Jia Kaiting on the stage. With a confident, head-tilting smile, he declares that he will instead order Lin Tu to go completely all out and crush the so-called geniuses of Class 1 under his feet. With both instructors finally in agreement, Bai Li quickly steps in to seal the deal, declaring there is no better time than now to settle this on stage. He tells them the true champion will be decided by raw skill. Instantly, Jia Kaiting draws his weapon. With a smug grin, he challenges Lin Tu to step up. Lin Tu merely offers a playful smile and turns to ask Luo Yue. "Do you think I can beat him, little Yue?" Lin Xiu asks. She calmly closes her eyes, reminding him that since he already consumed a level 8 crystal, he must win. Otherwise, you might as well pack your bags and head home. Nursing his bruised ego from her blunt words, Lin Xiu shoulder straps his spear and steps onto the stage. His face falls into a grumpy pout, muttering about her stubborn pride. Meanwhile, down in the arena, the crowd erupts into a roaring chorus of cheers. "Go get him, class president! Show him what you have got, Lin Xiu!" The fans are screaming, urging him to humble his arrogant opponent. Watching with crossed arms, Dian Zhenzi chuckles, calling Lin Xiu a fool who does not know his limits for challenging Cha Kai-sheng. Beside him, Wu Yangheng, his arm still in a cast, grimaces. With a solemn expression, Wu Yangheng warns that the outcome of this clash is still far from decided. Moments later, the two rivals face each other on the battlefield. Cha Kai-sheng glares with pure resentment. "You stole my level 8 crystal and set me up. Lin Xiu," he spits. "Today, I will teach you a lesson in front of the whole school." Lin Xiu simply ambles forward with his spear. Scratching his ear with complete nonchalance, he leans on his weapon and casually fires back. "So many people were fighting for it back then. How exactly did it become yours?" he asks. "But tell me, my friend, even if it truly belonged to you." Lin Xiu cuts him off, casting a provocative glance with a sharp, mocking grin. "If I lay my eyes on something, it is mine. How could I possibly let it go?" Furious, Cha Kai-sheng draws his sword and charges forward, screaming, "Die, you arrogant fool!" Lin Xiu remains cool and collected, but as Cha Kai-sheng locks blades with his spear, the noble grits his teeth in utter disdain. "You are just a commoner who barely reached level 5. Your power is pathetic," he sneers. "If you think you can defeat me, you are dreaming." Holding his ground firmly, Lin Xiu silently absorbs the heavy pressure. Without a single word, he swiftly leaps backward to gain some distance. With a sweeping arc, he unleashes the majestic 100 birds facing the phoenix technique. Blazing flames erupt around him, coalescing into a brilliant firebird that roars toward his foe. Forced onto the defensive, Cha Kai-sheng blocks the oncoming heat. Shocked and stammering, he wonders how this fire could possibly be so scorching. Snapping back to his senses, Cha Kai-sheng frowns in utter bewilderment. He vividly recalls Lin Xiu using this very same technique back in the tower. Yet back then, the temperature was nowhere near this intense. Leaping out from the blazing fire, he looks deeply perplexed. With residual flames still clinging to him, His clothes and hair begin to singe. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the danger. If I take a direct hit from this heat, I will be severely burned. He panics, his face twisting in sudden alarm. Emerged with frizzy, singed hair and smoking clothes, he stares in disbelief. Seeing him in such a pathetic state, Lin Xiu smirks and asks, "So, how does it feel to be roasted?" His face darkening with pure rage, Cha Kai-shing furiously raises his sword. "You dare mock me? Go to hell," he screams. He unleashes the lightning-fast swift light mantra strike. Startled by the sheer speed, Lin Xiu quickly realizes he cannot hope to dodge this incoming blow. "I have to block it," he decides, quickly spinning his spear in a defensive arc, while Cha Kai-shing closes the distance with terrifying velocity. Upon impact, a sharp explosion rings out. The shockwave forces both fighters backward, landing heavily amidst a thick cloud of dust. Recovering quickly, Cha Kai-shing looks up in utter shock. "What kind of martial skill was that?" he demands. To think a simple technique could deflect his sacred strike. Guarding his front, his eyes narrow, yet he quickly regains his smug confidence as he glides forward. He sneers with narrowed eyes, convinced it was pure luck. "You only managed to block my rhythm by chance," he thinks. "Once I use my movement technique, you will be completely helpless." Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Elder Bai Li evaluates both young fighters. Flipping through their profiles, he notes that Cha Kai-shing was born into a highly prestigious, noble family. With endless resources at his disposal, it makes perfect sense that he grew into such an outstanding prodigy. Yet, Lin Xiu's background is incredibly modest. Back at the Starry Academy, he was nothing more than an average student. Squinting at the arena, the elder wonders how such an ordinary boy could rise to a level 5 warrior so rapidly. To achieve this in less than a year seems impossible. He certainly did not use any forbidden drugs either, nor did he practice any taboo arts. Lin Xiu genuinely relied on his own sheer talent to advance. Bai Li watches him closely. Seeing the boy dodge with such focus, he muses that if this is true, his talent is far from ordinary. Indeed, he is a rare, once-in-a-generation genius who simply required a special spark to fully awaken his vast hidden potential. Suddenly, a chilling realization strikes the old man. Looking at the boy's spear, a wave of shock washes over him. His eyes widen as he visualizes that legendary spear. Could that weapon be the dark glow? He wonders in utter disbelief. What connection does this boy have with Bai Li Haoling? Why would they bestow the dark glow upon him? Meanwhile, Lin Xiu points his spear. He unleashes the torrential pear blossom spear strike, sending a storm of frost toward his opponent, who leaps back. Easily dodging the incoming frost, Cha Kai-shing mocks him. "Your spear is far too slow," he yells, raising his blade. "You cannot even touch me," he boasts, glaring with a mocking smirk. Instantly, his sword begins to radiate a brilliant light. He activates the swift light mantra. Lin Xiu pulls his spear back, frowning as he tries to fathom what incredible movement technique makes his opponent so blistering fast. Realizing he cannot land a single strike at this rate, he makes a firm decision. He must find a way to slow his enemy down. No sooner thought than done. Ice instantly coats Lin Tu's hands as he unleashes his devastating frostbone blizzard pear blossom spear, forcing the charging Zhuo Kaixing to freeze in his tracks, utterly stunned by this sudden onslaught. Outside the ring, Bai Li watches in utter shock, his jaw dropping as his eyes widen. He shouts out in disbelief, "That boy can actually wield raw origin energy too?" An ice-type genius right there in the arena, the very prodigy he had envisioned. Zhuo Kaixing recoils in pure panic. Feeling the biting cold freeze his feet to the ground, he screams, "This is ice attribute!" Sweating profusely, he struggles to land, his hand gripping his sword tightly. Terrified, he looks up and screams at Lin Tu. "Your martial arts. Weren't you supposed to have a fire attribute?" With Zhuo Kaixing's feet frozen solid, Lin Tu narrows his eyes in focus. With a swift movement, he sweeps his spear, unleashing a wave of roaring flames. He shouts the name of his technique, "100 birds paying homage to the phoenix." Spinning his spear, he summons a magnificent fiery phoenix. The blazing beast surges toward Zhuo Kaixing. Though he quickly leaps into the air to avoid a direct hit, the searing heat still burns him. Curling his body behind his sword for protection, he barely escapes the fiery bird. Ultimately, the blast blows Zhuo Kaixing back, forcing him to skid across the ground. Shaking with absolute fury, his face darkens as he glares at Lin Tu, gritting his teeth to spit out each word. "The ice attribute. Could you have, actually?" But before he can even finish, Lin Tu interrupts with a smirk. Wiping his upper lip, he raises an eyebrow and scoffs. "You guessed right. Your level 8 star core? Yes, I absorbed it." Hearing this, Zhuo Kaixing's face turns dark as night, his teeth grinding in pure, boiling rage. "A useless piece of trash like you actually dared to absorb a level 8 star core?" Unforgivable. Veins bulge on his face as he enters a state of absolute fury, screaming, "You wasteful bastard! I will kill you!" With bloodshot eyes, he grips his sword and activates an origin-boosting art. Lin Tu's eyes widen in alarm as he mutters, how is his power suddenly surging like this? Could he have mastered some sort of rage-boosting technique too? Before his eyes, Zhuo Kaixing's body glows with a pulsing, deep purple energy. Suddenly, Lin Tu realizes the truth. Grimacing in shock, his mind races. This is the hidden origin technique. He envisions a practitioner of this art, their body turning purple as they store immense power. They suppress a vast amount of origin power within, releasing it in battle for an explosive boost far beyond their normal limits. The more origin energy one suppresses, the more devastating the final explosion of power will be when it's unleashed. Across from him, Zhuo Kaixing stands with steam rising from his fists. Glaring with one eye open, his entire body is enveloped in a thick, menacing purple aura. Lin Tu exclaims, realizing the truth. This method of training is brutal. A normal cultivator wouldn't survive the strain. To think Zhuo Kaixing actually mastered such a torturous art. Fully prepared, a crazed Zhuo Kaixing charges forward, veins bulging on his face as he screeches, "Lin Tu, you are dead." He unleashes his Soul Slayer slash. This duel had been a dead heat, but the hidden origin technique tilts the scales dramatically in his favor. With his power dramatically boosted, Zhuo Kaixing pours every ounce of his remaining strength directly into his blade. He delivers a devastating horizontal slash, sending Lin Tu flying through the air as blood splatters across the arena floor. Lin Tu collapses instantly, motionless. Watching him fall, the spectators are gripped by absolute dread. Panic erupts as they shout, "Class monitor, Brother Lin Tu, is he dead?" Meanwhile, Luo Yue quietly watches the scene unfold. Annoyed by the hysterical shouting, she scowls and snaps, "Quiet down and look closer, he's not dead yet." Over in the North Academy section, the elite students of Class 1 watch with raised eyebrows. Dian Zizhen asks, bewildered, "Is he really finished just like that?" Young Hung snorts in annoyance. As if, can't you feel his presence? He is still very much in there. He's a tough nut to crack. Believing he has finally put Lin Tu down, Zhuo Kaixing lets out a long sigh of relief. As his immense pressure begins to fade, a thick shroud of white smoke suddenly rises from the ground. The dense mist completely blinds Zhuo Kaixing, forcing him onto high alert. He braces for an attack, waiting for the air to clear. But when the smoke disperses, Lin Tu is nowhere to be found. He's gone. He panics. It was an illusion. Appearing right behind him, Lin Tu smiles inwardly, grateful for his mirror decoy technique. He leaps high, channeling his remaining energy into his spear. He strikes with his blizzard pear blossom spear. The attack is so blistering and precise that Zhuo Kaixing cannot hope to block it. Pale with fear, he frantically swings his sword to parry, but Lin Tu's spear drives straight through his left shoulder first. Zhuo Kaixing grimaces in agony, cold sweat pooling on his forehead as the stunned audience watches in breathless suspense. A wave of excited whispers ripples through the crowd. He actually pierced Zhuo Kaixing's shoulder. Lin Tu might win this after all. Who would have thought a supposed underdog from Class 10 could bring down Class 1's legendary Golden Boy? Don't count him out just yet, a shoulder wound won't end this. Down below, Zhuo Kaixing suddenly reaches out and tightly grabs hold of Lin Tu's spear. Suddenly, a sinister stream of dark poison erupts from his hand, quickly spreading along the shaft of the spear. Catching Lin Tu completely off guard, Zhuo Kaixing lets out a wicked, mocking laugh. "Ha! Did you really think you had won?" Watching the venom creep up to his hands, Lin Tu gasps in horror. "Poison? You dared to use poison?" Tightening his grip, Zhuo Kaixing releases even more toxin, a cruel, triumphant smirk spreading across his face. With the lethal poison quickly spreading through his body, Lin Tu loses all remaining strength and collapses to the ground, completely at his opponent's mercy. The spear was still impaled in Zhuo Xinkai's shoulder. Seeing that Lin Tu had fallen, he drove his sword deep into the ground and, using all his remaining strength, wrenched the heavy spear from his own flesh. Gritting his teeth, he gave a violent pull. Finally, the massive spear came loose, followed by a sudden spray of dark crimson blood. Having finally freed himself, Zhuo Xinkai tossed the spear aside with a smug smile. "Since you are weaponless, I will not play easy on you," he sneered. "Now, I shall crush every bone in your body." With that, he unleashed his ultimate style, the Black Dragon Annihilation Fist. The devastating punch materialized into a fierce black dragon, charging straight toward the defenseless Lin Tu. Weakened by the venom, Lin Tu could only lie there and take the brutal blows. He endured nearly 10 lethal strikes, cursing his helpless state. Although the poison within his veins was not instantly fatal, it sapped his vitality, leaving him too exhausted to dodge. Like a fish on a chopping block, Lin Tu coughed up blood, desperately holding on to life. Seeing this, Zhuo Xingkai knew the end was near. He hoisted the young man high into the air, preparing for the final blow. "This single punch will end you," he roared. Black Dragon Annihilation. The devastating downward punch summoned a massive black dragon, spiraling like a violent whirlwind directly into Lin Tu. The surrounding ground buckled and shattered under the intense pressure. Watching the dust and debris rise, the students of Class 15 gasped in absolute horror. Was this truly the end? They wondered what kind of martial art could possess such terrifying power. Everyone knew his sword skills were deadly, but his hand-to-hand combat was just as formidable. Looking down from above at the smoking ruins, Zhuo Xingkai declared with supreme confidence that his strike had connected. "If he isn't dead, he is severely wounded," he sneered. "He will be bedridden for 6 months." Meanwhile, Lin Tu lay gasping for air. In that dark moment, Lin Tu remembered the unwavering faith his classmates had placed in him. He refused to let them down. He knew he could not lose. He carried the pride of the entire 10th grade class. If he failed, they would be ridiculed as worthless underdogs once more. Summoning his resolve, Lin Tu decided to risk everything. "System," he thought, "unlock my level 2 genetic potential." Immediately, the interface appeared. A warning flashed on the screen, asking if he wished to proceed. He knew that forcing a breakthrough carried a terrible, lethal risk. "Even if it might kill me, this is my only choice," he resolved. With a desperate cry, he confirmed the command. "Unlock." Instantly, an overwhelming and agonizing force surged through him. His muscles and veins bulged violently beneath his skin, yet he gritted his teeth, determined to survive the pain. Writhed in agony, he realized why the system warned of mortality. This intense, burning torment was indeed enough to tear a fragile human body apart from the inside. Hearing his opponent's agonizing screams, Zhuo Xingkai grew deeply confused. What is wrong with him? He wondered. My poison was never meant to inflict this kind of suffering. On the sidelines, the worried homeroom teacher of Class 10 stood up and pleaded with the academy dean, asking if they should intervene immediately. However, Principal Bailey quietly observed the arena and raised a hand, saying, "No, wait, he will be fine." The old master realized that this agonizing pain was actually the youth shattering some deep physical limit. He wondered what mysterious cultivation art the boy was practicing. It explained why the young lady had gifted him that precious spear. Soon, as Lin Tu's inner struggle settled, a bright notification finally appeared. A chime sounded, congratulating him on successfully unlocking his level 2 genetic potential. Instantly, a warm, immense torrent of energy began to circulate through his body. As his wounds knit together, Lin Tu felt completely revitalized. Filled with this newfound strength, he walked back to his opponent with a calm smile. "You enjoyed hitting me earlier, did you not?" he asked calmly. "Now it is my turn to show you my strength." At full power, Lin Tu lunged forward at blinding speed to launch his counterattack, unleashing his devastating silver lightning burst fist. Outraged, Zhuo Xingkai spat, "Stop your cheap tricks." He countered immediately with his Black Dragon Annihilation fist, and the two massive forces collided with an earth-shattering impact. They seemed evenly matched, trading 100 rapid blows at a speed that left the spectators utterly breathless. Each clash triggered spectacular explosions, but Zhuo Xingkai soon lost his footing and was sent flying backward by a decisive strike. He crashed heavily, shattering the stone floor amid a cloud of rising dust. He stared up in pure disbelief and fear. "This is impossible. How can this be?" Stubbornly struggling to his feet, he screamed, "I will never lose to you. Come on, keep fighting. It is not over yet." Lin Tu closed the distance quickly, replying, "You are right, it isn't. Not until I teach you a proper lesson." Leaping high, Lin Tu delivered a powerful sacred gale kick right to his head. Before his opponent could recover, Lin Tu pinned him down with a blazing claw maneuver, locking his arms completely. Holding him fast, he delivered a rapid barrage of roaring tiger fists straight to the midsection, setting up the final strike. He finished the bout with one final silver lightning burst fist, sending raw electrical currents tearing through Zhuo Xinkai's defenses. The force threw him backward, scattering dust and stone everywhere. Standing tall, Lin Tu softly declared his hard-fought victory. The audience remained completely stunned by the sudden, spectacular turn of events before erupting into a wave of pure joy. He won! Lin Tu actually won! They cheered, dancing and shouting. Class 10 of the Southern Academy is number 1. Their homeroom teacher beamed with immense pride, praising his student. "You have become the top freshman of this academy. Lin Tu, we are so honored." Principal Bailey also stepped down to congratulate him, saying, "A truly magnificent and remarkable battle, young man. He is indeed a brilliant young hero," standing proud alongside his classmate Zhuo Kaiting. Gritting his teeth in fury at the result, he rushes onto the stage and screams that he suspects Lin Xiu used banned substances. This match must not count, as he and the first-year students of the Southern Academy loudly protest the final results. Surely he used forbidden medicine, for how else could he defeat Zhuo Kaiting? Their anger boils over as they stand up, shouting and screaming. He was clearly on the verge of defeat, so how did he suddenly grow so strong? The class refuses to accept this and demands a test. They loudly demand a thorough investigation, but Lin Xiu simply crosses his arms and smiles in quiet amusement at their childish protests. To him, they are just unable to accept defeat, and he has nothing to hide. Meanwhile, Principal Bailey recalls the intense battle. Remembering how Zhuo Kaiting unleashed his own sudden strength, the principal asks if the boy was actually using forbidden drugs as well. The student leading the protest quickly argues that Zhuo Kaiting was only using a well-known martial arts technique. Everyone knew of that technique, but no one could see how Lin Xiu had managed to raise his own strength. He suspects that Lin Xiu did not use any skill at all, but rather relied on forbidden substances. Seeing the young student behave so insolently in his presence, Principal Bailey unleashes his immense level 9 aura, instantly silencing the boy. Martial arts are vast and profound, filled with mysteries beyond what a simple student can see. Not recognizing it only proves that your own knowledge is lacking. His level 9 power rises around them like a mighty beast. It feels as though this mighty force could crush him at any moment, forcing him to retreat in absolute silence past the 10th class area. The students there immediately begin to mock him, leaving him completely humiliated despite being from the proud first class of the Southern Academy. How could they have such poor character? A loss is a loss, plain and simple. They tell him to stop being jealous and go home to cry. His face darkens with pure rage. But unable to do anything, he turns to his classmates and orders them to quiet down. He tells them to stop arguing and take Zhuo Kaiting to the infirmary. Then, Principal Bailey announces the results of the Wasteland trial. Southern Academy Class 10 takes first place in Wasteland G17, rewarding each student 50,000 points. Furthermore, the 7 students who participated in the Wasteland G17 trial will receive a gold martial arts card, causing Class 10 to erupt in pure joy. Their teacher beams with immense pride as the students celebrate their 50,000 points and the prestigious gold martial arts cards. They are rich beyond belief. While the first-class students can only watch on in silent, bitter envy, their hateful glares alone could have cut the Class 10 students into 1,000 pieces. Soon, the victors arrive at the Grand Pavilion, a magnificent hall housing countless sacred martial arts cards. Having earned their hard-won victory, Lin Xiu and his companions enter the hall, each allowed to choose any gold card they desire. They marvel at the sheer wealth of the academy, gazing at the endless rows of precious cards neatly organized before them. Seeing so many legendary diamond and gold cards, Labin begins to wonder why such valuable treasures are kept here. He asks if they are not afraid of thieves, but Lin Xiu reminds him to look at the powerful masters guarding the hall. No thief would dare challenge such formidable guardians, especially with the heavy security in place. The security outside is incredibly strict. Luo Yue grows impatient and urges them not to waste any more time. She reminds them that diamond cards are out of their reach, advising them to find a suitable gold card as they wander through the vast library. Lin Xiu suddenly spots a gold martial arts card covered in thick cobwebs and gazes at it with curiosity. Wondering how such a valuable treasure could be so neglected, he gently brushes away the dust to read the card. He wipes it clean to reveal its true name, discovering it is a spear technique called the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker. A powerful blue dragon glows on the card, and Luo Yue suddenly appears from behind, giving Lin Xiu a bit of a startle. She steps forward to explain that this card is highly unusual in the history of their prestigious academy. Only 20 students have ever chosen this technique, and not a single one succeeded, leaving Lin Xiu to wonder if it is truly that difficult. Standing quietly behind him, she carefully pulls another card from the deep shelves and explains that to master the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker, one must train it alongside this second technique to truly unleash its magnificent, world-shaking power. Lin Xiu looks closely at the card she holds out, astonished to read the words Overlord Spear Technique. Suddenly, an elder martial artist approaches from the shadows, praising the young girl for her deep and impressive knowledge of these ancient techniques. He explains that many students have tried to study this technique over the years, yet they could not even read the inscription on the card. Lin Xiu is deeply intrigued by this claim, but the elder seriously explains that if he can actually decipher the card's writing, he will unlock its secrets. Combining the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker with the Overlord Spear technique will indeed allow him to wield an absolute, unmatched power. However, the elder regretfully reminds him that he may only choose one card today, leaving Lin Xiu deep in thought. In the beginning, when he chose the Violent Fist, people said he could never master it, but you and I know he did it anyway. Just because others fail does not mean he will. He is a total wild card. After a moment of deep thought, Lam 2 makes his decision. He confidently picks up the card and says that he has made up his mind to choose this Heavenly Dragon City Breaker card. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Lam 2 returns to his rented house with Locke and Gwayet. Entering his room, he eagerly looks at the card in his hand. Time to try it out. Maybe success is possible. Suddenly, the door flies open, and a brilliant gold martial arts card is tossed inside. It hits Lam 2 right on the head with a thud. Picking it up, he discovers it is the legendary Overlord Spear technique. Surprised, Lam 2 turns to Lak and Gayet, asking what this is. She calmly tells him it is for him, leaving him to ask about her own choice. The skill cards in there are worthless. She did not fancy a single one. Lam 2 is left speechless by her overbearing attitude, wondering what kind of powerful background she actually has. Imagine looking down on the sacred skills of the Holy Sanctuary Academy. Seeing her casual confidence, Lam 2 happily decides to accept the gift. Holding the card happily, he thanks her, but as she turns to leave, she does not miss the chance to throw some classic sarcasm his way. She tells him not to get any ideas because if he is too weak, it simply makes her look bad. Seeing her cold exterior, Lam 2 sighs. Would this cold outside, warm inside girl die if she did not tease him? Once she leaves, Lam 2 focuses on his training, choosing her card first. He decides to learn this one first. Quickly placing the card on his forehead, he sinks into the mental training illusion. Inside the illusion, Lam 2 begins mastering the newly acquired gold tier Overlord Spear technique. Within a short span of time, he makes incredible progress. Once finished, he is utterly amazed by its absolute power. This spear art is incredibly domineering compared to the standard forms he learned in the past. While older moves balanced attack and defense, this style uses pure offense as its shield, completely abandoning any defensive forms for absolute attack power. It is nothing but relentless, overwhelming offense. He grabs his long spear, executing the devastating new patterns over and over until they are perfect. Practicing until fluid, he realizes this is a brutal kill or be killed martial art. Having fully mastered the Overlord Spear, he turns his gaze to the other card on the table, recalling what Lak and Gwayet told him earlier. She said this technique could merge with the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker. Now that he has mastered the first, it is time to test the second. He wants to see if it is as legendary as the Elder claimed. Slapping the card onto his forehead, he commands the skill to activate and freezes. Standing with his hand pressed to his forehead, a full minute passes. He sighs in disappointment. Absolutely nothing is happening. 10 minutes later, completely out of patience, he curses in frustration. He scratches his head, staring intensely at the completely silent card. With no reaction at all, he wonders if he is doing it wrong. He decides to do a handstand, placing the card on his forehead again. He wonders if this is the secret, yet nothing happens. He tries another bizarre pose, doing splits and bending his body in every direction. Finally, he resorts to kneeling and bowing to the card, hoping this ultimate display of respect and devotion will somehow activate the stubborn item. Despite all his desperate efforts, the card remains completely dead. Furious, Lam 2 slams it onto the table, his eyes burning with rage. He yells that this is a total scam. After risking his life to win first place, they rewarded him with a useless piece of junk. As if mocking his anger, the card on the table seems to say that he was the one who chose it. Suddenly, his system chimes. It has detected a mysterious energy source and asks if he wants to absorb it. Just as he is about to give up, you and I see the system interface pop up, revealing that this card contains hidden energy. Pressing the card to his forehead, he commands the system to absorb. Instantly, the devouring skill is activated and the process begins. As the absorption climbs from 1 to 10 and 45%, Lam 2 is pulled into a vivid illusion, standing on a chaotic battlefield. Thick smoke rises, and bodies litter the ground. Lam 2 gasps in shock as he looks around. A mighty general charges forward on a warhorse, wielding a devastatingly powerful spear to tear through the enemy lines. With a thunderous roar, the general shouts to break the gates. Together with his horse, they smash through the enemy lines, sending them running in sheer terror. Suddenly, Lam 2 snaps out of the vision, drenched in sweat. He breathes a heavy sigh of relief, stunned by how realistic that illusion was. Looking down, he notices the skill card has turned completely gray, proving he has successfully absorbed all of the hidden technique information inside. Feeling energized, he grabs his spear with excitement. This card possesses a mysterious power that conventional martial arts could never hope to replicate. Not even a diamond tier card could do that. That vivid vision contained the true essence of the technique. He gathers his strength to execute the move. Swirling energy begins to take the shape of a mighty dragon. But the raw power is so overwhelming that the sudden backlash violently knocks him backward. His long spear clatters to the ground as he coughs up blood from internal injuries. He struggles to withstand the raging storm of wild energy. The recoil of this skill is insane. The Crimson Dragon has not even fully formed, yet he already feels like his body is breaking apart. As he struggles to keep going, the sudden ring of the doorbell echoes through the room. Confused, he stops his training to wonder who it is. It was late at night when a knock came. Lam 2 looked completely battered, his clothes in disarray and a trace of blood on his lip. Opening the door, he asked who it was. Ma Bao Hoke stood there with folded arms and a serious expression, asking if he was Lam 2. Before Lam 2 could even answer, Ma Bao Hoke noticed the cuts on his face and asked with sudden concern if he was injured. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, asking if it was domestic abuse. He mentioned hearing that although the lady was beautiful, her temper was legendary. She would strike at any wrong word. Lam 2 could only stare in confusion as this visitor let his wild imagination run completely free. He kept going, assuming that living with her meant constant beatings. Lam 2 stood there, feeling completely helpless as his expression darkened. He frowned deeply and snapped, asking what on earth this crazy guy was talking about. He wondered if this midnight visitor was actually some neighborhood mediator trying to settle a family dispute. After rambling on, the visitor finally introduced himself as Ma Bao Hoak, a sophomore student. He was ranked 25th in the challenge tower. Hearing that Lam 2 was the top freshman, he came to ask if he dared to enter. He wanted a one-on-one duel, but Lam 2 quickly shut him down, asking Ma Bao Hoke if he was crazy and why he would ever agree. Lam 2 joked that 25th sounded more like 250th. Ma Bao Hoak then proudly proclaimed his grand philosophy. He declared that as a martial artist and the top freshman of their class, he should never turn down a challenge, since only the weak fear battle. It was quite a dramatic speech. Lam 2 was not impressed. He waved his hand and turned back inside, telling him he could say whatever he pleased. He claimed he was just a weakling from class 15. In his mind, he knew this cheap reverse psychology would never work on him. Ma Bao Hoak was surprised to see his words fail, but he quickly flashed a sly grin and prepared another approach. He told him there was no way to refuse if he wanted a prize, revealing a rare diamond movement technique card straight from his pocket. He dangled it right in front of Lam 2. Though Lam 2 kept babbling about his high principles, his eyes were locked onto that shiny diamond card. Suddenly, Lam 2 declared that a true martial artist must always seek challenges, officially accepting the duel on the spot. He insisted this had absolutely nothing to do with the diamond card. Ma Bao Hoke was stunned by his sudden burst of intense energy. Ma Bao Hoke internally begged him to calm down. Thrilled that Lam 2 had finally agreed, he pocketed the card and smiled happily. He promised to wait for him next Monday at the challenge tower. As Lam 2 watched him walk away, Ma Bao Hoke suddenly paused and turned back with a final warning. He added that the challenge tower resets its rankings every single week, meaning his previous progress was no longer valid. He would have to fight from the very first floor tomorrow, or he would never even get close to matching his rank. With that, he strolled away, leaving a stunned Lam 2 to stand there reflecting on the unexpected rules. Lam 2 was surprised by this weekly reset system as he quietly headed back inside his home. Feeling exhausted, he decided that securing a rare diamond movement technique card was well worth the extra effort. On his journey home, Ma Bao Hoke met Ao Duong Hang waiting in the shadows, eager for an update. He asked if the target had accepted the challenge, and Ma Bao Hoak proudly revealed how easily the diamond card had baited him. He was practically drooling and agreed immediately. Angered by this, Ao Duong Hang begged his senior to show no mercy during the fight. Anyone who crossed him deserved to suffer. Meanwhile, back in his room, Lam 2 prepared for his next move. Checking his system interface, he noticed 5 remaining spins. Having recently acquired 2 gold technique cards, he felt incredibly lucky. With a diamond card practically handed to him, he decided to test his incredible luck once again and eagerly initiated the prize wheel spin. He cheered as the system chimed, congratulating him on successfully obtaining another valuable gold technique card. Thrilled by this incredible streak of good fortune, he decided to use another spin, this time landing on a staff combat technique card. Unfortunately, it was another useless weapon technique. With 4 spins left, he tried to stay positive. Even if he could not use it, he could still sell it for some quick cash. Eagerly, he ordered the system to keep spinning, leaving him with only 3 attempts remaining. Holding the newly acquired card, he sighed upon realizing it was yet another useless gold-tier technique. He pushed forward again with 2 spins left, but his frustration peaked when a silver card appeared instead. Gritting his teeth, he cursed that his luck was worsening, leaving him with a cheap silver grade card. Furious, he spun once more, winning 1 million alliance coins, leaving him with just one final attempt. He completely lost his temper, furiously cursing the system for offering nothing but useless trash. With only one final try left, he desperately prayed for a massive jackpot. Fortunately, his final attempt did not disappoint, as the system chimed to congratulate him on winning a mysterious gift box. Asked if he wanted to open it, he eagerly yelled to unlock the mysterious package immediately. As we begin our journey, the mysterious system suddenly chimes, congratulating its young master on receiving a special healing package. But holding the two bottles, Lamb 2 nearly coughs up blood from sheer frustration. Speechless and furious, he flails around on the floor, crying and shouting as he curses the heartless system for its complete lack of humanity. He rants that basic healing medicine is hardly a grand reward. How could this lousy system watch him suffer and give him mystery pills with absolutely no instructions, labels, or safety guarantees? After throwing quite a tantrum, Lamb 2 finally accepts his fate and opens the bottle. To his surprise, a remarkably pleasant aroma wafts out, catching him off guard. Deciding to test one since he is already injured, he casually pops the pill into his mouth, reasoning that the system probably would not actually kill its own master. Right after swallowing, the magic happens. A warm wave surges through him, instantly repairing his damaged internal organs and healing every single injury with astonishing speed. Lamb 2 feels a great surge of vitality, his physical strength even increasing slightly. Eager to test his limits, he decides to practice his signature technique once more. Ready to unleash the heavenly Dragon City Destroyer, he grips his trusted spear with excitement, marveling at the incredible sensation. The medicine is remarkably effective, quickly soothing the deep strains from his grueling training session earlier. Feeling completely refreshed and ready, he resumes his intense training. He begins channeling his inner energy to summon a majestic, swirling dragon of pure power. A fiery vortex swirls, but just as the dragon takes shape, the technique collapses. Unable to withstand the violent backlash, he violently coughs up a mouthful of blood. Sitting down to recover, he refuses to give up. With plenty of healing medicine left, he is determined to master this technique tonight. No matter what, he will master the heavenly Dragon City Destroyer tonight, taking a healing pill every time his body breaks down. He keeps pushing past his limits. Meanwhile, Lakangiet steps out of the bathroom and finds him still training relentlessly. "Heavenly Dragon City Destroyer," he yells, coughing up blood again. Drying her hair, she sighs at his stubbornness. She wonders if this fool is trying to wreck the house, but as his painful shouting echoes once more, she simply rolls her eyes and walks away. Deep down, she admires his sheer work ethic, but upon entering her bedroom, a sudden notification chimes on her computer, prompting her to check it immediately. The screen displays a photo of a familiar young woman walking with a stranger through a dense forest, accompanied by a cryptic message at the bottom. It says the person she is seeking has appeared in the dark forest. Staring intensely at the screen with a grim expression, she whispers that she has finally found her. The next morning, Lamb 2 wakes up completely exhausted, his face bruised and battered with a small smear of dried blood still on his lip. He groans, realizing he passed out right on the floor. Exhausted from his relentless training, he fell asleep beside his trusted spear and an empty medicine bottle. Sitting up with a wide yawn, he stretches his sore limbs. He pushed himself all night, consuming every last one of those healing pills. After coughing up a bit more blood, he finally mastered the heavenly Dragon City Destroyer. Satisfied, he heads to the bathroom to wash up and wake himself up. Remembering his bold challenge to Ma Bao Hoak, he eagerly prepares for the arena tower, and we can sense his growing excitement. It is the perfect chance to test his newly acquired power. Stepping into the kitchen, he discovers a beautiful, delicious breakfast prepared especially for him. Smiling warmly, he quietly celebrates how wonderful it is to have someone caring for him like a loving wife. Floating on cloud 9, he suddenly freezes in terror, realizing he said that aloud. If she heard him, his peaceful morning would be over. He glances around anxiously, but the room is empty. Letting out a sigh of relief, he assumes she must have left for school early as usual. Later at the academy, Lamb 2 arrives at his classroom in the south wing, where his friendly classmates immediately greet him with bright smiles. After receiving warm greetings as the class leader, he nervously asks his friends if anyone has seen Lakangiet today. He keeps scanning the room anxiously, leaving his companions quite puzzled as he searches every corner of the classroom but finds no sign of her. Seeing her empty seat, his friend Kwang Luke playfully teases him, asking if he already misses her after being apart for just a short while. Giving the jokester a light, warning punch, Lamb 2 tells him to keep his mouth shut and mind his own business. As his friend rubs his head in mock pain, Trung Dan warns them both that if she ever hears those jokes, they are dead meat. Loi Loi scoffs in agreement, telling them that if they want to invite her wrath, they should leave everyone else out of it. That afternoon, Lamb 2 rests his chin on his hand, deeply puzzled about where she could have vanished to after classes ended. Having spent the entire day without her, he feels quite unsettled, realizing how much he has grown accustomed to training by her side. Her absence leaves him feeling strangely lonely. Yet, Kwang Luke, having clearly not learned his lesson from earlier, approaches once more to tease the lovesick young leader. He jokingly mocks his lonely expression, but before he can even finish his sentence, Lam Tu grumpily shoves him away, telling him to get lost. Turning to his companions, he announces his plan to head to the competition tower and let us watch as they all eagerly agree to cheer him on. Truong Dan cheers with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of seeing their leader teach another upperclassman a lesson, eagerly leading the group. With bright eyes, the entire group marches together toward the grand arena tower of the academy, ready to cheer their hearts out for their champion. As Lam 2 steps inside, the surrounding crowd parts to let him through, whispering quietly among themselves about the remarkable freshman who just arrived. Word has quickly spread that he conquered the toughest trials and defeated the top-ranking opponent, making him the strongest freshman of their class. Many wonder when Class 10 became so formidable, especially now that he is here to challenge the 25th ranked fighter in the entire tower. Doubts quickly spread throughout the academy. Sure, he was the top freshman, but challenging a second-year senior seemed incredibly arrogant. Noticing a massive crowd gathering outside the battle tower, Lin Xiu curiously asked his friends why everyone was huddled together. Pulling out his phone to check the school message boards, Bin frantically explained the shocking news he had just discovered online. The whole campus now knew about his challenge against the 25th ranked fighter, Ma Baohuo. Xin Feng angrily agreed, noting that someone had leaked this news on purpose to cause trouble. Lin Xiu instantly realized he was being set up. He let out a cold laugh, realizing they wanted to make him a public laughingstock. Behind him, Zheng Yin frowned in deep frustration, but his loyal friends declared they would see who got the last laugh, fully believing in him as they entered the tower. On the very first floor, they found the spectator stands packed to the brim with eager onlookers. As soon as Lin Xiu stepped forward, the crowd began to jeer and whisper, amazed that he actually showed up. They began placing bets on how far he would go, mocking his chances of even reaching his ultimate opponent. Confident that he would be sent packing, they laughed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu calmly cracked his knuckles, remembering that his previous run to floor 20 took over 2 hours. He wondered how long it would take to reach floor 25 today, while his loyal classmates from the South Academy cheered passionately from the sidelines. They shouted words of encouragement as he stepped onto the arena, looking completely at ease in his element. With a single swift strike, he knocked out his first opponent. He claimed victory on the first floor, then the second. Victory after victory followed. The third, fourth, and fifth floors fell instantly. In the blink of an eye, he cleared floor 14 and stood before floor 15. The crowd was left absolutely speechless by his staggering speed. Down below, Zhang Yin stared in awe at his friend's performance. He joked that even a jet engine couldn't keep up. Lin Xiu just smiled, noting that the lower floors only had level 4 opponents. Since he was already level 5, these early fights were a breeze. But floor 15 brought level 5 opponents, starting with a smug warrior named Ba Geyalu. He glared at Lin Xiu with pure disgust, mocking him for acting so incredibly smug during his climb. Declaring his absolute hatred for people like Lin Xiu, Ba Geyalu charged forward with a swinging blade. But Lin Xiu did not hesitate. He unleashed his silver lightning burst punch, launching Ba Geyalu across the arena. With just that single strike, his opponent collapsed, completely unable to rise. Lin Xiu casually walked over, stepped right on the fallen warrior's face, and turned away with absolute disdain. Mocking his foe for wasting his precious time, Lin Xiu left the crowd absolutely stunned by his effortless one-punch victory. Zhang Yin and his friends watched in disbelief, while further down, a bitter Zhuo Kaixing gritted his teeth. He cursed under his breath, furious that none of these supposedly strong fighters could do anything to slow Lin Xiu down. Allowing a brand new freshman to rise through the ranks like a rocket was deeply humiliating for the upperclassmen. They desperately wanted someone to stop his streak. Soon after, Lin Xiu found himself facing a familiar level 5 rival named Bo. Drawing his sword in greeting, Bo welcomed the rematch. But Lin Xiu immediately fired back with a sharp provocation. Reminding Bo of his past humiliating defeat, Lin Xiu sent his rival into a blind rage as he charged forward to strike. Bo screamed that beating Zhuo Kaixing was no grand achievement since he had easily defeated that same kid before. Down below, Zhuo Kaixing sneezed repeatedly, highly annoyed at being dragged into their banter. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu calmly prepared his next devastating counterattack. He pointed out that while Bo only defeated Kaixing, he would defeat both of them. Bo swung his sword furiously, but Lin Xiu effortlessly blocked the heavy blow. Telling the brat not to push his luck, Bo recalled how his freezing bone magic had caused Lin Xiu great pain before. Determined to freeze him solid this time, Bo unleashed his powerful golden tier martial art, hoping to lock his opponent in ice. Lin Xiu simply smiled, revealing that he possessed ice magic too, as he prepared his own frost bone pear blossom spear. Combining freezing bone energy with incredible spear speed, he created a massive icy vortex that shattered his opponent's frost storm. The two opposing frost forces clashed with a loud explosion, effortlessly dissolving Bo's once fearsome attack into thin air. Shocked to his absolute core, Bo cried out in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lin Xiu possessed ice magic instead of his usual fire-based abilities. With victory fully in his grasp, Lin Xiu prepared to show him true despair, asking if this was the power he meant. He unleashed the 100 birds worshipping the phoenix, summoning a massive ring of fire that instantly blasted his terrified opponent backward. The roaring vortex of flames launched Bo high into the air before slamming him down, forcing him to cough up blood. Trembling in agony, Bo struggled to sit up, cursing Lin Xiu for wielding both fire and ice like an absolute monster. He realized how vast the gap had grown since their last duel, just as the referee declared Lin Xiu the winner. From the sidelines, Bo's own classmates immediately began mocking him for losing so quickly, calling him utterly useless. His face darkened with embarrassment as he snapped back at them, desperately trying to save what little pride he had left. Lin Xiu had only cleared floor 20 at this point. To reach his ultimate target on floor 25, he still needed to defeat 4 more elite master combatants, but it was not that simple. Seeing Lam 2 ready to challenge the 21st floor, Bach felt sure Lam 2 would get absolutely crushed. Those higher floors were no walk in the park. Yet in just a brief moment, Lam 2 rapidly cleared up to the 25th floor. Completely stunned and in utter disbelief, he cried out, asking how anyone could possibly reach the 25th floor so incredibly fast. Since the defenders on floors 21 through 24 were elite fighters, Bach's friends watched him gape in awe, feeling deeply exhausted by his shock. They scoffed, reminding him that no matter how fast Lam 2 was, he could never match his own speed. Meanwhile, Lam 2 stood face to face with Ma Bao Hoak. Ma Bao Hoak stared at Lam 2, realizing the young man had grown significantly stronger overnight. He then tossed a rare diamond skill card forward with a smirk. He told the referee to hold the card, throwing the precious diamond prize directly to him, which caused a massive wave of shock throughout the stadium. The referee held it high, confirming the wager, while the surrounding students whispered in excitement about seeing an actual diamond card up close. They felt the opponent was being too arrogant by wagering such a treasure, though it explained why Lam 2 was so eager to fight. No one could resist the temptation of a diamond card. Ma Bao Hoak declared the match started, lifting his massive hammer and charging forward to deliver a crushing blow. Fortunately, Lam 2 dodged just in time. He realized with concern that his opponent possessed incredible speed and razor-sharp reflexes for his size. Despite his massive build, the man moved like lightning, and every heavy swing of his hammer carried enough raw power to shatter the earth. The unpredictable flow of the attacks left Lam 2 deeply tense, as each strike shifted seamlessly between offense and defense with overwhelming force. With a sinister grin, Ma Bao Hoak raised his heavy hammer, shouting that no amount of agility would allow his opponent to escape this strike. Lam 2 launched a swift counterattack, declaring he had no intention of running, immediately unleashing his formidable Overlord Spear technique to strike back. The spear moves became a dazzling blur, resembling 1,000 blades striking at once, blending offense and defense into a seamless, fluid motion. Ma Bao Hoak struggled to block the onslaught as the sharp spearheads rained down like a storm of arrows, forcing him entirely onto the defensive. As Lam 2's strikes accelerated, Ma Bao Hoak recalled watching him fight before, realizing something was very different now. The young man's spear technique had never been this aggressive or relentless. It was an all-out, suicidal style. Suddenly, a deadly thrust grazed Ma Bao Hoak, cutting his cheek despite his quick evasion. Furious, Ma Bao Hoak roared, refusing to be outmatched. He swung his heavy weapon to unleash a powerful gold-tier martial arts technique. He vowed to show his opponent true power, executing the mountain-striking tiger-frightening move with immense, destructive energy. The attack carried a terrifying force, forcing Lam 2 to dodge. Sensing the sheer destructive power of that strike, his face turned pale. Faced with such immense pressure, Lam 2 quickly unleashed his Overlord Spear once more to intercept the heavy incoming blow. The moment his spear collided with Ma Bao Hoak's massive hammer, a violent, deafening explosion erupted between the two fighters. The shockwaves stunned the entire audience, leaving them unable to believe that a mere level 5 martial artist could wield such force. How could his explosive energy be so intense? Although Lam 2 successfully blocked the strike, the raw impact threw him backward. Stumbling back several steps, he struggled hard to stand firm. The crowd, seeing him endure such a terrifying blow, felt a deep sense of respect. A level 5 martial artist actually went toe-to-toe with a level 6 master. Lam 2 grimly wiped a trace of blood from his lips. With a wild grin, he laughed, shouting for more while secretly channeling his internal energy deep within his palms. He unleashed his 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix technique, surrounding his opponent in a vortex of scorching, intense flames. The blistering heat made Ma Bao Hoak break into a cold sweat, shocked by the extreme temperature as he realized he could not face it directly. Ma Bao Hoak quickly summoned a powerful defensive shield around himself. The spectators gasped, staring at the protective barrier in sheer amazement and wonder. They wondered what it was, realizing only level 6 fighters could use this defense. Thanks to that shield, Ma Bao Hoak remained completely unharmed. The audience was amazed to see the fire attack successfully blocked. Watching this, Lam Tu merely smirked and taunted his opponent. He mocked the shield as a sturdy turtle shell, but Ma Bao Hoak proudly claimed this was the true gap between level 5 and level 6. He challenged Lam Tu to break his defense, boasting that he could even condense the protective energy scales directly onto his body. This would protect him without hindering his attacks. Ma Bao Hoak then activated the technique, covering himself in glowing energy scales. The scales formed a tough suit of armor, wrapping around his weapon as well. He confidently declared that Lam Tu stood no chance of winning. Looking like a fierce general, Lam Tu charged forward, knowing that maintaining such a heavy defense would rapidly drain his opponent's energy. The shield would shatter once the energy ran dry. Gripping his weapon tightly, Lam Tu refused to retreat, perfectly combining two powerful techniques at once. He merged the Overlord Spear with the Pear Blossom Ice Storm technique, combining rapid, deadly spear strikes with freezing elemental control. This slowed his foes' movements by freezing them, delivering rapid pierces while locking him in ice, leaving Ma Bao Hoak completely exhausted. Despite his defensive scales, the man struggled intensely. Patches of frost began covering his body, robbing him of his agility and slowing his movements. Ma Bao Hoak was shocked by this absurd talent, realizing the young man wielded both blistering heat and absolute freezing cold. Even with his active defense, his movements were slowing down significantly. His stamina began to fade, leaving him unable to retaliate. Lin Tu quickly channels all of his remaining strength into one final decisive strike. He unleashes the torrential Pear Blossom Spear, combining blinding speed with freezing frost. The icy assault cracks Ma Bao Huo's defensive scales until they shatter completely. Ma Bao Huo gasps in sheer terror, realizing his ultimate defense has been destroyed. Seeing his opponent's guard collapse, Lin Tu strikes again without mercy, unleashing the ultimate hidden art of his freezing spear technique. Freezing energy erupts from the spear tip, branching out like icy tentacles to ensnare Ma Bao Huo. Looking at the incoming strike, Ma Bao Huo turns pale with terror. Drenched in cold sweat, the heavy giant groans in disbelief before Lin Tu's finishing blow hits him dead on, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. As he lies defeated on the cold stone floor, his massive warhammer slides away, leaving the stunned crowd completely speechless. Spectators cannot believe their eyes. Lin Tu shattered that legendary armor, and now the giant's weapon is out of bounds. How can he possibly fight back? Many assume the match is decided and Ma Bao Huo has lost his platinum card. But watching from above, a top elite classmate named Dian Zhen snorts in disgust, calling them all fools. Meanwhile, the calculating Wu Yang Heng shows no concern over the dropped weapon. Instead, a cold, knowing smile creeps onto his face. He knows that Massive Hammer is not Ma Bao Huo's true strength. Unaware of this, Lin Tu stands tall, believing victory is already his. Lin Tu tells him the fight is over. But to everyone's horror, the fallen fighter stands right back up, a sinister, twisted grin spreading across his face. The giant cackles, mocking the idea that he ever needed a hammer. Hearing this, Lin Tu immediately tenses up, realizing he fell into a trap. With a twisted look of pure malice, Ma Bao Huo pulls out a pair of gleaming metal gauntlets. He reveals that he prefers the brutal sensation of crushing bones with his bare fists, slipping the heavy gauntlets onto his hands with absolute joy. Declaring that the real battle has finally begun, he unleashes a terrifying, primal technique, channeling the unstoppable fury of an enraged mountain ape. His physical power surges instantly. Once this raw, furious energy peaks, it is capable of tearing apart anything in its path. Observing from the sidelines, Dian Zhen is genuinely impressed, noting how the technique dramatically amplifies physical power without relying on external stimulants or drugs. When a bystander admits they have never seen such a style, Wu Yang Heng solemnly explains that this ancient martial art is exceptionally rare. It is a legendary heirloom, a priceless family secret passed down through Ma Bao Huo's lineage for generations as their ultimate treasure. Sensing the sudden explosion of raw energy, Lin Tu realizes this opponent's secret art operates very similarly to his own internal rage ability. He wonders if the technique has a strict time limit, but Ma Bao Huo attacks instantly, forcing Lin Tu to raise his heavy spear in defense. The metal gauntlet collides directly with the spearhead, unleashing a shockwave. Surprisingly, both fighters seem evenly matched in pure physical strength. Lin Tu is stunned, unable to believe someone could block his formidable black glow spear using nothing but their bare, armored fists. The heavy giant's raw power begins to overwhelm the young hero, pushing Lin Tu backward. Sensing victory, Ma Bao Huo refuses to give him a single moment to recover. Ma Baohuo leaps high into the air, using gravity to deliver a devastating downward punch that slams Lin Tu brutally into the stone arena floor. He then unleashes a relentless, brutal barrage of heavy punches, striking Lin Tu over 10 times in a savage display of raw fury. With each heavy strike, the ground beneath Lin Tu shatters, causing his horrified classmates in the audience to tremble with deep anxiety. They scream out in absolute panic for their class leader. Ma Baohuo then ruthlessly lifts the battered Lin Tu into the air like a helpless toy. He tosses the young man across the arena. Lin Tu is badly bruised, his clothes torn and stained with blood from the brutal assault. Ma Baohuo unleashes his ultimate iron fist technique once again, summoning the destructive phantom of the angry ape to deliver a devastating, fatal blow aimed directly at Lin Tu's chest. The young warrior coughs up blood and collapses as the crowd screams in absolute horror, believing their beloved class leader has met a tragic, fatal end. Amidst the panic, Truong Dan remains calm, asserting that Lin Tu cannot be defeated so easily. Suddenly, she remembers a critical secret about his combat abilities. She reminds the others of Lin Tu's unique phantom technique. Right on cue, the fallen body on stage dissolves into thin air, leaving Ma Baohuo searching around in absolute fury. Bewildered by the sudden disappearance, Ma Baohuo frantically guards his back, realizing the body he struck was just a phantom clone, a legendary martial skill he has never encountered before. He barely blocks a sudden strike from the real Lin Tu, who calmly evaluates the battle. Knowing he cannot defeat this raging beast with standard techniques, Lin Tu decides his only option is to activate his own hidden rage power to finish this quickly. Instantly activating his rage, Lin Tu's energy rises to a staggering level, leaving the entire arena gasps in sheer amazement at this sudden turn of events. Stunned by the display, Dian Zizhen turns to Wu Yangheng, mockingly questioning his previous claims about rare techniques. He asks if these secret strength-boosting arts are truly that rare. Feeling thoroughly embarrassed, Wu Yangheng mutters, wondering how such legendary techniques became so common. He wonders when they became everyday skills. Meanwhile, Lin Tu unleashes his Nine Heavens Galaxy technique, painting the arena with a spectacular, shimmering cascade of cosmic starlight. Countless spear strikes rain down like a brilliant meteor shower, striking Ma Baohuo repeatedly and penetrating his heavy, formidable defenses. The giant screams in agony but refuses to stay down. Wiping blood from his lips, Ma Baohuo actually laughs, praising his opponent's impressive power. He roars that this is the kind of challenge he lives for, immediately activating his dark, forbidden technique, the Bloodlust Frenzy. His physical form expands as massive muscles tear his clothing to shreds, unleashing a suffocating wave of pure, unbridled, destructive energy. With bloodshot, wild eyes full of terrifying bloodlust, the monster looms over. Lin Tu watches in deep concern, wondering what dark secret art he faces. He was clearly injured, yet his fury made his strength surge. But this power boost had a strict time limit. Once time ran out, he would plunge into deep weakness and face certain defeat. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiu knew he had to use his trump card. As Lin Xiu unleashed his heavenly dragon strike, Ma Baohuo countered instantly with his own devastating golden havoc attack. Ma Baohuo lunged to grab a fleeting shadow rushing past him, but his hands caught only empty air. Curse it was just an illusionary clone. Suddenly, Ma Baohuo found himself trapped in a vivid illusion. He stood on a smoky, war-torn battlefield littered with fallen soldiers. Raging fires erupted all around him. Through the thick smoke, a mighty general wielding a massive spear came charging forward on horseback. Ma Baohuo spun around in panic just as the phantom general raised his deadly spear high to strike. Trapped deep within Lin Xiu's powerful mental technique, Ma Baohuo panicked, wondering how he could have fallen into an illusion. He suddenly realized the bloody general's deadly technique was identical to the one Lin Xiu used earlier. This meant the previous strike and clone were merely a clever distraction to blindside him. This was the real, devastating strike. What high-level martial art could possibly force an opponent into such a realistic illusion? Though shaken by this overwhelming power, Ma Baohuo made a split-second decision in this life-or-death moment. He refused to fold his arms and simply wait for defeat. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his entire fury into one final, desperate technique, the Golden Havoc Fist Strike. Ma Baohuo's devastating punch clashed directly with Lin Xiu's dark spear. The collision of these two monstrous forces triggered a spectacular explosion that shook the entire arena. The sturdy stage shattered into pieces. Spectators struggled to shield themselves from the violent shockwave, crying out in absolute shock at the sheer intensity of the blast. As the thick, heavy smoke slowly cleared from the ruined stage, Lin Xiu stood tall and steady, spear still in hand. But Ma Baohuo was completely spent, his legs buckling beneath him. Shaking uncontrollably, Ma Baohuo struggled to stay upright. Amazed by his opponent's terrifying skill, he finally bowed his head and admitted defeat. With those final words, his strength gave out completely and he collapsed onto the floor. The referee immediately declared Lin Xiu the victor. The entire South Academy class erupted in pure joy, cheering wildly for their victorious class president. Big brother Lin Xiu had actually done it. Defeating a rank 6 warrior was an incredible feat. Meanwhile, a furious Wu Yang Heng slammed his fist against the wall, gritting his teeth and cursing his useless fighter. As medics rushed onto the field to treat the fallen warrior, Zhang Yan quickly ran over to check on Lin Xiu, filled with deep concern for his friend. When asked if he was all right, Lin Xiu simply waved his hand, admitting he was merely a bit dizzy and needed a steady shoulder to lean on. The referee stepped forward to present Lin Xiu with his prize, a rare Diamond Marshal skill card. Holding it, Lin Xiu's exhaustion instantly washed away in pure excitement. It was the legendary flash step, ranked among the top 30 movement techniques worldwide. Lin Xiu was thrilled with his massive prize, amused by his opponent's unexpected wealth. As he celebrated this incredible, hard-earned reward, a bitter Wu Yang Heng approached, pointing a finger and warning him not to celebrate too early. He viciously threatened to settle the score soon, but Lin Xiu responded with a calm, teasing grin that only made him angrier. Pointing out that he had just defeated a superior fighter, Lin Xiu suddenly paused as a realization hit him. He raised the prize card high in the air. With a playful smirk, he asked if this card had actually come from his rival's pocket, knowing their opponent could never be this generous on his own. He realized this valuable card was the prize offered to bait him into a dangerous duel, a failed scheme to have him beaten by another's hands. Lin Xiu laughed heartily, teasing that if his rival ever wanted to gift him more rare skills, he should just hand them over directly next time. There was truly no need for such dramatic schemes. Humiliated and unable to respond, the young noble turned on his heel and stormed away. Nursing his bruised ego, he vowed revenge. Later that evening, as Lin Xiu walked along the academy paths, classmate Dian Zizhen suddenly stepped forward to block his way. Surprised, Lin Xiu asked if there was a problem, jokingly wondering aloud if their mutual rival was trying to send him yet another valuable gift. Dian Zizhen simply smiled, remaining remarkably calm as she gently spoke his name to get his full attention. She asked if he had noticed Luo Yue's absence all day. Instantly turning serious, Lin Xiu demanded to know if she had information on her whereabouts. She explained that she had visited their instructor's office earlier that morning, where she accidentally overheard a very concerning conversation. Luo Yue had requested 2 weeks of leave to venture alone into the perilous dark forest on a dangerous rescue mission. Hearing that she had ventured into such a deadly place alone, Lin Xiu felt a surge of panic, his face instantly clouding with worry. She smiled faintly, reminding him that the infamous dark forest was universally classified as an extremely dangerous and unforgiving S-rank zone. Only rank 6 warriors and above dared to enter, yet Luo Yue was not quite there. She asked him bluntly if he thought his friend would survive. Angered by her tone, Lin Xiu immediately saw right through her scheme. He called her out for trying to bait him into a death trap so they would both perish there together. Realizing her malicious intentions had been exposed, she dropped her friendly mask entirely, her expression hardening into a cold, cruel sneer. She mockingly asked if he would abandon his beloved, but Lin Xiu responded with determination, stating he was absolutely going to save her. He added that both he and Luo Yue would return alive. The next morning, he made his way across campus, deep in intense concentration. He recalled the urgent research he had done the night before, combing through official databases for any information on the treacherous territory. The dreaded forest had materialized decades ago, born from a massive spatial rift that ruptured the region during the previous century. A massive wave of alien plants and creatures had just fallen from another dimension, while the Alliance Board flashed new missions for the Dark Forest. But other hunters snatched them all up. Meanwhile, right outside the main school building, the 10th graders were in trouble. The South Academy freshmen were arguing with sophomore seniors. Li Bin shouted, demanding to know why they wanted Lin Tu after their monitor beat Ma Bao yesterday. "From your class, are you here for trouble?" A sophomore senior quickly stepped in to explain, saying, "Junior, you have got it all wrong." Lin Tu arrived and asked who was looking for him. The crowd turned to see him approaching, and Li Bin happily called out to their class monitor. Zhang Dan called out to him too, calling him boss. The sophomore senior looked closely at Lin Tu and asked if he was truly the one. Suddenly, a glamorous woman walked up with a sweet smile, greeting him warmly. Seeing her, Lin Tu let out a terrified gasp, calling her Xiao Ruo Shui. Xiao Ruo Shui rushed forward, crying out how much she missed him, and instantly wrapped Lin Tu into a very tight, smothering embrace against her chest. He blushed bright red, struggling to break free from her grip. The onlookers found this scene highly entertaining, and even Li Bin blushed while watching. While everyone wondered what was going on, Zhang Dan was so jealous that dark fumes practically rose from her head. The embarrassed sophomore seniors could only whisper in awkwardness. They admitted they had no idea, explaining she only mentioned knowing Lin too, but nobody expected a reunion quite as dramatic as this. Their relationship clearly looked unusual, causing a jealous Jang Dan to snap at them to shut up, instantly silencing the entire crowd of onlookers. Everyone shut their eyes in absolute terror. Fortunately, Lin Tu finally managed to break free from her incredibly passionate embrace. He awkwardly asked why she was there, wearing a Sanctuary Academy sophomore uniform. She coyly replied, asking why she should not be allowed in such a place. She revealed she was actually a sophomore there, making her his official senior. This left Lin Tu completely confused as he asked her a question. He asked if she was the medical doctor at Stellar Academy. She casually answered that the actual doctor was her brother, not her. He had to leave for family matters, so she temporarily took over. Hearing this, Lin Tu was absolutely horrified. Replacing a medical doctor like that seemed crazy. He asked if she even knew anything about medicine. She laughed, claiming medical skills did not matter much. Nowadays, patients with any illness could simply lie in a healing machine to recover completely. Lin Tu sighed deeply, calling her highly irresponsible. He joked that it was an absolute miracle she had not accidentally killed a patient yet. She casually put her arm around his shoulder, proudly explaining that as soon as her slow brother finally returned, she rushed straight back here to see him. She playfully asked if he missed her, mentioning that she heard all about his brilliant achievements as the top-ranking freshman in the District 17 area. He had defeated Shi Kaixing, taken the top spot, challenged the battle tower twice, and completely thrashed the older sophomore seniors. She laughed, calling him her favorite young man. However, her cheerful expression suddenly did a complete 180, turning incredibly dark. With a dark face, she noted that a certain beautiful girl from Class 1 had transferred to his class just to be close to him. Even worse, they were housemates. Furious that someone dared to steal him while she was away, Xiao Ruoshui grew more angry by the second. Lin Tu quickly explained that it was not what she thought, as her villa was simply far too big for one person. Since living alone was wasteful, they decided to co-rent. Xiao Ruoshui scoffed, asking if having money made someone so special. She declared she would upgrade to a villa today so he could move in. Nearby, Li Bin watched with sparkling, amazed eyes. You and I can easily see his envy as two beauties fought over Lin Tu. Meanwhile, Zhang Dan practically steamed with pure jealousy. Terrified by Zhang Dan's dark expression, Ling Lingfa began sweating profusely. He quickly tried to steer Xiao Ruo Shui back to their main topic. After a nervous cough, he begged her to focus on business. In response, Xiao Ruo Shui turned around and gave him a razor-sharp glare. She snapped, asking if catching up with Lin Tu was not important. Terrified, he quickly waved his hands and agreed with her. He told them to keep going, prompting her to finally turn serious and address their actual mission. She decided they would catch up later, explaining they came today to invite him to join them on a very special mission. Surprised, Lin Tu pointed to himself, questioning why sophomores of a higher rank would ever need his help for their academy mission. Xiao Ruo Shui explained that they had accepted an S-class mission. They needed to capture a live, mutated black-toothed spider from the dark forest, where the evolved beasts were incredibly powerful. However, their main weakness was fire, making his flame skills the perfect counter. Lin Tu only grinned, stating there had to be some profit. He asked what he would gain, causing her to frown and tease him for demanding rewards, though she promised he would be paid. The mission offered 500,000 points. With 6 members in total, she generously offered to give him 200,000 points. Lin Tu secretly calculated that 200,000 points was not actually a lot to him anymore. However, since he already planned to visit the Dark Forest, he decided to help her since she supported him before. After weighing his options, he made up his mind, agreeing to the deal and asking when they would depart. Delighted, she hugged him tightly, laughing that she knew he could never resist her. Stay tuned to see what happens next in the forest. Tomorrow at noon, they would gather at the main gate of Sanctuary Academy. With those words, Xiao Ruoshui and her sophomore senior turned and walked away. She turned back to blow a playful kiss to Lin Xiu, charmingly promising to see him tomorrow, while Zhang Yin hurriedly stepped forward to try and warn his leader. He asked if Lin Xiu was truly heading to the S-class danger zone of the Dark Forest. Lin Xiu simply nodded, his eyes serious as he stated he had to go. Lei offered a mischievous grin, teasing that the class leader had lost his soul to that beautiful senior, causing Lin Xiu to fall silent with a deeply troubled expression. Before walking away, Lin Xiu turned back to remind them all, handing the training room keys to Zhang Yin and telling his classmates to work hard. He warned them not to slack off, promising to test them upon his return and demanding everyone reach level 4, leaving the entire classroom shaking in pure terror. As the students cried out that they would rather be killed than reach level 4, a loud protest echoed from Teacher Nam inside the main faculty building. An S-class mission into the Dark Forest was simply out of the question, as the instructor refused to let his student walk into such extreme danger. Lin Xiu calmly reassured him, explaining that he was going with 5 highly skilled level 6 sophomores who would easily keep him safe during the journey. Teacher Nam's face flushed red with worry, reminding the boy that even a powerful instructor like himself could not guarantee survival in a terrifying place like the Dark Forest. Then, Lin Xiu asked if Luo Yue had also gone to the Dark Forest, a question that caught Teacher Nam completely off guard and left him momentarily speechless. With a heavy sigh, the teacher admitted her situation was unique, having bypassed him to get direct permission from the dean himself. Lin Xiu spoke with absolute gravity, explaining he knew she had gone to the dangerous woods to rescue someone, meaning she was now in deep trouble. He begged the instructor to trust him, promising they would all make it back alive, which finally forced the old teacher to give a helpless sigh. Reluctantly, the teacher agreed, warning him to be careful, before the young man thanked him and departed, arriving at the academy gates early the next morning. Xiao Ruoshui waved him over with a cheerful shout, just as Ma Baohuo stepped forward to offer a remarkably polite greeting. After welcoming him, a surprised Lin Xiu questioned why he was there, prompting Xiao Ruoshui to pinch his arm with a mischievous laugh. She called him a dummy, explaining she had summoned him because of the trouble he caused over a rare diamond movement skill card. She assured him she had already taught him a lesson, while Ma Baohuo winced in pain as his ear was pinched, begging her to go easy. After admitting his mistakes, he quickly extended a friendly hand, admitting he had no idea the young man was a close friend of their fierce senior. He claimed he never would have dared to cross him otherwise, suggesting they put the past behind them and officially become friends. Shaking hands, Lin Xiu agreed to let bygones be bygones, even thanking him for the incredibly useful combat skill card. Though Ma Baohuo sheepishly admitted the card actually belonged to someone else, their conversation was cut short as their massive airship finally arrived. Xiao Ruoshui quickly gathered the group to board the Academy airship, and you and I are about to see their dangerous journey to Deep Blue City truly begin. Upon landing in Deep Blue City, the female senior immediately led Lin Xiu through the bustling airport terminal. As they walked, she explained that since many Academy students regularly took on dangerous forest missions, the school operated a direct flight to Deep Blue, along with dedicated local offices to manage all paperwork and student dormitories. This border town of Deep Blue served as the absolute closest outpost to the edge of the dark, unexplored forest. The local scenery was incredibly strange, slowly shifting from deep blue to absolute blackness, prompting the senior to finally order their departure. She demanded they stay fully alert and return alive, while over at the busy harbor, a hostile gang leader named Tora listened to reports, deeply despising their elite academy. One of his scouts had spotted Lin Xiu's group leaving the airship and immediately relayed their arrival to their master. Hearing they were indeed from Sanctuary Academy, the young master recalled how Luo Yue had killed his men, his anger boiling over as he plotted his revenge. Furious that someone from their academy had dared to kill his syndicate members, he swore he would get absolute revenge this time. He angrily ordered his men to have Maida set up a deadly ambush in the small outpost town right outside the forest. He also commanded them to gather every fighter in the city to reinforce the ambush, as his loyal men quickly hurried off to obey. Recalling the beautiful faces of the female students, the wicked leader grinned greedily, ordering his men to capture them alive since killing them would be a waste. Arriving at the outpost, their female leader suggested they spend the night resting in town before officially starting their dangerous trek the very next morning. But as they prepared to set off, a sudden laser blast tore through the air, prompting Lin Xiu to react instantly and shout a warning. Ma Baohuo immediately deployed a powerful energy shield around the group, successfully blocking a barrage of lasers raining down from all directions. The surprise attack left Lin Xiu deeply confused, while Ma Baohuo struggled to hold the shield, wondering who on earth was attacking them. Xiao Ruoshui quickly drew her combat fans, noting that under such heavy laser fire, their defense wouldn't hold forever. She ordered them to prepare their long-range skills and take down the snipers before their protective shields shattered under the pressure. With a unified shout of agreement, they waited for her signal until she finally gave the command to strike back. Unleashing her signature butterfly dance skill, her twin fans transformed into lethal projectiles that sliced through the air toward the hidden enemies. At the same time, Lin Xiu unleashed his own ultimate move. Let us watch as his massive fiery phoenix roars directly toward their attackers. Guo Ling unleashes her fierce fire blade. Guo Tansen swings his razor-sharp scimitar, while Ling Fang summons powerful earth sword energy. Following several long-range strikes from Lin Xiu's team, with small fires burning on the branches, we finally see the enemy forced out of hiding. As they show their faces, Xiao Ruoshui catches her two fans and remarks that the rats have finally crawled out. Shouting battle cries, the team surges forward while the black-clothed enemies panic and fire their laser rifles in every direction. Furious, Lin Xiu charges straight ahead, effortlessly dodging every single laser beam with incredible footwork and scoffing in utter contempt. Compared to training in a 6 times gravity room, their laser fire is child's play, leaving the gunman terrified as he drops his weapon in disbelief. Quickly drawing 2 swords from his back, the desperate assassin tries to slash at Lin Xiu, frustrated that none of his shots hit their mark. Easily dodging the attack, Lin Xiu unleashes his fierce overlord spear technique, striking hundreds of times until the enemy is sent flying away. With a decisive pear blossom strike, Lin Xiu finishes his target, while Xiao Ruo Shui holds her own against 2 opponents nearby. Seeing his clean victory, she showers him with praise, calling him incredibly mighty, which only gives Lin Xiu a sudden case of goosebumps. He pleads with her to stop making strange remarks in the middle of a fight, while Ma Baohuo and the others press their advantage. The rest of the black-clothed assassins are quickly overwhelmed, trembling in pure terror at the incredible strength of these young students. Their leader tells them to just hold the line and wait for their young master, but Xiao Ruoshui overhears this and approaches with a menacing smile. She mocks their hope for backup, warning them they won't survive long enough to see it, leaving the terrified guards screaming for mercy. Elsewhere, Taro of the Kurokawa gang is entering the town with his subordinates when a scout rushes up to give a report. Maeda took 10 men to confront the students from Saint Sanctuary Academy, making Taro confidently believe his men can handle it easily without him. But the Pale Scout delivers the bad news that Maeda's squad is already collapsing, driving Taro into an absolute rage at their sheer incompetence. Furious that they cannot even handle a few school kids, he orders them to hold out for 3 more minutes while they rush over. The trembling messenger stammers that Maeda cannot even last another single minute, which instantly throws the young master into a complete panic. Cursing in frustration, he orders everyone to advance at absolute full speed, while a henchman asks if they should contact their leader. Since the vice leader is nearby, the subordinate asks if they should inform her, but Taro yells back to notify Ogasan instead. He worries she will just scold him for being useless, but decides that calling her for help is his best safety net anyway. He commands his men to move quickly to stall the kids, hoping to kill them all before Ogasan arrives to finish the job. He wants to make them suffer a fate worse than death, but suddenly stops, turning pale as he spots 2 dead bodies. Horrified that his men are already wiped out, Taro notices Lin Xiu and his team staring right back at him with cold expressions. He barks that they must have a death wish for killing Kurokawa gang members, while Ma Baohuo points back, asking if they are with the cowards who ambushed them. Lin Xiu calmly suggests wiping them all out, but Taro sneers at the idea, mocking the supposed elite students of Saint Sanctuary Academy. Pointing ahead, he barks that even that cold, heartless girl from earlier will share their gruesome fate. He boasts about slaughtering them all before hunting down that girl, leaving Lin Xiu puzzled by his reference to a cold beauty. Lin Xiu asks if he means the silver-haired girl carrying a massive sword, which only makes the arrogant young master smirk with amusement. Realizing they know her, Taro laughs, calling her a pretty but foolish girl who simply did not know her place. Tightening his grip on his weapon, Lin Xiu demands all the information Taro has on her in exchange for his pathetic life. A hefty thug steps forward, insulted that a mere level 5 weakling dares speak to his master, pointing out they only face 5 level 6 rookies and 1 loser. He offers to let the Kurokawa elites handle these children, to which Taro readily agrees. Taro points forward and orders his crew to teach them a lesson, prompting his eager thugs and the fat fighter to charge with weapons raised. The heavy thug slams down a flaming mace, but Lin Xiu easily evades the strike and counters with his legendary pear blossom spear. A flurry of lightning-fast thrusts rains down, completely overwhelming the heavy thug and sending him flying back as Lin Xiu masterfully spins his spear. Summoning a crackling vortex of lightning, he whispers his ultimate art and unleashes a devastating storm of strikes, and you can feel the sheer power of it. Left completely defenseless, the glowing spearhead pierces right through the thug's forehead in a flash of light. The defeated giant crashes heavily into the dirt, creating a small crater, while Ma Baohuo swings a heavy fist to send another goon flying. Nearby, Xiao Ruo Shui unleashes waves of crimson energy with her fans, scattering the rest of the thugs and leaving Taro absolutely horrified. Bewildered, Taro wonders what kind of monsters these kids are. Just as Lin Xiu locks eyes with him, declares it is his turn, and thrusts forward. At the same moment, Xiao Ruoshui launches her 2 spinning steel fans like buzzsaws, forcing a terrified Taro to hide behind his own henchmen. Suddenly, a booming and authoritative voice commands them to stop as a massive golden bronze shield materializes in an instant, completely blocking the deadly strikes from Lin Xiu and Xiao Ruoshui. As their joint attack fails, a blue-haired woman lands heavily on the ground, showcasing an incredibly muscular and powerful physique. The second Taro saw Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko. He rejoiced, deeply relieved that she had finally arrived. His masked subordinate cowering behind Taro cheered that the vice leader, a sharp-faced woman, had finally shown up. With thick red lips and eyes sharp as daggers, her orange energy flared, leaving Ma Baohuo completely shocked. A Tier 7 warrior, Lin Xiu muttered. Mieko stood before them, radiating pure, murderous intent as she roared. Slamming her massive greatsword into the dirt, she demanded to know who dared touch her son and her men. She claimed they all had a death wish. Recognizing her instantly, Xiao Ruoshui gasped in sheer disbelief. You are the Federation's Class A wanted fugitive? Mieko let out a cold, mocking laugh at the recognition. She mockingly praised the Sanctuary Academy student for knowing her reputation, declaring that none of them would leave alive. Unfazed, Ruo Shui calmly pointed out that they were extremely close to the Dark Forest town, where Alliance Guard forces patrolled. She asked if Mieko feared alerting the military. The woman chuckled, scoffing at the mere thought of being afraid. She sneered that she wouldn't have built her gang's headquarters here otherwise, claiming that crushing these kids was like stepping on ants. The military wouldn't even notice. Instantly, she raised her sword and unleashed a fierce strike, forcing Ruo Shui to scream a warning. All three leaped into the air, barely dodging the devastating energy shockwave from her blade. Unfazed, Mieko continuously swung her greatsword, unleashing a barrage of sharp, devastating energy waves. She sneered, admitting that the young brats possessed impressive reflexes. The incoming energy blasts crisscrossed in the air, forming a deadly web. Shielding herself with her fans, Ruo Shui quickly commanded Lin Xiu and Ma Baohuo to help her hold Mieko back, ordering Guo's trio to handle the minions. Guo Ling nodded in agreement as Lin Xiu, Ma Baohuo, and Ruo Shui moved to encircle their target. They formed a triangular formation around Mieko, while Guo Ling's team charged directly toward Taro and his men. Pulling a strange device from his pocket, Taro smirked, glad that Mieko had arrived to clean up. He no longer needed to risk his life, only wait for them to fail. He held a small, circular device. It emitted deep blue ripples, creating a protective barrier around Taro. You and I can see why Guo Ling was highly suspicious of this defense. No matter how hard they struck, they couldn't breach it. Inside, Taro mocked them, calling them fools for fighting advanced technology. It required zero energy from him, meaning they could attack for 3 days without leaving a single scratch. Seeing this, Guo Ling spoke up. If they want to hide like cowards, let them. We should go help Xiao Ruo Shui handle that crazy old woman. The others agreed. Meanwhile, Mieko leaped high into the air, bringing her massive blade crashing down with immense power. Lin Xiu, Ma Baohuo, and Ruo Shui struggled desperately, barely holding their ground against the overwhelming force. Mocking them, Mieko sneered that if they were all at peak Tier 6, they might actually pose a threat to her. Instead, she laughed, calling them a pathetic, mixed bunch of weaklings, pointing out that some were only Tier 5. She chuckled at the thought of slaughtering so many exceptional genius students from the prestigious Sanctuary Academy all at once. Just thinking about it thrilled her. With a wild laugh, she lunged directly at Ruo Shui, ready to strike. Declaring her love for destroying beautiful things, she attacked, forcing Ruo Shui to quickly raise both fans in a desperate defense. Ruo Shui was violently blown backward. Mieko immediately followed up, executing her sweeping dragon technique, launching a barrage of incredibly sharp, curved energy slashes. Ruo Shui screamed for everyone to be careful. Together, they combined their powers, raising a protective purple energy barrier to shield themselves. However, those shields were like thin paper against Mieko's devastating strikes, shattering the moment they made contact. The shockwave blew Ruo Shui back. Lang Lang Fat and Quethan Sam hit the ground, while Ruo Shui and Lin Xiu slammed hard into a tree. Helping each other up, Lin Xiu quickly asked if she was all right, and Ruo Shui quietly assured him she was fine. She gasped, realizing a single strike had shattered their entire defense, showing the massive gap in their actual strength levels. Lin Xiu calculated that using his rage skill could boost him to Tier 6, especially when combined with his Dragon City Breaker technique. He could potentially fight her, but his rage state and charge strike could only be executed once. He knew he had to wait for the perfect moment for maximum impact. Let's watch as he glanced over at the smug, boasting Taro. He schemed that since Taro was that terrifying woman's son, he was her ultimate weakness, a vulnerability he could easily exploit. Ruo Shui ordered Guo Ling to attack from the flanks and watch those cowards, ensuring they didn't ruin things at the crucial moment. Guo Ling nodded. Raising her iron fans once more, Ruo Shui ordered everyone to launch a full attack on this savage woman. She had already called for help, so they only needed to survive until the alliance arrived. Lin Xiu agreed. Lang Lang Fat charged with his sword, while Quethan Sam unleashed his curved blade slash, but Ma Baohuo was the absolute first to leap forward, roaring. It looked like a sword aura, but it was actually a heavy fist striking right to the flesh. Yet, Kurokawa blocked all three of their desperate attacks. Yoshida Mieko raised her sword horizontally to block. Meanwhile, Lin Tu lunged forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, the torrential rain pear blossom spear. The spear tip charged with deadly purple lightning, but Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko easily blocked it. She sneered, noting that he even possessed an ultimate martial arts technique. Not bad, she admitted with a cold laugh, but added that his low power made it completely useless against her. She quickly swung her sword, shouting at him to die. Seeing Lin Tu get struck by the blades, Xiao Ruoshui screamed his name in absolute terror, but then Lin Tu's body faded into a purple mist and vanished. It was an afterimage, leaving Kurokawa in utter shock. Xiao Ruoshui gasped in amazement. Kurokawa scanned her surroundings with deep caution, completely unaware that a blurry figure had suddenly materialized right behind her back. Lin Tu unleashed his chilling torrential rain pear blossom spear, sending razor-sharp ice shards flying forward with incredible force. Kurokawa spun around in disbelief, wondering how he wielded ice magic, just as the frozen shards slammed into her body. The freezing frost locked her down, severely restricting her movement. She grit her teeth, cursing that her body was slowing down. Seeing this golden opportunity, Ma Baohuo rushed forward and unleashed his iron fist, a technique making his fist incredibly hard and powerful. Like solid steel, his fist tore through the air toward Kurokawa, creating an ear-piercing screech from the intense friction. Carrying the crushing weight of a mountain, the strike hit Kurokawa dead on, launching her high into the air as Ma Baohuo cheered. He laughed, bragging about blowing away a level 7 opponent, but Kurokawa stood back up, smiling with murderous intent at the insolent ants. She promised to tear them to shreds as their reward. When the group rushed her together, Kurokawa drew her sword back to build momentum. She unleashed her dragon tail sweep, swinging her blade in a powerful, wide circle that tore through the air like a thrashing dragon. The shockwaves shattered their attacks, throwing Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruoshui backward as Lin Tu grit his teeth in frustration. Lin Tu pushed forward, swinging his spear to execute his rapid-fire technique. Kurokawa only snorted in pure, arrogant contempt. She mocked that his ultimate skills couldn't scratch her, let alone this basic attack. But suddenly, an odd feeling washed over her. She whipped her head around and gasped. Standing directly behind her was another Lin Tu. She stared in utter shock at the two clones. Furious, she cursed that annoying clone technique and immediately swung her sword to slash the clone standing right in front of her. An energy wave erupted from her blade, but the incoming Lin Tu kept charging forward without hesitation. Since he made no effort to dodge, she assumed he was a fake and spun around to face the other one. Believing this was the real target, she tried to slice him in half, only for his body to dissolve into thin air. What? Another fake? She wondered how many clones this kid could actually produce as a sudden wave of dread washed over her mind. Looking up in horror, she saw the real Lin Tu descending from above, his spear tip blazing with a brilliant, roaring fire. Intense flames blotted out the sky as he executed his sky-melting fire strike, thrusting his blazing weapon straight down toward her. The destructive power was absolutely overwhelming. Confused, Kurokawa screamed, wondering how an ice wielder could suddenly use fire magic. The blazing inferno erupted all around her, shaking the ground. She grit her teeth, cursing at the sudden, violent turn of events. She could not believe a mere level 5 fighter could unleash flames with such extreme, scorching heat. Realizing there was no time to dodge, she raised her hand to focus entirely on setting up a defense. As a thin protective barrier materialized, Xiao Ruoshui realized she had to break Kurokawa's defense before it was too late. Xiao Ruoshui threw her iron fans forward in a swift attack, forcing Kurokawa to react with growing irritation. Blocking the fans shattered her defensive barrier, leaving her completely exposed. She cursed in absolute rage. Immediately after, the remaining fireballs rained down, triggering a chain of massive explosions that sounded like the heavens falling. The earth-shaking shockwaves terrified Taro, who cried out for his mother, while another subordinate screamed for their vice president. As the smoke cleared, her sword stood planted in the ground. Kurokawa survived with only minor scratches, her face twisted in pure fury. She spat that she never expected a mere level 5 brat to push her this far. Gripping her blade with both hands, she prepared to fight seriously. Watching from afar, Taro let out a massive sigh of relief. He boasted that she was fine, claiming no lowly level 5 could ever hope to harm the great Kurokawa. Her subordinates whispered eagerly, noting that she had finally taken a serious stance and was about to end this fight. They sneered that Lin Tu was about to be sliced to pieces, but the young warrior suddenly pointed his finger. He casually asked about the bounty on her head, knowing an A-rank criminal would fetch a massive reward. When Taro boasted the bounty was 100 million coins, Lin Tu gasped at the sheer scale of the reward. He rallied his team to attack together, eager to defeat the old woman and split the massive fortune equally. Xiao Ruo Shui agrees, noting that while everyone is busy choosing the perfect weapon, they are all completely broke. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko mockingly laughs, calling them absolute trash who could never hope to kill her, right as Lin Tu, Ma Baohuo, and Xiao Ruo Shui leap forward. Lin Tu retorts that they will never know until they try, swinging his spear to unleash a majestic flurry of graceful, fiery waves. As the fiery birds fly harmlessly past her, Mieko mocks the young man, asking if he has already run completely out of steam. With a mischievous grin, Lin Tu reveals she was never his target, causing a panicked Mieko to realize the attack is heading straight for Taro. Horrified, she tries to rush to his aid, but the rest of the group quickly forms a wall to block her path. Lin Tu leaps directly onto Taro's protective barrier, teasingly calling them hiding turtles and acknowledging that the shield is indeed quite tough. He wonders aloud if some extreme heat might roast them instead, driving his spear down with immense force. Intense, blazing flames wrap around the shield like a steamer, leaving a panicked Taro inside crying out in agony over the unbearable roasting heat. His face turning bright red, Taro gasps that he cannot take it anymore, prompting a desperate subordinate to suggest they escape. Warning that they will be roasted alive, the subordinate begs to go outside, while a furious Mieko blows her captors away with her blade. She screams in rage, ordering everyone to get out of her way. Xiao Ruo Shui blocks the attack with her fan, urging everyone to hold on, while a desperate Taro commands his men to charge out of their melting shield, prompting Guo Ling to announce the turtles have finally emerged. Instantly, Guo Ling, Ling Lingfa, and Guo Sensen charge forward with a thunderous battle cry, leaving a terrified Taro to scream in utter shock, wondering why they are not fighting Mieko. Stunned by the sudden shift, Taro watches in horror as his black-clothed guards are easily mowed down like dry grass under the devastating assault of the three fierce warriors. With weapons raised, the three leap straight toward a frozen, terrified Taro, while on the other side, Mieko desperately screams for everyone to get out of her way. Noticing that the old woman is finally running out of breath, Lin Tu wastes no time, immediately unleashing a massive burst of explosive power. A dense purple aura wraps around his body as his strength skyrockets, prompting him to call out to Ma Baohuo, urging him that the time to strike is now. Ready for action, Ma Baohuo unleashes his own explosive inner strength, his muscles swelling with sheer power as the massive, spectral phantom of a giant ape looms behind him. Taken aback, Mieko stares in absolute disbelief, wondering how these two young fighters could suddenly display such an overwhelming surge in power. She demands to know how they mastered such rapid power-boosting techniques, just as Lin Tu charges forward with his spear. He unleashes a dazzling, rain-like barrage of spear strikes that pour down on her like a cluster of falling meteors. Terrified, Mieko realizes that although he was only a level 5 fighter, his current attack has reached a terrifying level 6 intensity. Raising her hands to form a shield, she gasps in horror as she senses the strike is actually at level 7, an impossible feat. Struggling under the immense pressure, she watches in dread as deep cracks begin to splinter across her once impenetrable defensive shield. The shield shatters into pieces, leaving her completely exposed to the blast, just as Ma Baohuo steps forward with a devastating iron fist. Massive energy swirls around his fist as he delivers a crushing blow that sends her flying. Placing a hand on Ma Baohuo's shoulder, Lin Tu proudly notes that they have actually managed to defeat a formidable level 7 opponent. Ma Baohuo nods in agreement, but suddenly, the entire world shifts, transforming into a dark, war-torn landscape of ruin. Surrounded by blood-red skies and endless ruins, a dazed Mieko looks around, wondering what kind of nightmare she has entered. Realizing she is trapped in an illusion, she watches Lin Tu lower his stance, preparing his devastating heavenly dragon strike. As blood-red energy surges around them, Ma Baohuo readies his heavy fist, prompting a furious Mieko to swear in pure desperation. Vowing to take them down with her, Mieko unleashes her ultimate, chaotic energy in a final, desperate bid for survival. Her sword clashes violently against their combined onslaught, but the intense pressure quickly causes her blade to fracture and crack. The weapon shatters completely, sending her flying backward from the impact until she crashes heavily into a solid rock wall. The cliff cracks like a spiderweb as she collapses helplessly to the ground, completely defeated and broken. With Mieko finally drawing her last breath, Xiao Ruo Shui looks down at Taro's lifeless body and wonders if the battle is over. Lin Tu reassures her that it is done, leaving Guo Ling in absolute awe that they actually defeated a level 7 powerhouse. Guo Sensen modestly adds that they merely played a supporting role, while the two young geniuses did all the heavy lifting. Pouting slightly, Xiao Ruo Shui watches the two young men bonding over their victory, admitting she is a little jealous of their teamwork. Their perfect coordination is truly impressive, but their moment is interrupted as a massive military airship arrives. Recognizing the Alliance forces, Xiao Ruo Shui sighs, jokingly noting that arriving after the fight is over is their signature move. A scarred officer with short blue hair steps off, asking if they were the ones who called for help. He looks them over, surprised they survived a run-in with such a monster without a single scratch, questioning if it was a prank. Xiao Ruo Shui assures him it is no joke, gesturing for the blue-haired officer to go ahead and inspect the fallen threat. The blue-haired man with a scarred eye gasps, realizing they really defeated that fierce dragon woman. He looks up at Lin Xiu and Ma Baohuo, asking in disbelief, "Did you two kill her? What organization are you with?" Xiao Ruo Shui retorts, "Is there anyone else here besides us?" Guoling proudly adds, "Do not doubt it. We are the ones who took her down. We are students from the Sanctuary Academy, here for training." The scarred, blue-haired man shakes his head, murmuring that the rumors are true. Sanctuary Academy students are truly monsters. Today, I have witnessed their power firsthand. To think young students could defeat a level 7 martial artist. The scarred leader turns to a brown-haired teammate, instructing him to send the body footage to headquarters. He then turns back to the students with a question. "Which of you will give me a card number? I will transfer the reward of 100 million now." Xiao Ruoshui nods to Lin Xiu, telling him to provide his account details. "Once the funds clear, we will split them based on everyone's efforts." Lin Xiu agrees, saying, "Sure, here is my account." Soon, a transaction alert pops up on the screen. Lin Xiu's eyes literally turn to money signs as he laughs. "I have officially reached my small goal." He shares the wealth, transferring the shares to his companions, and confidently declares it is time to set off. The scarred leader points to Taro's fallen squad, asking what to do with them. Lin Xiu casually offers the remains to the local authorities. "We did not touch their gear or weapons. That Kurokawa Association guy was probably loaded, though." The blue-haired leader smiles, quite pleased with this unexpected bonus. These young students certainly know how to show respect. The scarred leader chuckles, adding that the bodies are not a concern. "The beasts around here will clean up the remains. Let's gather their valuables and head back." Sometime later, a panicked subordinate reports directly to the guild president. "The bodies of the vice president and your son are here." A blue-haired man with a dragon chest tattoo cries out in pure agony, calling their names. This is Kubo Daiki, the ruthless leader of the Kurokawa Syndicate. He roars, swearing to tear apart whoever murdered his family, demanding his men find them immediately. No matter who they are, find them. Kubo Daiki commands as his men bow in submission. Meanwhile, our heroes arrive at a quiet village near the dark forest. Xiao Ruoshui tells the group to find lodging first while she and Lin Xiu head to the local tavern to gather rumors. Ma Baohuo quickly agrees. Inside the noisy, crowded tavern, Lin Xiu looks around in confusion. He wonders why so many people are here if the forest is restricted to level 6 warriors. Why are there so many level 5 martial artists here? Xiao Ruo Shui explains that the area was never this crowded until very recently. The numbers have surged. I just overheard some of them discussing a legendary artifact known as the Icefire Lotus. With a sudden smile, she pulls up her device. The official martial arts forum has just posted a major update regarding the Dark Forest. She reads aloud, discovering that deep within the icy depths of the forest lies a frozen lake containing the elusive Icefire Lotus. She explains that the creation of this rare flower is tied to mysterious spatial anomalies, making it incredibly rare. A wealthy elite clan is offering 100 billion coins for it. Lin Xiu realizes this freezing treasure would be perfect for Xiao Yue, resolving to try and claim it for himself. After all, he must head deep into the forest anyway. Xiao Ruoshui notes that everyone present is hunting the exact same treasure. A massive, bloody clash is inevitable, she sighs deeply. It looks like our journey into the dark forest will be far from peaceful. Suddenly, a group of armed thugs burst through the tavern doors. Xiao Ruoshui instantly recognizes them as the Kurokawa Syndicate. Lin Xiu watches them closely, noting they seem to be searching for someone. He quietly asks if they could be targeted, but she doubts it. They left no witnesses alive and cleared out all trace of evidence, making it nearly impossible to link the deeds back to them. Lin Xiu agrees, though he feels the upcoming journey is highly unpredictable. The next morning, the village remains shrouded in a dark, ominous mist. Weak sunlight filters through the dense canopy as the heavily geared party stands resolute before the massive stone gateway marking the forest entrance. An arrogant, brown-haired punk sneers at them, mocking that even weaklings are trying to find the legendary Icefire Lotus these days. "You fools will probably get slaughtered before you even leave this outpost." Lin Xiu slowly turns around, fixing the loudmouth with a cold stare. "I might get killed out there, who knows?" Lin Xiu replies calmly. "But if you utter one more word right now, you will definitely die in this spot." Enraged, the thug flares his energy, shouting that a mere level 5 weakling has no right to threaten him. The thug lunges forward, screaming that the boy has a death wish, but in a flash, a deadly, razor-sharp spear tip appears. It hovers mere millimeters from the center of his forehead. The thug freezes, trembling with sweat, completely unable to comprehend what just happened. He is clearly only level 5, so how could he be this incredibly fast? Lin Xiu warns that any movement will mean instant death, causing the thug to beg for mercy. Please show mercy and spare my useless life. He shuts his eyes tight, gripped by absolute terror as his mind races with fear. That cold gaze is paralyzing, carrying the weight of immediate death. Sensing his point has been made, Lin Xiu lowers his weapon and commands him to scram. Scrambling to retrieve his weapon, the humiliated bully stammers his thanks and flees. Ma Baohuo observes that Lin Xiu might have let his temper slip. Lin Xiu simply smiles. Xiao Ruoshui steps in to clarify that it was entirely intentional. She notes that dealing with reckless, arrogant fools requires a strong hand. Showing absolute power is the quickest way to prevent pointless trouble later. Ma Baohuo nods in agreement, and she urges the group to stop lingering and move out. Inside a grand estate back in the town, a report is delivered to the leader. 3 separate squads have officially crossed into the outpost near the dark forest. The loyal subordinate steps forward with a detailed report, explaining that based on the wounds found on the vice leader and young master, they have a solid lead. 3 specific groups are now the prime suspects, prompting Kubo Daiki to order his best stealth operatives to tail them closely. The dark forest has 0 signal, forcing them to track physical footprints. Kubo Daiki speaks grimly, revealing he has already made the necessary contact. He hopes to identify the culprit through alliance connections. Once they have a solid description, he promises to reunite with his subordinates immediately to strike. Standing up with ice-cold killing intent, Kubo Daiki vows to tear the culprits to pieces. The scene then cuts deep into the eerie dark forest. Strange, twisted trees with prominent vascular veins loom everywhere. Our main character Lin Xiu and his 2 companions trek carefully through this bizarre woodland. Suddenly, Ma Baohuo senses something off. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he points out that these trees look incredibly unusual and unsettling. Wondering what on earth they are, he casually punches a nearby trunk. Xiao Ruoshui panics and reaches out to stop him, shouting at the idiot. She warns him not to touch them, but it is too late. The thick veins on the trunk unravel, weaving together into a sharp, thorny vine. Ma Baohuo grabs the vine, cursing under his breath as he struggles. Suddenly, countless other thorny branches spring to life and launch a coordinated attack. They all target Ma Baohuo, forcing him to leap backward in a panic. Turning pale, he yells, wondering how on earth these trees are moving. Xiao Ruoshui quickly turns to Lin Xiu, urging him to use fire since these monstrosities are bound to be highly vulnerable to flames. He calmly nods and activates his powerful skill, 100 birds facing the phoenix, unleashing a massive wave of intense, blazing flames toward the enemy. As the fire surges forward, the sinister demonic trees are engulfed in flames and begin to panic. Terrified, the trees open gasping mouths with glowing red eyes, while the roots below rapidly twist and weave themselves together once more. They form tripod-like wooden legs and actually start running, fleeing as fast as they can to escape the blazing heat. Lin Xiu and his little companions scratch their heads in utter confusion, wondering if these are actually trees and why they can run away. Ma Baohuo is also questioning reality, seeing giant trees with legs. Annoyed by their ignorance, Xiao Ruoshui calls them fools before explaining. She explains that these giant trees are mutated, evolved beasts that took on plant form. Realizing his mistake, Ma Baohuo quickly apologizes to her. After hearing his apology, she sternly warns the entire group to control their curiosity and avoid touching anything unfamiliar in this forest. The group quickly agrees in unison, promising to stay alert before they turn around and resume their journey deeper into the woods. Xiao Ruoshui points out that the light is fading fast, urging caution. Suddenly, a massive threat emerges right in front of them. A monstrous giant spider lunges at them, causing Guoling to scream in terror as her face turns completely pale. The beast raises its razor-sharp pincers, ready to strike. Just as it aims for her neck, a familiar spear tears through the air with incredible speed, impaling the spider directly in its upper torso. Guoling closes her eyes, bracing for the worst. Lin Xiu retrieves his weapon, calmly looks at the creature, and asks a curious question. He wonders if this level 5 dark iron spider is their target. Instantly, the system screen appears, confirming he just defeated the beast. The screen rewards him with 2 million experience points. Holding her glowing fan, Xiao Ruoshui turns back to explain the situation. She clarifies that their real target is a mutated black-toothed spider, warning the team to remain extremely cautious from here on out. These beasts hunt in massive packs, and their fangs carry a deadly venom. Right on cue, their worst fears are realized. Countless giant spiders begin crawling toward them from the shadows. Xiao Ruoshui shouts a warning, telling everyone that the swarm has arrived. She tells everyone to stay alert, then commands Lin Xiu and Guo to lead the vanguard since they both possess powerful fire elements. The rest of the team focuses on defense. Unleashing their scorching flames, the two fire wielders shout in agreement. Within seconds, the surrounding spiders are set ablaze, causing the system to flood Lin Xiu with new notifications. He successfully defeats another level 5 Dark Iron Spider, pocketing another cool 2 million experience points. Watching his experience skyrocket, Lin Xiu grows increasingly thrilled, laughing and telling his teammates not to steal his prey. The system chimed again with another 2 million experience reward. In his head, he begins calculating his total gains. 2 million per kill is a bit low, but a massive swarm makes up for it. He remembers the giant dinosaur they defeated earlier. Because that battle was a team effort, the system did not award him full experience points. This time, he is determined to make up for the loss. Right on cue, a rapid succession of system alerts rings out, confirming more successful kills and rewarding him millions of points. Watching this unfold, Xiao Ruo Shui and her companion are left completely speechless. Ma Bao Huo asks in confusion why the young man is suddenly acting so incredibly energetic, as if he received an adrenaline shot. Before long, the entire swarm is reduced to piles of charcoal. Still feeling unsatiated, Lin Xiu sighs, disappointed that the battle ended so quickly. He complains about not getting enough action, while internally wishing for just a few more targets to help him reach the next level. Standing nearby with a pale face, Guoling wonders if this kid has lost his mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoshui looks at him with pure admiration. With blushing cheeks, she praises him as the absolute best, promising him that plenty of mutated beasts still lie ahead. She assures him he will get his fill. Slightly startled by her enthusiastic praise, Lin Xiu quickly turns around and eagerly agrees. He suggests they keep moving. As the dark forest grows even more ominous, Ma Bao Huo checks his phone and speaks with deep concern. Night is falling fast, and the dense forest makes it impossible to tell north from south. On top of that, cell phones have no signal, their compasses are completely dead, and a thick fog surrounds them. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoshui quickly decides they should set up camp here before darkness completely takes over. Hearing those welcome words, Guo Ling happily drops her heavy backpack to the ground, glad she can finally rest. Exhausted, she sits down and leans against a nearby boulder to catch her breath, while Lin Xiu stands nearby. Reading a warning notification, Lin Xiu suddenly turns pale with worry as he sees a level 6 evolved beast nearby. The black rock giant beast, a massive turtle-like creature covered in an incredibly hard rock-like shell, known to camouflage as a boulder to launch surprise attacks. Lin Xiu quickly yells out to warn his teammate, telling Guo Ling to immediately get away from that rock because it is the giant beast itself. But it is already too late, as the massive rock behind Guo Ling begins to rise up on 4 gigantic legs. Turning its head, its glowing red eyes lock onto her, and without hesitation, it opens its massive mouth wide to swallow her whole. Paralyzed with fear, Guo Ling cannot move or dodge, only flailing her limbs in sheer panic while screaming for help. Activating a high-speed movement technique, Lin Xiu dashes forward in the blink of an eye, completely snatching Guo Ling away and leaving the giant beast biting empty air. Successfully carrying her to safety, he uses his legendary snowless steps skill, leaving trails of white mist in his wake. Surrounded by the swirling white smoke, he gently sets her down while reminding her of the warning their senior, Xiao, gave them. Never touch anything unfamiliar in this dark forest, he cautions, as Guo Ling blushes deeply while looking up at him. She stammers out her thanks, while the furious giant beast fully stands up, roaring with blood-red eyes and shaking the ground. As powerful energy surges from the creature, Xiao Ruoshui warns everyone to stay back, while Ma Bao Huo cannot help cursing at the boss. Dang, how is this thing so huge? He grunts, as the beast opens its jaws wider to reveal a glowing, round spiritual core inside. An incredibly intense power surges from that core, unleashing a massive beam of pure energy straight down to strike at Lin Xiu and his companions. Although they manage to quickly dodge the blast, the sheer force of the residual shockwave tears the ground apart, launching heavy rocks into the air. The destructive beam of light seems unstoppable as it continues to plow straight through the dense forest, leaving a massive circular trench carved into the earth once the energy finally clears. The path cuts so deep that they can see the sky on the other side of the forest, prompting a collective gasp. That beast's energy beam is absolutely terrifying, Ma Bao Huo gasps with a pale face. If that thing hit us, we would have been gone for good. Standing beside him, Lin Xiu is equally shocked, but a thrilled grin suddenly spreads across his face as he thinks to himself how much he loves this challenge. Defeating this monster will easily push me to level 26, he thinks, before raising his hand to mock the beast, calling it a little turtle. Suddenly, another teammate, Lang Langfa, leaps high into the air, gritting his teeth as he swings his sword down with earth-cleaving chi. But his powerful strike bounces right off the creature's shell like a mere scratch, leaving the giant beast completely unharmed. Landing back on the ground with shock written all over his face, he warns that the monster's armor is far too thick to break. Stepping up, Lin Xiu leaps into the air and tells everyone to let him handle it, immediately unleashing his 100 birds facing the phoenix technique. As roaring flames erupt from his attack, the massive beast simply opens its giant mouth directly in front of the incoming fire. It effortlessly swallows the blazing fire whole, causing the powerful technique to completely vanish and leaving Lin Xiu in utter disbelief at what just happened. Shocked that it can absorb his flames, Lin Xiu is suddenly forced to dodge as the beast spits the exact same fire right back at him. Standing calmly amidst the blazing heat, he finds it amusing that the creature is trying to defeat him with his own element. After exhaling the fire, the giant monster charges forward and stomps its massive foot down right where he is standing, causing a violent, earth-shaking explosion. Jumping high to evade the devastating impact, he quickly calculates his next move, realizing that if the beast absorbs fire from the front, he will simply have to strike it from behind. Swifting to its rear, he unleashes his spear technique, unleashing the fiery birds once more. A massive inferno blazes, heavily scorching the monster's backside and causing the beast to cry out in tearful panic as it looks behind. The intense heat begins to crack the heavy rock armor on its body, making Lin Xiu laugh with pure excitement. As the turtle shell shatters, massive stone fragments rain down, leaving him momentarily confused and on high alert. The roaring beast's eyes glow red as a massive rockfall traps him. Forcing his arms up to shield his face, he realizes this is extremely dangerous. Recognizing this is the beast's ultimate defense, he quickly activates his mirror clone technique, and in an instant, his body dissolves completely into thin air. Reappearing high above, he dives down toward the giant beast with his spear aimed straight for its eyes, shouting his intent to blind it. Unleashing the torrential pear blossom spear, he drives the tip directly into its glowing red eye, causing the monster to thrash in agonizing pain. Watching the giant beast writhe in pain, Ma Baohuo cheers with absolute excitement, praising the incredible strike. But the giant beast suddenly opens its massive jaws wide, revealing the glowing spiritual core once again as it prepares to unleash another devastating blast of energy. Xiao Ruoshui and her companion quickly dodge to both sides, shouting a warning that the beast has gone completely mad. Everyone watch out! The massive black rock giant beast roars toward the sky, unleashing brilliant flashes of lightning all around its body. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu confidently swings his spear forward, shouting that since the eye is its weak spot, he will gladly blind the other one too. Without a single moment of hesitation, he unleashes his galaxy fall technique, thrusting the spear tip directly into the beast's remaining eye. Once again, Lin Xiu's spear pierces the giant beast's eye, driving it into a violent, thrashing frenzy as it struggles to launch a final, desperate counterattack. Dodging the blow, Lin Xiu leaps right over its head and rolls behind it. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoshui quickly shouts to Ma Baohuo that Lin Xiu is aiming directly for the brain. Planning to pierce straight through that giant eye, Ma Baohuo prepares to strike, holding her two golden defensive fans tightly to protect herself. Ma Baohuo leaps high into the air with a quick nod, immediately unleashing a massive punch called the Heaven-Shaking Fist. The punch unleashes a massive wave of energy, forming a giant golden fist that flies straight toward the face of the roaring black rock giant beast. Hit by two devastating blows from the duo, the beast crashes heavily to the ground, utterly defeated. Lin Xiu leans down to closely inspect the fallen creature. Pulling his spear from the beast's eye, Lin Xiu looks at his weapon with deep regret, realizing that since it was a team kill, all his precious experience points are completely gone. With dramatic tears streaming down his face, he laments his terrible luck, while Xiao Ruoshui quickly notices his bizarre and incredibly stressed expression. She turns to Ma Baohuo and suggests that since Lin Xiu did the absolute most work to kill this giant beast, the mutant crystal should belong to him. Ma Baohuo generously agrees, admitting he didn't contribute much anyway. Xiao Ruoshui then turns to Lin Xiu, smiling as she tells him that the mutant crystal is indeed all his. Instantly, Lin Xiu's eyes light up. Surrounded by a joyful, flowery aura, he happily flatters them, thanking his amazing seniors with a huge, playful grin. Xiao Ruoshui sets down her heavy backpack, sits down beside him, and reassures the team that the immediate danger has finally been cleared. She suggests they rest here, noting that since this powerful monster ruled this territory, no other mutated beasts would dare approach. It will be safe for now. Sometime later, Lin Xiu's team resumes their journey, eventually stopping at the edge of a deep, dark abyss. Looking down, Lin Xiu breaks into a cold sweat, shocked to find such a massive gaping crevice inside a dense forest, and quickly steps back. He stares into the pitch-black, bottomless depths, Suddenly, Xiao Ruoshui hands him a high-powered flashlight, telling him to take it. Lin Xiu takes it, feeling a bit confused. Xiao Ruoshui pulls out another flashlight and explains that the black-toothed spiders are highly sensitive to light. Once they detect light, they will swarm like moths to a flame. She then shines her bright beam down into the dark abyss. Look, they are already here. Deep below, countless glowing red eyes stare back up, hungrily eyeing the team like their next meal. They are swarming up, a loud voice warns. Down below, crab-like creatures begin rapidly crawling up the steep, rocky walls. Xiao Ruo Shui quickly turns and yells for everyone to grab their gear, while she pulls out a massive, heavy-duty weapon. Holding only his spear, Lin Xiu scratches his head in confusion, asking what on earth they are holding. Xiao Ruo Shui immediately explains. High-precision flamethrowers, a must-have weapon for the dark forest. Hearing this, Lin Xiu is so angry he practically breathes fire, cursing his luck. You had flamethrowers this whole time, yet you made me handle all the fire attacks? Xiao Ruo Shui pouts and playfully winks as she explains. To save fuel, of course. Don't worry, these are just backups. My dear Lin, you are the real treasure in my heart after all. Blushing deeply, Lin Xiu takes a step back, begging her to stop saying such weird things when they are dealing with serious business. Nearby, Ma Baohuo sternly warns that the spiders are already upon them. Everyone prepares, and together they unleash a massive torrent of fire downward. Incinerating the spiders, Lin Xiu steps to the side, unleashing his powerful 100 birds facing the phoenix skill to blast fire below. As the flames consume the spiders, system notifications ring out, confirming the death of a level 5 black-toothed spider. Gained 5 million experience points. Killed a level 5 black-toothed spider, gaining another 5 million experience points. He unleashes more fire, shouting for everyone to keep burning them since there are so many of these creatures. With endless black-toothed spiders still crawling up the cliff, Lin Xiu turns to ask where the mutant ones are. Where do we find the mutated ones? Xiao Ruoshui quickly answers that normally, there is one mutant for every 100 black-toothed spiders. It should appear soon. Meanwhile, the system notifications pop up once again, registering another spider kill. Killed a level 5 black-toothed spider, gaining 4.8 million experience. Killed another, gaining 5.1 million experience. Guo Tansen suddenly notices something. Spotting a massive swarm of black-toothed spiders crawling out from another direction, he panics, shouting that they are coming from this side too. Lin Xiu aggressively rushes forward, telling them to leave the right side to him. In his heart, he thinks that all of these monsters are pure experience points, and letting others burn them is a total waste. System notifications ring out endlessly. Level 5 Blacktooth Spider killed, gaining 4.9 million experience points. Level 5 Blacktooth Spider killed, gaining 5.3 million experience points. Lin Xiu thinks with extreme satisfaction, these points are rolling in so fast. This is amazing. His bloodthirsty excitement once again catches the attention of his bewildered teammates. Xiao Ruoshui sighed, shaking her head at his wild excitement, while Ma Baohuo looked on, completely baffled by the boy. Why get so excited over a few black-toothed spiders? The two veterans stared at him like he was a monster. Suddenly, a massive giant spider burst into view and lunged straight toward Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu leaped back to dodge, totally shocked to find that this creature could somehow block his flames. The beast was absolutely massive and incredibly vicious. Turning back, he yelled out, asking if this was indeed a mutated spider. Xiao Ruoshui quickly confirmed it, explaining that its long mutation period had allowed it to grow to this monstrous size. They could never capture a beast this massive alive, as they only target the smaller ones. Grinning, Lin Xiu gripped his spear tightly and decided to slice it to pieces. As a strange mist swirled around him, he watched the mutated spider crawl closer and smiled at the thought of a huge reward. This beast would surely grant a mountain of experience. Meanwhile, the flamethrower was sputtering out, prompting Guo Tansen to call out to Xiao in worry. The fuel was almost gone, threatening to force them into hand-to-hand combat, but Lin Xiu was already plunging his sharp spear directly into the spider's head with pure excitement. He laughed, telling them not to worry since he was a walking flamethrower himself. Just then, another mutated spider suddenly leaped up from the dark cliffside. Lang Langfa gasped in shock at the sight of another mutated beast, while Lin Xiu merely stared at the giant spider and smiled. Now, our young hero stood victorious, surrounded by a mountain of roasted spider carcasses. He called out, telling the team that he and Guo Ling would hold the line while the others captured the mutated beasts. Setting her heavy weapon down, Xiao Ruoshui agreed, urging both him and Guo Ling to remain extremely careful. She rushed off with her squad, promising they would return to back them up. Soon, the four of them had cornered their target. As they surrounded the mutated beast, a quiet voice whispered from the shadows. Two masked figures dressed in black were watching them closely. They whispered that these targets matched their leader's description perfectly, though two of them seemed to be missing. One assassin urged the other to notify their president, but before they could, a familiar figure emerged from the darkness. She declared that such a minor matter was far beneath their leader, showing off her muscular, imposing physique. Strutting forward, she boasted that she could easily squash these flies alone, but the two masked scouts in the tree quickly warned her. They cautioned that these youngsters had slain their vice leader, but she scoffed, refusing to believe such weaklings could pull off that feat. She then giggled coyly, imagining that if she disposed of these pests, her beloved president might be so pleased that he would promote her to the vacant vice leader position. Besides, a true ninja prefers silent assassination over a noisy frontal assault, and with that, her eyes suddenly flared with a bright, predatory gleam. Whispering a threat, she drew a pair of deadly daggers. Nearby, Ma Baowo delivered a devastating punch that sent a mutated spider flying. The beast crashed heavily to the ground. While it was still thoroughly disoriented, Lang Langfa and his companion seized the perfect opportunity. Chuckling happily, the two leaped forward with a giant container, slamming it down to trap the beast inside before celebrating their success with a hearty high five. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently, causing Guo Tansen to look around in deep concern. He asked if his friend felt the subterranean vibrations, but before they could react, several black-clad enemies ambushed them from every direction. Guo Tansen cried out that it was an ambush by 6 Kurokawa assassins who rushed forward with raised swords, screaming for their blood. A sharp blade stabbed into the dirt right by their feet. Trapped from both sides, they had absolutely no way to defend themselves. Fortunately, Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruoshui were already rushing over, with Ma Baohuo desperately calling out to his trapped companions. But the masked attackers quickly formed mysterious hand signs, instantly vanishing behind a thick, blinding screen of white smoke. This left our heroes utterly baffled until the enemies suddenly dropped from the sky directly toward Xiao Ruoshui, prompting a desperate warning shout to watch out. Hearing the cry, Ma Baohuo selflessly threw himself in front of her to intercept the incoming blades. As Xiao Ruoshui screamed his name in absolute terror, the enraged Ma Baohuo unleashed a devastating punch that forced the assassins to scatter backward. He roared in anger, cursing them for their cowardly ambush, while Xiao Ruoshui desperately urged the team to stick together. They quickly formed a tight defensive circle, standing back-to-back as a dangerous swarm of armed assassins surrounded them. From a distance, Lin Xiu and Guo Ling, who were still fighting off the spiders, immediately noticed the sudden commotion. Guo Ling asked in worry, noting that their seniors seemed to be locked in combat, and suggested they go help immediately. She urged him while slicing through the spiders, but Lin Xiu remained incredibly calm, telling her not to panic. He flashed a wild grin, noting they actually had plenty of help around, before asking her to hand over her flashlight. Standing at the cliff's edge, he watched as a pair of high heels stepped forward, with a smug voice declaring they were surrounded. Heji emerged, looking incredibly muscular, and ordered her men to slaughter them all to avenge their fallen young master and vice leader. With bloodshot eyes, her men charged forward, but Lin Xiu suddenly materialized right behind her, armed with his lethal spear. Standing right behind her, he teased that they were actually the ones trapped. Heji scoffed in disbelief, asking if he seriously expected to surround them all by himself. Calmly, Lin Xiu shone 2 bright flashlights behind him, telling her to take a much closer look. Who says he is all alone? He brought plenty of backup. With a smirk, our hero leads a massive swarm of black-toothed spiders right to them. As the creepy crawlers rush the group, he tosses a bright flashlight straight at one of the masked villains. He yells, "Here is a little present for you." Before the confused crook can even react, Lin Xiu dashes past him and shouts back, "My 8-legged friends absolutely love bright lights." The masked thug just stands there scratching his head, completely clueless about what is coming next. Suddenly, a wave of spiders swarms him. He crashes to the ground screaming in terror, desperate to throw the flashlight away as fast as possible. They scramble back, crying out in absolute panic about the terrifying black-toothed spiders. Ordering a quick retreat, Heiji glares at her minion, Araki, demanding that he unleash his fiery flame skills to burn the pests away. Araki tries his best, summoning a few weak sparks while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Take this!" But out of nowhere, a burst of energy flashes behind him. Lin Xiu appears right by his side, spear ready. Araki gets slammed face first into the dirt. His ally turns pale with shock, while Heiji boils over with pure, unbridled rage. Clenching her fists, she grabs a dagger. With bloodshot eyes, she shrieks, "You dirty coward! How dare you pull a sneak attack?" Lin Xiu just smirks. "This is called a stealth attack, my friend. Is this not the grand strategy you guys were boasting about? Why call it cheap?" With a grand gesture, he unleashes his mighty fiery technique, sending blistering waves of flames roaring outward. The blazing fire forms a wall, blocking the wave of terrifying spiders. Lin Xiu looks back and shouts to his crew, "These fools will distract the spiders for now. Use this chance to quickly patch up your wounds and recover." Prompted by his warning, Ma Baohuo and his two companions quickly gulp down their healing medicine to restore their strength. Meanwhile, Heiji is absolutely furious. She points at them and screams, "If we are going down, you are coming with us. Charge at them. Draw the spiders over." Her brainwashed thugs rush forward with swords raised, screaming like madmen to end it all together. Lin Xiu just stands there, calmly picking his nose and mocking them. "Took you that long to think of this? What complete idiots." He leaps high into the air, activating his fire refinement skill, merging the flames into glowing spheres of concentrated spiritual energy. The massive fireballs rain down in a torrent, hitting the spiders and the masked thugs alike, blowing them all to absolute pieces in a spectacular blazing explosion. The few survivors scramble away on all fours. Meanwhile, system notifications chime in his head. Level 5 Black-Tooth Spider defeated. Gained 4.9 million experience. Another level 5 spider defeated. Gained 5.3 million experience. Level 5 spider defeated. Gained 4.5 million experience. Another level 5 spider defeated. Gained 5.2 million experience. As a final explosion roars, Ma Baohuo and his allies finally recover their full strength. They charge forward as one, screaming, "Get them! Wipe them out!" Fighting fiercely on all sides with absolute fury. They take down their targets with swift precision. Their eyes burn red with rage, especially Lang Lang Fat, who is absolutely furious. He swings his fists, roaring, "How dare you ambush us? Die!" Meanwhile, Lin Xiu continues fighting, farming massive amounts of experience. Level 5 spider defeated, gained 5.1 million experience. Another level 5 spider defeated, gained 5.4 million experience. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 26. Lin Xiu grins with joy, thinking, "Finally, I leveled up." His system screen flashes. Host Lin Xiu, level 26. Strength up to 489, health 208, speed 123, and overall combat power boosted to 5,550. He gains a 30% chance to block half of all incoming damage. Reviewing his powerful skill list, he cannot help but feel incredibly smug. He commands the system to put all 26 stat points into raw power, taps the screen, and laughs out loud in pure excitement. This feels amazing. Heiji watches him in sheer horror, wondering if this kid is insane since he shows zero signs of fatigue. Still bursting with energy, Lin Xiu raises his mighty spear, points it directly at her, and calls her out with a wild grin. "Come on, lady in red, let's go around." Terrified out of her mind, she raises her hands defensively, stuttering in panic. "No! Stay back from me!" Her desperate scream rings through the forest as she begs for help. Soon after, the spiders are roasted to a complete crisp. With Heiji and her entire gang knocked out cold on the ground, Lin Xiu and his exhausted crew finally sit down to catch their breath. Ma Baohuo chuckles with pure delight, shouting, "Ha ha, we took them all down. That felt absolutely fantastic." The rest of the team laughs along. Lang Lang Fat pipes up, proud to have wiped out the Kurokawa gang and the spiders together. "This has got to be the greatest victory of my entire life." Later, near a deep crevice in the dark forest, the team gathers together. Staring at a massive pile of glowing, colorful crystals, she marvels at how incredibly generous their defeated enemies were. Leaving behind so many precious magic crystals and materials, Ma Baohuo laughs heartily, not to mention the extra cores from those iron and black-tooth spiders. "We hit the jackpot," Xiao Ruoshui says, packing the shining, colorful stones into her bag while calling out to the group. They packed the rare energy crystals and materials into the weapons dropped by the Kurokawa Association members to take everything with them. Once her heavy backpack was stuffed completely full, she stood up and suggested they distribute the valuable spoils among everyone once they finally returned to the academy. He also carried the container holding the mutated black-tooth spider, yet he looked incredibly energetic and declared with a bright smile that their mission was a total success. Lang Lang Fat readily agreed, relieved that they could finally go home, while Guo Ling stood nearby with a warm, joyful smile. But Lin Xiu simply waved his hand, telling the group to head back first without him. Xiao Ruoshui instantly grew curious and asked what he was up to. Ma Baohuo panicked, wondering if he was planning to steal the legendary Ice Lotus Fire, but Lin Xiu quickly waved his hands. He explained he had no interest in that treasure. He was just looking for someone. This left Ma Baohuo utterly confused, while Xiao Ruoshui became instantly annoyed. She demanded to know if he was chasing after that vixen, warning him that his classmates had already spilled all of his secrets to her. Lin Xiu maintained a polite smile, but internally, he was absolutely fuming, plotting exactly how he would punish those gossiping students once he returned. Xiao Ruoshui then turned to her companions and announced she was staying behind as well. Ma Baohuo gasped in disbelief, demanding to know what her reason was. She immediately clung to Lin Xiu's arm, pouting as she declared that she simply had to accompany him on this search. She claimed she needed to protect him from losing his life over that vixen, leaving poor Lin Xiu blushing in pure embarrassment. Gently pulling away, he weakly protested that he was not nearly as fragile as she thought. Undeterred, she followed him closely while calling out a final warning to her stunned teammates. She urged them to travel safely, leaving Ma Baohuo completely speechless as he desperately tried to call her back. Guo Ling chimed in from behind, noting that once Xiao Ruoshui made up her mind, absolutely nobody could stop her, forcing Ma Baohuo to let out a defeated sigh. With that, they departed. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiu and Xiao Ruoshui ventured deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a group of unconscious, badly beaten warriors scattered across the dirt. Their bodies lay completely motionless. Xiao Ruoshui quickly examined them, noting there were absolutely no signs of mutated beast attacks. It was clearly a brutal clash between human martial artists. Lin Xiu remained silent, carefully inspecting one of the fallen fighters before suddenly grabbing the man's arm. Turning the body over, he discovered a frozen gash across the chest. The strike was incredibly precise, clean, and lethal. The clean cut was coated in a powerful frost energy. Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he gasped out her name, Luo Yue. Standing up quickly, he realized these men were all slain by Luo Yue, as their wounds were identical. But suddenly, something caught his eye and he spun around. Lying in the dirt was a very familiar weapon. As he called out, Xiao Ruoshui asked if he was absolutely certain it belonged to her. Lin Xiu rushed forward to retrieve the weapon, examining it closely. He insisted he could never mistake it. This blade was her most prized possession. Leaving her sword behind meant she was undoubtedly in grave danger. He quickly secured the weapon onto his back, preparing for the worst. Without her weapon, she was completely vulnerable. He knew he couldn't waste another second. He had to track her down immediately. Seeing how incredibly anxious he was, a wave of jealousy washed over Xiao Ruoshui, prompting her to huff about how much he cared for that girl. Still, she ran alongside him, pouting as she complained that he hadn't shown nearly this much panic when the Kurokawa ninjas ambushed her earlier. Lin Xiu pleaded with her to understand that the situations were entirely different. Back then, they had a group, but now Luo Yue was fighting all alone. He picked up his pace in a panic, leaving a huffy Xiao Ruoshui to grumble that she was officially done spoiling him. She pointed out a chaotic set of footprints on the forest floor, suggesting that Luo Yue might have fled in that exact direction. Impressed, he praised her tracking skills, to which she proudly flipped her hair and responded with absolute confidence. She teasingly lamented that he failed to appreciate her talents, choosing to obsess over another girl instead. With a soft sigh, they continued onward until faint, urgent shouting began echoing from deep within the dense foliage. Voices yelled to kill it quickly. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiu urged her to check out the battle ahead. As they rushed toward the noise, Xiao Ruoshui warned him that she could clearly hear the terrifying roar of a mutated beast. She realized it wasn't a standard duel, but Lin Xiu argued those fighters might possess critical clues about Luo Yue's whereabouts. Suddenly, a young man with messy, spiked hair was violently launched high into the air by an unseen force. He screamed in pain as his body slammed heavily against the trunk of a massive, ancient tree. Grit-teeth agony consumed him as a massive wild bull with glowing red eyes charged directly toward his defenseless position. Out of nowhere, a hand snatched his collar, dragging him clear just before the beast rammed the tree. Gasping for breath, the boy offered his heartfelt thanks. Lin Xiu smiled, brushing it off as he turned to face the furious beast. He instantly unleashed his signature technique, the 100 birds facing the phoenix. A massive, scorching wall of fire erupted in front of him, forcing the beast to halt. It glared through the flames, snorting with pure, unbridled rage. The magical flames quickly swept over its body, instantly replacing the creature's fury with sheer, wide-eyed terror. The injured boy's companions rushed to his side to pull him up, frantically asking if he was all right. Nearby, the others watched in absolute awe, wondering what kind of legendary technique could incinerate a massive beast so effortlessly. Lam Tu kept attacking the wild bull, yelling at the beast that he would burn it to ashes. He immediately prepared to unleash another devastating move. He struck again and again with his signature move, 100 birds facing the phoenix, targeting the mad bull. Meanwhile, Truong Du's two companions quickly scrambled to get away. They screamed to retreat because the intense heat of the flames was burning them alive. At the same time, the cornered mad bull roared out in agonizing pain. Unable to withstand the relentless flames, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. Standing close by, Lam Tu realized he had not received any kill notification from the system. He suspected the beast was only playing dead. Just then, the long-haired warrior approached and spoke up. He thanked Lam Tu for the assistance but claimed they had already worn down the black electric bull themselves. It was badly wounded, so Lam Tu had only gotten lucky. Lam Tu turned around and coldly asked, "So what?" With a dark expression, Lam Tu pointed at them and asked if they believed the beast's core belonged to them. The long-haired man replied with a highly arrogant smile. He mockingly praised Lam Tu's intelligence, saying they could not let him take all the credit after their hard work, though they might offer a tiny reward. He generously offered Lam Tu the bull's hide, claiming he was not a petty man. Hearing this, Lam Tu remained surprisingly calm. Internally, he was absolutely furious at their greed, determined not to let them steal his hard-earned prize. Yet, he maintained a cheerful smile on his face. He told them to take the core if they truly killed the beast, promising not to fight. The smug man approached the bull with a triumphant smirk. He muttered that the kid knew his place, then drew his knife with greedy, shining eyes. He was thrilled to claim a rare level 6 beast core. Suddenly, the mad bull snapped its blood, gritting his teeth. The wounded man watched in sheer terror as the beast charged him again. The sharp horn slashed across his chest, leaving him screaming in agonizing pain. Lam Tu instantly rushed in, utilizing a powerful charged strike. He drove his spear directly into the bull's eye, finally forcing the massive beast down to its knees. The system announced his victory, rewarding him with 22 million experience points for slaying the level 6 black bull. Trembling in agony and rage, the injured man accused Lam Tu of setting him up on purpose. Lam Tu merely shrugged, stating the man had only himself to blame. He added that he had no way of knowing if the beast was alive. The man's face turned completely pale with pure anger. Trung Dio stepped in to diffuse the tension, urging Li Ba to go treat his wounds. He acknowledged that Lam Tu was indeed the one who slew the beast. He then gently produced a glowing red crystal, politely explaining that his team was in desperate need of the firehorn core from this specific beast. He offered to trade it, noting that it was also a powerful level 6 fire-type core that could greatly benefit Lam Tu's own training. Seeing that the man was being fair, Lam Tu agreed to the trade, officially handing ownership of the fallen beast over to their party. He then drew the elegant long sword from his back, asking if they had ever crossed paths with a weapon matching its description. He also asked if they had seen a cold, silver-haired girl. A spiky-haired warrior raised his hand, confirming he recognized that exact sword. Hearing this, Lam Tu rushed over, grabbed his shoulders, and eagerly questioned him about where he had spotted the weapon. He asked what had happened back then. The young man thought back, recalling how he had indeed spotted a cold-faced young girl. She had silver hair and was wielding the sword while being hunted by enemies, led by a dangerous woman with a mechanical arm. Lam Tu quietly wondered if this metallic-armed woman was Luo Yue's sworn enemy. The young warrior then pointed at the blade, asking a question. He asked why only the sword remained and where the girl had gone. Lam Tu let out a heavy sigh, admitting he was searching too. After expressing his deep gratitude, Lam Tu bid them farewell. Sometime later, he and his companion set up camp, resting peacefully beside a warm fire. He urged Tu Nu Thui to sleep first, offering to stand guard while cultivating. Hearing his thoughtful words, she stretched her arms. Showing off her stunning figure, she playfully teased him about being such a gentleman, before heading off to get her beauty sleep. She teased that she needed to look gorgeous to avoid bringing him any embarrassment. Her playful comments made Lam Tu blush before he turned his attention back to the beast core. Wondering what her beauty had to do with his reputation, he shook his head and began absorbing the energy from the powerful crystal. A strong aura surged around him, but suddenly, a volley of sharp throwing knives shot through the dark. Lam Tu snapped his eyes open in alarm. Tu Nu Thui woke up instantly, and both leaped in opposite directions to dodge the incoming blades. They quickly drew their weapons, ready for an immediate fight. Lam Tu demanded to know who was there. Suddenly, Kubo Daiki emerged from the dark shadows, declaring he had finally tracked them down. Lam Tu asked if he was from the Kurokawa Association, silently realizing this man was a dangerous level 7 warrior. The furious master lunged forward, identifying himself as the organization's powerful president. The enraged man vowed to slice them to pieces for murdering his wife, but Lam Tu remained incredibly calm throughout the threat. Pointing at the attacker, Lam Tu casually asked if being the president of the association meant there was a massive bounty on his head. As he spoke, his eyes literally sparkled with thoughts of money, which left Tu Nu Thui utterly shocked. Drooling slightly, he pointed his finger directly at the bewildered Kubo Daiki. He eagerly asked how much the bounty was worth. Confused by the bizarre question, the old man stared blankly while Lam Tu looked around and sighed. He wondered if the Alliance military would even venture deep into this dark forest to collect a body, but decided a simple photo would suffice. He planned to present the proof to the Alliance once they escaped the forest. He pulled out his phone and snapped a quick picture, driving Kubo Daiki absolutely insane with rage. The enemy roared at the arrogant brat, but Lin Tu merely smiled, smugly knowing his psychological trap had already completely snared his target. With that, he unleashed the 100 birds' homage to the phoenix, sending a powerful wave of flame roaring forward. The fire shaped itself into a blazing phoenix as Xiao Ruoshui raised her fan, launching her own sweeping butterfly dance technique. Her energy spun into a powerful, glowing circle. Meanwhile, Kubo Daiki gripped his sword, scoffing at the two ants who dared challenge his might. He unleashed his flying dragon slash, firing a massive energy wave that clashed head-on with Xiaoru. The impact sent her fan flying back, shocking her deeply as the brutal slash tore right through the fiery phoenix. It split the massive fire clean in two. Lin Xiu gasped in horror as Kubo Daiki crushed their flames and closed the distance. The veteran warrior swung again, roaring for them to die, while Lin Xiu stood frozen, realizing the speed was simply too fast. There was no way to dodge. Kubo struck the ground with his Earth Dragon slash, splitting the battlefield right down the middle. Debris exploded in all directions, leaving Kubo Daiki completely stunned that his strike was blocked by a defense far stronger than any standard shield. Having narrowly escaped a lethal blow, Lin Xiu caught his breath, realizing this level 7 fighter was far deadlier than the last opponent. Fortunately, his level 5 warrior passive defense had activated just in time, while a worried Xiao Ruoshui quickly yelled out a warning to him. Now, let's watch carefully as she warns him that this opponent is highly dangerous. Meanwhile, Kubo watches them, wondering how a level 5 warrior blocked his full strike. Kubo assumed the brat was using some hidden trickery, but in that exact moment, Lin Xiu unleashed his torrential rain pear blossom spear, raining down countless glowing weapons from the sky. The spear stormed down as Kubo swung his sword defensively, gritting his teeth in anger. Determined to see how many strikes the kid could actually take, he unleashed yet another powerful wave of his flying dragon slash. The blast sliced through Lin Xiu's glowing spears, forcing the young hero to leap backward to escape the deadly pressure of Kubo's relentless assault. Kubo could not believe his eyes, wondering where that bizarre shield had gone, but Lin Xiu was already making his next move. He quickly activated his mirror clone technique, his body dissolving into thin air and leaving Kubo utterly baffled by yet another illusion. Suddenly, Lin Xiu materialized right behind his foe, combining his freezing frost element with the deadly torrential rain pear blossom spear for a devastating combo. The freezing spearheads shot forward, causing Kubo to panic as he realized the attack now carried a chilling ice attribute. He struggled to block, baffled because the boy had used fire earlier. Meanwhile, the frost from the attack began to spread rapidly. The ice quickly solidified around his legs, trapping him. Seeing this perfect opening, Xiao Ruoshui smiled. Knowing this was her moment, she immediately hurled her fan forward to execute her signature butterfly dance. The spinning weapon sliced deep into Kubo's arm. Grimacing in pain, his face darkened as he let out a furious roar. Roaring in rage at the two ants who dared to injure him, he screamed for them to die, unleashing a massive barrage of sharp energy slashes. To evade the deadly strikes, Lin Xiu once again used his mirror clone, vanishing instantly into thin air. He materialized directly behind Kubo, but the veteran warrior spun around instantly with a sneer, claiming he had already seen through that simple trick. He scoffed at the idea of being fooled by the same move twice. With a dangerous gleam in his eyes, Kubo smugly unleashed two massive waves of sword energy. Unable to dodge in time, Lin Xiu took the brutal impacts head-on, crying out in utter shock and confusion. Standing victoriously, Kubo laughed like a madman and told the brat to rot in hell, but in that exact moment, Lin Xiu's broken body dissolved into thin air yet again. It was another clone. Kubo gritted his teeth in absolute shock, unable to believe he had been fooled again. You and I can see him wondering what kind of technique allowed consecutive clones, completely unaware of the trap closing in. A strange crimson mist had silently enveloped the entire battlefield. By the time he realized what was happening, he was completely trapped inside, spinning around in sheer panic. Realizing he was trapped inside a mental illusion, he watched the sky above him turn a terrifying, blood-red color. As the illusory world began to collapse, Lin Xiu summoned his heavenly dragon strike, conjuring the towering figure of a massive spiritual general right behind him. Kubo stared up in sheer awe at the immense power, but quickly swung his sword to activate his own defense. Behind Kubo, a bizarre, monstrous creature emerged, looking like a strange hybrid of a dragon and a serpent. He roared arrogantly, shouting that despite how impressive this technique looked, a weak, low-level warrior could never hope to defeat a master like him. He brought his blade down in a black dragon slash, sending the monstrous serpent lunging forward with its jaws wide open. The monstrous beast clashed violently with the giant spiritual general, triggering earth-shattering shockwaves that culminated in a massive, blinding explosion high above. The violent shockwave tore the ground apart, pulverizing nearby boulders. As the energy finally settled, even the mighty Kubo Daiki was sent flying backward. He skidded heavily across the dirt, but Lin Xiu took the worst of it, thrown high into the sky. His grip failed, sending his spear tumbling away as a panicked Xiao Ruoshui screamed out his name in sheer terror. Lin Tu crashed heavily into the earth, leaving a massive crater as he coughed up a pool of fresh blood. Pushing himself up with a grimace of pure pain, Lin Xiu grunted, realizing a level 7 warrior was no joke. To shatter his defense so easily, nearby, Kubo Daiki smirked with arrogance, boasting that a weakling dying by his hands was an honor. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Xiu spat back that even a dog would reject such an honor. Secretly, he calculated his options, thankful for his skills. If he activated his rage state and launched a fully charged strike, he could at least heavily wound the old man, if not outright kill him. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to activate his rage. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from behind, asking if he was looking for a certain sword. Startled, Lin Xiu spun around, demanding to know who was there. Heavy footsteps were already drawing close to his discarded backpack. Without any hesitation, the stranger grabbed the blade. Lin Xiu's face darkened with fury as he barked, demanding the thief return his sword. Kubo Daiki glared at the intruder, brandishing his own weapon, demanding to know who he was and warning him not to interfere. Ignoring the threat, the stranger locked eyes with Lin Xiu, asking where he found the weapon. In a flash, he was standing right in front of him. Furious, Lin Xiu snapped, telling him to get his hands off. Yet, with effortless grace, the stranger casually caught his incoming spear. With a casual smirk, the stranger teased, noting Lin Xiu had not seemed this angry when getting beaten by his previous opponent. Lin Xiu was utterly stunned, realizing this man had stopped a powerful spear bare-handed. Before he could even react, the stranger lifted the sword, continuing his endless questions. "This sword must mean a lot to you," the stranger mused. Watching them closely, Kubo Daiki grew anxious, sensing this newcomer was extremely dangerous. He wondered if the two were secretly allies. Realizing a team-up would mean his absolute defeat, he knew he had to strike first. Determined to take the advantage, Daiki gritted his teeth, unleashing his deadly black dragon strike. But the stranger barely paid him any attention. Instead, a dark, suffocating energy erupted from his body. Turning slowly, he scoffed, comparing the level 7 warrior to a mere annoying fly. Drawing the sword from its scabbard, the stranger unleashed a wave of terrifying pressure. Kubo Daiki turned pale with sheer terror. With a cold gaze, the mysterious warrior unleashed a barrage of devastating energy slashes. It was the star-shattering slash. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Xiu stood completely frozen, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. You and I would be just as shocked. A level 7 master, defeated in a single slash. Beside him, Xiao Ruoshui was stunned while Lin Xiu checked his screen. No wonder his system could not display the stranger's info earlier. A level 8 warrior. With the threat gone, the man turned back, flashing a charismatic smile. He casually asked if, in exchange for saving them from that mess, they could share some information about the sword they possessed. Holding his spear close, Lin Xiu grumbled, pointing out that he had never actually asked for his help. He secretly mourned the stolen experience points. Still, he quickly whipped out his phone to snap a photo of the fallen villain. All those sweet experience points from a level 7 boss, gone. Watching this bizarre behavior, the stranger raised an eyebrow in utter confusion. Asking what he was doing, Lin Xiu explained that the dead man was an A-rank criminal, and since there was no signal, he needed proof. A quick photo now meant he could claim the bounty later. At the thought of cash, Lin Xiu's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. He was completely money-driven. The stranger could only slap his forehead in sheer disbelief at the young man's shameless focus on profit. Calling him a bizarre kid, the stranger secretly wondered if the bounty shouldn't actually belong to him since he did all the work. Shaking it off, he pointed at the boy, asking if he was indeed the famous Lin Xiu from the prestigious Sanctuary Academy. Pocketing his phone, Lin Xiu blushed slightly, utterly surprised that this powerhouse actually knew his name. They had never met before. Looking down at the blade, the stranger explained that the sword's original owner had mentioned him. Lin Xiu gasped, pointing an eager finger. Did Luo Yue really tell him that? Did he actually know her? Flashing a proud grin, the man cleared his throat, introducing himself as Luo Huatian, Luo Yue's protective older brother. Dumbfounded, Lin Xiu lost all filter, blurting out a welcome to his future brother-in-law before quickly catching himself. Hearing this slip of the tongue, Xiao Ruoshui fumed with jealousy. Instantly, Lin Xiu switched back to his most polite, charming self. He warmly shook Luo Huatian's hand, noting how much the two siblings looked alike. Luo Huatian was left utterly bewildered by this sudden, dramatic shift in attitude. Struggling to keep up with the boy's lightning-fast mood swings, he listened as Lin Xiu added that Luo Yue had never once mentioned having an older brother. Asking if he was looking for her too, Luo Huatian explained he had originally visited her academy before tracking her down here. But after learning she had ventured alone into the dangerous dark forest, he hurried after her. Hearing this, Lin Xiu sighed deeply. He revealed some troubling rumors about an assassin pursuing her, specifically a ruthless woman sporting a distinct mechanical arm. Luo Huatian fell silent, deeply troubled. A mechanical armed foe sounded entirely unfamiliar. Did his sister really harbor such dangerous enemies? Seeing his confusion, Lin Xiu grew exasperated, questioning how an older brother could know so little about his own sister's conflicts. Offering a sheepish laugh, Luo Huatian explained he spent most of his years training away from home. Since they both wanted to find her, they teamed up. Stick with me, because their search is about to get wild. With me around, I guarantee nobody will lay a finger on you. Lin Xiu immediately asked if he knew where Luo Yue was, but Luo Huatian simply shrugged in defeat and answered, I have no idea. But knowing my sister to escape her enemies, she is bound to stir up a massive storm. Lin Xiu was completely speechless, but Luo Huatian kept going, insisting that she would definitely head straight to where all the martial artists gather. And where in the dark forest has the most warriors right now? Hearing this, Lin Xiu suddenly realized the danger. So you think Luo Yue is headed to the Ice Lotus Fire just like the others? But wait, how do you even know where the Ice Lotus Fire is actually located? He asked, feeling a bit deflated. In response, Luo Huatian reached inside his jacket and pulled out a device resembling a video game controller to show off. Take a look! I have an Ice Lotus Fire detector. Lin Xiu could only wonder if this man actually came to find his sister, or was he just hunting for the rare fire? Suddenly, Luo Huatian threw an arm around his shoulder, pulling him along. Let us get moving. Once he regained his composure, Lin Xiu asked if this strange gadget could truly track down the legendary Ice Lotus Fire. Luo Huatian confidently replied that it could, then pointed ahead. Look at that, a discovery. We have people right up ahead. Lin Xiu shook his head. I can see them with my own eyes, brother. There is a whole crowd laughing and talking up there. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, joking that the device apparently could not sense any fire at all, only the presence of other human beings. Luo Huatian calmly put the gadget away, explaining that every warrior brave enough to enter this dark forest was here for the fire, meaning they were heading the right way. Lin Xiu pointed out that if everyone was indeed hunting the exact same treasure, those warriors would surely view them as rivals and try to eliminate them on sight. Luo Huatian did not hesitate. Simple. If they attack us, we just wipe them all out. Hearing those cold words immediately reminded Lin Xiu of Luo Yue. Just wipe them out. He had to smile, realizing the sibling resemblance was truly unmistakable. A rowdy gang of mercenaries with bizarre hairstyles swaggered over. One of them glanced toward the duo, mocking them loudly as more prey entering their territory. Another laughed in disdain, noting there were only 3 of them who looked incredibly weak. A crew-cut thug laughed, mocking them as weaklings trying to steal the legendary fire. Lin Xiu remained polite, waving his hand in a friendly gesture to calm the tense mercenaries down. He explained he was not there for the treasure, only wishing to ask if anyone had spotted a cold-looking young lady with beautiful silver hair. By now, he was standing right in front of the mohawk-wearing thug, who glared back with immense arrogance. Kid, those are street rules. Information requires cold, hard cash. Lin Xiu simply chuckled in response. Of course, brother, but that depends entirely on whether the information you have is actually worth the price. The mohawk thug gestured toward the heavy sack on Lin Xiu's back, demanding that he open it up first to see if anything caught his eye. If there was something valuable inside to spark his interest, only then would he share any useful information with them. Lin Xiu sighed and waved his hands, noting there was clearly no sincerity here. He decided to find someone else to ask, but the mohawk thug suddenly blocked his path with a heavy weapon. His eyes turned bloodshot as he bared his teeth menacingly, refusing to let the boy leave. You think you can just annoy me and walk away, brat? Lin Xiu calmly raised his spear, countering with a smirk, asking if the thug wanted to treat him to dinner instead. Without hesitation, he thrust his weapon forward. The thug barely managed to raise his heavy axe to block, his face instantly twisting under the immense pressure. The strike was blindingly fast, sending both the thug and his axe flying backward. Seeing their companion get blasted away, the rest of the gang did not even bother to help. Instead, they laughed, mocking him for failing to handle a simple level 5 warrior. Ah, San pointed an angry finger, shouting that the kid had absolutely no respect, before using his weapon to slowly push himself back up. He grumbled in frustration, swearing that this battle was far beyond any regular rank 2 skirmish. Demanding that Lin Xiu drop his backpack, the thug lunged forward with a heavy swing, dragging them both into a fierce, fast-paced clash. While the others watched and laughed, a powerful figure dressed in red stepped forward, noting that the young man was holding his own against a level 6 warrior despite being only level 5. Luo Huaxian watched with a satisfied smile, praising his sister's taste in men. Behind him, Xiao Ruoshui spoke up. She asked if he was going to help, reminding him of his grand promise that nobody would dare trouble them. Detecting her annoyance, Luo Huatian calmly pointed out that the boy had not asked for help and was clearly winning the fight anyway. He then turned his gaze to her, curiously asking about her connection to Lin Xiu and why she kept following him around before grinning widely. He teased that she might be a rival for his sister's affection, prompting an immediate, highly defensive reaction from the girl. She proudly declared herself as Lin Xiu's true girlfriend, accusing his sister of trying to steal him away. Luo Huatian chuckled, saying that was their business before offering a friendly warning. He offered a piece of advice, warning her to tread carefully because if his sister ever lost her temper, even he could not stop her. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued. Ah San stood isolated inside a cloud of dust, while one of his companions jeered, mocking him for losing his advantage. Two of them walked over, patting him on the shoulder as they jokingly offered to step in and help. Ah San, annoyed, shattered their grip, snapping back that he knew exactly what greedy schemes they were plotting. Let's jump into the action as the long-haired thug orders a quick strike on young Lam Tu. He and his crew-cut partner rush forward with wild excitement, ready to end things here. Mocking the boy, they surround Lam Tu from all sides. Seeing this shameless display, Tu Nuoc Thui boils with rage. She cannot believe these shameless level 6 fighters are ganging up on a level 5. She turns to Lak Hoathien. She asks if he will just watch his sister's future husband die. Lak Hoathien looks helpless, admitting he only watched because the kid seemed completely unbothered by the danger. He sighs, accepting his duty as the future brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Tu Nuoc Thui wastes no time, unleashing her twin fans to execute her signature butterfly dance technique. Sensing the incoming attack, the long-haired thug glances over. With a smug grin, he confidently raises his weapon, fully expecting to block her strike with ease. Catching her returning fans, she sneers at them, calling out their pathetic attempt to gang up on a single young boy. She asks if they think she is invisible. The filthy thug merely licks his lips, replying that he originally planned to save a beautiful girl like her for last. He threatens to show no mercy, but his arrogance is short-lived. In a flash, a barrage of razor-sharp sword energy bursts forward, tearing through the air toward him. The deadly energy rips through his body. Terrified, his comrades turn pale, crying out in shock as Lak Hoathien unleashes his devastating star-shattering slash technique. The relentless energy slices through everything in its path. Within seconds, their bodies are torn to pieces, leaving them to scream in absolute agony as they fall. The remaining thugs watch in sheer terror. To eliminate 3 level 6 martial artists with a single blow seems impossible. They wonder how this man could be so powerful. They stare at him in shock. Yet, after ending those lives, Lak Hoathien simply smiles, cheerfully telling them that there is no need to thank him. He brushes it off as a minor favor. Meanwhile, Lam Tu is utterly speechless, secretly seething with frustration at this unsolicited help. Those were level 6 fighters, representing a massive mountain of experience points stolen away. Undeterred, Lak Hoathien turns his attention to the rest of the gang. He casually asks if they want to fight one-on-one or try their luck ganging up. Terrified and trembling, the thugs watch as an older gentleman steps forward. Sporting a thick beard, he tries to defuse the situation, apologetically explaining that those 3 fools got exactly what they deserved. He offers up their backpacks as rightful spoils of war, pleading that they never meant to offend such a powerful senior and begging for mercy. The old man tosses the bags forward, begging the senior to spare their lives. Lak Hoathien looks pleased by this smart gesture and lets out an amused chuckle. Praising the man's quick wits, he turns to Lam Tu and instructs him to go collect the 3 discarded bags of loot. The boy quickly complies, addressing him as Big Brother. Though losing out on experience points hurts, he consoles himself with the valuable loot inside. Gathering these rare beast cores is still a sweet consolation prize. With the matter settled, Lak Hoathien waves a casual goodbye to the survivors. He generously forgives them for their companion's sake before the trio turns to leave. Behind them, a ponytail-wearing thug whispers to his leader. He eagerly asks Old Wang if they should truly let them walk away, noting their opponent is likely only a peak level 7 cultivator. He points out that Old Wang is also level 7, and they outnumber them heavily. The veteran leader remains deeply silent. Turning back with a grim expression, he asks if they failed to perceive the terrifying murderous intent that man was desperately holding back. He warns that such intense aura can only be forged through surviving an actual sea of blood. Had they attacked, none of them would have survived the encounter. Sometime later, as our 3 companions continue their journey down the road, Lak Hoathien leads the way and breaks the silence. He praises the young boy, impressed that a level 5 cultivator had the guts to face level 6 opponents head-on. Admiring his courage, he tells the young duo to split the spoils from those unlucky thieves since he has no interest in it. Hearing this, Lam Tu beams and thanks him warmly. They eagerly pour out the colorful crystals to divide their treasure. However, their celebration is cut short when Lok Hoa Thien bluntly notes the boy is still weak. Staring at the crystals, Lam Tu instantly feels his excitement drain away. He cannot help but compare these two proud siblings. He remembers Lok and Guayet saying those exact same discouraging words, leaving him to sigh inwardly at just how incredibly arrogant this family truly is. Suddenly sensing danger, Lok Hoa Thien draws his blade in a flash. With a swift backward strike, he cleaves a giant stealthy bee in half before it can launch an ambush. The sliced carcass lands heavily at his feet. Watching this display of flawless reflexes, Lam Tu can only stare in absolute astonishment. Recognizing it as a deadly level 7 killer bee from the dark forest, Lam Tu asks how he could possibly sense its approach. He is deeply impressed by such sharp instincts. Quietly sheathing his blade, Lok Hoa Thien casually attributes his reaction to detecting the creature's murderous intent. He explains that every attacker radiates a specific hostile aura the moment they strike, whether it is a wild beast or those foolish level 6 martial artists. By tracking that aura, he can easily predict their trajectory. Confused by this high-level concept, Lam Tu scratches his head, trying to understand. He wonders how anyone can actually sense and track an invisible, abstract concept. Hearing this, Lok Hoa Thien smiles with a hint of pride. He explains that such refined instinct can only be forged by bathing in a sea of blood and surviving atop mountains of fallen foes. Such imagery suggests he has taken countless lives. Suddenly, his expression darkens into a chilling, intense glare. He bluntly notes that Lam Tu simply has not taken enough lives to develop this sense. Quickly brightening up, he adds that Lok and Guayet possesses a similar ability to predict incoming danger. However, he proudly boasts that his sister still lags behind his own body count. Hearing this, Lam Tu is left deep in thought. So, you and I have to wonder, is her decisive nature truly due to reading hostile energy, or does she just have an incredibly short temper? Could she really decapitate someone over a single wrong word? In his mind, an angry Luo Yue appeared, raising her sword. Hearing this, Luo Huadian blushed and awkwardly muttered in agreement. She certainly has a fiery temper. Just then, a group came flying toward them. A man with a wild, rooster-like hairstyle ran ahead, shouting at the top of his lungs. Elder Swan sent the signal. The location of the ice lotus flame was finally confirmed. Several figures leapt high into the air, moving like shadows. The leader urged them onward, pointing to the peak ahead. Luo Huaxian watched them closely as they hurried past. He quickly turned to the other two, asking if they heard that correctly. Lin Xiu also offered his own theory. Judging by their frantic rush, the rumors were likely true. Luo Huatian reached down and pulled out a strange device. The tool suddenly grew larger. A rare look of panic crossed his face as he announced the tracking needle was spinning. Urging them to move, he bolted forward without hesitation. Lin Xiu and the others quickly followed close behind him. He secretly wondered why they denied chasing the flame when they were this excited. Above, a bright crescent moon hung in the dark sky. Beneath the moon rose a grand, eroded peak shrouded in light mist. Down below, several eager martial artists were already gathering. They were scaling the steep rock face. Lin Xiu and his companions finally arrived, and Luo Huatian checked his device, confirming they had reached their destination. The lake should be just up this cliff. Slipping the tracker away, Luo Huatian knelt and channeled a massive wave of spiritual energy. He looked back with a smirk, saying he would not wait for a level 5 rookie. He leaped upward with effortless grace. Below, Lin Xiu was still grinding his teeth over that irritating remark. Was a higher level really something to brag about? He decided to show off his own impressive skills, crouching low to launch himself. Spiritual energy flared around him. Using the instant step technique, he flew up the cliff with incredible speed. His eyes shone with determination as he activated his advanced movement technique, doubling his speed. Luo Huatian looked back in sheer disbelief. He praised the youth's impressive diamond-grade footwork. Below them, Xiao Ruo Shui was struggling, trembling as she climbed inch by inch. She complained that he lacked any chivalry toward a lady. Gritting her teeth, she clung to the jagged rocks, slowly pulling herself upward. At the summit, a massive crowd of martial artists stood gathered around the edge of a deep lake. They all seemed to be waiting for something. Xiao Ruo Shui finally reached the top, panting heavily but proud of her effort. She declared she did not need any help. However, seeing the massive crowd, she gasped in utter confusion. She caught up to her companions, asking why everyone was gathered there. Wasn't the ice lotus flame supposed to be at the bottom of the lake? Luo Huatian seized the moment to act like a seasoned master, offering to open our eyes to the truth. To demonstrate, he kicked a heavy stone over the edge and into the water. The moment the stone touched the surface, it instantly shattered, dissolving into tiny fragments before vanishing completely. it was reduced to absolute dust. The two shocked companions stared in horror, shouting out in disbelief. It was obliterated. Luo Huatian explained that ever since the legendary ice lotus flame appeared here, the water's natural properties had been completely altered, turning the lake into a zone of absolute sub-zero temperature. Anything touching the water was instantly obliterated. However, high-ranking martial artists of level 6 or higher could use their energy to resist the freezing water, provided they had no open wounds, but it required immense energy. Without a constant source of replenishment, one would disintegrate within 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the flame at the bottom had not yet bloomed. It could only be harvested with special tools once it bloomed. That was why everyone was waiting so patiently. Truly, this was the calm before the storm. He finished explaining the situation to his two juniors. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu scanned the area, searching desperately for a familiar face. Seeing no sign of Luo Yue, he questioned if she was really coming. Luo Huatian shrugged, reminding him that he only said it was a possibility. Strange sounds suddenly echoed across the water. Crouching down to observe, Lin Xiu warned that the lake was changing. He advised the youth to step back. Suddenly, a swarm of terrifying skeletal creatures erupted from the depths. Though skeletal, they still possessed glowing eyes and flicking tongues. Instantly, a system notification flashed before him. It was a level 6 evolved beast called the Ice Lotus Snake, mutated by the flame's pure energy. Its deadly venom could instantly turn a hunter to ash. Recognizing the level 6 threat, he yelled a loud warning and retreated. He screamed for everyone to stay back. Luo Huatian was quite impressed by the young man's quick identification. One unfortunate warrior failed to dodge and was bitten on his arm. He shrieked in agony as the venomous serpent clamped its jaws shut, refusing to let go. The flesh began to melt and steam. Nearby, another warrior drew his blade and roared at the victim to cut off his own arm. With a swift and brutal blow, the limb was severed. The man screamed in absolute agony as his fallen arm rapidly dissolved into nothingness right before their eyes. More and more serpents swarmed out of the water. The swordsman yelled for everyone to fall back as panic swept through the terrified crowd of martial artists. They scrambled to escape, but another poor soul was bitten on the thigh. His terrified scream echoed across the peak. After a desperate cry, Luo Huatian turns to his inexperienced companions. We can already see that even the shore offers no safety from the hidden dangers. The venom of these ice snakes matches the frozen lake itself. Suddenly, the water bubbles violently as an entire swarm of the deadly creatures surges onto the land. The other warriors shout frantically, telling everyone to fall back. Panicked, a rooster-haired fighter and his allies turn and run as the terrifying serpents strike again. One giant serpent opens its maw, baring its fangs as it leaps directly toward Lin Xiu. The young man is stunned, wondering how the creature could launch itself from such a distance. In an instant, Lin Xiu unleashes his signature move, 100 Birds Homage to the Phoenix. A massive wave of fire erupts from his spear, taking the shape of a blazing phoenix. Clashing directly with the oncoming beast, the blazing inferno overwhelms it. Within seconds, the deadly ice snake is completely incinerated, leaving nothing but a charred, tiny remnant on the ground. Suddenly, footsteps approach and a friendly voice calls out a cheerful greeting. The newcomer is a red-haired man wearing double-rimmed glasses, looking quite eccentric. With an easygoing smile, the stranger compliments Lin Xiu, praising his fire spear technique as truly impressive. He warmly invites Lin Xiu to team up and harvest the precious ice lotus together. But the young warrior delivers a very blunt refusal. Lin Xiu explains that he already has a team, yet the persistent stranger nudges his shoulder, trying to persuade him anyway. Pointing out their small numbers, the man notes they only have one rank 7 warrior, urging them to look across the field. Over there, a group of hostile fighters is watching them like hungry predators, clearly harboring some very dangerous, bad intentions. Lin Xiu glances over and asks if he means Old Wang's crew, who are currently glaring back with immense, palpable killing intent. Yet, Lin Xiu remains completely unfazed, calmly mentioning that he already killed 3 of their men, and they had not dared to retaliate. He scoffs at the idea of being afraid, but the stranger warns him that the enemy has recruited some exceptionally powerful allies. Resting a hand on Lin Xiu's shoulder, the man urges him to reconsider their offer, suggesting his powerful fire skills are vital for their plans. If Lin Xiu helps them fight off the icy serpents and secure the treasure, he is promised a generous share of the ultimate reward. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lin Xiu waves him off, stating that if those rivals want to fight, they can gladly bring it on. At those words, the stranger's friendly facade completely crumbles. Slowly drawing his sword, he coldly accepts the rejection as a declaration of war. Lin Xiu tenses up instantly. The attacker unleashes a vicious, sweeping strike, shouting that anyone who is not an ally must die. Lin Xiu raises his spear to block the heavy blow, but the sheer force of the impact buckles his knees and pushes him down. Steadying himself, Lin Xiu exposes the truth, realizing this man is actually in league with the enemy, a rank 7 warrior named Kim Sun Seon. Trying to launch a cowardly sneak attack was a cheap trick for a prestigious rank 7 fighter. Just then, the glowing system interface flashes with an urgent notification. The system confirms Kim Sun Seon is indeed rank 7, leaving the startled assassin demanding to know how his identity was discovered. Lin Xiu simply points a mocking finger and laughs, teasing that his treacherous face made it incredibly easy to spot a fraud. Furious at the insult, Kim Sun Seon unleashes a rapid flurry of lethal slashes, screaming in rage as he executes his signature character slash technique. Old Wang raises his massive weapon, rallying his comrades by shouting that they will never overlook their losses. You and I can see that things are about to get incredibly dangerous with 4 rank 7 warriors on the field. Knowing their targets only have a single high-level fighter, the bloodthirsty crowd quickly swarms and surrounds Lin Xiu and his 2 companions. Luo Huatian begins to radiate an overwhelming aura of pure danger, casually drawing his sword while mockingly questioning if 4 rank 7 fighters are supposed to scare him. Laughing heartily at the prospect of a massive, bloody battle, the senior warrior still pauses to warn his 2 young, inexperienced companions to look out for themselves. He warns them that once the chaotic melee begins, he cannot protect everyone. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui furiously points a finger and snaps at him. She demands to know what happened to his promise of complete safety, but Luo Huatian merely laughs, claiming this danger is the perfect training opportunity for Lin Xiu. He explains that to truly master combat instincts, one must face the brink of death. With that, his spiritual energy erupts, and he leaps high into the air. His voice echoes down, commanding Lin Xiu to eliminate anyone showing hostile intent. Without a word, the young spearman charges forward, ready to spill blood. Xiao Ruoshui fights closely by his side. Together, they cut a devastating path through the enemy ranks, striking down every hostile warrior in their way. Kim Sun Seon sneers, pointing his blade at Lin Xiu and declaring that he will eliminate the weakest member of the group first. Lin Xiu feels a sudden surge of genuine concern, knowing that even an early rank 7 opponent is far beyond what a normal fighter can easily handle. As a mere rank 5, his chances of survival are incredibly slim unless he decides to activate his high-risk volatile rage skill. But since he has not found Luo Yue yet, he must keep this ultimate trump card hidden, even if his opponent views him as easy prey. Capitalizing on the assassin's overconfidence, Lin Xiu struggles to block the incoming blows while carefully calculating his next, decisive move. A surprise attack is his only hope. Suddenly, terrified shouts erupt as more deadly ice snakes emerge, sending the panicked crowd scattering in every direction once again. Meanwhile, Kim Sun Seon stands with his back turned, completely oblivious to the danger. Right behind him, a massive serpent rears its head, ready to strike with bared fangs. Turning just in time, the assassin panics and curses his terrible luck before desperately lunging forward, reaching out to grab anything to save himself. He mutters darkly that the boy's life will finally serve a useful purpose, quickly maneuvering directly behind Lin Xiu. He intends to use him as a human shield. Lin Xiu curses this despicable cowardice as we watch the massive serpent snap its jaws shut. But Lin too quickly activates his mirror clone, vanishing into thin air and leaving the arrogant Kim Sun Seon utterly panicked. Another clone. Kim Sun Seon screams, realizing he has been tricked as the deadly ice snake lunges directly at his arm. Yet, showing zero fear, Kim Sun Seon raises his hand to conjure a defensive circle of energy. The freezing fangs of the serpent bite hard into the barrier, leaving his hand completely unharmed. Smugly, he mocks his opponent, boasting that a mere little snake could never shatter his defenses. Suddenly, Lin Tu materializes right behind him, asking if their combined forces might finally crack his shield. With a fierce grip on his spear, Lin Tu channels all his strength into a single, devastating thrust. The barrier shatters into pieces. Kim Sun Seon turns in horror as his defenses crumble. Instantly, the ice lotus snake sinks its fangs deep into his flesh, sending him into screaming agony as tears stream down his face. Face pale with terror, Kim Sun Seon raises his sword to his own arm, slicing down in a desperate bid to save himself while cursing his luck. Meanwhile, Lin Tu seizes the moment, launching his 100 birds technique while throwing out a mocking taunt. How did that freezing fire feel? Let us turn up the heat. Lin Tu scoffs, driving his opponent into a mad rage. Burning with murderous rage, the veteran warrior raises his sword with one hand, refusing to be defeated by a level 5 kid. He blocks the incoming strike of the fire phoenix, but the sheer heat of the flames quickly overwhelms him. Blasted backward, he stumbles. Lin Tu chuckles, admitting he never expected this single attack to kill him. Knocking him back was the real goal. Looking behind, Kim Sun Seon pales as he sees the deep lake waiting below. With nowhere to run, he lets out one final, bitter curse. It is a fitting end for a traitor. As we watch Kim Sun-seon splash into the lake, his face instantly corroding. He screams in agony, but within moments, nothing is left on the bubbling water but a few scraps of shredded clothing. The watching martial artists are frozen in fear, whispering among themselves about the horrifying scene. A level 7 fighter, gone just like that? This lake is terrifying. It must be because he was already wounded. Exactly. Had his body been unharmed, his defensive energy would have protected him from such a rapid demise. Meanwhile, Old Wang's aggressive group pays no heed to the danger, charging forward with weapons drawn to take down the young hero once and for all. Die! Kill him! They roar, completely ignoring a sudden warning shout about the ice lotus snakes. Another serpent strikes from the shadows. Spotting it, Lin Xiu uses his clone technique to vanish, leaving a red-haired attacker right in the beast's path. The red-haired man panics, realizing it was just a decoy. Luckily, a ponytail-wearing ally leaps in to knock the snake away. Trying the same trick twice, he scoffs. But the snake turns back toward Lin Xiu, shattering his illusion. The beast sinks its teeth into Lin Xiu's arm. As he screams, Xiaoruo Shui watches in absolute terror. Nearby allies look on with dread. But suddenly, Lin Xiu realizes something strange. He feels no pain. Looking down at his hands, he sees fire erupting from one palm and water swirling around the other. He wonders if wielding both elements simultaneously saved him, while his enemies grit their teeth in pure frustration. How is he not dissolving? They cry out. But there is no time to wonder as a massive swarm approaches. Countless ice lotus snakes erupt from the water, while the first one is still gnawing on Lin Xiu's arm. But instead of panicking, a wild, reckless idea pops into Lin Xiu's head. Smiling, he spreads his arms and closes his eyes. He lets the swarm of deadly serpents sink their fangs into him. The surrounding warriors watch in absolute horror, wondering if the boy has completely lost his mind by embracing death. He survived one bite earlier through sheer luck, but this is pure suicide. No one survives a horde like that. Yet, as 5 or 6 serpents feast on him, Lin Xiu just grins, completely unaffected by their deadly poison. They hurt a bit, but no dissolving here, he laughs. With a devilish smirk, Lin Xiu turns around and charges directly toward Old Wang's terrified men, dragging the swarm of snakes with him. Terrified, they scream in panic, begging him to stay back as he brings the nightmare closer. They scatter like frightened prey, shrieking for help and desperately trying to escape the human lightning rod of venomous snakes. The onlookers watch the absolute chaos unfold, shuddering in pure disbelief. They openly curse him as a shameless monster who lacks even a shred of martial honor. He's using the snakes as weapons. How utterly ruthless. Splash after splash echoes across the cavern as screaming men are forced into the boiling lake. Amidst the agonizing screams of the falling men, a gigantic shadow suddenly rises. An enormous, monstrous ice lotus snake emerges from the deep, prompting terrified shouts of warning. An even bigger one is coming. Look out! Even the fearless Lin Xiu cannot help but shudder at the massive beast. The size of the creature is staggering, while the ponytail-wearing martial artist is still struggling, screaming as a serpent bites him. In a flash, the massive Ice Lotus Serpent King lowered its jaws and snapped up the unsuspecting martial artist in one clean bite. Then, opening its massive maw once more, the beast whipped its colossal tail, sending Lin Xiu flying through the air before he could even react. Hurtling backward through the sky, Lin Xiu fell helplessly toward the freezing lake below, fully aware that he was in deep trouble. With a massive splash, he crashed into the icy waters, causing his enemies on the shore to erupt in malicious and triumphant laughter. Grinning from ear to ear, one thug laughed, mocking how foolish it was to expect anything less from a beast. "You reap what you sow, kid!" Watching this unfold, Xiao Ruoshui cried out in sheer panic, calling for her companion. Luo Huatian quickly held her back, warning her to stay away from the serpent and reminding her of the boy's incredible resilience. He will likely survive. Meanwhile, the giant ice lotus serpent loomed over the very thugs who were just celebrating. Their joy turned to absolute terror as they were suddenly thrown into the air, screaming for everyone to unite and attack. Underneath the surface, Lin Xiu sank deeper into the cold abyss, yet his body remained completely unharmed by the freezing water. Floating peacefully while small serpents swirled around him, his body seemed protected by a mysterious and glowing spiritual energy barrier. Opening his eyes, he realized that despite being bitten and submerged in this frigid lake, his vital energy was holding. The pain was still immense, but he knew that shielding his body with his inner energy would buy him some precious time. Deciding to make the best of this fall, he resolved to seek out the legendary Ice Lotus Flame and began swimming forward. Spotting a strange white glow in the dark depths, he initially wondered if it was the legendary flame. But drawing closer, he was stunned to see the silhouette of a young woman. As she turned, her long hair drifted in the water, revealing a face that left him completely speechless. He gasped, recognizing Luo Yue immediately. While the world above remained silent, a silent shockwave of disbelief rushed through him. It really was her. Spotting him in the deep water, she too wondered what on earth had brought him to this dangerous place. Gesturing wildly in a hilarious attempt to communicate, he tried to explain that he had fallen in while searching for her. He wondered if she could understand his messy sign language, while she simply stared, deeply puzzled by what this foolish boy was trying to communicate. Swimming closer, she firmly grabbed his hand and began pulling him along, leaving him wondering where she was guiding him. As they approached the brilliant glow, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary ice lotus flame? Before them floated a magnificent blue flower, its petals flickering with cold flames that were still tightly folded together. He realized it had not yet fully bloomed. Suddenly, massive bubbles began rising from the deep, wrapping the two of them in a swirling vortex. He panicked, wondering if an underwater earthquake was occurring, just as the fiery petals of the lotus began to unfurl. It was blooming. The stunning, fiery petals opened majestically, sending a powerful shockwave that immediately halted the chaotic battle raging on the surface. Feeling the sudden tremor, a bald fighter panicked, wondering if a massive earthquake was tearing the land apart. The combatants froze, watching in awe as the lake began to glow with a brilliant, swirling light. The water swirled into a glowing vortex, prompting excited shouts that the legendary flower had finally bloomed. "It has bloomed!" One greedy martial artist went absolutely wild, screaming that the flame belonged to him alone. He plunged headfirst into the water, triggering a mad rush as the other fighters scrambled to dive in after him. Watching the entire crowd dive greedily into the waters, Xiao Ruo Shui grew incredibly worried about how Lin Tu would survive. Luo Huatian simply laughed, assuring her that the clever young man was far too cunning to get himself killed so easily. Looking up, Lin Tu saw a desperate swarm of fighters swimming down toward them, signaling that the chaotic battle for the treasure was about to begin. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. Luo Yue pointed toward a nearby boulder, causing his cheeks to flush with slight embarrassment. Realizing they should let the greedy fools fight it out, they quickly swam over to hide behind the massive rock. The lead swimmer approached with pure greed in his eyes, but his celebration was cut short by a sudden attack. Another fighter sliced his back with a sword, forcing a painful scream from him as the attacker yelled for him to get out of the way. The wounded man cursed in anger, but horror struck as the harsh, freezing water began rapidly corroding his flesh, causing him to scream in agony. Within moments, only shredded clothes remained as the rest of the greedy swarm began tearing each other apart in the deep. Savage screams echoed through the water as they killed one another, leaving behind nothing but tattered clothing floating in the abyss. Amid the terrifying death cries, a shirtless, bald fighter managed to slip through, wearing a wicked, triumphant grin. He reached out eagerly toward the glowing treasure, laughing wildly as victory seemed to be within his grasp. As the man's fingers closed in on the lotus, Lin Tu watched anxiously from his hiding spot, fearing the treasure was lost. But the instant he grabbed the stem, a horrific shriek escaped his lips as his entire body began dissolving as if dipped in acid. The poison rapidly corrodes him as he screams in agony, refusing to accept his fate. Lin Xiu stands frozen in absolute horror as the man melts away. It seems touching this frozen lotus with bare hands is fatal. Meanwhile, he remains completely unaware of a deadly assassin with glowing eyes, sneaking up from behind with a drawn sword, ready to strike. Wearing a smug mask, the attacker slashes his sword down. Suddenly, little Gun Gun pops out of the bag, opening his mouth to let out a roar. Lin Xiu gasps in surprise, but the brave little beast has already leapt forward, biting down hard right on the villain's masked face. Gun Gun kicks the attacker away with fierce strength. The villain tumbles down, screaming in terror as he suffers the exact same agonizing fate as the others. While the attacker screams in agony, Gun Gun grins and swims back. Lin Xiu remains shaken, cursing his luck, but deeply grateful for his little companion's timely rescue. The other fighters nearby quickly notice the commotion and recognize him. Lin Xiu can only sigh, looking completely exhausted by the sudden attention. He knows he is spotted. The enemies shout in disbelief, recognizing the survivor from the shore and wondering about the identity of the mysterious girl beside him. Believing he is waiting to steal their prize, the angry mob charges straight toward Lin Xiu and his companion, shouting that they must eliminate this threat before anything else. A one-eyed warrior lunges forward with fury, thrusting his sword directly at Lin Xiu. However, the young fighter effortlessly dodges the deadly strike in an instant. Lin Xiu yells at them to take their fight elsewhere. Meanwhile, he quickly calculates his options, realizing that his standard flame skills are completely useless underwater. Since fire is out of the question, he decides to unleash a different technique. He channels his energy, preparing to launch the devastating silver lightning bursting palm. With flashing eyes, he delivers a heavy punch straight to the attacker's stomach. As the current travels, the water conducts the electricity, sending agonizing shocks through the entire surrounding group. Lin Xiu looks down at his hands, pleasantly surprised by the devastating results. He never expected this lightning strike to possess such overwhelming, explosive power. Despite his impressive attack range, another wave of angry warriors quickly surrounds him. They curse and shout, vowing to tear him apart for daring to strike first. Lin Xiu points at himself with a look of mock innocence, asking why they are all targeting him when he barely even touched them directly. He jokingly blames the conducting water, but his eyes suddenly light up as he notices Luo Yue moving swiftly to seize the Icefire Lotus. As Luo Yue darts toward the prize, a nearby warrior spots her and curses in rage, realizing the young woman is about to claim the legendary flower. The warrior swings his weapon to stop her, but Lin Xiu suddenly intercepts him with a swift, powerful kick, sending the man flying backward through the water. Realizing his companion is counting on his lightning to buy her time, Lin Xiu acts fast. He unleashes another massive electrical surge, trapping the entire group of pursuing warriors in a paralyzing shock loop. Meanwhile, Luo Yue reaches the precious flower. She carefully produces a mysterious card and cleanly slices through the stem of the legendary Icefire Lotus. With the flower secured, she pauses and looks up. Sensing Lin Xiu's gaze, she signals with 2 fingers, indicating that it is time to make their escape. He smiles and nods in agreement. Meanwhile, the paralyzed enemies finally realize what has happened and shout in absolute panic as they watch their prize disappear. They cry out in shock, wondering what kind of special card she used that could withstand the deadly heat and not dissolve. The desperate warriors immediately redirect their hostility toward Luo Yue, crazily declaring that they will simply kill her to claim the prize. While the mob schemes to take her down, Lin Xiu grins proudly from ear to ear, thoroughly impressed by his companion's incredible skill and swift execution. Telling them to stand down, he unleashes another crushing blow, sending a fresh wave of electricity that leaves the attackers writhing in pain once more. He repeatedly unleashes his lightning strikes, completely ignoring the furious curses of the shocked enemies who vow to tear him to pieces. Despite their violent threats, Lin Xiu and Luo Yue ignore the noise completely, turning around to make a smooth and effortless escape toward the surface. They burst out of the water, with the precious flower safe in her hands, but as soon as they land, someone is already waiting for Lin Xiu. An anxious Xiao Ruo Shui rushes over, immediately wrapping Lin Xiu in a tight, overwhelming embrace that leaves the young man completely flushed and breathless. She rejoices at his safety while he struggles to breathe. Suddenly, a heavy silence falls as the eyes of the 2 women lock onto each other. Luo Yue demands to know who she is, and Ruo Shui immediately fires back with the same question. Stuck right in the middle, Lin Xiu feels the icy tension rising. He nervously introduces them, explaining that one is his senior academic sister and the other is his talented school classmate. Ruo Shui steps up close, accusing her rival of being a sly vixen trying to steal her favorite junior. Luo Yue narrows her eyes, preparing to fire back with interest. Luo Yue insults her senior age, sending Ruo Shui into a fit of rage as she demands her to repeat it. Luo Yue stands her ground, ready to fight, forcing a panicked Lin Xiu to step in and try to defuse the situation. His pleas fall on deaf ears. Suddenly, a cheerful Luo Huatian arrives, smiling warmly as he greets his younger sister. He playfully asks if she is glad to see her brother, but her expression only grows colder in response. She snaps that she has no brother and tells him to move, while Ruo Shui also barks at him to get lost immediately. Even the notorious cold-blooded killer Luo Huatian finds himself shrinking back in fear from the sheer, terrifying wrath of these 2 angry women. While the legendary flower rests in her hands, a sudden shout of greed breaks the tension, pointing out the absolute treasure to the gathering crowd. Shocked that a girl claimed the prize, the ruthless crowd rallies, urging everyone to attack them and steal the Icefire Lotus for themselves. As the hostile mob begins to close in, Lin Xiu awkwardly scratches his head and begs the 2 women to pause their fierce argument. Lak Hoathian agreed, pointing out the hungry pack of wolves lurking around them. He said they should clean up this mess first, and then they could resume their little argument. The enemy, martial artists, scoffed in pure amusement. They mocked them, laughing that only one among their group of 4 had even managed to reach level 7. They dismissed it as a foolish pipe dream. But then, Lak Hoathian's expression turned incredibly dark, his eyes burning with sudden intensity. A heavy, dark aura suddenly erupted from his body as he let out a low growl, telling them to open their eyes wide and look closely. The thugs gasped in utter disbelief, realizing he was actually a powerful level 8 master. In that instant, Lak Hoathian fully unleashed his presence. Looking like a fierce demon lord with flowing hair and massive muscles, he stepped forward with a wild grin, inviting the young punks to attack him all at once. Yet, the scarred thugs remained foolishly confident, shouting to their comrades not to be afraid because their opponent was completely alone. He brandished his sword smugly, boasting that their overwhelming numbers of level 7 warriors would easily wear down the giant like a swarm of angry ants. Grinning like a true demon, Lok Hoathian bared his sharp claws and laughed, daring them to step forward and give it their best shot. While he relished the thought of a good fight, the special flower in his hands began to fade, making Lin Tu cry out in panic that the ice lotus fire was disappearing. Lok Hoathian turned back, explaining that once removed from the frozen lake, the unique fire would quickly dissolve into nothingness. He urged them to absorb it immediately, but Lin Tu looked at the massive swarm of enemies and worried about doing it with so many predators watching. Lok Hoathian smiled and reassured the young man, saying he would lead the main assault while the kid handled any small fry that slipped past. Lin Tu nodded in agreement. Looking at Luo Yue, he silently resolved that this time it was his turn to protect her no matter what. Turning to her, he urged her to focus entirely on absorbing the flame, promising that he and Lok Hoathian would keep her safe. While Luo Yue hesitated, Xiao Ruo Shui objected immediately, arguing that there were simply too many enemies for them to handle. But Lin Tu remained confident. He asked his senior sister to guard Luo Yue's back before stepping forward to face the threat head-on. As his senior worried about his safety, Luo Yue looked up with quiet gratitude, thanking them before beginning the intense absorption process. She closed her eyes to focus on the power. Sensing this, the greedy martial artist panicked, realizing the girl was about to claim the sacred flame. Unwilling to lose the prize, they charged forward blindly. But a dark shadow flashed past them, and Lok Hoathian suddenly blocked their path. With a playful grin, he asked where they were looking before delivering a heavy punch that sent one attacker flying backward with a painful grunt. The man crashed deep into the forest, triggering a massive explosion on impact. The other warriors watched in absolute horror at the raw power. A single blow had completely crushed a level 7 expert. Even for a level 8, his strength was terrifying as he charged at them like a demon. He mockingly told them it was far too late to feel fear now. While Luo Yue focused on the flame, a sneaky cultivator crept close to Lin Tu. The coward sneered, plotting to steal the prize while the others fought, but he was instantly cut off by the sharp tip of Lin Tu's spear. Lin Tu launched a rapid barrage of thrusts, but the thief scoffed, mocking a mere level 5 brat for daring to attack him. With a clever grin, Lin Tu unleashed his freezing technique, sending a relentless storm of frozen spear points raining down on his target like a pear blossom shower. As frost began to encase the thug's body, he stared in utter disbelief, utterly confused because he remembered the young man's primary element was supposed to be fire. He wondered how the boy could control ice before arrogantly swinging his blade, claiming that a bit of frost would never be enough to stop him. Before he could even finish his sentence, he looked down in absolute terror at the frozen spear point. An ice lotus snake was coiled right there, waiting to strike. The thug panicked, instantly recognizing the creature, which was incredibly small but highly deadly. The tiny snake bit him right on the nose before quickly dissolving into the cold air, leaving the man screaming in absolute agony. As the man wailed, Lin Tu casually rested his spear on his shoulder with a grin, explaining he had collected quite a few creatures that preferred the freezing cold. Enraged by the brutal defeat of their ally, the remaining martial artist charged at Lin Tu, screaming that he had crossed the line. They surged forward to kill him, but Lin Tu scoffed at their shameless plan to gang up on him. Mocking their complete lack of honor, he revealed that he had luckily caught a whole handful of ice lotus snakes when he fell into the lake, throwing them out like toys. He unleashed the deadly creatures, and the snakes immediately charged forward with incredible aggression, obeying his every silent command. The panicked warriors scrambled to dodge the sudden swarm, shouting in disbelief that he was actually using live snakes as throwing weapons. They screamed to get out of the way. Meanwhile, in a quiet clearing under the crescent moon, Luo Yue continued to absorb the sacred flame. Another greedy cultivator sneaked closer, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he declared he would never allow her to finish the process. He demanded the lotus fire for himself, but Xiao Ruo Shui intercepted him instantly, unleashing her swift butterfly technique to block his path. The thug scoffed, swinging his blade and ordering the level 6 girl to move aside, completely unaware of the looming shadow rising directly behind him. A demonic figure with glowing eyes appeared. It was Lok Hoathian, slamming a massive punch straight into the man's back. The attacker shrieked in agony as the titan roared that no one would harm his sister, leaving Xiao Ruo Shui watching the display in deep thought. Meanwhile, Lin Tu asked why he had returned, wondering if he had already finished off the entire crowd ahead. Luo Huatian bragged that wiping out those amateurs only took 5 minutes. True to his word, the entire gang lay scattered across the ground, completely beaten. Watching this, Xiao Ruoshui broke into a cold sweat, her eyes wide with shock. Even Lin Xiu found it unbelievable, muttering that processing a flock of chickens wouldn't have been this fast. Gradually, the dark energy around them began to fade away. Luo Huadian slowly returned to his normal self, immediately slipping back into his cocky attitude as he asked Lin Xiu if he wanted to learn those incredible moves. There was a catch, though Lin Xiu had to take him as a master and join him in the dark world. This unexpected offer left Lin Xiu completely stunned. The dark world? Was he really from there? Lin Xiu wondered how Luo Yue's own brother could belong to such a lawless, completely abandoned wasteland. That place was infamous for powerful mutated beasts, zombies, and dangerous criminals wanted by the Federation. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice cut through his thoughts, telling him not to listen. Lin Xiu spun around in surprise. Luo Yue, who was absorbing, snapped her eyes open in pure frustration. She declared that Lin Xiu would never go to that place or follow his path. Luo Huatian simply sighed, gently reminding his little sister of her current situation. He told her to focus on absorbing the ice lotus fire instead of coddling her little boyfriend. Luo Yue snapped back, telling him to shut up, but suddenly her eyes widened. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as the fierce ice lotus fire threatened to completely consume her entire body. Lin Xiu panicked, calling out her name, while Luo Huatian helplessly explained that the ice lotus fire possessed an incredibly volatile and powerful source energy. Any distraction during the process would instantly freeze her into a solid block of ice. Terrified, Lin Xiu begged her brother to do something. He desperately asked how they could save her, but Luo Huatian admitted he was completely powerless to help. He explained he didn't possess any fire attribute skills. Hearing that, Lin Xiu had a sudden realization about his own abilities. He remembered that his own body contained the red lotus fire, and immediately, brilliant flames began to erupt from his skin. This semi-transparent flame was the legendary red lotus fire. Lin Xiu stretched his hand forward, transferring his warm energy directly into Luo Yue to balance her cold power. He struggled under the strain, realizing the process drained massive amounts of his origin energy, but he knew he could replenish it using his spare beast cores. Luo Huashan watched with approval, noting that Lin Xiu did not hesitate for a second to help her absorb a level 7 core. It was clear his love was genuine. Beside them, Xiao Ruoshui watched silently. After a tense silence, small black stone fragments fell to the ground, and a completely exhausted Luo Yue slowly closed her eyes to rest. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Lin Xiu exhaled in relief. Luo Yue smiled weakly, her voice soft but happy. She thanked him warmly, but Lin Xiu brushed it off with a smile, asking if they really needed formalities. He then asked if she had successfully absorbed the fire. When asked how she felt, she happily confirmed the successful absorption and showed off by summoning a pure white flame in her palm. She materialized the frosty water attribute energy, and seeing her success, Lin Xiu could not help but cheer with joy. He summoned a bright golden flame in one hand, laughing as he showed off his red lotus fire before conjuring a brilliant blue flame in his other hand. Holding both flames, he was startled when the two energies suddenly rushed toward each other, clashing violently. Lin Xiu cried out in absolute panic. As chaos erupted, Luo Huatian yelled in anger, commanding the two fools to immediately put out their conflicting elemental flames. He warned them that these two primary forces naturally repelled each other. Luo Yue quickly clenched her fist to extinguish hers, and a nervous Lin Xiu followed suit. With the danger averted, Luo Huatian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and began explaining the volatile nature of these primary forces. If these opposing primal energies collided, the resulting explosion would easily obliterate even an 8th-rank martial artist. While Luo Yue fell silent, contemplating the danger, Lin Xiu grew incredibly excited, realizing that if they combined their powers, they could achieve something legendary. They could actually challenge an 8th-rank warrior. Luo Huadian nodded with his hands on his hips, confirming it would be their ultimate trump card. He teased them about their special fusion technique, dragging his words out with a playful blush that hinted at something far more intimate. Xiao Ruoshui screamed at him to shut up, while a blushing Luo Yue called him a pervert before the two girls launched him into the sky. After being yelled at to get lost, Luo Huatian dusted himself off and noted that the absorption was finally complete. With his mission officially accomplished, he waved goodbye under the dim light of a beautiful crescent moon. Even with the faint moonlight, the surroundings remained clear, revealing Luo Huatian carrying an absolutely massive backpack on his shoulders. Lin Xiu stared in utter disbelief, recalling that his hands had been completely empty when he arrived. Luo Huatian just chuckled. He proudly explained those were spoils of war looted from the fallen warriors. Lin Xiu stared with a deadpan face, pointing at the heap of random scrap metal inside. Looting monster cores made sense, but the junk weapons seemed ridiculous. Luo Huatian proudly retorted that a grandmaster like him knew the absolute value of recycling everything. He called it being smart and thrifty, refusing to let any trip go to waste. A completely speechless Lin Xiu simply sighed in response. Standing quietly behind them, Luo Yu realized the truth and softly asked if his entire journey was purely to help her secure the flame. He smiled warmly, reminding her that family always comes first. With a casual wave of his hand, he prepared to depart. He bid farewell to his new brother-in-law, his massive pack completely swallowing his upper body. Once he was gone, Lin Xiu spoke up. He asked why she treated her brother so harshly when he clearly cared so much. Luo Yue sighed and began to explain. At just 7 years old, the family abandoned him in the brutal dark world, yet somehow, he survived against all odds. He had risen to become an 8th-rank martial artist, but he surrendered his soul to the shadows, turning into a bloodthirsty, ruthless beast. Despite struggling to maintain control, the looming darkness threatens to consume him entirely. Even as a child, facing savage demons with silent, tragic calm, he was a truly heartbreaking sight. Hearing this, even Xiao Ruoshui could not help but sigh. Sending a 7-year-old child to such a dreadful place showed total ruthlessness. Closing her eyes in helpless resignation, Luo Yue replied that this was the brutal price of power. In her world, weakness is a sin. As the climbing moon cast cold light over the dense forest, a soft warning broke the silence. Luo Yue, this place is dangerous. Ruthless warriors hunting for the legendary Ice Lotus Fire could arrive at any moment. It is best that they leave immediately. Meanwhile, the ground below was littered with the bodies of fallen warriors, each bearing a massive, fatal wound directly through the chest. Lin Xiu looked down at the carnage, noting that big brother Luo Huaxian had already wiped everyone out before departing. No one would ever know they possessed the Ice Lotus Fire. Yet, Luo Yue quietly refused to flee, prompting a surprised question. Why stay? He had heard she entered this dark forest to rescue someone. Had she not found them? Luo Yue spoke honestly. That was merely a lie, she told the academy. She did not come to save a life, but to take one. To kill? Lin Xiu gasped. Luo Yue explained that 3 years ago, she and 6 companions ventured into the desolate ruins. Their mission in those ruins was to hunt a powerful 8th-rank beast. But once they succeeded, a teammate named Zhang Haoji turned on them all. She slaughtered everyone to claim the precious 8th-rank core for herself. 5 loyal companions died that day, and only Luo Yue survived. Before her fallen comrades, she swore a sacred oath. She would hunt down Zhang Haoji and exact her final vengeance. Hearing that the traitor had entered this deep, dark forest, Luo Yue pursued her, only to discover she now led a massive syndicate of rogue warriors. Ambushed and outnumbered, she was forced to retreat, deliberately leading her pursuers to the freezing lake and pretending to fall beneath the icy waters. For an ice attribute cultivator, as long as they are uninjured, they do not even need to activate their origin force to survive. They can survive submerged for hours. She used the narrow rock crevices at the cold bottom of the lake, hiding in silence, waiting for her chance. She waited until Lin Xiu fell in. Zhang Haoji, assuming her rival was dead, had departed without joining the chaotic scramble for the treasure. She was likely waiting for the other warriors to destroy one another so she could easily claim the prize. She would definitely return. When Lin Xiu asked if she planned to wait for her enemy, Luo Yue nodded. Without a moment of hesitation, he offered to stay and help. Hearing this, a worried Xiao Ruo Shui called them insane. Waiting here did not guarantee they would even find their target. Instead, they would certainly attract hostile warriors, perhaps even 8th-rank masters. Yet Lin Xiu was only a 5th-rank fighter. As for the 2 girls, they were only 6th rank. But Luo Yue confidently revealed she had fully absorbed the Ice Lotus Fire. She had reached the 7th rank. Lin Xiu grinned, boasting that taking down higher-level opponents was just a routine day for him. Xiao Ruo Shui could only sweat in disbelief at these 2 lunatics. A day passed, and a new group arrived at the lake. Led by a cold-eyed woman, the newcomers approached. Crouching in the thick brush, Lin Xiu whispered for confirmation, and Luo Yue nodded. Planning to set a trap near the lake, Lin Xiu crept toward a massive, grim pile of stacked corpses. With a grin, he expressed his excitement about ambushing from within the corpses. Xiao Ruo Shui could only stare at him, completely speechless. The boy clearly had a bizarre taste. Luo Yue, looking thoroughly disgusted, refused to hide under the dead bodies. The 2 girls decided to hide in a nearby bush instead. Suddenly, Luo Yue signaled. Zhang Haoji and her crew had arrived. They marched in with fierce arrogance, but the grisly scene before them left the leader completely shocked. She demanded to know what had transpired. How could so many strong warriors have perished? Had everyone been wiped out? Examining the bodies, her men identified one of the dead as an 8th-rank martial artist. Even at the early stage, he was extremely powerful. Examining the wounds, Zhang Haoji concluded this was no mutual slaughter. Someone else had systematically hunted and killed them all. Who possessed such terrifying power? Coldly, she commanded her men to dive and check if the flame remained. The warriors hesitated, frozen in fear. Zhang Haoji snapped at their hesitation. Without open wounds, using their origin force would protect them from the lake's deadly chill. They would not die easily. Terrified and pale, the men swallowed their fear and leaped into the freezing waters together. Watching from the shadows, Luo Yue calculated her move. The water would make a perfect graveyard for her prey. Zhang Haoji turned back to her remaining men, ordering them to search the piled corpses for clues. They searched for valuable cores or any remaining clues. Pinching his nose against the stench, a bald thug approached the pile of dead. The bodies were already decaying, but before he could search them, a silent arrow suddenly tore through the air toward him. The projectile pierced his abdomen before he could react. With a gasp, he collapsed, instantly joining the pile of corpses. Noticing the sudden movement, a scarred thug stepped closer to investigate, asking the bald man what had just happened. Instantly, a spearhead thrusts up from the pile of corpses, impaling the scarred thug. He is finished. Meanwhile, the scene shifts elsewhere. At that very moment, deep underwater, Zhang Haoji's lackeys swim toward the bottom, one guiding the way with a flashlight. He scans the murky depths, realizing there is absolutely nothing here. It seems someone already snatched the ice lotus flame. Suddenly, another teammate points ahead, grunting in panic. Turning around, he freezes in sheer terror as a cold Luo Yue closes in on them. Curse it! The screen blurs the bloody end, but his ultimate fate is clear. The surviving two scramble to swim upward in sheer panic, but Luo Yue frowns. Running is not going to be that easy. She cuts them off in a flash. With a single strike, one henchman is down. The last survivor looks back, cursing his terrible luck. Luo Yue charges the remaining thug. He barely breaks the surface, screaming for help and choking out that there is an ambush. A swift sword strike cuts his screams short, sending water splashing high. Hearing the choking sounds, the panicked gang on the shore desperately warns their leader that they are under attack from below. Lin Xiu emerges from the pile of corpses. He sighs, wishing his partner had not attacked so fast, ruining his plans for a larger ambush. He wanted to catch them off guard with a massive strike. With a swift motion, he leaps up, raising his spear high into the air. Unleashing his fiery technique, a massive wave of flames erupts. One thug looks up, his eyes widening in pure horror. The blazing fire shapes into devastating fireballs, raining down on the crowd. A terrified scout screams out that they are being ambushed from behind. He yells for everyone to look out, but the warning comes too late as Lin Xiu's explosive fireballs hit them dead on. Suddenly, a powerful aura surges from the forest. It is Xiao Ruo Shui, making a grand entrance with her elegant butterfly dance technique. Her powerful strike sends several guards flying. As they realize they are surrounded, Luo Yue leaps gracefully out of the water. Zhang Haoji quickly summons a protective barrier, shouting at her useless squad to stop panicking, fall back, and hold their defensive formation. The three allies gather together, with Luo Yue taking the lead and cold staring the enemy. Seeing her, Zhang Haoji lets out a mocking sneer. She mocks the girl she defeated before, asking if she truly believes some Tier 5 and 6 helpers are enough to stand against her. Luo Yue calmly replies that they are more than enough to take her down. Enraged, Zhang Haoji draws her sword and charges, screaming. She claims the girl in the middle for herself, ordering her squad to eliminate the other two. The foolish thugs charge forward, yelling for blood. Eager to win, Zhang Haoji unleashes a powerful downward slash. However, Luo Yue is far too quick, leaping aside to dodge it. A massive explosion rocks the area, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xiu holds his ground against two foes. Glancing to the side, Lin Xiu grows worried. He knows Luo Yue has only recently reached Tier 7. Fighting a Tier 8 master is too dangerous. He must quickly defeat his opponents to back her up. Slamming his spear into the earth, he unleashes his heavenly dragon technique. Instantly, spectral battle flags materialize, turning the area into a war zone. A colossal, majestic general charges forward alongside Lin Xiu to shatter the enemy lines. Roaring dragons swirl around his spear as he unleashes a devastating assault, leaving the helpless thugs screaming in absolute agony under the pressure. A bald warrior grits his teeth in disbelief, wondering how someone supposedly at Tier 5 could possess such terrifying strength. Xiao Ruo Shui urges Lin Xiu to go assist Luo Yue, offering to hold off the rest herself. Lin Xiu asks if she can manage alone. While deflecting incoming attacks, she tells him not to worry. Trusting her, Lin Xiu immediately prepares his devastating Pear Blossom Spear strike. Countless phantom spears rain down. Safely behind her defensive barrier, Zhang Haoji sneers, mockingly calling them nothing but weak ants. She mocks their futile attempt to ambush her before unleashing a massive counterslash. However, Lin Xiu's figure suddenly blurs before her eyes, leaving her gasping in shock. She thinks she won too easily, only to realize she just struck an afterimage. By the time she reacts, he is already behind her. He lands a direct thrust, sending Zhang Haoji flying backward. Glaring with absolute fury, she spits out that he is a despicable brat. Telling him to get lost, she erupts with a massive burst of energy. The violent shockwave catches both Lin Xiu and Luo Yue off guard. Sending them tumbling backward, seizing the moment, Zhang Haoji hurls a strange weapon, screaming for them to die under her spiked ring. It is a deadly iron ring lined with razor-sharp spikes. Watching it fly toward him, Lin Xiu grits his teeth in deep concern. He quickly raises his spear shaft to block the lethal weapon. Zhang Haoji cackles triumphantly, raising her iron glove to command the ring. The ring ricochets off his spear, but suddenly reverses direction mid-air. Lin Xiu gasps in shock as the weapon defies gravity to strike again. Zhang Haoji relentlessly commands the spiked rings, sending them swarming toward him. Defending himself, a desperate Lin Xiu curses as they keep coming. Hemmed in by the deadly onslaught, he is bombarded from all angles, barely able to defend himself against the onslaught. With a smug look, she tells the rookie to enjoy her deadly toy. Brandishing her blade, she turns her attention back to Luo Yue. Declaring it is her turn next, she swings her massive sword. Luo Yue charges to meet her, dodging as Zhang Haoji swings like a madwoman. Deadly energy slashes fly in all directions. Her eyes turn blood red as she hysterically screams for her opponent to die. The devastating slashes pressure Luo Yue, forcing her onto the defensive as the ground around them erupts with massive explosions. Debris flies everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu continues to struggle, desperately fending off the relentless circling spiked rings. He grows frustrated, realizing he cannot predict the spinning spiked rings' erratic path. He knows Lok Nuyet cannot face this madwoman all by herself. Looking closely at the two before him, he studies the woman carefully. Does she possess some sort of strange, supernatural ability? She seems to control 3 spiked rings with her mind, but then, he spots her mechanical arm and realizes the truth. It is not mind control at all. It is electronics, and electronics always fail under intense, burning heat. Smiling as a plan forms, he acts without hesitation, unleashing his blazing phoenix technique to send a massive wave of fire forward. The flames erupt from his spear, yet Truong Hao Kiet mockingly sneers, calling him a mere level 5 whose sparks pose no real threat. She brags her rings are heat-resistant, but her smug confidence instantly vanishes as the searing heat begins to burn. She panics, wondering how a young man's fire could be so intense. Could this be the legendary Red Lotus fire from another realm? Underestimating others always ends in ruin. He laughs heartily, surprised that she actually recognizes the terrifying power of his flame. Indeed, the Red Lotus fire burns within him, capable of reducing anything to ash. Just then, Lok Nguyen strikes swiftly, her voice cold and sharp. She asks what her opponent is staring at as she unleashes her devastating ice flame slash, turning the woman pale. Terrified by the legendary ice flame slash, the woman desperately deploys her electrical energy to form a strong barrier to protect herself. Overcome with jealousy, she cannot believe they hold both the Red Lotus fire and the Ice Lotus fire. Their sheer luck infuriates her. Rushing forward, Lak Nguyen calmly tells her it is all thanks to her cruelty. Falling into that frozen lake was a blessing in disguise. He charges in with a confident grin, boasting that they are a match made in heaven, both blessed with incredible destiny. She snaps at his foolish banter, telling him to shut his mouth or she will deal with him first. Chuckling, he agrees to handle their opponent first. He calls upon the legendary Phoenix technique once again, channeling his immense fiery spirit. A massive phoenix head of pure flame materializes. Even from behind her barrier, the stubborn woman continues to mock their efforts. She claims a level 5 flame can never pierce her defenses, but Lakin Gyet is already closing in, striking with her devastating frost. Sensing weakness, the wicked woman rejoices, believing she can steal the unabsorbed power of the ice flame once she takes her life. But her evil laughter is cut short. Shock washes over her face as she realizes the devastating attack has missed her completely. She cold-heartedly asks who said she was aiming for her, while he makes a sudden dash to a safe distance. He shouts in excitement for everyone to run before the collision. Nearby henchmen look on, utterly terrified by their actions. The energy is overwhelming. Tunuok Thui calls them mad, while their target stands frozen in complete confusion. A brilliant blue aura flares up on one side, while a surging golden energy rushes in from the other. The opposing forces collide like ancient enemies, leaving the helpless woman trapped directly in the middle of a massive disaster. She screams in horror, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the power tearing her defenses apart in the sky. Her agonizing screams echo across the battlefield. As the dust settles, a massive crater is left behind, the earth cracked and ruined from the force of the blast. Proud of their work, he marvels at their joint attack, astonished that they just brought down a level 8 opponent so easily. She responds with a swift, bloody punch to his nose, commanding him to keep his mouth shut. Tu Nuoc Thui is left trembling in fear, scolding them for being completely reckless with such dangerous magic. She demands a warning next time. He merely laughs to brush it off, while his companion blushes deeply, looking away. The scene shifts to the towering structures of Deep Blue City, where travelers gather, preparing to enter the gates. Armed guards stand watch at the entrance. Arriving at the scene, he wonders what could have caused such tight security. He steps through the security scanner first, followed closely by his quiet companion, who maintains her usual cold demeanor. A guard eyes the women with a sleazy grin, suddenly raising his hand and claiming the scanner has malfunctioned. The other guards snicker, knowing their captain's vile habits. They almost feel sorry for the beautiful women about to be targeted. The captain approaches with a sickening grin, insisting on a personal, physical search. She stands perfectly still, waiting. Her eyes narrow as she delivers a chilling warning. One step closer, and he dies. The surrounding guards immediately react. A weapon is drawn and aimed right at her. His expression darkens as the situation rapidly escalates into a standoff. He points out they already passed the scan. Nervous but stubborn, the captain lies, claiming the newcomers refuse to cooperate. He orders his men to arrest them, but before they can move, heavy footsteps echo nearby. An annoyed voice cuts through the tension. A blond man walks out, demanding to know what all the noise is about. His hair looks like it was cut using a household bowl, bringing back some rather humorous, old-fashioned memories. A guard quickly rushes over to flatter him, falsely reporting that the travelers refuse to go through security. The guards suspect they are in league with the thieves and move to arrest the blond man, but he sneers, mocking them. How could mere rookies like them hope to capture a powerful rank 7 warrior? Luo Yue calls out to Zheng Nuo, demanding to know what happened, but a reckless soldier interrupts her, letting his temper get the best of him. He barks in anger, demanding how she dares to speak the commander's name so casually. Zheng Nuo, cut off before he can speak, glares back at the fool. Recognizing her instantly, Zheng Nuo stammers out her name, calling her Miss Luo, and immediately delivers a swift slap to his subordinate. He orders him to shut up for speaking out of turn, then quickly turns to Luo Yue, bowing deeply in absolute respect. With folded arms, she asks why he is here in Deep Blue City. Sweating profusely, Zheng Nuo admits he was demoted after a blunder in Sky City. He wonders aloud why she is here too, but Luo Yue gets straight to the point, turning her cold gaze to the offensive soldier. She calmly states that the man tried to harass her, and she was about to end his life. Furious, Zheng Nuo roars at the offender. Calling it pure madness, he orders his men to arrest the red-haired soldier immediately. The trembling soldier pleads for mercy, but Luo Yue ignores him, asking what sort of trouble has befallen Deep Blue City. Zheng Nuo explains that an invaluable treasure was stolen from the city lord's estate last night, forcing a complete citywide lockdown. With no one allowed to leave, he apologizes for the inconvenience and offers to arrange luxurious accommodations for her stay. He offers to personally arrange a place, but she walks past him with her companions, coldly declining because they already have lodging. Zheng Nuo bids them a respectful farewell. Once Lin Xiu and the others are out of sight, the bruised soldier speaks up. Curious and nursing his cheek, he asks who they were. Zheng Nuo sighs deeply, revealing they belong to the powerful Luo family of Sky City. They are elites who can take a life in broad daylight. After walking a short distance, Lin Xiu breaks the silence. He asks how incredibly powerful her family truly is, seeing that even the city's high-ranking military officers bow down in her presence. Luo Yue closes her eyes, telling him to mind his own business, as they arrive at the towering branch of the Sacred Region Academy. The three step inside the quiet lobby, where Luo Yue speaks with the receptionist while Lin Xiu observes closely. With Xiao Ruo Shui waiting outside, a puzzled Lin Xiu asks why the place is deserted when it used to be crowded like a busy market. The elderly receptionist immediately scolds him, telling the young man to watch his tongue for comparing such a prestigious institution to a common street market. He explains that the lockdown left them empty, so he dismissed the staff. Outside, Xiao Ruoshui approaches with a polite smile. She asks if any transports are heading back to the main academy, but the old man reveals the final flight left hours ago. Due to the strict lockdown, no one can leave, leaving them with no choice but to stay. They must wait until the lockdown ends. The old man then chuckles mischievously, offering to open their finest and most luxurious suite. Since the building is empty anyway, he smiles, leaving the three young youngsters staring back at him in utter silence. Lin Xiu snaps, accusing the crafty old man of trying to charge them a fortune for a luxury suite. He yells, demanding if the elder is trying to steal their hard-earned points, ready to argue when a card is suddenly placed on the counter. Luo Yue waves her hand, casually ordering the best suite. Lin Xiu gasps in shock while the old man grins with absolute satisfaction. Swiping the card, he praises their generosity, announcing the top suite on the 18th floor costs 10,000 points per night. Lin Xiu screams in absolute outrage, asking if the old man is a robber, knowing how hard it is for students to earn points. Ignoring the outburst with a calm smile, the elder suddenly turns serious, warning them to stay inside and rest well tonight. He warns them of the dangerous curfew before the scene shifts to Lin Xiu, relaxing alone on a massive luxury bed. Basking in the warm glow of the ultra-modern suite, he stares up at the high ceiling, enjoying the elite lifestyle. He finally sighs, admitting that this high-class comfort is truly worth 10,000 points. The entire 18th floor is a private haven, boasting hot springs, saunas, private cultivation areas, and gravity training chambers. It has absolutely everything, proving that the wealthy truly know how to live. Suddenly, a strange sound from the living area startles him awake. Staring toward the living room door, he wonders if the noise means Luo Yue is still up and practicing her martial arts. Frowning with a sleepy, annoyed expression, he quietly grumbles about his teammate being such an obsessive training fanatic. But when he enters the living room, he only dares to peek around the corner. Hoping to find Luo Yue training alone, he is surprised to see both her and Xiao Ruo Shui standing together in the darkness. Instead of practicing, they are standing side by side, silently staring down at the glowing city lights through a massive, crystal-clear glass window. Lin Xiu asks why they are still awake and what could possibly be so interesting outside, but both women remain completely silent, offering no reply. Yet their expressions tell a very grim story. Luo Yue frowns with a cold, intense gaze, while Xiao Ruo Shui is visibly trembling and sweating from pure, mounting tension. With deep fear in their eyes and mouths agape, Lin Xiu follows their gaze. Suddenly, he spots an unbelievable sight rising outside, freezing in his tracks with his heart in his throat. He mutters in utter shock, wondering what it is, as a mysterious airship suddenly hurtles directly toward their window at a terrifying, blinding speed. The roar of an engine echoes loudly even through the thick glass window, immediately catching the attention of everyone inside the room. Suddenly, the massive airship detonates something on its underside. It seems like a warning to get out of the way before the impending crash. While Lin Tu and Xiao Ruo Shui are frozen in pure shock, only Luo Yue maintains a calm and determined gaze. She keeps her composure, but ultimately, all three of them are too stunned to make any real escape attempt. Lin Tu manages to shout a warning right before the crash, screaming that it is heading straight for them. Yet, Luo Yue and Xiao Ruo Shui stand frozen as the airship closes in. Despite the shattering glass, the two women remain rooted to the spot, completely unable to move. The only one who reacts in time is Lin Tu. Completely disregarding his own safety rather than running away, he leaps forward to shield them, screaming at them to watch out. But the massive airship shows absolutely no signs of slowing down as it breaches the building. In fact, you and I can easily see that crashing straight into this very room was their actual goal from the start. Hundreds of sharp shards explode through the air like a deadly snowstorm. Deep cracks spread across the remaining windows before they too disintegrate from the violent impact. The nose of the vessel barges right into the room, resembling a black and white husky dog. One must admit, this vehicle is incredibly durable. Despite the violent crash and a heavy shower of sharp debris, the vessel remains completely unscathed. It lands in a rough, ungraceful manner, but without a single scratch on its metal hull. Standing right in the path of the collision, Xiao Ruo Shui fails to dodge, leaving her vulnerable to the flying glass shards. The sharp debris cuts into her delicate skin, causing her to cry out in sudden pain. Lin Tu attempts to play the hero but is violently thrown against the wall by the immense impact. Even the incredibly strong Luo Yue cannot escape the chaotic aftermath. She is tossed around by the collision, but thankfully managed to regain her balance, sparing herself from the agonizing pain Lin Tu is suffering. The vessel slides across the floor like a runaway rocket, tearing up the ground in its path as intense friction suddenly kicks in. Sparks fly in every direction, quickly giving way to a thick cloud of white smoke that rapidly fills the room. The entire luxurious room is engulfed in haze, leaving Lin Tu, Luo Yue, and Xiao Ruo Shui collapsed across the cold floor. Before they can even recover, a heavy metal hatch on the vessel swings open through the thick white fog. Out steps a squad of heavily armed men who clearly fear nothing. Their leader, completely ignoring the destruction around him, immediately barks orders to his subordinates to get moving. He warns that the city defense forces will arrive in 5 minutes, urging them to clear out. Behind him stand two hulking operatives. They are dressed in matching black tactical suits, resembling a secretive organization. Together, they carry a heavy, mysterious metal chest. Though its contents are unknown, they follow orders strictly. Still, one mercenary shows a shred of remorse, glancing back at the innocent bystanders injured by their reckless crash landing. Seeing them lying unconscious on the cold ground, he hesitates out of concern. Meanwhile, inside the ruined room, Lin Xiu slowly regains consciousness amidst the heavy debris. His head is pounding with a fierce, agonizing pain he has not felt in a very long time. Rubbing his bruised head from that incredibly rough landing, cold sweat pours down his face from the sheer discomfort. Unable to hold back the misery, he groans that his skull is splitting open. He complains about the unbearable headache, but the arrogant enemy leader merely looks down on them with utter contempt. Dismissing them as mere level 5 weaklings, the leader orders his henchmen to quickly eliminate them before walking away without a second glance. He orders them to meet him downstairs. The heavy metal container is handed over to other guards to be carried down. Surrounded by heavily armed guards, the rest of the squad moves out, leaving 2 mercenaries behind to finish off the survivors. A red-haired thug chuckles menacingly, brandishing his weapon and mockingly telling the kid that his luck has officially run out. Trapped beneath the cold blade, Lin Xiu struggles to stand, forced to crawl centimeter by centimeter across the floor littered with sharp debris and broken bricks. Having avoided the direct force of the impact, Xiao Ruoshui recovers much faster. Seeing Lin Xiu in mortal danger, she courageously leaps forward to save him. Unleashing her signature forest magic from her fan, she launches a series of rapid attacks. Though it barely scratches the 2 thugs, it buys precious time for Lin Xiu to recover. The red-haired enemy, believing Lin Xiu was completely alone, is caught off guard. He fails to scan the room, focusing entirely on Lin Xiu while completely ignoring Xiao Ruoshui. Although he takes a direct hit before realizing she is there, his exceptional reflexes save him from serious injury. Her attack barely registers as he shrugs it off as a minor mistake. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu starts to recover, absolutely furious at these nameless intruders. Breaking into a home and trying to murder people is a line he refuses to let them cross. Pure rage consumes him as he prepares to fight back. Suddenly, a massive spear appears in Lin Xiu's grip. With an expression of pure fury, he looks completely ready to run the lawless bastard through. Giving the thug no time to react, the spear flies forward with blinding speed, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. It carries a blistering flame targeted directly at the enemy, powered by his legendary 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix technique. This devastating fire strike is incredibly powerful. Even if it does not kill the target instantly, it will certainly leave them gravely wounded. Lin Xiu pushes forward with lethal intent, but a bald accomplice has been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike while Lin Xiu is distracted. Exploiting the moment Lin Xiu is focused entirely on his brainless partner, the bald thug unleashes a devastating counterattack of equal and terrifying power. He clearly possesses incredible strength, though it is a shame his power is wasted on villainy. He mockingly asks if Lin Xiu truly thinks he can win. But as you and I can tell, this arrogant thug forgets they only have 2 fighters left. But Lin Xiu was not alone. Besides Xiao Ruoshui, Luo Yue was always ready to step in at the perfect moment. Seeing him under attack, she couldn't just stand by, so she quietly stepped forward to protect him. Luo Yue unleashed a brilliant blue-white ice blade right at the bald man. This terrifying, untamed magical force surged forward in a direct assault, ready to swallow her enemy whole. Staring at the incoming frozen force, the bald man froze in sheer terror. His weapon stopped instantly, but the relentless ice showed no signs of slowing down, completely trapping him on all sides. With no way out left for him, Luo Yue remained completely untouched by any counterattack. Only now did the bald fighter make a terrifying, yet far too late realization. This quiet, incredibly fierce young girl was a force he never expected. She was a level 7 martial artist. Lin Xiu wisely seized the moment. Taking advantage of the bald and red-haired men's brief distraction, he swiftly shifted his battle stance. He unleashed his torrential pear blossom spear, multiplying his weapons and cloning the immense pain these enemies were about to endure. Standing tall with the fiery pride of a fearless youth, Lin Xiu struck. At that same instant, Xiao Ruoshui joined him, unleashing her fluttering dance. Their combined strength surged like a massive tidal wave, ready to swallow any foolish dreams of conquest and power. 3 distinct forces merged into one devastating blow. It was a fatal strike that even a far superior master could never hope to block. The bald attacker stood absolutely no chance against this. He was blasted back several meters, completely unable to defend himself. As his partner was sent flying, the red-haired man watched in horror. Their combined assault had left his ally beaten, broken, and utterly defeated. Unsure if his ally would even survive, he hesitated. Should he stay and fight? Facing another level 7 master, the cowardly warrior made a shameful choice. He abandoned his comrade to save his own skin, fleeing without a single regret, knowing he could never survive against 3 opponents alone. Indeed, only at death's door do we see a person's true colors. Comrades who once swore to die together now abandoned each other in an instant. Ready to desert his partner just to survive, the coward tried to escape. But then, Luo Yue finally spoke, her icy, merciless words striking absolute terror into him. Leave your arm behind. Even more terrifying was the massive sword she held, showing absolutely no intention of letting him go free. Luo Yue unleashed a devastating, heavy ice flame slash directly toward the fleeing red-haired man. Her unwavering, cold gaze made it clear she would show absolutely no mercy today. She was determined to claim his arm today. The powerful ice flame slash struck him squarely in the shoulder, hitting him with an immense, bone-crushing impact. He let out a blood-curdling scream. The freezing energy didn't just slice his arm off. Instead, it began slowly eating away at his flesh. In moments, the frost dissolved his thick protective gear, exposing the vulnerable skin underneath to the biting, merciless cold. It slowly devoured his arm, keeping him completely trapped. Sweating profusely and writhing in agony, the man looked back in sheer horror. Trembling, he gasped, "What kind of freezing fire is this? Could it be the legendary Ice Lotus Flame?" He realized she must have claimed the Ice Lotus Flame of the Dark Forest. Terrified of losing his life, he made a desperate, ultimate choice. He made a horrifying decision. He severed his own frozen arm, leaving it behind for Luo Yue to give her exactly what she demanded. Enduring the agonizing pain, he fled, left with only one arm but driven by a savage, burning desire to survive at all costs. "I don't want to die." From a distance, Lin Xiu watched him stagger away, his broken body swaying in those few brief moments. The coward fled into the shadows of the long hallway, a dark path leading him straight into an endless abyss from which he would never return. Even Lin Xiu had to admit the man's ruthless resolve to survive by severing his own arm. Suddenly, the luxury high-rise trembled violently, as if hit by a massive earthquake. Such a massive tremor beneath the pitch-black sky was no minor incident. High up in a room on the 18th floor, Lin Xiu felt the shockwaves. Sensing the heavy vibrations, he knew a fierce battle was raging below. What level of power could shake the building all the way up here? To feel this on the 18th floor was insane. Standing beside him, Xiao Ruoshui pointed out that they weren't the only ones here. Only that eccentric old receptionist was left, and anyone managing the Deep Blue City branch was bound to be a formidable master. Without waiting for them to make a choice, Luo Yue had already made up her mind and headed out to help. Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Xiu quickly chased after her, grinning. They weren't really going to help, but rather to watch the masters clash. Meanwhile, a section of the luxury high-rise burst into raging flames. It was the exact spot where an airship had crashed, lighting up the dark night. Nearby, the enemy leader and his remaining troops were cornered. Surrounded and battered by a mysterious, powerful figure, the invaders had taken a brutal beating, barely able to stand back up. Deafening explosions echoed as thick. Suffocating smoke billowed up, quickly covering the entire ground floor of the luxury building. Gritting his teeth, the enemy leader stared ahead with bitter rage. He watched in disbelief as his finest elite soldiers were effortlessly brought down, one, by this unseen opponent. Could a single strike really wipe out a level 6 expert? Furious that his challenger remained hidden, the leader demanded answers. "Who on earth are you?" After the frantic interrogation, the mysterious figure finally spoke, calmly stating he was just a simple old gatekeeper, and they were certainly no match for him. The incredible powerhouse who had completely crushed this invading elite force was none other than a bald, elderly man. Yet, with his three-petaled tuft of hair and incredibly relaxed, wise demeanor, he easily drove the furious enemy leader absolutely insane with rage. The old man calmly spoke, guessing they had stolen the precious artifact, the Deep Blue City Heart, from the Lord's grand estate. Losing all patience, the leader roared that it was none of his business, warning him to get lost while he still had his life, completely ignoring the old man's true power. When it came to respecting his elders, this guy could not even manage the bare minimum of courtesy for a master. Without respect, possessing such a treasure would be completely useless anyway. The old man pointed a finger, ordering him to remove the artifact from his chest so he could leave in peace. But a stubborn fool like him never listens. This old man had ruined his plans and now dared to dictate orders. Worse, he was being told to surrender his ultimate prize. In his wildest dreams, he would never voluntarily back down to him. This demand was nothing short of ridiculous. Losing his temper completely, he screamed out, "You are dreaming! I risked my entire life to claim this power!" The master had offered a path to peace, but since the fool refused, mercy was off the table. Rolling up his sleeves, the elder revealed powerful, weathered arms. Wrapping up his gear, the master calmly promised to retrieve the artifact by force. But before he could strike, the red-haired henchman who had faced Lin Xiu's team earlier came rushing in. Clutching his bleeding arm, the wounded soldier panicked, shouting, "Boss, we have a massive crisis. A monster has broken through and started a total massacre." But the gang leader had never faced real danger himself, always hiding behind his minions, completely clueless about the harsh reality of actual combat. In fact, his own right-hand man had to sacrifice an entire arm just to escape with his life and deliver the warning. Yet the heartless leader only sneered, coldly barking, "You useless trash! You could not even handle 3 simple academy students?" Gasping for air, the red-haired thug desperately pleaded, "Boss, that girl is at level 7. She is using the legendary frost flame of the dark forest." The leader froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. "What? One of those kids can wield the frost flame?" The henchman pointed to his fresh, agonizing wound. "Look at my arm. It was completely scorched by that freezing blue fire." Hearing this, the old master grew silent, realizing those clever kids must have stolen the rare frost flame. The old master chuckled, incredibly proud of his outstanding Sanctuary Academy pupils. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu finally arrived on the scene, quickly sizing up the chaos on the ground floor. Fearing the elderly master might struggle against a horde of young, aggressive thugs, the young warrior yelled out, "Old master, are you holding up okay over there?" With heavy weapons locked and loaded, Lin Xiu and his companions stood tall behind the master, forming an unstoppable squad of 4 ready for war. The old man chuckled warmly, teasing, "I am doing just fine. I merely needed to stretch these old bones, though I did not expect this much company. It is sweet of you kids to worry about an old-timer." Annoyed by their confidence, the enemy leader pointed a finger at the 4 heroes, sneering in arrogance. "You fools have no idea who you are dealing with. Today, we will tear you apart piece by piece. This is the end of the line for you all. First, cut down that old man." Like loyal, mindless attack dogs, his 3 thugs immediately leaped forward the moment the command left their boss's mouth. Shouting in agreement, they charged forward, determined to crush the old master. Unfortunately, having boundless confidence does absolutely nothing to make up for a lack of talent. Their terrible planning and limited skills simply could not support their ambition. Together, they lunged forward for a strike. They aimed to slaughter Lin Xiu's entire party in a single blow, screaming, "Die!" Yet our 4 heroes stood completely motionless, like statues, as the master calmly spoke a chilling warning. "No one lays a single finger on my beloved students while I still draw breath." With a casual flick of his wrist, the master swept his hand forward. His stern expression instantly turned the air heavy and suffocating. There was absolutely no way these foolish thugs were going to survive what was coming next. A blinding torrent of pure magical energy erupted, resembling a galaxy of starlight condensing into a wave of absolute crushing power. With a force strong enough to crush mountains, all 3 attackers were instantly blown away, their weapons shattering to pieces. This was the terrifying might of his legendary Heaven and Earth reversal technique. This was his signature move, the ultimate trump card. The 3 thugs were tossed around helplessly in midair, floating for several seconds before crashing violently back to Earth. The bone-shattering impact left them utterly broken. It was safe to say these 3 fools would not be walking anytime soon. They were never a threat to begin with. Defeating them was as simple as swatting flies, hardly even worthy of the master's breath. But the arrogant leader, who acted like he was a god looking down on insects, was the real target. Springing forward with incredible speed, the master flew straight toward him. "And now, it is your turn." The leader gasped, completely shocked that his elite bodyguards had been swatted away like leaves in the wind. And all with a single, effortless blow. Knowing he was no match for this legendary master, the boss's smug smirk instantly melted into pure terror. Cold sweat poured down his face as he desperately searched for an escape. Luckily, 2 giant, bald sentries still stood in front of him. But the master needed only 2 seconds to shatter their defense, launching the boss and his 2 guards high into the air without taking a single scratch himself. An endless wave of blinding energy erupted, shaking the very earth. The enemy was completely swallowed up by the master's supreme magic. There was simply nowhere left to run. Watching this masterclass from the sidelines, Lin Xiu could only stare in absolute jaw-dropping admiration. His respect for the incredible elder was written all over his face as he whispered, "Unbelievable. The master finished them in seconds. Could someone really possess this much raw power?" Meanwhile, the master walked over to a heavy iron vault secured by complex mechanical locks. While checking the vault seals, the elder glanced back at Lin Xiu with a smirk, saying, "Did I not tell you before? I am just a simple, retired gatekeeper. Now, come closer and see what treasure made the entire city defense force mobilize." Inside that massive, reinforced steel vault sat nothing but a single, plain stone resting quietly on a cushion. It was displayed on white velvet, resembling a priceless diamond ring. As they both stared closely at it, Lin Xiu asked in curiosity, "Master, is this a meteorite?" The old man gently picked up the legendary artifact, turning it over while offering a warm smile. "Not bad, kid. You actually have a great eye for treasure." Highlighting that it is a rare forging material, The old man suddenly turns around to ask if the young man wants to take it. Lin Xiu is stunned that the old man would so easily hand over a treasure he fought so hard to protect, finding the whole situation hard to believe. With growing doubt, Lin Xiu voices his thoughts, asking his teacher if he is truly willing to give away such an incredibly valuable treasure. If the city guard arrives in minutes, carrying this heavy load will make escape impossible, but the old master calmly explains his plan. He is gifting it because of the young man's genuine care, assuring him that he has his own ways of dealing with the authorities. Noticing Luo Yue standing nearby, the old man stops speaking to Lin Xiu and turns his attention entirely to the quiet young lady. He asks if she is from the Luo family of Sky City, revealing a deep debt of gratitude he wishes to repay with this gift. Feeling a bit jealous, Lin Xiu quietly scoffs, mocking the old man for paying off a debt with something that is not even his. Without another word, the generous old master easily splits the stone right down the middle with a simple flick of his wrist. Inside lies a brilliant green stone that shines like a polished crystal, leaving Lin Xiu absolutely stunned that the old master would split a valuable gift so easily. Unable to contain his shock, the young man cries out, asking if the master was not supposed to gift the entire treasure to them. Demanding to know his true intentions, he watches as the old man holds up the brilliant green stone, chuckling softly at his foolishness. The old master explains that the true forging material is the hidden core inside, while the outer meteorite shell is merely a lesser prize. Though the shell is useful, it is not worth a tenth of the inner gem. The master then turns toward the three young companions. He urges them to make haste and take it before the security forces arrive, turning to carefully extract the inner treasure. Placing the small gem into a thick iron container, his deep gaze sweeps over the young warriors as he warns them that the city lord is completely unaware of its existence. They must leave only the outer shell for the lord, but before the group can even make a move, disaster suddenly strikes. Before the task is finished, the thick glass walls shatter in a violent explosion, sending smoke and raging flames tearing through the building. The growing inferno spreads rapidly every single second, threatening to swallow the entire ground floor. It appears the heavily armed city security team has breached the building to reclaim the meteorite, with their leader charging forward and pointing a deadly weapon directly at the four companions standing nearby. He barks orders for everyone to freeze and raise their hands, shouting that the entire perimeter is surrounded and escape is completely impossible. Frowning in deep displeasure, the old master raises his voice to sternly ask Captain Tang how he dares to invade their academy branch. Stepping forward in his uniform, Captain Tang Nuo looks through the tense crowd of guards and instantly recognizes the old master. He quickly realizes he has just crossed a powerful figure he never should have provoked in the first place. Pure panic washes over the captain's face as he quickly bows, pleading for forgiveness and claiming they had no idea he was present. Luo Yue's ears perk up at the name mentioned by the captain, her mind racing as she tries to connect the pieces of his true identity. Knowing nothing of the name Xia, Lin Xiu watches Luo Yue closely, his curiosity burning as he wonders who this old man really is. He asks if she knows him, while Luo Yue slowly realizes that the eccentric old man she had completely dismissed is someone of legendary status. He is a figure of immense influence, a titan whom ordinary people like them would never have the chance to meet in their entire lifetimes. Could this old man truly be Xia Xing, the vice leader of the Martial Alliance and the legendary founder of their very academy? Tang Nuo scratched his head, grinning apologetically, explaining they were merely chasing the thieves' flying vessel. He surely meant no disrespect, but as you and I can see, the giant glass wall behind the captain was completely ruined, shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces. Elder Xia calmly updated Tang Nuo, explaining he had neutralized the bandits, leaving only one upstairs, while the city lord's stolen safe sat secure. He suggested they inspect the area. Captain Tang looked at the defeated bandits scattered across the floor, then turned his gaze to the locked iron chest. A wave of relief washed over Tang Nuo. The iron chest was perfectly intact, showing no signs of scratches, tampering, or theft. Thanking Elder Xia for his timely intervention, the captain immediately ordered his men to identify the fallen bandits and inspect the safe. His subordinates quickly obeyed, conducting a thorough check. With tense expressions, they turned to deliver their report to the colonel. The suspects indeed matched the thieves from the Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, the soldier inspecting the safe shouted in panic, confirming the meteorite was there, but something was wrong. Tang Nuo rushed over, demanding to know what happened. To his surprise, the recovered meteorite lay before him, but it was no longer whole. The nervous soldier explained that the meteorite had split in half, but Tang Nuo quickly waved his hand to dismiss any worries. As long as no pieces were missing, it was fine. Hearing this, Luo Yue and Xiao Ruo Shui exchanged a highly suspicious look. Did these officers truly not know a hidden gemstone rested inside the meteorite? Were they really going to overlook it? Lin Xiu realized Elder Xia was right. They were completely oblivious. They had absolutely no clue about the blue crystal hidden deep within the space rock. With the safe and stones secured and ready for transport, Tang Nuo remained behind as the last officer in the room. He offered sincere gratitude to Elder Xia for saving the day, expressing deep thanks on behalf of the city lord once more. He promised that a maintenance crew would repair the building's damage for free the next morning. Elder Xia merely nodded, barely glancing at the captain as he gave a dismissive grunt. Elder Xia acknowledged the lord's thoughtfulness and offered his regards. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu, Luo Yue, and Xiao Ruo Shui prepared to move on. The security team, led by their captain, slowly rolled away, taking the massive, heavy safe with them, leaving everyone wondering what was next. Shortly after, Elder Ha departed, warning Lin Xiu and his companions that the 18th floor was ruined and promising to arrange a different room. Whether they shared a single room or took separate ones, the old man promised it was free, yet Lin Xiu refused to waste anything. They had paid a fortune for this premier 18th floor, and missing out on its luxury felt like throwing their hard-earned money right down the drain. Refusing to let it slide, he demanded justice, arguing that they paid top dollar for this expensive floor only for it to be instantly destroyed. He demanded a full refund. But Elder Ha was more than just the Martial Alliance deputy leader and the proud founder of the Sanctuary Academy. The old man was a shrewd businessman who never tolerated a financial loss, meaning there was absolutely no way he would agree to Lin Xiu's demands. Claiming they held no liability for unforeseen disasters, he urged them to rest, hinting that the airship transport might resume normal operations by tomorrow morning. Students would soon travel freely to the Sanctuary Academy again. But while Elder Ha seemed warm a moment ago, his attitude quickly shifted the second Lin Xiu brought up compensation. Facing a flat rejection, Lin Xiu realized this old fellow was nothing but a greedy merchant. The next morning, as the bright sun climbed high into the sky, under beautiful blue skies and fluffy white clouds, the very building that had been completely ravaged by thieves and security guards the night before was already being meticulously repaired. Scaffolding covered the exterior, indicating that these extensive reconstruction efforts would surely cost a massive fortune. Lin Xiu finally emerged from his room looking completely exhausted, yawning repeatedly and complaining about his lack of sleep, with Luo Yue and Xiao Ruo Shui following right behind him. All three wore sleek, flexible combat suits, but only the talkative Lin Xiu kept grumbling about how ridiculous it was to start loud construction at 3 in the morning. The noisy work had ruined his rest, but the moment the three of them stepped into the lobby, they were greeted by an absolutely shocking sight. The entire lobby was packed shoulder to shoulder with people, as if everyone had already completely forgotten the terrifying chaos that occurred just the night before. It had quickly returned to its natural, bustling state, erasing any grim signs of the fierce battle that had nearly brought the entire structure down. Shocked by the massive crowd standing before him, Lin Xiu could not help but let out a quiet curse of disbelief. He gasped at the massive crowd, but Xiao Ruo Shui noted that the danger was officially over. Things were bound to return to normal in this lively district, when suddenly, a polite young waitress stepped forward to greet the three companions. Interrupting their brief conversation, she politely asked if they were indeed the prominent students named Lin Xiu, Luo Yue, and Xiao Ruo Shui. She handed them their respective letters, explaining that Principal Ha had specifically requested her to deliver these important documents directly to them. She added that their airship would depart at 9 a.m., suggesting they relax in the lounge, as Lin Xiu accepted the letters and quickly asked where the principal had gone. The hostess replied that the principal had left early to handle other pressing matters, leaving Lin Xiu to ponder the unexpected news. He thought of the formidable vice principal. But you and I are about to see the massive surprise waiting in that envelope. It was an official star-ranking invitation for him, and the moment Lin Xiu opened it, he began jumping around in pure, unbridled excitement. He eagerly showed it to Luo Yue and Xiao Ruo Shui, laughing and bragging that this special Star Warrior invitation carried far more prestige and value than any standard ranking. He noted that while the old man was a bit eccentric, he was still a decent guy who clearly knew he owed them a massive favor. Xiao Ruo Shui and Luo Yue received identical letters, yet their reactions could not have been more different as they stared down at the documents. Xiao Ruo Shui beamed with pure joy, while Luo Yue remained silent and calm, looking as though she had fully expected this outcome all along. With the official ranking ceremony still 6 months away, Lin Xiu quietly made a firm resolution to prepare himself for the challenges ahead. He knew he had to train with everything he had, otherwise a mere 5-star warrior like him would surely become the laughingstock of the tournament. The massive airship finally arrived, looking like a luxury vessel compared to the tiny, pathetic ship the bandits had used the day before. It was a massive upgrade, halting briefly to board the excited students before immediately taking off toward their next scheduled destination. Once the three companions settled into their seats, an unfamiliar voice suddenly called out, instantly capturing the attention of the entire group. Greeting Xiao Ruo Shui, a handsome young man with blue hair approached them, wearing a clean, bright beige uniform. He smiled warmly as he walked over, expressing his surprise that they were on the same mission and calling it pure destiny. His gaze quickly shifted to the beautiful Luo Yue sitting in the corner, though Xiao Ruo Shui clearly did not appreciate this self-proclaimed friend's overly friendly attitude. Annoyed by his immediate flirting, she snapped at Kim Jun-soo, mockingly asking if he only avoided dangerous missions to protect his precious, handsome face. He laughed off her sarcasm, claiming his teacher had entrusted him with an incredibly vital mission in the distant desert city. Located south of the dark forest, this handsome young man certainly possessed an elegant and refined appearance. He was likely popular with the female students, though his arrogant attitude did not match his stylish look. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu sat nearby in silence. Suddenly, the newcomer rudely demanded Lin Xiu vacate his seat as if issuing an official order, telling him to move elsewhere. It was obvious this arrogant kid wanted to wedge himself right between the two ladies, but we all know that won't end well. He acted like a spoiled playboy trying to enjoy his entourage, leaving everyone to wonder if this foolish guy truly believed he owned the place. Who does this guy think he is, giving orders like he owns the place? Lam Tu was just minding his own business when he suddenly got targeted. He had done absolutely nothing to provoke this arrogant fellow, yet here this guy was, acting like his boss. Instead of moving, Lam Tu stayed right there. He crossed his arms with a mocking smirk. Who did this punk think he was, demanding a seat? Was he completely out of his mind? Kim Tuan-tu honestly believed that because he was a senior, everyone had to obey his every command. The arrogant youth simply had no sense of right or wrong. Pointing a finger directly at Lam Tu's face, he began lecturing him. How dare a mere level 5 freshman talk to an esteemed senior in such a disrespectful manner? His foolish mind matched his awful attitude perfectly. Seeing Lam Tu sitting comfortably next to two gorgeous young ladies made him burn with jealousy. He immediately plotted to humiliate Lam Tu, unable to accept that this supposedly ordinary boy was enjoying the company of such beautiful women. He wanted to embarrass Lam Tu in front of the girls. Despite Lam Tu's clear warning, the senior showed no shame, raising his fists and preparing to launch a violent assault. He spat out aggressive threats, claiming he had asked nicely. While Kim Tuan-tu might have possessed decent physical looks, his actual character and basic manners were completely non-existent. His absurd logic and awful attitude were honestly enough to make anyone want to punch him. When dealing with such an unreasonable person, words were clearly useless. Lam Tu was not one to back down. Channeling energy into his right hand, he prepared to fight, having never tolerated arrogant people like this before. Kim Tuan-tu pushed even further. Seeing that his threats had failed, he launched a direct attack, shouting in anger. Lam Tu remained calm and calculated. They were currently aboard the Academy airship, meaning he had to avoid causing any massive damage. He did not want to disrupt their flight journey at all. Therefore, he chose to use a controlled, low-power lightning fist, which was just enough to completely subdue this foolish, self-proclaimed senior in front of him. The moment Lam Tu's strike collided with Kim Tuan-tu's fist, a loud crack echoed through the air, and the senior's arm absorbed the full force of the electrical discharge. It spasmed violently as sharp, agonizing pain shot straight to his brain and spread throughout his entire body. This caused him to cry out in intense pain. Grimacing deeply, Kim Tuan-tu clutched his trembling, shocked arm and blurted out in disbelief. How dare this brat hurt me right away? But in truth, he had simply underestimated his opponent. Lam Tu narrowed his eyes, issuing a very cold and serious warning. You should be glad we are on the Sanctuary Academy airship, otherwise your arm would already be shattered. Yet the stubborn Kim Tuan-tu quickly recovered and prepared to strike again. This time he aimed a kick, likely wanting to crush Lam Tu's head entirely. I will destroy you, he roared. However, Lam Tu knew this foolish senior was absolutely no match for him. He did not want to cause a scene on the ship. But if his opponent was determined to fight, he was more than ready to teach him a lesson. You think you can defeat me with that pathetic strength? Just as their clash was about to erupt, a powerful, commanding voice suddenly echoed through the room, stopping them. Everyone, stop right now. It was the Academy's disciplinary officer. Both of them were in serious trouble now, as the strict official had arrived at the perfect moment. Halting the confrontation immediately, he firmly pulled Kim Tuan-tu back and stood directly between the two young men. He scolded them in a stern voice for completely ignoring Academy rules and fighting aboard the vessel. This behavior is absolutely unacceptable. If such actions are not punished severely now, it will only lead to more chaos in the future. Showing absolutely no mercy, he handed down their punishment immediately. Once we return to the Academy, you both will face 3 days of strict detention. Even though Kim Tuan-tu started the trouble, he immediately tried to play the victim. He deserved an award for his dramatic acting as he whimpered, clutching his arm. Teacher, this is unfair. He is the one who attacked me first. Just look, my arm is practically broken. Since Lam 2 had not started the fight, he remained completely calm, knowing his honesty required no desperate excuses. Only the true troublemaker would try so hard to make excuses. It was truly pathetic to see someone put on such a shameless display. Still put on a show? Fortunately, the disciplinary officer was a very fair man. He understood that regardless of who started it, both students had actively engaged in a physical fight. Therefore, both had to face strict consequences to serve as an example. His final decision left both Lam Tu and Kim Tuan Tu completely stunned. I do not care who started it. Both of you are getting detention. If you fight again on the way back, I will personally break your legs. As Teacher Liu turned and walked away, the two stood there watching, before Kim Tuan Tu sneered. Let us see how much you enjoy being locked up at the academy, kid. Lam Tu simply watched silently as the annoying senior walked away. He found the guy absolutely baffling. Was his brain broken? He spoke as if he was not getting locked up alongside him as well. Lam Tu approached Lacan Guyet and asked why they did not speak up to help him, especially since that arrogant guy had clearly started the entire fight. Lacan Guyet gave him a cold look, stating that being locked up was actually beneficial for him. Feeling extremely annoyed, Lam Tu immediately argued back. How could being locked up possibly be good for me? Lacan Guyet merely replied that he would understand when the time came. The airships departed quickly and finally made their way back to the academy. Lam Tu cheered in sheer relief, glad to finally be back home. Walking with Lacan Guyet and Tu Nuoc Thui, Lam Tu announced he was going to report to Teacher Nam. Tu Nuoc Thui smiled, saying she was heading back too. I will calculate our mission points and transfer your share to you. Lam Tu's eyes lit up at the prospect of earning some decent extra money. Surprised, Lam Tu turned and asked Lacan Guyet if she did not need to report to Teacher Nam. She simply gave him another cold look and replied, there is no need. I got permission directly from the dean. Feeling humbled and stunned by her words, Lam Tu could only praise her exceptional connections. Standing at the academy gates, Lam Tu quickly ran inside to find Teacher Nam and report that he had finally returned from his mission. However, he did not receive a very warm welcome. Teacher Nam pointed an angry finger and began scolding the young man. Could this kid not just give his teacher a moment of peace? A level 5 student running into the dark forest to fight for his life? Just barely returning after all that trouble, and he immediately picks a fight on the spaceship. Lam Tu stands there dazed, asking, Teacher Nam? He had only just stepped off the ship, so how did his teacher already know? Teacher Nam answers by tossing a tablet right at him. He explains that the disciplinary notice is already out. Even the vice principal called. It is impossible not to know. Lam Tu lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh. You and I know how fast academy staff can move when it comes to student punishments. Lam Tu scrolls through the notice on Teacher Nam's tablet. It is indeed a disciplinary action for his fight with Kim Tuan Tu on the spaceship. He grimaces with sheer annoyance, muttering that if he asked them for a simple favor, it would take half a month. Teacher Nam gently reminds him that he is completely missing the point. Did he not notice where he is being locked up? When Lam Tu blankly asks where, his teacher is left absolutely speechless. The teacher reveals that the detention area for the Sanctuary Academy is located in the treacherous Northern Thunder domain. With a grave look, Teacher Nam explains that the dean raises level 8 thunderbirds there, massive beasts that summon cosmic lightning. Thick, dark clouds and endless lightning always shroud that place. If a person gets struck by that bird-summoned lightning, they will suffer severe injuries. They might get treated in time to survive, but being roasted inside and out by raw electricity is a pain few can ever endure. Teacher Nam looks at Lam Tu with deep concern. To make things worse, a level 5 cannot even harness source energy for protection. The danger is real. Hearing this, Lam Tu finally begins to understand the situation, falling into a silent, deep state of thought. So it is the Thunder Domain. No wonder Lacan Guyet and Tu Nuoc Thui said this punishment would benefit him. He actually feels quite pleased. At this point, even training at maximum electrical resistance in the gravity room does nothing. This place could finally push his defenses to the limit. It could elevate his lightning attribute skills to a whole new level. Seeing him so completely unbothered only makes Teacher Nam angrier, warning him that tomorrow will bring a terrifying reality check. Furthermore, because Kim Tuan Tu recently completed a vital mission for the academy, he only received a written warning and completely escaped any actual detention. The news hits Lam Tu like a bolt of lightning, and he immediately begins to wail, crying out that this is completely unfair. Why must he serve detention tomorrow morning? He just barely escaped death and has not even rested. Teacher Nam simply turns away, ignoring his complaints and giving him a cold order. He has only himself to blame. He must go home and rest, for tomorrow morning he will be escorted there. Leaving his teacher behind, Lam Tu heads home. But stick with me here, because a massive delivery spacecraft suddenly descends through the dark night. Lam 2 watches the ship fly away in disbelief, wondering aloud about a federal delivery, and turns to ask Lak Nuyet about it. He playfully asks if she immediately started shopping online the moment she got back, completely surprised to see her operating a strange device. Finding it incredibly strange, he asks what it is. Quietly ignoring his question, Lak Nuyet demands his black glow spear and his precious meteorite crystal. Lam 2 is genuinely puzzled, asking her why on earth she could possibly need his favorite spear and meteorite crystal. With a sharp sidelong glance, she replies that she is helping him forge his weapon. Instantly, he imagines her hard at work forging. He cannot help but gasp, absolutely amazed that his sweet little Ngiet actually knows how to forge deadly weapons. Visualizing her in a form-fitting outfit, working up a beautiful sweat over the anvil, he practically begins to drool in admiration. He chuckles at how incredibly alluring she would look, but Ngiet instantly crushes his wild daydream, telling him he is dreaming. His face falls as he wails, asking why she is treating his precious items like absolute garbage. He loudly complains about her tossing his beloved weapon and precious meteorite crystal into the device. But with all the necessary materials inside, the automatic forging machine roars to life. As heavy smoke rises and the complex machinery gears up, Lak Nuyet calmly states it will take 3 days to finish. Lam 2 peeks over her shoulder, asking her curiously. Seeing how easily she handles the controls, he asks if her family owns a similar machine. Lak Nuyet responds with a cold tone. She reveals they have 10 of them, with even more advanced features. Lam 2 is absolutely stunned, repeating her words in complete disbelief. He assumes this model must be extremely expensive, yet Lak Nuyet acts as if money is nothing, claiming each is only 100 million alliance coins. Lam 2 is completely dizzy, counting at least 8 zeros in his head. He stutters in shock, pointing wildly at the machine. 100 million alliance coins? While he was busy reporting to his teacher, she actually spent an entire 100 million coins. To make it worse, she frowns and asks if that amount is really a lot. Feeling defeated, Lam 2 retreats to a dark corner to weep. He refuses to speak to wealthy people anymore. Soon after, the scene transitions to the dark, stormy thunder domain of Sanctuary Academy. Under a sky filled with constant lightning, you and I see them standing before a massive gate. This is the place. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes a nearby mountain with an explosion. Terrified and sweating profusely, Lam 2 is guided inside by his teacher to register. At the desk, the registrar officially confirms that first-year student Lam 2 from Class 10 is sentenced to 3 days of solitary detention. As his identity is verified, his face twists into an unhappy grimace. Right at that very second, he notices another young male student. The student is literally smoking from a severe lightning strike as Medic Team 3 rushes him in for emergency medical care. The man's face and skin were badly burned and covered in soot. He was carried into treatment chamber number 4 for medical help. Lam 2 pointed at the tragic sight, about to ask how someone could end up looking so battered. What did he do wrong? The instructor replied that the boy had stolen someone else's martial arts skill card. Caught red-handed and sentenced to 5 days. Today is only day 4, yet he has already been carried back 8 times. Hearing this, Lam 2's face turned completely pale with dread. 8 emergency rescues in just 4 days? Are the prisoners here blasted by lightning until they are nearly dead, revived, and then immediately sent back to get struck again? The instructor calmly gave a chilling reply. That is correct. As long as they survive the lightning, they will keep getting struck to the brink of death until their sentence is fully served. Lam 2 forced a weak, nervous smile, whispering that this was pure cruelty. Teacher Nam simply sighed, asking if he was finally feeling scared, when he should have thought of this sooner. The instructor told Lam 2 to strip off his clothes, put them in the locker over there, and then follow him. Startled, Lam 2 quickly covered himself up, asking why on earth he had to strip. The instructor clarified that he did not have to take absolutely everything off. You can keep your underwear on. This is just to prevent anyone from wearing insulated clothing. Seeing that Lam 2 was still hesitant to move, the instructor frowned. He immediately called out to a nearby assistant to help strip the boy. Terrified, Lam 2 waved his hands frantically, stammering that he would gladly do it himself. Once Lam 2 was ready, the instructor led him outside. He mentioned it would only be for 3 days, reassuring the anxious young man that medical staff would monitor everyone 24 hours a day. We can treat you at a moment's notice, so there is no need to worry about dying. A brown-skinned, brown-haired guy nearby laughed, mockingly pointing at Lam 2. Look, another poor soul has arrived. A green-haired boy laughed loudly, noting that the newcomer was only at level 5. An orange-haired guy joined in, chuckling at the terrible luck. I bet he will be carried out on a stretcher in less than an hour. Another inmate with hair shaped like a pineapple grinned, declaring this would be even worse than Okamoto Niji. Looking up, Lam 2 saw a flock of lightning birds circling overhead, channeling electricity. The terrifying sight made him shudder with deep dread. So these are the legendary level 8 lightning birds, and there are so many of them. A kind-hearted inmate nearby called out, advising the newcomer to stop staring around. Hurry and sit down to prepare your body for the heavy strikes. Lam 2 took the advice and sat down on the ground. Thank you, senior. Lam 2 closed his eyes and focused inward. As he felt the spiritual energy circulating deep within his body, he gasped in sheer amazement. The spiritual energy in this place is incredibly dense. Without this rich energy to help the body recover, anyone sent here would surely be roasted to death in no time. The crowd shouted in panic as the lightning birds began summoning the storm. Everyone braced themselves as a massive current of electricity began gathering in the dark clouds above. It was a terrifying sight. Lightning blasted down with such immense force that dirt and shattered rocks exploded everywhere. Even those sitting on the ground were blown back, but the assault was far from over. The friendly young man quickly activated his defensive shield to protect himself. This created a protective barrier to ward off the lightning. Around him, everyone else was doing the exact same thing. They all had defensive shields raised. Panic set in for Lam 2 as he realized they could all protect themselves with martial energy barriers. These people were all seasoned warriors above level 6. It was completely unfair. Before he could think any further, a massive lightning bolt struck Lam 2 directly. The blast scorched his skin and sent his hair standing on end. Lam 2 screamed in absolute agony. Watching this, the orange-haired inmate declared the boy was finished. The others watched with deep concern, knowing he could barely last a minute. But just as the boy seemed ready to collapse, something unexpected happened. A system notification flashed, detecting high electrical energy and activating his passive Devour skill. Lam 2 looked down in shock at his charred, ruined hands. His flesh instantly began to heal, as if nothing had happened. As the Devour skill took effect, what felt like hell a moment ago suddenly became paradise. Lam 2 burst out laughing. His experience points were skyrocketing. Despite the lingering physical pain, the surge of power felt absolutely incredible. Looking at his hands, a greedy thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he activated his cultivation technique right now? Without hesitation, he began to channel his inner energy. To his delight, the electrical energy was actually refining his physical body. Eventually, the lightning storm subsided, leaving Lam 2 looking like a battered, smoking mess. The worried instructor quickly called out to the medics, urging them to carry him away. But Lam 2 mustered all his strength to say he was fine. The instructor grew even more anxious, telling the medics to hurry before the stubborn boy actually died from pushing himself far too hard. Lam 2 waved them away, insisting he was perfectly fine. He told them to leave quickly and stop interfering with his lightning treatment. The instructors stared in utter disbelief, wondering if the lightning had fried the boy's brain. The helpful inmate from earlier walked over, deeply impressed by his resilience. Standing strong after taking a direct hit like that is truly remarkable. Smiling, Lam 2 looked up and asked him a simple question. Senior, when is the next wave of lightning coming? The helpful young man replied that it would be in an hour, advising him to rest and recover. Lam 2 let out a disappointed sigh, complaining that a whole hour was far too long to wait. The kind senior was completely speechless. Had this kid truly lost his mind from the shock? He had never seen anyone so eager to get struck by lightning. High above, the birds continued to circle, sending down sudden bolts that tore up the ground. A painful scream echoed through the area. Soon, medical staff rushed in with a stretcher to carry away another unconscious student who had been overwhelmed. The medics muttered in confusion, wondering if the lightning birds had been drugged, as they were bringing down bolts day and night without any rest. Another staff member agreed, noting that the birds usually retired to their nests by 9 p.m. They wondered what on earth was causing this strange behavior today. The lead medic turned his head to look back. He stared at Lam 2, who was calmly practicing right in the middle of the storm, and shook his head in disbelief. Was this kid really just at level 5? It was unbelievable that he could remain completely unharmed under such intense lightning. Although he struggled initially, in just one day, he had adapted perfectly to the brutal environment. A drop of sweat rolls down the medic's face as he clicks his tongue in disbelief, calling him a freakish human insulator. Meanwhile, with Lam 2, after absorbing every ounce of power from those lightning strikes, the system pings with an update. Host, Lam 2, level 27. Durability 512, Constitution 222, Speed 128, Power 5520, Warrior level 5. When attacked, he has a 30% chance to cut damage by half. Skills include Stone Eye, Rage, Camouflage, Devour, and Clone Mirror. Reading his stats, Lam 2 laughs with pure joy. He leveled up so quickly. After 3 days of being locked up, he will hit at least level 29. Looking down at his fist crackling with powerful electricity, he knows reaching level 30 is all he needs. With that, he can finally rank up to a level 6 warrior, with massive skill upgrades. He happily bounces around the crater left by the lightning strike. He screams at the heavens, begging for the lightning to hit him even harder. Watching this bizarre scene, the speechless medic is entirely convinced the kid's brain has officially been fried. Suddenly, someone points to the sky, breaking the eerie silence with a shocked cry, urging everyone to look straight ahead. Up above, a massive flock of thunderbirds is swarming in. Someone screams in panic that something is wrong, urging them to alert Director Truong. They turn to look at the cheerful Lamb too, realizing this idiot's loud showing off must have angered the dangerous creatures. The person next to him nods in deep agreement. That is absolutely the case. High above, a leading thunderbird screeches with piercing, glowing eyes. A second later, the entire flock dives down directly, targeting Lamb 2. He takes off running, completely confused as to why these crazy birds are targeting him. In his panic, he sprints straight toward the nearby medical staff for cover. The staff retreats in a panic. The thunderbirds are completely surrounding him now, just as predicted. He must have angered them with his showing off. These birds are usually gentle, so he must be incredibly annoying to provoke them. The man running ahead shouts back, telling them to stop mocking because the kid might get pecked to death. They need to alert Director Truong. Meanwhile, Lamb 2 gets pecked, yelling that the birds are going way too far. His eyes glow as he glares at them, refusing to be bullied. Clenching his fists, he prepares to unleash his power. With a mighty roar, he releases a massive electric shockwave. The thunderbirds go completely stiff, their eyes rolling back as they collapse unconscious onto the hard ground. Lamb 2 laughs, delighted by how effective it is. He has accidentally created a brand new skill. He absolutely needs a name for it. As he ponders, he sees the flock preparing for another wave of attacks. He decides to call it lightning speed, but feels it lacks a spark of fire. A wild grin spreads across his face. Time to add some fire then. A bright golden light begins to glow beneath his palms. He thrusts his hands forward, unleashing his new technique at the birds. The nearby medics watch, their eyes wide with sheer shock. Is he really just a level 5 warrior? Has anyone reached Director Truong? Why isn't he here yet? They watch him chase the creatures like chickens, speechless. If the director doesn't arrive, the principal's pets will be beaten to a pulp. Just then, Chin Hui approaches from a distance, calling out loudly to ask if Lamb 2 is all right. Both he and the director freeze in their tracks, finding Lamb 2 sitting cross-legged among the defeated birds, splayed out with their legs kicking the air. Some are face down crying tears of defeat. Chin Hui stammers, asking if he was the one who did all this. Lam 2 nods, assuring them that they are alive since he held back, knowing they are the principal's beloved pets. Director Truong silently kneels to inspect the birds on the ground, before slowly looking up at Lamb 2. He asks if the boy actually realized that, wondering how on earth he is supposed to explain this terrible mess to the principal now. Chin Hui scratches his head, explaining that the birds attacked first and Lamb 2 was merely acting in self-defense. Was he supposed to stand there and let them peck him? Fuming, the director points at the shameless student. He kept absorbing their lightning, triggering their defensive instincts to attack. Putting his hands on his hips, Lamb 2 argues that he did not do it on purpose. The director sighs and waves his hand, instructing Teacher Nam to take the boy to the clinic while he reports this entire mess to the principal. As for any financial compensation, they will let the principal decide. Meanwhile, Lamb 2 rubs his hands together. He quietly asks the director if his detention is finally over, considering all the chaos that happened. The director glares, telling him to keep dreaming. He only served 1 day and already thrashed the birds, so his sentence is being extended. He must stay the full 7 days anyway. This news hits harder than lightning, prompting Lamb 2 to cry out in absolute despair. He protests that it was not his fault, but time eventually passes and he is finally set free. Arriving home, he excitedly calls out to Lakin Guyet, announcing his return and asking if she missed him at all. She turns to look at him, asking if he really thrashed those creatures to upgrade his lightning control abilities. He immediately flexes his muscles to show off, boasting that his power grew by more than just a little, but she quickly cuts him off. She hands the newly forged black glow weapon to Lin Xiu, urging him to channel his lightning into the spear's engraved patterns. His eyes light up instantly as he admires how incredibly stunning the weapon looks. Following Luo Yue's advice, he immediately channels his lightning deep into the spear, unleashing a brilliant new technique he names the Black Glow Silver Lightning Long Spear. Laughing with joy at the beautiful weapon, Lin Xiu lunges forward to hug Luo Yue. He thanks her repeatedly, claiming he has no idea how to ever repay such a great favor. He offers to marry her as repayment, but a second later, Luo Yue sends him flying with a single punch. Lin Xiu can only agree weakly as 2 streams of nosebleed run down. Back in his room, Lin Xiu suddenly yells for his pet to get lost, quickly raising his hand to block Gun from jumping straight onto his face. He complains about being locked up for 7 days and shocked by lightning, begging for a little more sleep. But Gun just points away, eagerly babbling over and over. Lin Xiu glances in that direction, spotting his backpack on the sofa. Suspiciously, he asks Gun if there is some kind of strange noise coming from inside the bag. Walking over, Lin Xiu carefully unzips the backpack. His eyes widen in surprise as he spots a small, delicate egg cracking open right there inside the bag. A tuft of bright blue feathers peeks through the tiny hole in the eggshell. A moment later, a tiny, adorable bird completely emerges from within. It raises its head to look around, leaving both Lin Xiu and Gun completely dazed. It has actually hatched. The little bird's eyes sparkle as it chirps happily. Gently picking it up, Lin Xiu notes how pleasantly cool the little creature feels. He knows that newly hatched birds tend to imprint on the very first creature they lay eyes on, treating them as their mother. He wonders if it thinks he is its mom, but before Little White can even respond, Lin Xiu notices the creature growing completely exhausted, panting weakly in his palm. He panics, wondering why it suddenly looks so weak after being completely fine. Looking around in a panic, he wonders if his body heat is too warm for its icy nature. It seems he must quickly set up a proper environment to keep it safe. Rushing to the cabinet, he empties the shelves and quickly finds an insulated box filled with ice. He then gently places Little White inside to cool down. He decides to order a proper cooling chamber online, leaving the little bird in this temporary setup for now. As soon as it touches the ice, Little White instantly regains its energy. Lin Xiu lets out a sigh of relief, realizing the cold environment was indeed the key. Walking into the kitchen, he playfully calls out to Yue, suggesting he should be the father bird while she plays the mother. But as he enters, he finds the kitchen completely empty, with only a freshly prepared meal waiting on the table. Setting Little White down, Lin Xiu pulls up a chair. Realizing she left early for school, he begins to eat while opening his system interface. Having saved up 3 lucky draws, he decides to test his luck to celebrate the new pet. He initiates the system lottery. After the wheel spins, the system awards him a massive pile of odd crystals. Lin Xiu sighs in disappointment, complaining about getting the exact same item yet again. Sitting on the table, both Little White and Gun stare hungrily at the fallen crystals. They listen as Lin Xiu mutters that these level 3 items are useless to him now. Noticing the little bird's eager look, he picks up a crystal and holds it out, wondering if this silly little creature actually wants to eat it. As if answering, Little White instantly gobbles up 2 crystals, letting out several high-pitched chirps of pure delight. Watching them feast happily, Lin Xiu gets a massive headache over having 2 gold-devouring beasts under his roof. He wonders how an old father like him will survive. Glancing back up, he watches the wheel spin for his next reward. The system congratulates him on earning a rare diamond martial arts card for physical conditioning. Lin Xiu's eyes shine as he holds it. This incredible physical training method was once used by a legendary master known as the Demonic Muscle King. Created 400 years ago, it focuses on extreme movement to temper both physical strength and mental willpower, granting unmatched prowess in close-quarters combat. But as the excitement fades, Lin Xiu suddenly realizes a major catch. He now possesses 2 powerful diamond cards, but they require reaching level 6 before he can begin training. He needs to level up to rank 6 as quickly as possible. Shaking off his frustration, he commands the system to spin again. The wheel spins once more, awarding him a unique special card known as the all-direction sweep technique. He inspects the mysterious runes engraved on the card. It is a special skill, completely different from gold or diamond cards. Wondering what makes it so unique, he presses it to his forehead, prompting an explanation from the system. The system explains that this card is part of a set, requiring all pieces to unlock. This frustrating news drives Lin Xiu absolutely crazy. Tossing the card onto the table in frustration, he complains about only getting a single piece from 3 draws. The busy pets pause their eating to stare at him in confusion. Soon, time passes and Lin Xiu finally returns to Sanctuary Academy, welcomed by his excited classmates. They joyfully cheer for his return, joking that if their class president had stayed away any longer, a certain someone would have gone completely crazy. Rumors spread about him getting suspended for fighting and even taming the headmaster's pet thunderbird. Impressed, Lele approaches their class president with admiration. She eagerly asks how he managed to track down Luo Yue, pulling off a classic heroic rescue inside the treacherous depths of the dark forest. Standing nearby, Jiangli nods eagerly in agreement, demanding to hear the details. Putting on a mysterious smile, Lin Xiu prepares to speak. He explains that it all started when he discovered the dropped sword inside the forest. But before he can finish, a cold, terrifying voice rings out behind them. Asking if they no longer need to train, Luo Yue walks into the room, prompting everyone to greet her nervously. Luo Yue ignores everyone else in the room. She marches straight up to Lin Xiu, dragging him away for wasting 7 precious days of training. She demands if he has time to gossip, ordering him to the gravity room. Lin Xiu nervously asks if she really means the gravity room. He asks how much pressure she wants. She coldly replies with 10 times. Hearing this, Lin Xiu desperately reaches out to his classmates, begging for help. He cries out for mercy, but before anyone can help, another student runs in shouting that the troublesome Class 7 rivals have returned once again. Li Ping frowns, wondering what those losers want. When Lei Lei asks if they should inform the class leader, Jiang Yin decides not to disturb him. They head out to investigate. Outside, the rowdy Class 7 crowd is making a massive scene, claiming the previous match results were completely invalid. They boast they were only joking and demanding a rematch. Jiang Yin steps forward, staring down the arrogant group with a serious look on her face. She tells Flander that a loss is a loss, questioning why they deserve another match. Looking at her calm face, he grits his teeth in rage, having planned to defeat Class 10 while their strongest members were away. He yells that losing to such weaklings has turned Class 7 into a laughingstock, unable to accept that they were actually beaten. He sneers that one lucky win changes nothing, and last place is always last. Jiang Yin merely watches him with cold contempt. She fires back, pointing out that losing to the lowest class makes them even worse. Furious, veins bulge on his face as he curses her. He charges forward with a raised fist to strike her down, but his powerful blow is effortlessly caught by none other than Lin Xiu. The Class 10 students cheer for their leader, while the invaders freeze in pure shock. Even Flander recoils in sudden fear upon seeing him. Wondering when he returned, Lin Xiu turns to ask his friend what is happening, noting he has only been away for a short time. Yet outsiders are already showing up at their door. Tanfong quickly explains that during his absence, the academy started a brand new tournament. It is a team battle event where groups of 5 from the same grade compete directly against other classes for rewards. Every victory brings great rewards from the academy. Li Ping steps forward to fill him in on the details of their behavior. She explains that Class 7 tried to ambush them while their leaders were away, but Class 10 triumphed against all odds anyway. Lin Xiu is pleasantly surprised by their victory, praising his classmates for training hard and not slacking off while he was gone. Listening to their boasts makes Flander grind his teeth in anger. He insists they only lost due to carelessness and demands a proper rematch right now. Flander vows they will crush them next time. Lin Xiu looks at him with confidence, offering their rivals one more chance and telling them to attack together. If they can defeat him alone, he promises to grant their rematch, guaranteeing that neither he nor Luo Yue will even join the fight. Flander grins at the easy offer, instantly charging forward with a powerful strike, warning him not to complain about being outnumbered in this fight. Lin Xiu simply smiles and unleashes his signature lightning punch, sending Flander flying high into the air with a single shattering strike. Terrified, the remaining Class 7 students charge together, but Lin Xiu easily deflects them with a flurry of rapid kicks, fiery claw strikes, and heavy lightning strikes. He scatters them completely, sending the rivals crashing to the ground like falling leaves. Lin Xiu sighs, noting he gave them a fair opportunity, but they failed to seize it. Flander struggles to his feet and retreats with his class, shouting a desperate warning as they flee. After they shout their threats and flee, Jiang Yin excitedly tells Lin Xiu that his time training in the Dark Forest has clearly made him much stronger. Tanfong nods eagerly, suggesting that with their leader back, they might even have a chance to defeat the higher-ranked classes. He thinks of Class 5 and 6 in the upcoming tournament. Lin Xiu just smiles at his friend's modest hopes, declaring their true goal is to defeat everyone. They aim to become the absolute top class in the academy. Energized by his words, the students eagerly rally together to resume their intense training. Determined not to drag each other down, they prepare. But the very next day, a rival class arrives at their doorstep, loudly demanding Lin Xiu show himself. Lin Xiu calmly leads his classmates outside, casually mocking the loud troublemakers for barking like stray dogs outside their door. Shan Ye, the leader of Class 5, glares at him with anger, officially issuing a challenge to put the arrogant Class 10 back in their place. He demands a showdown at the arena this afternoon. Suddenly, Li Ping points to her phone, warning him that the school forum is exploding with rumors about him. The post claims he wants to fight every freshman class and has called everyone else trash. Reading this, Lin Xiu frowns in disbelief. Seeing it was posted yesterday, he realizes Class 7 framed them to stir up trouble and breed hostility with other students. However, he notes this saves him the trouble of challenging everyone individually. He then turns his gaze back to Class 5. Accepting the challenge, he tells them to ask the other classes if they want to fight Class 10 as well. He smiles, telling them to prepare, as defeating everyone at once would save him a lot of valuable time. Shanye scowls deeply, shouting at Lin Xiu that a low-ranked class could never hope to beat them and to stop dreaming. The other Class 5 students join in, hurling insults before leaving behind one final warning and walking away. They promise to crush them later that afternoon. Zhang Yin then steps forward to consult with Lin Xiu about their plan. She asks who he wants on his team, pointing out that their opponents are strong level 4 fighters, with Shan Yi at level 5, but they had only just reached level 4. Lin Tu quickly reassured her, saying there was no need to worry since he was already level 5, and they still had their powerhouse, Lan Guyet. Lan Guyet shot him a cold glance, flatly stating she would only join the fight against Class 1, while sitting out all other matches. Lin Tu clicked his tongue with a grin, asking if she truly found every other group completely beneath her level of challenge. Lan Guyet calmly replied that even Class 1 was no challenge. She simply found them incredibly annoying to look at. The entire 10th class stared at her in absolute shock, while Lin Tu silently admired her unmatched ability to effortlessly show off. By afternoon, we see the martial arts arena at Sanctuary Academy packed with eager spectators as the judges finally took their seats. Leading Class 10 onto the field, Lin Tu shook his head when Hui asked if he wrote the controversial forum post. He explained that while he was indeed arrogant, he would never make such a brainless post just to create enemies. Hui nodded, relieved to hear that, but a second later, Lin Tu added that if he had posted, he would not have insulted only Viet back. Instead, he would have called every single first-year male student in the academy absolute trash. Suddenly, a loud announcement cut them off. The tournament was officially underway. Yamano raised his spear, mockingly asking if they were ready to die, as Lin Tu casually shouldered his weapon. He sneered, asking the spearman if he even knew how to handle a weapon, offering to teach him a proper lesson. This bold provocation instantly enraged the entire 5th class, sending them charging forward with their ultimate level 2 combat skills. Unleashing a fierce assault, Yamano thrust his spear directly at Lin Tu, screaming for him to die, while Lin Tu simply frowned. They were smart to target him first as the biggest threat, but Lin Tu merely channeled lightning into his spear, preparing his overlord technique. He smiled, knowing that mere tactics were useless against absolute power as electricity surged through his spear, ready for the final strike. With a confident smirk, he calmly watched his enemies rush in before delivering a swift, sweeping strike with his mighty spear. The attackers were instantly blown back. Lin Tu then stepped forward, kicking one fighter down as the panicked classmates turned to their leader. They gasped, unable to believe their strong leader was defeated, while Lin Tu mockingly asked the spearman if he was even worthy. With one final blow, he knocked him down, calling his opponents a disgrace as the remaining fighters descended into absolute panic. With their 2 strongest fighters defeated, Class 5 lost all hope, which was a stark contrast to the growing excitement of Class 10. They cheered for their mighty leader, and Tanfong smiled confidently, declaring that the victory was already in their hands. He urged Lin Tu to finish off the remaining 3 opponents, but was utterly shocked to see his leader sitting down, claiming his job was done. He smiled, telling them the remaining 3 opponents were all theirs, leaving his 4 teammates completely stunned and speechless. Truong Dan asked in a panic if he would help, while Tanfong desperately begged him not to abandon them. They complained that as level 4s, they could not easily defeat 3 equal opponents, but Lin Tu simply shrugged indifferently. He told them it was their problem, joking he would jump off the arena if they lost, which instantly gave their enemies hope. Feeling suddenly revitalized, Class 5 charged back in, warning each other to stay alert and avoid any of Class 10's tricks. They resolved to maintain their formation. Hearing this, Kwang Luk smiled confidently, suggesting they treat this as a test of their hard training. Tanfong grinned widely in agreement, though Truong Dan remained somewhat anxious as she carefully scanned the chaotic battlefield around them. Kwang Luk was the first to strike, unleashing his new tiger technique while proudly calling out to his watching leader. He begged him to watch. Next, Tanfong leaped forward, shouting the name of his own powerful mountain-splitting strike. Labin joined next, as the 3 continuously begged their leader to watch their performance. Shouting out crazy attack names like Star-Splitting Moon Slash, they kept begging Lin Tu to witness their grand moves. Lin Tu was deeply embarrassed by their shouting, while their opponents grew highly annoyed, asking if they could fight without calling their leader. Truong Dan smirked, pleased that their chatter had finally caused the enemy to lose composure. She lunged forward with a horizontal slash, confidently sending an opponent flying off the stage to eliminate him. She and Tanfong quickly teamed up on the last survivor, declaring that a 2-on-1 fight meant certain victory. Lin Tu winced at their antics, but admitted they actually fought quite smart. Moments later, the official victory announcement rang out. Class 10 had won the match. The arena erupted in cheers, and even back in their homeroom, the excitement remained high. Tanfong laughed, highly satisfied with how their leader's swift kicks had completely bruised their opponent's face. It was satisfying to watch, but Lin Tu quickly reminded them they had only defeated 2 classes so far. With 5 more groups left, he warned them not to slack off, just as they overheard passing students discussing some shocking news. A new first-year student named Dumak Than had apparently climbed all the way to the 30th floor on his very first day. This happened in the battle tower, leaving us to see what Lin Xiu would do next. The 30th floor? That was 5 levels higher than Lin Xiu. How could anyone be so strong? His companion begged him for an explanation. On my first day, I only made it to the 20th floor, Luo Yue explained, holding her tablet out to Lin Xiu. I only pushed to 25 because of Ma Bao Huo. I downloaded Dumak Than's battle footage. Watch it, she said. Lin Xiu blinked in confusion, wondering why it was so urgent. Luo Yue simply replied, because of you. You have a knack for arrogance and making enemies, she added. It won't be long before he comes looking for you. Lin Xiu stood there, completely speechless. That is pride, not arrogance, he protested. Besides, some people are way too eager to fight. They are much more boastful than I am. Lin Xiu leaned over to watch the video she handed him. He stared in surprise at the screen. The young man's weapon was a massive halberd. It was a weapon similar to his own spear, Luo Yue continued, explaining that the senior he had easily defeated was a level 7 warrior. Known as the Sword King of the second-year class, this powerful level 7 warrior had been completely overwhelmed. Lin Xiu frowned, processing this unbelievable news. As we can see, this opponent was truly a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, Duong Hang approached them from behind. Are you studying Duong Nok Thane's fight? He asked. Lin Xiu spun around, spotting Duong Hang, and let out a light-hearted chuckle. Don't tell me you are here to hand over another diamond card? Lin Xiu teased. Duong Hang snapped back instantly, shouting a firm refusal. Then did you come to challenge our class? Lin Xiu continued. Our turn hasn't even arrived yet. Just wait until we handle the top class. We will leave them biting the dust. Standing nearby, Truong Dan shivered slightly, amazed by how incredibly confident and daring his friend was. I am not here to fight, Duong Hang interrupted loudly. I want to propose a trade. Can we speak in private? Lin Xiu stepped forward, curious about what kind of deal the boy wanted to make this time. Have you lost your mind? Lin Xiu joked. Duong Hang held up a shining card, looking serious. I want to make a fair trade with you. I want my diamond tier flash step card back. Lin Xiu cleaned his ear casually. My friend and I fought tooth and nail to win that prize. We nearly lost our lives for it. You think you can just swap? Besides, that flash step technique is ranked 30th in the entire world. It is priceless. But Duong Hang flipped the card over, revealing its brilliant design. This diamond card is also a rare movement technique. It is called the Shadow Clone, ranked 20th worldwide, he said with a knowing smirk. I know you already possess a basic duplication skill. If you combine them, the results will be absolutely extraordinary. As soon as Duong Hang finished his pitch, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up with sheer excitement as he lunged forward. Deal, let's trade. Duong Hang jumped back, shocked by how fast his attitude flipped. Once the initial thrill faded, Lin Xiu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something felt off. Wait, why are you being so generous? Is there a catch here? Duong Hang scowled, looking deeply offended. What catch? Honestly, obtaining that diamond tier card was extremely difficult. My father went through great lengths to secure it from the family elders. If I lose it permanently, he will kick me out of the house. Lin Xiu stroked his chin, chuckling. I can return your original card, but you must promise to do me a favor in return. Duong Hang tensed up, looking incredibly suspicious. What kind of favor? Lin Xiu leaned in closer and whispered quietly into his ear. It is nothing major. You just have to follow my exact instructions. Upon hearing the request, Duong Hang blushed bright red in embarrassment. Absolutely not. I could never bring myself to do something like that. Lin Xiu shrugged, turning around to walk away. Suit yourself. I am close to reaching level 6 anyway, so I can just use this amazing card myself. Duong Hang agonized over the decision before finally sighing in defeat. Fine, I agree. Just give me back my flash step card. The trade was made. Lin Xiu nodded, sealing the deal with a grin. As he waved goodbye, he called out, Do not forget what you promised me. Looking down at the newly acquired Shadow Clone card, he smiled. Securing the 20th ranked movement skill in the world was an absolute steal. A few days later, we find our heroes standing together at the Grand Training Grounds. After days of fierce battles, only the elite Class 1 remained undefeated. Truong Dan nodded. Ever since you defeated Zak Koi Tin, the rest of Class 1 has been training relentlessly in the dangerous wilderness. Today they are led by Duong Pham, a level 6 warrior. Lin Xiu merely smirked at the news. It does not matter who he is, we will eliminate them all. Turning to his teammate, Lin Xiu said, Lebin, sit this one out, let Luo Yue take the field. Lebin nodded, enthusiastically cheering them on from behind. The speakers blared, summoning the two classes to the arena. Carrying a massive broadsword, Duong Pham stepped forward, locking eyes with Lin Xiu. So, you are the famous Lin Xiu? I am Duong Pham, and I am nothing like that useless Zhak Koi Tin. Lin Xiu smiled. You are indeed different from him, mainly because it will take me far less time to crush you. As the starting bell rang, he lunged forward, swinging his blade with terrifying force. Meanwhile, three opponents cornered Luo Yue. You turned your back on Class 1, one snarled. Today, you will pay dearly for your betrayal. Luo Yue merely gestured for them to bring it on. They charged forward like wild beasts, while Truong Dan watched in alarm, shouting to his allies. They are trying to outnumber her. We need to help. But before they could move, a massive warrior intercepted them. Your opponent is me, Duong Tai Ho. With a brutal blow, he struck directly at Truong Dan. She braced herself to block, but the sheer force of his hammer sent her flying backward. Clinging to the railing, Truong Dan trembled in pain. Seeing this, Kwang Luk and Tan Fong charged forward, but Tai Ho merely laughed at their efforts. Within seconds, both of them were violently thrown back. Tan Fong gritted his teeth in agony, realizing the terrifying strength of their Class 1 rivals. The three of us could not even survive a single blow. Truong Dan wiped her mouth. But with Luo Yue and Lin Xiu, we can still win. Up in the stands, the first-year students laughed loudly, mocking the losers for failing to block even a single blow. With a 5-on-2 advantage, they believed Lin Xiu and Luo Yue were finished, especially that stubborn young lady who desperately needed a lesson. Facing Lin Xiu directly, Yang Fan pointed out that only 2 opponents remained, boasting that he could easily hold him back alone. Meanwhile, Luo Yue was hopelessly outnumbered, fighting 3 opponents at once as Tai Hu charged at her from behind. Yang Fan raised his blade for a fiery slash, determined to finish Lin Xiu first, causing the young man to grit his teeth in frustration. Mocking his opponent's foolish choice of fire, Lin Xiu swung his dark spear to unleash the legendary 100 Birds technique. An explosive blast rocked the stage, shocking Yang Fan behind his glasses as he realized just how overwhelming Lin Xiu's flames truly were. Lin Xiu calmly mocked his level 6 status, prompting Yang Fan to launch another blazing strike, claiming his weapon could conquer any flame. He boasted that no fire could pierce his crimson flame blade, a legendary weapon forged from space meteorites that absorbed flames and converted them into pure strength. As Yang Fan unleashed the stolen flames, Lin Xiu countered with absolute ice, sending 2 massive opposing forces crashing directly into each other. Lin Xiu's ice shattered through the flames, heading straight for Yang Fan as the young master offered a subtle, confident smile. He revealed that while he possessed ice powers, there was someone else on the field far superior, standing right behind his foe. Turning in sheer terror, Yang Fan realized Luo Yue was already upon him, utterly furious that 4 allies had failed to hold her back. Resting his dark spear on his shoulder, Lin Xiu calmly revealed that those 4 useless warriors had already been swept completely out of the arena by the young lady. Shaking with fear, Yang Fan wondered if she had reached level 6, but Luo Yue simply ignored his chatter and struck. While Luo Yue unleashed her freezing blade, Lin Xiu followed with his own majestic phoenix strike, trapping their helpless opponent in a devastating crossfire of ice and fire. A massive explosion echoed as Class 10 was declared the official victors, sending their loyal classmates into a frenzy of pure celebration. They had triumphed over the entire Northern Academy, earning a proud, warm smile from their respected instructor, Zheng Hui. Having officially claimed the top spot, the excited students eagerly gathered around their teacher to ask about their hard-earned reward. With a gentle smile, their teacher explained that defeating 9 opposing classes had earned them 9 valuable cumulative reward points. However, reaching 10 points would unlock a higher reward tier, leaving the students puzzled since they had only fought 9 classes. Lin Xiu wondered if they had to face the Southern Academy, and the instructor confirmed they must battle their victorious first-class rivals. This final showdown would determine the absolute champion of the entire region, putting everything they had worked for on the line. Tan Feng laughed confidently, recalling the so-called genius of the Southern Academy. Since Lin Xiu had already defeated their top fighter, the class felt victory was guaranteed, though their teacher urged them to remain cautious. Their rivals possessed another terrifying prodigy named Yu Mucheng, who had incredibly conquered the 30th floor of the trial tower on day 1. The students exchanged worried glances upon hearing his name, shocked to learn such a powerful warrior belonged to the opposing class. Given his legendary reputation, it made perfect sense for him to lead the Southern Academy's elite squad. While they assumed he was at peak level 6, Luo Yue calmly corrected them with the terrifying truth. He was level 7. The class was completely stunned by the massive power gap, wondering how they could possibly stand a chance against him. Lin Xiu offered a reassuring smile, promising that together with Luo Yue, they could handle any level 7 threat. They would bring their opponent to his knees. As evening fell and training concluded, Luo Yue pulled Lin Xiu aside. She questioned if his confidence was misplaced, warning that they might actually lose. A rare moment of doubt that caught him off guard. Smiling at her uncharacteristic worry, he assured her they would prevail before turning down a different path to prepare. When she asked where he was headed, he simply waved back, promising he was going to secure their victory. Later that night in the forest, Lin Xiu arrived to find a very impatient Yang Hang already waiting for him. Annoyed at waiting for half an hour, Yang Hang complained, while Lin Xiu got straight to business, asking about the power station. With a proud smirk, Yang Hang claimed there was nothing he couldn't achieve, gesturing for the young leader to follow him. They quietly made their way to the academy's main power station, which was heavily secured deep within the grounds. Lin Xiu noted how well hidden it was, and his companion agreed, explaining the disastrous consequences of any sabotage. The entire academy would lose power, leaving Yang Hang curious about what his friend had planned. Handing over a few small explosive devices, Lin Xiu asked his loyal companion to use them to create a loud distraction and lure the guards away. Horrified that they might blow up the entire station, Yang Hang panicked, but Lin Xiu pointed away, explaining they were merely harmless fire devices. He instructed him to set some nearby trees ablaze, leaving Yang Hang utterly speechless by such a chaotic request. Grinning with excitement, Lin Xiu dashed off to absorb the power, leaving a completely bewildered Yang Hang holding the explosives alone in the dark. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, regretting ever agreeing to this crazy plan. Moments later, muffled explosions began echoing through the dark forest trees. Startled by the sudden noise, the power station guards jumped to their feet. Something was wrong. An explosion had sparked a fire nearby. They rushed straight into the woods, calling for backup. Meanwhile, as we see, Lin Xiu slipped closer and closer to the main power station. Hearing the distant blast, he grinned from ear to ear. With an easy leap, he cleared the security fence, praising his partner's perfect distraction. Stepping up to a massive power conduit, he noted the lack of security cameras. Smiling, he raised his fist and struck it hard. The shattered pipe revealed heavy, live cables inside. Pressing his hands against them, he let the raw electrical current surge straight into his body, savoring the intense energy. Determined to hit level 30 tonight, he listened as his system detected the massive external power source and initiated the Devour skill, converting it to experience. Deep inside the station, Teacher Lai led a patrol, looking around anxiously. What in the world was causing all this chaos outside? Who would have the sheer audacity to stir up trouble at the Sacred Domain Academy? Suddenly, the emergency lights flashed red. Startled, he realized the worst had happened. The power was completely gone, plunging the entire academy grounds into pitch blackness. Out in the woods, the guards pursued Yang Hang relentlessly. Put out the fire, they yelled, promising to make the culprit pay dearly. Terrified and running for his life, Yang Hang wondered what kind of insane stunt his friend had pulled to cause this much noise. He was going to get them both killed. Back at the station, Teacher Lai barked orders, demanding to know if the backup generators were online yet. Find him, he commanded. We must catch whoever sabotaged our power. His subordinates quickly nodded and fanned out. Meanwhile, the system continued to absorb the massive energy, congratulating its master on finally reaching level 30. The system declared him a rank 6 martial artist. Smirking, he realized he had finally made it, closing his eyes to feel the tremendous power shifting inside. The screen flashed with updated stats. Host Lin Xiu, level 30, strength 552, and constitution 258. Speed reached 160, with combat power hitting 6,000. His defensive title now offered a 30% chance to cut incoming damage in half. His rank 6 martial artist title remained active, alongside his skills like analytical eyes, mining, camouflage, devour, and mirror image. Though completely charred black, he jumped with joy. Finally, he could master the Diamond Tier martial arts card and upgrade his 100 Bird skill. That growth-type technique would only grow stronger from here on. But suddenly, footsteps echoed as a group of searchers ran his way. "Hey, who's hiding there? Show yourself," they shouted. Startled, he realized his cover was blown, vaulting over the fence to make a run for it. Shouts echoed as someone pointed out his escape route. The guards wasted no time, hot on his heels as they gave chase. "Don't let him get away," they yelled, storming together in the direction they thought he went. They completely missed him hiding right behind a nearby tree. Smirking, he realized that keeping perfectly quiet was all it took. They would never find him. But right then, a cold voice spoke directly behind him. "So, this is where you are hiding, kid." Spinning around in sheer panic, he saw Teacher Lai reaching out. "Trying to run, are we?" At the last second, he activated his mirror clone skill. Teacher Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as his hands caught nothing but empty air. "Gone?" The old man sniffed the air, detecting the faint smell of burnt wires and black ash left behind. He clearly took a massive shock, yet he was still running around. The teacher pondered this strange mystery. Could it be the same kid who messed with the dean's pet bird? Meanwhile, he crept quietly back home, hoping his roommate was still taking her nap. He absolutely couldn't let her see him looking like a burnt charcoal statue. But suddenly, she flew out with her sword drawn, demanding to know who was there. "Wait, it's me!" he yelled, trying to calm her down. She lowered her blade, squinting in suspicion as she leaned in close to inspect his face. "What happened to you?" she asked. "Surely that sudden blackout wasn't your doing, was it?" He scratched his head, offering a guilty grin. "It was all for the upcoming tournament," he explained. Squatting down to examine him, she asked if he needed a trip to the infirmary, but he declined. He insisted some simple medicine would do. Secretly, he knew going to the infirmary while the guards were hunting him would be walking straight into their hands. After a quick shower, he dried his hair while reflecting on his progress. Reaching rank 6 hadn't just boosted his physical power. It seemed his natural healing abilities had skyrocketed as well. Looking down at his hand, he decided to test his defensive barrier. Focusing his mind, he summoned the protective ring. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned by how different his barrier looked. Sparks of electricity crackled across its surface. Touching the barrier, he realized this shocking shield could serve as both defense and offense. This was his own secret weapon now, but just as he smiled, the electrical shield flickered and vanished completely. It clearly drained quite a bit of stamina, meaning he couldn't keep it up for long. Shrugging, he pulled out his diamond martial arts cards to inspect. Pressing the diamond card to his forehead, he began to absorb the knowledge. 10 minutes passed, and he remained entirely still. As we can see, half an hour slipped by. Other than the growing spiritual aura swirling around him, nothing seemed to change at all. Gasping for breath, he stared at the card in frustration. It had completely drained his energy, yet there was absolutely no reaction. Could it be because he just reached level 6? Perhaps his stored power was too weak to unlock this mysterious card. Lin Xiu tossed the card aside, knowing that Sly Snake would never play fair. Let's see what suggestions his system has.